Chapter 1. Reborn as Uzumaki Naruto. Lin Xiao's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, his eyes fixated on the vivid imagery displayed on the screen. He was engrossed in the mobile game of Naruto, utilizing the infamous Lei-Dan emulator. He preferred the tactile sensation of keyboard controls over the cumbersome experience of swiping on a glass screen. As the month drew to a close, the rankings for the duel arena were about to be finalized. The stakes had never been higher. This match was for the Super Shadow promotion, and Lin Xiao had already lost to 2 avatars. Those avatars belonged to Uchiha Madara's Edo Tensei, Release, and Uchiha Obito from the 4th Great Ninja War. At present, he was controlling the ninja renowned for his resilience, the masked man Obito. The masked figure was still steaming with potential. His opponent had also lost 2 avatars, one being Sarutobi Hiruzen's Edo Tensei, and the other, Uchiha Madara's Edo Tensei. The opponent's choice was rather pure, paying homage to legendary ninjas, his mentors. In the autumn of Konoha, he should seize this opportunity and gamble his all without overthinking, embracing the realm of absolute purity. The last remaining ninja on the opposing side was Kuratsuchi, who was known for her aerial prowess. Damn it! Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, feeling his heartbeat quicken and his palms begin to sweat. The screen displayed Kuratsuchi launching an aggressive attack, a formidable earth release technique that struck Lin Xiao's masked man, leaving him incapacitated with a powerful whirlwind. Lin Xiao glared at the opponent's barrage of mocking emojis, his frustration boiling over. In our village, we do maintain some decorum, except when things get serious. Realizing he had no chakra left and could no longer use the substitution technique, Lin Xiao acknowledged the grim reality of the situation. No, he shouted in anger, fists clenched as he slammed them onto the keyboard, propelling it across the room. The keyboard shattered into countless pieces, a tribute to the legendary streamer, Dog Call Yaoyong. Overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness and defeat, he shut his eyes, taking deep breaths to calm his turbulent emotions. At that moment, a strange sound emanated from the computer screen, reminiscent of a mechanical hum or whispers carried by the wind. He opened his eyes to behold an unusual light radiating from the screen, growing ever brighter until it coalesced into a vortex that exuded a tremendous gravitational pull. Before he could comprehend the situation, Lin Xiao was drawn into the computer. His consciousness began to fade, the last memory being that dazzling vortex of light and the encroaching darkness. When Lin Xiao next opened his eyes, he found himself sprawled on an unfamiliar bed, the room adorned in a distinctly Japanese style. Sitting up, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His memories lingered on the moment he was absorbed into the computer, yet it was clear he was no longer in his familiar modern world. He approached the mirror and beheld a visage entirely different from his own, a youthful boy with golden hair and blue eyes, his face etched with determination and curiosity. "What is this?" Lin Xiao exclaimed, astonished as he touched his face, realizing he had become another person. His name was Uzumaki Naruto, an orphan and the protagonist of Naruto. Had he truly traversed into the world of Naruto? Moreover, he had taken on the identity of Uzumaki Naruto himself. Presently, he was in his adolescent years. Suddenly, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, overwhelming him to the point of unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he discovered his consciousness had fused with Naruto's memories at this moment. He was indeed Uzumaki Naruto. Lin Xiao, or rather Uzumaki Naruto, felt an exhilarating thrill. He had often fantasized about entering the world of Naruto, but now, that dream had materialized into reality. He resolved to embrace this new identity and embark on his ninja journey. However, excitement soon gave way to an intense hunger pang emanating from his belly. Indeed, he was famished. According to Naruto's memories, he had scant funds remaining, and the insufferable third Hokage had not only withheld the inheritance due to him as the son of a hero, but also provided a meager allowance barely sufficient for Naruto's healthy development. The majority of villagers regarded him with extreme hostility, their gazes filled with hatred, as if they yearned to eliminate him. Some even sold him expired and inferior food, leaving him feeling ill for long stretches. "You despicable fox spirit, why haven't you perished yet? You dare come by food?" Even Lord Hokage doesn't know why he hasn't killed you, leaving you as a scourge you deserve to starve. My mother told me he's the embodiment of a fox spirit. If we associate with him, we might be haunted by the fox. My father also said that the next time he sees him, he should be shunned, or perhaps beaten up, and he'd commend me for it when I return home. Countless malicious memories surged through Lin Xiao's mind. Even though he was well acquainted with Naruto's original story, he felt an intense rage having been thrust into Naruto's life. He was now Naruto. Naruto had done nothing wrong. He was the son of the fourth Hokage, a pitiable child who ought to have been cherished by the villagers. Yet, he was subjected to such malevolence, it was utterly intolerable. As these thoughts permeated his mind, a flicker of crimson chakra coursed through Naruto, influencing his emotions. Gradually, feelings of animosity began to swell within him. Noticing the burgeoning red chakra within him, Naruto understood it was the Nine Tails causing the turmoil. He forcefully suppressed his emotions. His immediate priority was to fill his stomach. Survival was paramount. Previously, while watching Naruto, he only recalled the protagonist's fervor and his gradual ascent to becoming a hero of the ninja world. He had forgotten how Naruto endured immense loneliness before the story began, devoid of friends. Experiencing profound isolation despite such circumstances, he had never succumbed to darkness or developed a vengeful persona. The villagers of Konoha were fortunate indeed. However, if Lin Xiao, with his modern education, were to inhabit this world where strength reigned supreme, he would ensure those deserving of retribution would soon learn the meaning of an eye for an eye. The gnawing hunger persisted. Feeling the state of his body, Naruto felt a pang of sorrow. Due to prolonged malnutrition, his physique had become frail, resembling a mere shadow of vitality. His utmost priority now was to procure food. As he searched through memories, he recalled a small stream near the woods by his home there. He might catch some fish. With that thought, he sprang into action. The hunger in his belly quickened his pace. Sensing the hostility of the villagers around him, he hurried along, although they were ignorant of the truth. Their unwarranted disdain inflicted lasting harm upon the original Narutoan injury that could never be mended. As for the others, the higher-ups in Konoha would inevitably face the day of reckoning for their deeds. Finally, he arrived at the familiar woods, gazing at the nearby stream, which, although shallow, was sufficient to submerge him up to his belly. Picking up a fallen branch from the ground, Naruto commenced his fishing endeavor. In his previous life, Naruto had never attempted to catch fish, and in this life, he lacked the experience. Thus, his attempts were met with considerable difficulty. Watching the vibrant fish swim around him while his makeshift spear repeatedly missed, Naruto couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Even the small fish seemed to mock him. In a fit of rage, he slammed the branch down, unexpectedly striking his first fish. Congratulations, host! You have slain your first life, activating the divine quest system. It was here. The essential system for a transmigrator had finally arrived. Yet, Naruto's current focus was far removed from this newly manifested system. His stomach was insatiably hungry. Had it not been for the flicker of rationality still lingering within him, he might have succumbed to the urge to devour the small fish raw. Please, don't come any closer. Bringing the fish he speared to the shore, he gathered some sticks and began the age-old process of creating fire through friction. At last, a flame flickered to life, warming Naruto's previously damp body. He retrieved a small knife from his pocket, for he had not ventured out unprepared. With the squirming fish in hand, he struck its head with the knife. I'm sorry, fish brother, but if you don't die today, it's my life that's at stake. It's a cruel world, but your demise is a necessity. With the fish rendered unconscious, it lay there peacefully. Naruto began to prepare the fish, simply scraping off the scales before skewering it through the body with a wooden stick, placing it over the fire to roast. High-quality ingredients are often best complemented by the simplest of cooking methods. As the fish neared completion, Naruto, undeterred by the scalding heat, eagerly began to feast upon it. Though this fish was devoid of any seasoning, to the famished Naruto, it was nothing short of divine ambrosia, an exquisite delicacy. In a whirlwind of gusts, The unfortunate fish was reduced to nothing more than a series of bones. Chapter 2. An encounter with Irika and Mizuki. Upon witnessing Naruto Uzumaki successfully catch a fish through his own efforts, it was evident that he would not perish from hunger. Within the woods, one of the ANBU, concealed in the shadows, subtly signaled to his comrades before vanishing into the distance, leaving a few others to continue observing Naruto. Suddenly, he sensed a diminished presence of surveillance. Ever since Naruto arrived in this world, he had felt as though someone was covertly watching him, and it was unlikely to be mere villagers passing by. Even after entering the forest, that feeling of being observed persisted, leaving little doubt that it was indeed the ANBU. It remained uncertain whether the ANBU were from Sarutobi Hiruzen's side or from Shimura Danzo's faction. Perhaps both sides were keeping watch over him, each with their own agenda in mind. One ANBU materialized instantaneously in the Hokage's office. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was engrossed in the busy affairs that a Hokage must attend to daily. The masked ANBU reported to Hiruzen, Lord Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki has caught a fish using his own skills in the small creek of the woods, and he is currently not in any danger. Without lifting his gaze, Hiruzen continued processing the documents and replied, "Understood. Maintain surveillance. Remember, he must not be in peril. As for other matters, turn a blind eye." "Yes." Upon receiving the command, the ANBU nodded and vanished, presumably returning to monitor Naruto. Minato, forgive me, Naruto's identity is far too special to expose him to the public eye. Such exposure would hinder his healthy development. Everything I do is for his benefit. I hope you can understand. As Hiruzen continued his bureaucratic duties, he murmured to himself. At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office was forcefully flung open and enstrode Hiruzen's arch-nemesis, Shimura Danzo. "Huh, Hiruzen, spare me your self-deception. I am well aware of your true intentions. You can fool others, but do not delude yourself. You merely wish to seize and divide the legacy of the fourth Hokage. All this talk of doing it for his benefit is nonsense. You simply want to control the power of the Jinchuriki. To you, he is merely a weapon, and all your actions aim to ensure he obeys you, becoming a blade in your hand." Danzo ruthlessly exposed Hiruzen's deceit, for the two had grown up as close comrades. No one understood Hiruzen better than Danzo. "Enough, Danzo. This is the Hokage's office. I expect you to choose your words with care." Hiruzen interjected, equally unyielding. Though the ANBU in the office were loyal to Hiruzen, appearances still needed to be maintained. Danzo took a seat across from Hiruzen without reservation, stating, "Hiruzen, I hear the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki nearly starved to death in his own home? Huh, with your intelligence, did you truly need to come all this way to inquire? I trust your ANBU from Root have already reported the situation. Naruto is fine now, so there's no need for your concern, Danzo. Hiruzen, you should heed my advice and hand over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Only under Root can he be brainwashed into becoming Konoha's most loyal weapon." "Enough, Danzo!" Hiruzen's furious shout interrupted Danzo's words. "Naruto is the child of Minato and Kushina, not the weapon you described. I will nurture him to become a ninja of Konoha. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire shall never extinguish. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. I will ensure Naruto understands the meaning of the will of fire. Danzo, do not engage in any underhanded schemes. Remember, I am the Hokage." You will come to regret this, Hiruzen," Danzo retorted angrily before storming out, leaving behind a classic remark before disappearing. As for Hiruzen's words, even he remained uncertain about what was genuine and what was fabricated. Ultimately, everything was merely a means to solidify his interest within Konoha. As the flowers bloom on either side, let each express its own branch. The scene shifts back to Naruto. Having experienced his first stroke of fortune, Naruto began to grow familiar with the process, gradually accumulating more experience. He managed to catch several fish in succession. After stringing them together, Naruto prepared to return and rest. Soon, he sensed an additional layer of surveillance, leading him to speculate that the Umbu who had recently departed had returned. These individuals were relentless in their watchfulness. Despite being merely a child, and possessing no combat prowess aside from the nine tails sealed within him, he found their efforts excessively burdensome. Nevertheless, All of this was ultimately futile. He vowed that one day, he would repay them, not with vengeance, but with gratitude. Along the way, the villagers pointed and whispered about him, their disdain unmistakably evident on their faces. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto felt a surge of anger as he glared fiercely at the children and the adults behind them. How dare this demon fox look at us like that? It was time to teach him a lesson. The adults were somewhat intimidated by Naruto's expression. As if a shiver were running down their spines, sensing an unseen beast lurking behind his gaze, warning them to tread carefully. Hey, what are you doing? Just as the adults were about to incite their children to launch another attack on Naruto, passing by were Mizuki and Irika, who noticed the situation. Irika rushed to stand in front of Naruto, shielding him. At that moment, Naruto recognized Irika, and the person beside him appeared to be Mizuki. However, since Naruto had not yet enrolled in the Ninja Academy, he could not call them by name, mindful of the Umbu watching over him. He needed to remain concealed, avoiding any suspicion. Isn't that Irika? Why are you protecting this demon fox? Don't you remember that your parents also perished in that incident? Don't you hate this beast? One of the men recognized Irika and questioned him with confusion. The words struck a chord deep within Irika. Yes, his parents had indeed sacrificed their lives during the Nine-Tails incident. Did he harbor hatred? He turned to look at Naruto, whose parents' deaths had undoubtedly filled him with resentment towards the Nine-Tails, his eyes glinting with bitterness. Yet, he then glanced at Naruto, whose head was bloodied and who remained silent, enduring the pain in silence. It felt as though something within him was gripped tightly. This Naruto, whether or not he was the embodiment of the demon fox, was, for now, merely an innocent child. Please step aside. He is injured, and I need to take him to the hospital. If the Hokage hears about how you've treated Naruto, you will be punished. Upon hearing Irika invoke the Hokage's name, the villagers reluctantly backed down. Their ignorant minds could not fathom that if Naruto truly was the demon fox's incarnation, the wise and formidable third Hokage would not have allowed him to live among them. Mizuki, initially indifferent to the situation, felt compelled to assist upon seeing Irika's determination. With Mizuki and Irika's support, Naruto was taken to the Konoha hospital. Even within the hospital, whether it was passing patients or the diligent doctors and nurses, their gazes towards Naruto were strikingly uniform. This was reminiscent of Naruto's past memories, where, even in illness, he bore his suffering in silence, relying solely on himself. Even the doctors, who were meant to save lives, harbored similar animosity towards him. One doctor, who had been resting in his office, was approached by an Umbu ninja who whispered something in his ear. Reluctantly, he stood up and exited his office. Making his way to the lobby where he found Naruto, he brought him inside to receive proper treatment. Irika stayed by Naruto's side throughout the entire process. When Naruto revealed he had no money to cover the medical expenses, Irika willingly took out a portion of his meager salary to pay for Naruto's treatment. At the hospital exit, Irika said to Naruto, "Well then, until we meet again, take care of yourself. We're leaving." Regardless of the world, Irika was always so gentle, truly deserving of the role of Naruto's father at his future wedding. "Excuse me, may I ask your name?" Even Naruto, well-versed in the anime's plot, was moved by Irika's kindness. Could there truly be someone so gentle in this world? Tears streamed down Naruto's face. Knowing certain truths was one thing, but experiencing them was altogether different. "My name is Irika Yumino, and this is Mizuki. We are teachers at the Ninja Academy. If fate permits, you might see us both when you reach school age." As the two departed under the setting sun, they left only their silhouettes behind for Naruto to behold. Why only a silhouette? Naruto focused solely on Irika. He barely knew Mizuki. "Thank you, Irika-sensei. You are a good person," Naruto shouted, disregarding the astonished looks from those around him. Irika couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, Naruto is definitely not a demon fox. Chapter 3. The Beginner's Gift. After a series of events, Naruto returned home, now well into the evening. Observing the filthy and chaotic state of his dwelling, he resolved to tidy up a bit. He began to work diligently, collecting all the trash and disposing of it. He then organized various items. Though the furnishings in his home were quite meager, the minimal funds provided by the third Hokage were insufficient for Naruto to acquire any decent furniture or decor. After Naruto's efforts, the house appeared somewhat more orderly, albeit still overly simplistic. It was the kind of place where a thief might leave behind a couple of hundred ryo just to escape. Sensing an unsettling gaze upon him, Naruto furrowed his brow. Those Umbu truly could not take a break, even in the dead of night. Naruto climbed onto the bed, feigning the act of preparing for slumber, and extinguished the light. He pretended to fall asleep instantly, beginning to snore softly. The gaze from outside the window seemed to diminish significantly, yet it still lingered. For the sake of caution, Naruto opted to endure the wait. Finally, after more than an hour had elapsed, the sensation of being observed dissipated. Even the Umbu could not maintain a constant watch over Naruto for 24 hours. There were indeed shifts to consider. Clearly, this period marked Naruto's genuine moment of freedom. Naruto remained reclined on his bed, silently pondering, System, are you there? A calm voice resonated within his mind. I am here, host. In an instant, Naruto's excitement surged. Indeed. The events of the day were not mere illusions. He had awakened the essential golden finger of a transcendent traveler. Even with the knowledge residing in his mind, he could foresee his path to ultimate strength in this world. However, possessing this golden finger would allow him to take shortcuts and perhaps acquire many treasures that would typically be elusive. System, could you introduce yourself? Naruto thought earnestly, responding to the host. This system is officially named the Supreme Mission System. Its function is quite straightforward. By completing the tasks issued by the system, the host can receive corresponding rewards, the magnitude of which is directly proportional to the difficulty of the tasks. Naruto also realized that the system was devoid of any extravagant skills. It merely required the completion of tasks. He was uncertain about the nature of the rewards, but as long as they were not too miserly, he could accept them. The issuance of tasks was entirely random, and he would receive a mental reminder when they were assigned. It was a delightful surprise, even without the system. Naruto could gradually grow stronger. Is there perhaps a beginner's gift pack? Naruto inquired further, answering the host. Yes, today after defeating a fish, you have completed the task to unlock the system, thereby receiving a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open it. Of course, he wished to do so. Naruto was currently destitute and lacked everything. Congratulations, host, for opening the beginner's gift pack. You have received 3 boxes of everlasting nutritious canned food, 20,000 coins. A divine-level chakra extraction technique, and a passive ability known as Beitonzue. Naruto could easily comprehend the monetary reward, but he needed to delve deeper into the other items. Nutritious canned food. Produced by the system, it is rich in essential nutrients, ideal for those who are malnourished or physically weak. It can enhance one's constitution, keeping hunger at bay, and is delicious to consume. Divine-level chakra extraction technique. This technique, modified by the system, offers unparalleled efficiency in chakra extraction and imposes no burden on the body, making it suitable for all age groups. Beitonzue, produced by the system. Possessing this ability slightly increases the probability of persuading others and subtly enhances one's credibility. The effectiveness will improve with the host's usage. Naruto found himself in a delightful predicament, akin to an elderly lady settling into her warm bed, which elicited a hearty laugh from him. The system displayed an extraordinary level of attentiveness. It recognized his need for sustenance and graciously provided him with nutritional canned food, precisely what he required at this moment. This provision not only promised to enhance his physical condition, but also offered a profound sense of satiety post-consumption, with a description that suggested it was quite palatable. Furthermore, as canned food is a commonplace item, consuming it at home would arouse no suspicion from the covert operatives outside, ensuring maximum discretion. As for the divine chakra extraction technique, it was equally essential for Naruto. It is noteworthy that children from prominent families are typically taught this technique prior to their enrollment in ninja academies. While the academy does offer instruction on chakra extraction, the methods taught are rudimentary, with minimal efficiency and potential risks to mental well-being due to overuse. Chakra is a fusion of spiritual and physical energy. The reason elite families impart this knowledge to their children at such a formative stage is that their bodies are sufficiently developed to begin chakra extraction. Moreover, the techniques from these distinguished clans have been refined through generations, minimizing any detrimental effects on the children's growth. Naruto's divine chakra extraction technique was even more remarkable, as it could be employed regardless of the user's age, allowing for safe application even at a young age without any harm to one's body or mind, boasting the highest efficiency. With this ability, Naruto could gradually cultivate his strength. Although he bore the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, his father, Minato Namikaze, was merely a commoner, resulting in a diluted heritage. It had been said that Minato's genes were immensely potent, capable of overshadowing the powerful Kushina of the Uzumaki clan, which explained Naruto's blonde hair. Naruto mused that perhaps Kishimoto simply preferred the aesthetic of blonde hair, as he was merely an artist and not an expert on the intricacies of the Naruto universe. Thus, chakra remained critically important for him, and he felt no urgency to seek out the Nine Tails. After all, he was not yet prepared for an encounter with the beast. As long as it resided within him, he was assured of safety for the time being. In a moment of levity, Naruto chuckled at the notion of the reverse tactics, which seemed to mirror his own passive abilities, now presented as a reward. In the original narrative, Naruto's persuasive prowess was almost supernatural. He could convince foes with words. And should negotiations fail, he resorted to physical means, employing his signature jutsu to achieve victory. As night fell, the advantage of the divine chakra extraction technique was that it could be utilized simply by closing his eyes. Henceforth, he could feign sleep while discreetly extracting chakra. On his first night in the world of Naruto, he resolved to refrain from overexerting himself. Having reached this juncture, he decided it was best to rest. One day would not make a difference. Good night, everyone. Chapter 4. Successful chakra extraction time rewound to the afternoon as Naruto made his way home. On his journey, he was struck on the head by stones thrown by some village children, causing him to bleed. An Umbu, witnessing Naruto's injury, opted to remain indifferent and reported to the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. What? Is Naruto out of control? The first concern for Hiruzen was not the severity of Naruto's injury, but whether the nine tails within him had gone berserk. After all, Naruto was still a child, lacking in emotional regulation. Should his emotions spiral out of control, the seal could break, or the beast's chakra could leak, tarnishing Hiruzen's reputation as the third Hokage, given that he had allowed Naruto to reside in the village. No, he said nothing, reported the Umbu. Passing by were Chunin, Irika Umino, and Mizuki, who took Naruto to the hospital. Irika appeared particularly concerned for Naruto, showing no signs of discrimination against him. The Umbu conveyed a detailed report. Irika Umino, I seem to recall him. Retrieve his file for me to review, Hiruzen instructed, inhaling deeply from his tobacco pipe and exhaling smoke rings towards his aide. Yes. The aide promptly retrieved Irika's file from the archives. The documents revealed that Irika was a commoner without any notable background. His family had once been harmonious, but the chaos of the Nine Tails attack shattered their blissful existence. Irika witnessed his parents, both Jonin, sacrifice themselves to protect the village. Following this tragedy, his demeanor transformed drastically. He became the class clown among peers, yet often wept alone before the Konoha Memorial Stone. It was only after encountering the third Hokage and conversing with him that Irika, upon becoming a Chunin, resolved to remain at the Konoha Ninja Academy, nurturing the next generation of strength and life for the village. After perusing the file, Hiruzen recalled a previous encounter with Irika at the memorial, where he had spoken of the will of fire, seemingly leaving a significant impression on him, which influenced Irika's subsequent choice to become a teacher. From the records, it was evident that Irika embodied the essence of the will of fire, marking him as a commendable instructor. With the Ninja Academy set to commence in a month, Hiruzen decided to assign him as a teacher for this class. The scene transitioned to Hiruzen handling the files before him. This was a preparatory list for new enrollments at the Ninja Academy, featuring illustrious names from Konoha's esteemed clans, truly deserving of the title elite class. Among them were Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino. Sakura Haruno also seemed to have commendable grades, qualifying her for this class. As for Naruto, Hiruzen pondered over the name Uzumaki Naruto for quite some time, uncertain whether to admit him into the Ninja Academy. Naruto's enrollment in the Ninja Academy presents both advantages and disadvantages. On the one hand, the Academy offers him the opportunity to forge friendships and establish bonds within the Hidden Leaf Village, while also exposing him to the teachings of the will of fire promoted by the instructors. This could ultimately prove beneficial to the village. On the other hand, upon graduation, Naruto will be required to undertake missions as a ninja, which poses significant challenges regarding the control of the Nine Tails within him. Furthermore, his unique background might attract unwanted attention from uninformed parents, potentially leading to disturbances. Contemplating these matters, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a sense of unease as he gazed at the photograph of Minato, donned in the Hokage mantle. Forgive me, Minato. I promised to raise Naruto well and cultivate him into an exceptional ninja. After adding the name Uzumaki Naruto, the strongest elite class of the Hidden Leaf was officially established, with Irika Umino, who had assisted Naruto earlier that day, appointed as the class teacher. Perhaps I should check on Naruto tomorrow. It seems his allowance has likely run out, as he has resorted to fishing in the wilderness. With this thought, Hiruzen returned to his official duties, working tirelessly until midnight. As dawn broke, it was already 8 in the morning, and Naruto had successfully spent his first night in the world of ninjas, experiencing little difference from his previous life. Naruto, ever the type to fall asleep at the slightest touch of a pillow, succumbed to drowsiness once more. Sensing the watchful eyes of surveillance outside, he understood that his freedom was once again curtailed. It was early morning, and the Umbu had commenced their duties. One wondered how much they earned to work so tirelessly. With no pressing matters at hand, he decided to experiment with chakra extraction. Thus, Naruto feigned sleepiness, turning over to appear as though he were still slumbering, while in truth, he was already engaged in the process of extracting chakra. It is said that the speed of one's initial chakra extraction is a reflection of one's innate talent. The sooner one can refine chakra, the greater the potential. Naruto, following the divine chakra extraction technique residing in his mind, commenced his practice. Soon, he sensed the spiritual energy and physical energy within his body. Guided by the principles of the divine chakra extraction technique, he skillfully blended them in a precise ratio. From this endeavor, he obtained his first thread of chakra. Was he truly successful? A wave of elation surged within Naruto. Could it be that he was indeed an unparalleled genius? In truth, the original Naruto was not devoid of talent. Thanks to the unique physique of the Uzumaki clan and the assistance of the Nine Tails, he seldom needed to refine chakra and rarely faced shortages. While others possessed chakra, Naruto wielded a formidable amount, rendering comparisons futile. However, due to the constant interference from the Nine Tails, Naruto's utilization of ninjutsu often resulted in chaotic and uncontrollable chakra flow, making him appear foolish in that regard. Nonetheless, his innate talent remained undeniably high. The exhilaration of extracting chakra with such ease was an addictive sensation, one that he found hard to resist. Naruto found himself deeply immersed in the process, unable to extricate himself. Time slipped away in an instant, and 3 hours had swiftly passed. It was now 11 o'clock. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had completed his official duties and now had the leisure to visit Naruto. He raised his hand, summoning a member of the Umbu from a distance. Where was Naruto at this moment, and what was he doing? Sarutobi inquired about Naruto's whereabouts, intending to discuss matters concerning the Shinobi Academy with him. Hokage-sama. Naruto is currently at home, sound asleep. He woke up briefly at 8 this morning and has been in a deep slumber ever since. The Umbu, tasked with monitoring Naruto, rotated their shifts regularly, ensuring timely information exchange. However, since Naruto was asleep, there was no need for constant shifts, and their work was quite relaxed. This little rascal has been sleeping for so long, it's already mealtime. I shall pay him a visit, as it has been quite a while since I last saw him. Sarutobi organized all the documents and set them aside, leaving the Hokage office and heading toward Naruto's home. Chapter 5. Ichiraka Ramen as he walked. The villagers greeted Sarutobi with smiles. Good day, Hokage-sama. Are you out on patrol today? A warm-hearted villager called out. Hello. Indeed. I have some free time today to check on everyone's well-being, Sarutobi replied, wearing a smile as he patiently conversed with the villagers. To maintain his image among them, he made it a point to venture into the streets periodically, enhancing his presence within the community. Establishing a friendly and approachable persona was beneficial for solidifying his position. Arriving at Naruto's doorstep, Sarutobi knocked gently and called out, Naruto, are you awake? Grandpa has come to see you. His voice was robust, belying his age. Naruto, who had been engrossed in his training, was startled by the sudden arrival of Sarutobi, abruptly breaking his meditative state. What is going on? Why has that old man come here? Has he discovered my chakra training? No, the divine chakra extraction technique provided by the system is not so easily discernible. I must maintain my facade and reduce the presence of these Umbu. Otherwise, my training will be hindered. In a fleeting moment, Naruto's mind raced with thoughts as he feigned being roused from sleep. Dressed in his pajamas, he approached his door, opening it while inquiring, Who is it? It's early in the morning, and I can't get a decent sleep. His tone conveyed impatience, a testament to his mastery of the art of morning grumpiness. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to see Hiruzen Sarutobi, exclaiming in surprise, Grandpa, it's you. What brings you here today? In Naruto's recollections, he was unaware of Hiruzen's identity as the Hokage, as Hiruzen had never disclosed it, merely presenting himself as a kind-hearted individual willing to assist with Naruto's sustenance and shelter. This gesture deeply moved Naruto, who had no family of his own, leading him to regard Hiruzen as his closest kin. Had he glanced up at the Hokage rock towering over Konohagakure, he might have recognized the old man as the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Nevertheless, since Hiruzen chose not to reveal his identity, Naruto felt compelled to play along, for both were seasoned actors in this charade, engaging in a subtle dance of pretense. Naruto, it's been quite a while, hasn't it? Grandpa has missed you. Here as your assistance for this month. Remember to spend it wisely. Perhaps due to seeing the bandage on Naruto's head from the incident with the village children the previous day, Hiruzen's heart softened, and he provided Naruto with a bit more aid than usual. Although the sum appeared substantial, amounting to several thousand ryo, when divided over the month, it seemed rather meager. Barely sufficient for even a single bowl of Ichiraku ramen daily. This miserly old man might one day squander your inheritance on frivolous pursuits, dancing atop your grave in revelry. Naruto, in his heart, vehemently cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, on the surface, he feigned exuberance, graciously accepting the relief funds handed to him, exclaiming, Wow, thank you, Grandpa. You are so kind to me. I truly adore you. He carefully tucked the money into his wallet, observing Naruto's maturity and admiration for him. Sarutobi felt a surge of joy. Have you eaten yet, Naruto? Grandpa will take you out for a meal. Not yet, Grandpa. I wish to go to Ichiraka Ramen. I've heard so much about its delectable taste, but I've never had the chance to try it. Could you take me there? Naruto pretended to be oblivious, artfully mentioning Ichiraka Ramen. However, genuine curiosity stirred within him as he pondered the allure of this ramen that captivated Naruto's thoughts so persistently. Upon hearing Naruto's simple desire to savor ramen, Sarutobi felt a sense of relief. This child was considerate and knew how to save him money. Let's go, Naruto. Grandpa will take you to eat ramen. As they strolled through the streets, the sight of the third Hokage walking alongside Naruto was a rare occurrence in Konoha village. The villagers had received prior notice not to address him as Hokage when he was with Naruto, as he wished to conceal his identity from the boy. Thus, many villagers who intended to greet him understood the unspoken message in Sarutobi's gaze and opted to quietly depart. Soon, they arrived at a small establishment with a sign emblazoned with the words Ichiraka Ramen. It seemed this was the ramen Naruto had longed for. Once seated, the owner, a cheerful elderly man, beamed upon seeing the Hokage, but his expression shifted to one of complexity when he laid eyes on Naruto. Unlike other villagers, who bore resentment towards the boy, he understood that Naruto was not to blame for the animosity directed at him. Welcome, gentlemen. What would you like to order? The owner warmly inquired. Feeling the owner's lack of disdain lifted Naruto's spirits considerably. Uncle, I would like to try your signature dish. Seeing Naruto's enthusiasm, Sarutobi smiled and said to the owner, I will have the same as little Naruto. Excellent choice. Our specialty is miso ramen. 2 bowls of miso ramen coming right up. Please wait a moment. The owner busily attended to their order. While they awaited their ramen, Sarutobi turned to Naruto and asked, "Little Naruto, would you like to attend the Ninja Academy?" "The Ninja Academy? What do they do there?" Naruto feigned ignorance, genuinely perplexed. The Ninja Academy is an institution designed to cultivate exceptional ninjas. There, you will undoubtedly make many friends. Sarutobi's words carried a hint of temptation. But, Grandpa, many children say I am a demon fox and do not want to play with me. If I go to the Ninja Academy, will I be able to make friends? Through Sarutobi's words, Naruto realized he had reached the age for schooling. Sarutobi hoped that by facilitating Naruto's friendships at the academy, he could establish deeper ties within Konoha, making it easier to guide him in the future. Of course you will. There are so many classmates. You will surely find friends who resonate with you. I promise. Sarutobi assured him. You will be placed in an elite class filled with promising students from Konoha. There are several clans that maintain a good relationship with the Hokage. I will speak with their leaders to ensure you have companions. The Nara clan, a Kimichi clan, and Inuzuka clan were among those whose children would likely get along well with Naruto. Additionally, he recalled that Naruto had saved the daughter of the Hyuga clan leader, Hyuga Hinata, during his childhood. Surely, with their companionship, Naruto would thrive at the Ninja Academy, blossoming into a commendable ninja. Minato Kushina. I hope this fulfills the trust you placed in me, Sarutobi thought, a smile creeping onto his face. Noticing Sarutobi's sudden mirth, Naruto pretended not to see, inwardly aware that the old man was likely lost in unwholesome thoughts. All right, Grandpa. I want to go to the Ninja Academy, but how can I manage without parents? Naruto feigned a pitiful demeanor, looking up at Sarutobi. Sarutobi gently ruffled Naruto's hair and replied, Do not worry, Naruto. I know a few people who can help arrange your entry. Once the school year begins, I will send someone to assist you with enrollment. Thank you, Grandpa. Naruto beamed, feigning gratitude. Before long, the signature miso ramen was served. Gazing at the bowl before him, Naruto's appetite surged. The rich broth of the miso ramen was both savory and delightful, captivating the palate with its first taste. As the dish was placed on the table, the aroma of miso wafted through the air, tantalizing his senses. The smoothness of the noodles, combined with the robust flavor of the miso, created a harmonious blend that was utterly satisfying with every bite. After finishing, the unique essence of miso lingered in his mouth, leaving an indelible impression. The noodles were tender and paired perfectly with the miso's richness, ensuring that even hearty indulgence would not become overwhelming. Not only was it delicious, but the vibrant colors and enticing aroma provided a feast for both the eyes and the taste buds. On a chilly day, a steaming bowl of miso ramen could instantly warm both body and soul, preserving the essence of traditional ramen while introducing the new flavor of miso. Each mouthful offered a delightful complexity. Once tasted, the distinctive flavor of miso would ensnare one's senses, compelling them to savor it again and again. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Naruto. In a frenzy of delight, devoured the ramen in a matter of moments, even finishing the broth. Another bowl for Naruto, please, he exclaimed, witnessing Naruto's voracious appetite. Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from any comment and instructed the ramen chef to prepare another serving. The cost of this bowl of ramen was well within Hiruzen's means. After all, he inherited a considerable fortune from Minato. What was taken from Minato would be generously bestowed upon Naruto. Not only Naruto, but even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself relished the ramen, expressing his admiration. The second bowl of miso ramen soon arrived, and Naruto's speed was astonishing as he polished it off in no time. Frequently starved, the moment Naruto encountered delicious ramen, he simply could not restrain himself. He drained the rich broth, patting his belly in satisfaction, indicating that he had eaten his fill. Turning to Hiruzen, he expressed, Thank you, Grandpa. You are truly wonderful. Hiruzen was delighted by Naruto's politeness and cheerfully replied, It's no trouble at all, Naruto. As long as you are full. Ding. A system task was issued, prompting Hiruzen to assist the host by covering the cost of ramen. This task was repeatable, allowing for multiple completions, and each completion would yield a reward. Upon hearing the announcement of the task, Naruto realized it was time to showcase his true acting skills. Chapter 6. Kagura's keen eyes suddenly, Naruto burst into tears, leaving both Hiruzen and the ramen chef utterly bewildered. What is the matter, Naruto? Is the ramen not to your taste? The chef inquired with concern. Given Naruto's earlier enthusiasm, having consumed even the broth, it was evident that he genuinely appreciated the ramen, leading the chef to develop a fondness for him. For a chef, what could be more touching than having someone acknowledge their culinary skills? Indeed, Naruto. Please tell Grandpa what troubles you. Why are you crying? Although Hiruzen was somewhat perplexed, he patiently sought to understand the reason behind Naruto's sudden tears. What could possibly bring you to tears? Through his sobs, Naruto managed to explain. It's just that the ramen is so delicious, I wish I could eat it every day. But my money is so limited, I can't afford to come often, which makes me feel so sad I want to cry. As Naruto wiped away his tears, his voice quivered with emotion. Upon hearing that he cried for such a reason, both the ramen shop owner and Sarutobi Hiruzen found themselves in a mix of amusement and sympathy. The shop owner felt a sense of pride in Naruto's recognition and generously offered, "Do not worry, Naruto. How about this? You can come here once a week to enjoy a meal on the house as much as you desire." "How does that sound?" "Really? Thank you, sir. You are truly a good person. I wish you to become the finest ramen shop in Konoha." Naruto's face instantly brightened with joy. It is worth noting that the flavor of Ichiraku ramen is exquisite, and its prices are not particularly low. Thus, it is indeed a rare treat for Naruto. Being able to indulge once a week without cost would surely save him a considerable sum. However, Naruto did not forget his original intent. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, seemingly inquiring, "Old man, why don't you say something?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, understanding Naruto's implication, pondered how best to respond to his words. Naruto observed that Hiruzen Sarutobi was still hesitating, which ignited a spark of frustration within him. Even ordering ramen took such an eternity. "Old man, it's no wonder you met your demise at the hands of Orochimaru." At this juncture, he resolved to employ the art of persuasion to compel Hiruzen to acquiesce. "It's all right, Grandpa. I've been without parents since childhood, and you have always treated me the best. I shouldn't be greedy, but the other shopkeepers refuse to serve me, selling me expired food at exorbitant prices. Only the hand-pulling uncle has shown me respect, which is why I wish to enjoy a bowl of Ichiraku ramen every day." Tea, the pinnacle of tea artistry. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hiruzen's composure faltered, and a bead of perspiration trickled down his forehead. "No need to fret, Naruto. From now on, whenever you come to Ichiraku ramen, just put it on my tab. I can still afford your ramen. And you must focus on your studies at the Ninja Academy and make some good friends." Upon hearing Hiruzen agree to keep a tab, Naruto's objective was successfully achieved. "Thank you, Grandpa. You are truly a good person, and I believe you will live forever," Naruto exclaimed joyfully, his heart brimming with gratitude. However, he secretly mused, "You old man, when Orochimaru takes you away, I will be there to watch, and I'll ensure to burn some paper money at your grave." After paying for the meal and escorting Naruto home, Hiruzen departed. Following this incident, Hiruzen recognized Naruto's favorable disposition towards Konoha. Despite the villagers' animosity, Naruto did not exhibit any signs of anger or resentment. As they walked together, Hiruzen discreetly observed Naruto, noting his stoic demeanor, perhaps an indication of his accustomed resilience. This was precisely what Hiruzen wished to see, attributing Naruto's understanding to his own guidance, thus taking full credit for it. Moreover, by treating Naruto to ramen, Hiruzen felt that Naruto held him in high regard, which reassured him. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Hiruzen waved his hand, summoning an Umbu from afar. Seated in his chair, he instructed, "There is no need for such stringent surveillance on Naruto anymore. Just assign 2 Umbu to ensure his safety on a rotating basis. Also, inform the ninjas from Danzo's faction. Let Danzo himself come to discuss the specifics with me." "Understood, Hokage-sama." The Umbu nodded before departing to relay Hiruzen's orders. Previously, Hiruzen had enlisted many Umbu and root ninjas to monitor Naruto out of concern that he might lose control amidst the villagers' emotional outbursts. Should such a situation arise, they would be adequately prepared to subdue him swiftly. However, it appeared that Naruto had maintained excellent control over his emotions, displaying no resentment towards the villagers, which greatly pleased Hiruzen. Not long after the orders were given, the door to the Hokage's office was forcefully pushed open without a knock, revealing Danzo Shimura. Setting aside his paperwork, Hiruzen looked up to see Danzo's familiar figure. Before Hiruzen could speak, Danzo commenced his fervent tirade. "Hiruzen, what are you thinking? You cannot be so lax in monitoring the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He is the most powerful among the tailed beasts. If you were to lose control, the repercussions for Konoha would be catastrophic. Have you truly considered this? If you are attempting to conserve Umbu resources, my root ninjas can supplement the effort, with my personnel taking the lead and your Umbu providing assistance." Danzo immediately presented his concerns along with a proposed solution. Hiruzen inhaled deeply from his pipe, exhaling a ring of smoke as he replied, "Enough, Danzo. Knowing you, if your people had too much contact with the Jinchuriki, I would soon receive reports that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had vanished. You might even brainwash him back at root without anyone knowing. Rest assured, this is not a matter of manpower. I have interacted with Naruto. He is a compliant and sensible child who will not lose control." Hiruzen spoke with unwavering conviction. "You say he won't lose control? I do not believe that. No, the root ninjas are essential." Danzo insisted, his ulterior motives clear to Hiruzen. "Danzo, I am not consulting you. I am informing you in my capacity as Hokage. You will comply, whether you like it or not." Hiruzen's tone became resolute. "You will come to regret this, Hiruzen. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki belongs in the hands of my root." Danzo's agitation was palpable. "I am the Hokage." Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. The force of his strike caused the table to splinter in two. Unable to counter Hiruzen's authority, Danzo seethed in frustration as he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Hiruzen understood Danzo all too well. This reaction signified his silent acceptance of the situation. Meanwhile, Naruto had been home for a while, lying on his bed, muttering, "Hiruzen Sarutobi is keeping a close watch on me. fearing that his intentions aren't sufficiently apparent. Thankfully, I have noticed his scrutiny and feigned indifference to the villagers' opinions. It seems he has begun to trust me. Having to perform for him every time is exhausting. I desperately lack strength. Once I am powerful enough, I won't have to hide or concern myself with others' perceptions. I must grow stronger. I will strive to become stronger. At that moment, Naruto sensed a significant reduction in the watchful eyes outside his window. Evidently, his performance today had satisfied Hiruzen, resulting in diminished surveillance and newfound freedom. Finally, he could cast aside his apprehensions. The reduced scrutiny indicated that he had entered a phase of trust, and those tasked with monitoring him would no longer be as vigilant. This was his opportunity. He needed to seize the moment to train diligently. Oh, I still have the reward from Hiruzen's advance to claim. Naruto silently thought. System, claim my task reward for today. He mentally requested. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task of having Hiruzen Sarutobi cover your ramen expenses. You have received the ninjutsu, Divine Eye of Kagura. The Divine Eye of Kagura, a powerful technique that allows one to see through others and perceive distant objects. It is among the most formidable sensory ninjutsu ever encountered in the world of Naruto. This technique is exclusive to the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their exceptional sensory abilities, enabling them to master vast range detection skills. By closing both eyes and opening the hard eye, one can sense unusual movements within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Additionally, if a specific chakra signature is known, one can detect precise locations, movements, the number of individuals, their characteristics, and even their speed in great detail, making it the ultimate sensory technique. Listening to the system's explanation, Naruto initially knew that this was a technique previously used by Kushina Uzumaki, but he had no idea it was of such remarkable origin. After claiming the system's reward, Naruto instantly learned the Divine Eye of Kagura. He assumed a unique hand position and closed his eyes. Opened the hard eye. Naruto instantly sensed everything surrounding his home. Within a radius of 100 to 200 meters from his residence, he detected two groups of ninjas, each possessing a considerable amount of chakra. They were likely the ones assigned to monitor him. He closed his mind's eye and returned his hands to their normal position, emerging from the state of Kagura's mind's eye. This technique was indeed remarkable. With it, he could effortlessly detect anyone surveilling him and could also be utilized to explore his surroundings. In the future, when he embarked on missions outside the village, this technique would prove to be exceptionally useful. Previously, amidst a larger crowd, no one had noticed his chakra extraction practice. Now that the numbers had dwindled significantly, Naruto felt at ease hiding under his blanket, feigning sleep while he continued to extract chakra. I must grow stronger. I am determined to become powerful. Chapter 7. The Nine Tails. The complete physique of the Uzumaki clan after practicing for an entire afternoon. Naruto lost track of time and only realized he had awakened at dusk. A glance at the clock revealed it was already around 6 or 7 in the evening. Having extracted chakra for so long, he felt a twinge of hunger. He retrieved a nutritional can from beneath the table, a provision provided by the system. Although the system possessed a built-in storage space capable of holding his rewards, it appeared that he could also store his personal belongings within it. And the space seemed quite ample. While the number of watchers had decreased, the risk of being discovered still lingered. Hence, Naruto prudently placed the can back under the table, thereby mitigating the risk of it materializing out of thin air. Let me taste this can. I wonder how it will fare. Naruto eagerly opened the can, and a delightful aroma wafted forth. Naruto skillfully extracted the meat from the can with chopsticks and savored its exquisite flavor. What a taste! Truly remarkable. As expected, products from the system are of exceptional quality. While a Chiraka ramen is undeniably delicious, consuming it daily can lead to monotony. Occasionally, in order to take advantage of the system's offerings, one might engage in repetitive tasks and visit a few times. However, ramen remains just ramen, and its nutritional value is rather limited. At present, Naruto finds himself in a weakened state, making it imperative to rely on the nourishing canned food from the system to restore his vitality. After finishing the can, Naruto resumed the extraction of chakra, and by the time he completed the process, it was already the early hours of the morning. At the tender age of Naruto, he finds himself in a crucial phase of growth, necessitating ample sleep to facilitate his rapid development. After indulging in a canned delicacy before bedtime to replenish his nutrients, the prolonged extraction of chakra has left him mentally fatigued. Once he finishes his meal, he lies down in bed, tucks himself in, and quickly succumbs to slumber. As he drifts into the realm of dreams, his consciousness gradually shifts from a haze to clarity. Rubbing his eyes in a state of bewilderment, he exclaims, "Oh my! Where have I ended up? Is this still the world of Naruto?" Observing the somber surroundings, he realizes he appears to be in some sort of basement. The environment exudes a dark and damp atmosphere, and in an instant, Naruto comprehends the peculiar circumstances of his arrival in this unfamiliar place. How did I come to be here so abruptly? Naruto glanced back, but found no avenue for retreat. Thus, he could only forge ahead. Let me behold your true form. Kurama. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. Before him stood a series of crimson pillars, intricately fashioned into a prison. Within this enclosure, a colossal orange figure, reminiscent of a small hill, lay upon the water's surface, its nine tails thrashing behind it. It is you, QB. My apologies. I seem to have mixed up my lines. It is indeed you, Nine Tails. An ominous chakra emanated from the beast. Come here, little one, beckoned the Nine Tails enticingly, prompting Naruto to gradually approach. At that moment, the system announced a task, surprised the Nine Tails, for the more astonished it became, the more generous the rewards would be. The system made its presence known with a flourish. Naruto was never truly tempted by the Nine Tails. At this moment, he was merely playing along with its charade. As Naruto drew nearer to the seal, the Nine Tails grew increasingly satisfied. Excellent, splendid, come closer, ever closer, before you lies a seal. Hasten to remove it. The tone of the Nine Tails shifted from subtle persuasion to an urgent insistence. Naruto also beheld a seal upon the confines of the cage. Naruto understood that if he truly touched the seal, perhaps his estranged father and mother would emerge. He was not yet prepared to confront them. Thus, he feigned being tempted. And at the very moment of nearing the seal, he abruptly withdrew his hand and, with a grin towards the Nine Tails, exclaimed, "Hey, I've changed my mind. What do you think? Surprised, aren't you?" The Nine Tails, taken aback, hadn't anticipated that Naruto would resist the allure of its voice. All its previous antics were merely a ruse. The Nine Tails' astonishment grew. In an instant, it became infuriated, fuming. "How dare you deceive me? You little brat. You deserve to be punished." Its nine tails lashed wildly behind it as it rose, claws reaching out towards the cage. Alas, the seal was remarkably robust. Its claws fell harmlessly against the bars before Naruto, causing him no harm whatsoever. "No matter how you threaten, I remain unperturbed." Naruto reclined leisurely, hands behind his head, confidently gazing at the Nine Tails' claws. The Nine Tails' astonishment increased yet again. "How can this be? Is this our first encounter? Why are you not afraid of me?" Now it was the Nine Tails who was bewildered. Upon their first meeting, it had not anticipated that Naruto would display no fear. Was he simply oblivious or slow to react? However, recalling its prolonged stay within Naruto's body and witnessing how he was treated by the villagers, the Nine Tails mused, "Though I am not human, those villagers are indeed contemptible. Little brat, do you desire my power? With it, you could easily vanquish the villagers who harbor hatred towards you. Even your esteemed Hokage would fall effortlessly before you." The Nine Tails continued to tempt Naruto. "Simply unbind the seal on this cage, and I shall grant you everything you desire, bestowing upon you unparalleled power in the world." The Nine Tails persisted in its grandiose claims, enticing Naruto further. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto pondered for a moment and inquired, "Can you help me defeat Uchiha Madara?" Uchiha Madara. Where did you hear that name? The Nine Tails was instantly taken aback, its astonishment increasing yet again. The mere mention of this name stirred up unsettling memories within the Nine Tails. It recalled a time of youthful vigor, until it encountered Uchiha Madara, a man who, with his formidable Mangekyō Sharingan, treated the Nine Tails as one would a mere pet. Upon awakening, it found itself bound by a summoning contract. Having been thrust onto a battlefield adorned in some strange armor conjured by the Uchiha clan, an experience the Nine Tails would rather forget. "Little brat, tell me, from where did you hear that name?" The Nine Tails had been sealed within Naruto since his birth, witnessing everything the boy endured, and thus should have had no means of knowing Uchiha Madara's name. "Then, if I cannot defeat Uchiha Madara, what about Senju Hashirama?" Naruto continued to question. Once more. The Nine Tails was astonished. Rage surged within it, and it bellowed, "You little rascal! Are you deliberately seeking trouble by mentioning those names?" In a fit of anger, the Nine Tails struck the waters of the sewer with great force, attempting to hurl the water at Naruto. Unfortunately, confined within its cage, it could only stir the water into minor ripples, leaving Naruto completely unaffected. However, the names Naruto uttered plunged the Nine Tails into further reminiscence. When Uchiha Madara had captured it, it was in opposition to that very name, Senju Hashirama. Long ago, that man had proclaimed, "Nine Tails, your power is too great. For the sake of peace in the shinobi world, I must seal you away." The Nine Tails could only recall him clapping his hands and executing some wooden shield technique before it was easily subdued. "Is that what has you riled up? I haven't even exerted myself yet," Naruto remarked with a faint smile, indicating that he had yet to unleash his full potential. Sensing something amiss in Naruto's demeanor, the Nine Tails decided not to press further. "Perhaps you should just leave." A shockwave surged through the cage, aimed at Naruto. As it was the Nine Tails that had lured Naruto in, it naturally possessed the ability to expel him as well. In an instant, Naruto's consciousness began to blur. When Naruto regained consciousness, a considerable amount of time had already passed. He found himself lying in his own bed. Why did the Nine Tails suddenly become enraged during their conversation? He still had a plethora of things left to express. Being expelled this time felt like a significant loss. "System, bestow upon me my reward." Congratulations, host, on completing the task that astonished the Nine Tails. Reward: the complete physique of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto grasped this with relative ease. His father, Minato Namikaze, was merely a commoner, while his mother, Kushina Izumaki, was a pure-blooded member of the Uzumaki clan. He was a fusion of the two. So one might say he was a half-blood and not a true member of the Uzumaki lineage. After receiving the system's reward of the complete Uzumaki physique, Naruto also took a moment to calm himself, attuning to the changes within his own body. It felt as though something that had been lost was now restored to wholeness. Meanwhile, what he had always possessed appeared to remain intact, unaffected by any external forces. He sensed a renewed vigor coursing through him. His chakra had multiplied several times over. Could this be the innate constitution of the Uzumaki clan? An extraordinary vitality seemed to have augmented his being. With a mere thought, a small chain materialized in Naruto's hand. Oh, what is this? A Vidrat chain? The Vidrat chain, a unique ability of the Uzumaki clan, possesses the power to bind tailed beasts. Only those of pure bloodline, the red-haired descendants, can wield it. The red hair signifies a lineage of untainted heritage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Naruto pondered whether there had been any changes in the Kagura mind's eye. Upon utilizing it once more, he indeed discovered numerous transformations. Previously, the Kagura mind's eye presented images akin to a radar chart, revealing only a few points of chakra and their general directions. This time, the new Kagura mind's eye offered a comprehensive 360-degree detection, enabling him to discern the specific appearances of individuals based on the uniqueness of their chakra. The efficacy had more than doubled. Alas, 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 what a loss. With just a few instances, Naruto could attain the complete physique of the Uzumaki clan. If only he had managed to astonish the Nine Tails a few more times earlier. Perhaps he could have acquired the special physique of Ashura, if he dared to dream further. He might even have grasped the unique physique of the Sage of the Six Paths, or even the extraterrestrial physique of the Otsutsuki clan. Should he have the chance to start anew, he would assuredly express to the Nine Tails, "I shall ensure you are thoroughly astonished," without ever mentioning Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama. Nevertheless, awakening the complete physique of the Uzumaki clan was not without merit. Moreover, upon awakening, Naruto felt an insatiable hunger. It was as if the void within him had been replenished, yet he still required an influx of energy. Consequently, Naruto retrieved several cans and consumed 4 in total before feeling satiated. It is worth noting that the canned goods produced by the system were already remarkably filling. This clearly indicated that Naruto was in desperate need of nourishment. Chapter 8. The encounter at Ichiraka Ramen. Feeling the surge of power within him, Naruto sensed that the previously lacking nutrients were gradually being restored. Furthermore, the complete physique of the Uzumaki clan was continuously enhancing his constitution. Things were improving, and gradually, all would be well. However, it was already late into the night, being in a phase of growth. It was essential for him to retire early to further strengthen his body. One more can before sleep. One could hardly blame Naruto, after enduring such hardships. What was wrong with indulging a little? The canned food was simply delightful and nutritious, perfectly natural. After finishing the cans, Naruto drifted off to sleep with a satisfied smile. In the unseen realm of consciousness, the Nine Tails gradually regained its composure, pondering in confusion where the issue might lie. Naruto has been observed growing since childhood. Logically, he should recall everything he has experienced. However, recently, there seems to be something amiss with Naruto. At times, while I watch him, it feels as though my gaze is abruptly severed. There exists a peculiar force that hinders me. Moreover, it appears that Naruto's physical prowess has intensified. As the tailed beast residing within him, I can distinctly perceive that his body is undergoing some transformation. After all these years, the seal's crimson pillar has loosened somewhat, allowing me to subtly leak a fraction of the Nine Tails chakra during Naruto's heightened emotional states. This evening, however, the seal has unexpectedly been reinforced, and I can sense that the aura emanating from Naruto is notably stronger. It brings to mind the previous host, with whom my relationship was neither particularly good nor bad. Naruto's mother, Kushina Izumaki, pondered deeply but could not conjure any questions. The Nine Tails lay quietly in the sewers. Reflecting on the presence of a familiar aura surrounding Naruto this time, was it merely an illusion? How could I, the illustrious Nine Tails, the mightiest of the tailed beasts, possibly feel an affinity for a mere human? Next time, when Naruto enters again, perhaps I shall begrudgingly engage him in conversation. Yet, gazing at the reinforced seal before me, the Nine Tails let out a faint sigh akin to that of an empty nester. Had I known, I would not have driven him away. How dull this existence has become. Its Nine Tails flicked anxiously, truly a proud Nine Tails. Unbeknownst to Naruto, who was blissfully slumbering, he slept soundly until past 11 o'clock. This slumber was remarkably comforting. Within his dreams, warmth enveloped him, and he felt his body gradually adapting to the complete physique of the Uzumaki clan. Truly delightful. Feeling a pang of hunger, he decided it was time to dine. Perhaps a bowl of Ichiraka ramen awaited him, for the hand-pulled noodle uncle must surely be missing him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Naruto felt it was unnecessary. The elephant would not be concerned with the provocations of an ant. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto, feigning a carefree demeanor, plopped himself onto a chair and called out to the noodle master. Upon recognizing Naruto, the noodle master exhibited no discernible change in expression. "Ah, it's little Naruto. Please, take a seat. I'll prepare your meal right away," he said, promptly beginning to skillfully craft the noodles. Nearby patrons, upon spotting the whirlpool-haired Naruto, displayed disdainful expressions and shouted at the noodle master, "Wait a moment, boss. Why are you still serving that fox spirit? You must chase him away. If you don't, we shall never return." "Indeed, send the fox spirit away. We refuse to dine alongside him." Although Naruto remained unfazed by the uproar, he felt a sense of obligation towards the noodle master, who had always treated him kindly. He thought to himself that he could not allow his presence to adversely affect the noodle master's business. "Well then, uncle, I shall take my leave for now. I will return another time," he said politely to the noodle master, preparing to stand up and depart. "Wait, Naruto, don't leave just yet." The noodle master, irked by the patron's comments, believed that Naruto, a good child who never wasted food and even drank his broth to the last drop, could not possibly be the fox spirit they claimed. He leaned down to whisper into the ears of the agitated patrons, and as if by magic, the once boisterous crowd fell silent, gazing at Naruto with a mix of surprise and reluctant acknowledgement, ultimately ceasing their complaints. Naruto was also quite curious about what the old man had said. After undergoing physical enhancement, his hearing had significantly improved. As he concentrated on listening, he caught the words of the ramen master. "Naruto, it was the third Hokage who agreed to let you eat ramen here. If you disagree with him being here, I shall inform the third Hokage." It turned out to be an empty threat, but Naruto appreciated it. In an instant, he realized why the old man refrained from speaking loudly in his presence. Currently, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not revealed his identity as the Hokage before Naruto, and Naruto pretended to be oblivious to this matter. Perhaps he was the only one in the entire village feigning ignorance about Sarutobi Hiruzen's role as Hokage. Under Sarutobi's arrangement, everyone who encountered both Naruto and him would assist in concealing this truth. It made sense. Presenting himself as a humble old man was far more approachable than as the lofty ruler of the village. One day, when his identity was unexpectedly revealed, the naive Naruto would surely be moved to tears, overwhelmed with gratitude towards Sarutobi. Unfortunately, he was already aware of everything. It was merely a ruse. After calming the other patrons, the ramen master returned to crafting his noodles. This time, he served a steaming bowl of ramen, generously laden with all the toppings, filling Naruto's bowl to the brim, clearly nutritious. "Thank you, ramen master." Naruto expressed his heartfelt gratitude before diving into his meal with fervor. Observing Naruto's satisfied demeanor, the old man couldn't help but beam with joy. The other diners, evidently reluctant to share their meal with Naruto, hastily finished and departed, fearing the third Hokage's command and choosing to make a swift exit. "Ha ha ha, this young man's eating style is truly magnificent. Would you care to compete with my son and me in an eating contest?" At that moment, a similarly featured father and son duo entered. "Oh, it's you, Dingo. What brings you and your son here for ramen today?" The ramen master warmly greeted. Naruto turned to face the newcomers. From the words of the handmaid uncle, he understood that these two were loyal followers of the Hokage lineage, specifically the butterfly of the Inoshikacho trio, Akimichi Chza and his son, the future member of the Konoha 12, Akimichi Chg. Chza was a robust middle-aged man, muscular with short black hair and a thick beard, his gaze resolute and sharp. His son Chg, having inherited his father's physique, was a slightly plump young boy with a round face and the same short black hair. His eyes gentle and friendly, often carrying a hint of innocence. Both wore the distinctive attire of their clan, loose garments emblazoned with the family crest. And Chg's outfit was often adorned with various snack patterns, reflecting his love for food. "Little brother, do you mind if we sit here? We enjoy making friends with those who eat heartily," Chza inquired politely. "Of course, please take a seat, uncle." Naruto feigned innocence while outwardly slurping his ramen, though inwardly he pondered the ulterior motives of the Akimichi clan. It was well known that they were staunch supporters of the Hokage, and their approach to Naruto must have been at the behest of Sarutobi Hiruzen, as it was improbable they would engage with the Jinchuriki without the Hokage's consent. Recalling Hiruzen's earlier mention of enrolling him in the Ninja Academy, Naruto realized this was an attempt to establish rapport, enabling Chg to become his friend and thereby create ties within the village. "Ah, the third Hokage, you truly are something," he mused. "Boss, let us start with 5 bowls of the same ramen," Chza declared, demonstrating the Akimichi clan's penchant for abundance. "Dad, does this ramen really smell that good? If it's not tasty, I'm heading for barbecue," the chubby Chg remarked to Chza. "Rest assured, my dear son, I have never deceived you when it comes to food." As the ramen was served, Chza began to eat voraciously. CHG tentatively tried a spoonful before his eyes lit up, and he too began to devour the meal eagerly. Dad, you were right. This ramen is truly delicious. I could eat 4 bowls. CHG exclaimed between bites. Of course, little brother, do you enjoy ramen as well? What's your name? CHZA inquired. Uncle. My name is Naruto, and I absolutely love ramen. I could devour several bowls of this. Upon hearing that Naruto could also eat several bowls, CHG's interest peaked. Your name is Naruto? I'm CHG. Let us have a contest to see who can eat more. The loser treats the winner. What do you say? CHG's competitive spirit ignited. Glancing at Naruto's smaller stature, he felt confident he could out-eat him. CHG, how can you turn this into a competition? Eating is meant to be an enjoyable experience, not tainted by rivalry that disrupts the sacred act. CHZA earnestly counseled his son. Naruto, just eat at your own pace. I'll cover today's bill. CHZA smiled at Naruto. It's all right, a little competition won't he hurt. I simply love ramen. Uncle, bring me 4 bowls. Uncle, I want 5 bowls. Naruto quickly joined CHG in the ramen eating contest. Chapter 9. Dialogue in the Hokage's office at the outset. Naruto merely contemplated indulging in the free ramen offered by the esteemed Uncle Dingswa. However, upon catching a glimpse of Dingxi's gaze, he comprehended that this was no ordinary contest. It was a trial between men, a true test of masculinity. A man need not possess brawny muscles to prove his worth. If one truly wishes to discern whether an individual is a boy or a man, one should not scrutinize his physique, but rather his heart. A profound aphorism indeed. From this moment forth, the nature of the challenge transformed. Due to the unique constitution of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto's appetite was insatiable. Having gone to bed past 10 the previous night, he had not eaten for over a dozen hours and felt as though he might perish from hunger at any moment. In contrast, Choji, as a descendant of the Akimichi clan, possessed an extraordinary capacity for food consumption. Initially, their appetites appeared to be evenly matched. As the empty bowls began to accumulate, the kindly chef would inquire before serving another bowl if they could still manage to eat. Only upon receiving a definitive response would he proceed to prepare the next serving. As an adult, Akimichi Choza watched the contest between his child and Naruto with fervor. Feeling a rush of excitement. This was the embodiment of spirited youth, a true display of what it meant to be a boy. At that moment, he momentarily forgot the private directive given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen, urging him to encourage Naruto to befriend his offspring. Choza had wholeheartedly accepted Naruto. Truly a worthy child of Minato. Ultimately, the contest concluded with Naruto devouring 8 bowls while Choji managed 7. Naruto, I can eat no more. You have one. And I concede, Choji declared, raising a metaphorical white flag in surrender. In truth, Naruto was nearing his limit as well, despite his capacity to continue. After consuming such a significant amount, even of the delicious Ichiraka ramen, he felt slightly overwhelmed. Choji, you did incredibly well. I too am reaching my limit. Let us dine together again on another occasion. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Choji was instantly rejuvenated, gleefully throwing an arm around Naruto's shoulder. It's a promise then. We shall eat together next time. Choji genuinely recognized Naruto as a potential lifelong friend. Haha, watching you two today has brought me great joy. Allow me to settle the bill, Choza declared, rising to pay for their meal. Naruto suddenly remembered something and quickly stood up. It's nothing, uncle. I'm very happy today. So let me treat you. All right, but do you have any money, Naruto? Dingswa asked curiously. Having heard that Naruto seemed to have very little money and lived a somewhat frugal life. It's fine. An old grandpa will help me pay. Naruto feigned innocence as he spoke. Unable to refuse Naruto's insistence, Dingswa had no choice but to leave with Ding Xiao. After waving goodbye to the two, Naruto instructed the restaurant owner to charge the bill to the old grandpa and returned home. On the way back, Akimichi Dingswa consoled the somewhat dejected Akimichi Ding Xiao, saying, It's all right, Ding Xiao. Losing once is nothing to be ashamed of. Once you start attending the Ninja Academy, you'll be able to learn our Akimichi family's secret techniques. We possess the ability to convert fat into a substantial amount of chakra. Once you master the secret techniques, you'll surely be able to eat more than Naruto. Really? Dad? That's wonderful. Naruto is amazing. He has an even bigger appetite than I do. Next time, I will definitely win. Dingxi's spirits lifted instantly. Of course. Just as they were walking home, Dings was suddenly remembered something and said to Ding Xiao, You head back first. I have something to take care of and will return home later. Though Ding Xiao was somewhat puzzled, he said nothing and went home alone. Dingswa headed straight towards the Hokage's office and soon arrived there. After knocking on the door, he entered upon hearing the invitation to come in. Finding Sarutobi Hiruzen busy with paperwork. Looking up briefly, Sarutobi continued to handle his documents while asking, Dingswa, how's the task I assigned to you going? What do you think of Naruto? Dingswa had come to report to Sarutobi, saying, Lord Hokage, I believe Naruto is a good child. And Ding Xiao likes him very much. They will surely become good friends. Oh, is that so? It seems Naruto is quite sensible. That puts my mind at ease. Besides you, I've also instructed several clan leaders to ensure they build a good relationship with Naruto. It's beneficial for him to discuss the will of fire with him from time to time. I understand, Lord Hokage. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. After Dingswood departed, Sarutobi set aside his work, pondering over Naruto's situation. He was well aware of Naruto's treatment in the village. Sometimes, even he felt a twinge of pity for him. On the surface, he justified concealing Naruto's lineage as a measure for his own good, claiming that the enmity surrounding Minato and Kushina in the ninja world meant revealing Naruto's identity would be detrimental. In reality, he understood that both he and the clan leaders recognized this was merely a means to solidify his own position. Despite his age, his thirst for power remained undiminished. The name of the Uzumaki clan, the Yellow Hair, and the fact that people in the village referred to him as the Nine Tails all meant that anyone with a mind could deduce Naruto's identity. The third Hokage's reasoning was merely a cover, a futile attempt to conceal the truth. Only Naruto was the Nine Tails. The death of the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, only made his sacrifice seem more tragic, and his feat of subduing the Nine Tails would be forever etched in the villagers' memories. Not everyone knew that it was Minato who, at the cost of his own life, used the dead demon-consuming seal to seal half of the Nine Tails within Naruto and half within himself. Most villagers of Konoha were ignorant. As long as he presented a plausible explanation, they would believe it without much doubt. Even so, Naruto managed to remain so optimistic and bore no resentment towards the villagers. Minato, is your child destined to be a Hokage? Unbeknownst to him, Sarutobi's identity had subtly shifted from an ambitious politician to that of a genuine grandfather. Yet, despite this transformation, the actions of the past could not be undone. Individuals are constantly evolving amid such contradictions. With a wave of his hand, a member of the Umbu appeared before him. Lord Hokage. The Umbu bowed slightly, addressing Sarutobi with utmost respect. Please notify Kakashi to come to my office, Sarutobi instructed. Understood. The Umbu moved swiftly. Soon after, Kakashi arrived at the Hokage's office. Kakashi, with his tousled silver hair often described as looking like he had just awakened, had a fringe that slanted across his forehead, with longer strands on either side partially concealing his ears. His left eye, covered by his forehead protector, concealed the Sharingan bestowed upon him by his dear friend Obito. Kakashi's facial features were gentle, with a prominent nose and thin lips, and a defined jawline that conveyed a sense of calm and determination. As a ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi donned the standard ninja attire, which included a green and orange jacket bearing the Leaf Village emblem, complemented by black form-fitting clothing and pants. His jacket featured a large pocket on the back for carrying his ninja tools. Lord Hokage, you summoned me, Kakashi said respectfully. Kakashi, you've been with the Umbu long enough, and your missions have been numerous, but your methods have become increasingly ruthless lately. If this continues, I will begin to doubt your ability to be a discerning ninja, Sarutobi said slowly. Lord Hokage, I believe my methods are both reasonable and necessary. My opponents are enemies from various ninja villages, and showing mercy to them would be an act of cruelty towards ourselves. Kakashi did not see any wrongdoing in his actions. That's all right, Kakashi, I'm not blaming you. For now, take a break. I have another task for you. Lord Hokage, what is the task? I will ensure it is completed. At that moment, Kakashi, having endured numerous upheavals, sought to numb his senses through relentless tasks. Otherwise, the loss of his dear friend Rin, the tragic death of his father, and the passing of his mentors would have shattered anyone's psyche. Your mission is of utmost importance. Protect Naruto Uzumaki. You are responsible for his safety until he successfully graduates from the Ninja Academy. Can you manage that, Kakashi? Sarutobi asked seriously. Naruto Uzumaki. He's the teacher's child, right? I will fulfill this task diligently. Kakashi accepted the assignment. Excellent. I trust you with Naruto's safety. Go now, Kakashi. I hope you can emerge from the shadows through this long-term mission. Sarutobi felt a pang of guilt towards Kakashi. Previously, Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukuyomi, was a pillar of Konoha, wielding a chakra-infused short blade and hailed as the White Fang of Konoha, a talented ninja of immense strength. Its name resounded across nations. However, due to the favor bestowed upon it by the esteemed, it was granted the position of Hokage. This incited envy in Danzo, who had long coveted the title of Hokage. He meticulously orchestrated subsequent events that shocked Konoha, notably when Kakashi Hatake, during the execution of a classified mission, chose the lives of his comrades over the mission's success, ultimately resulting in failure. While such a failure is not uncommon in the life of any ninja, this particular incident was exploited by Danzo. He spread rumors throughout the village, suggesting that Kakashi's personal desires led to the mission's downfall. Furthermore, he manipulated the rescued comrades into denouncing Kakashi, leading one to bitterly exclaim, I never asked you to save me. Why did you not complete the mission? Now I must endure the scorn of the villagers. Perhaps it would have been better had I perished. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was aware of this manipulation, yet at that time, Kakashi's reputation was so elevated that it surpassed even the legendary Sannin, whom he intended to succeed him. Thus, he acquiesced to this oppressive approach, hoping to diminish Kakashi's stature and clear a path for the Sannin to ascend to Hokage. However, he did not anticipate the catastrophic outcome. Amid the immense controversy, the villagers' outcries, and the accusations from his comrades, Kakashi succumbed to despair and chose to end his own life. The village lost a formidable asset, a loss that deeply saddened Hiruzen. From that moment on, Hiruzen's sense of indebtedness to Kakashi transferred to Naruto Uzumaki, a promising young ninja who, having faced innumerable adversities, was on the verge of losing himself to a life of violence. Hiruzen tasked Kakashi with protecting Naruto, hoping that Naruto's optimistic spirit would gradually guide Kakashi back to the right path. Chapter 10, Kakashi's actions after departing from the Hokage's office. Kakashi Hatake found himself perplexed by Hiruzen's words. Over the years, he had endured the suicide of his father, the loss of close friends, and the heartbreaking necessity of taking the life of his dear companion, Rin Noara. His mentors, who had cared for him deeply, also perished during the Nine-Tails incident. With each significant loss, Kakashi felt adrift, devoid of purpose, merely wandering through life. Previously, Hiruzen had sought him out to enlist him in the Umbu, urging him to contribute to the village. Within the Umbu, Kakashi channeled his concealed rage into his missions. Armed with the precious Sharingan gifted by his late friend, he adeptly copied the jutsu of his adversaries, earning the moniker Kakashi of the Sharingan. Amidst the relentless bloodshed, Kakashi's heart found a fleeting sense of solace. Kakashi was indeed a tragic figure. In the original narrative, many criticized him for failing to fulfill his responsibilities as the teacher of Team 7. He seemingly offered little guidance to Naruto, with Asuma stepping in to assist Naruto in mastering the nature transformation of Wind Chakra. In contrast, he devoted considerable attention to Sasuke, even imparting the technique of Raikiri, which Sasuke later adapted into his own signature Chidori. As for Sakura, Kakashi's instruction appeared limited to basic exercises, amounting to little more than idle time. However, the reality was not that Kakashi was inadequate. Rather, it was the exceptional performance of others that rendered his efforts seemingly insufficient. It is crucial to understand that within the world of Naruto, a teacher differs from a mentor. A teacher typically refers to the lead ninja guiding a trio of newly graduated ninjas, primarily tasked with familiarizing them with missions and quickly accumulating experience. Upon passing the Chunin exams, they no longer need to undertake missions as a trio. Conversely, a mentor imparts profound knowledge of jutsu, encompassing not only skills but also the philosophy of being a ninja. Other teachers, alongside conducting various missions, would tailor their instruction to the unique strengths of their students, aiding them in becoming stronger and more cohesive. These were responsibilities they were not obligated to assume. Thus, while every graduate ninja has a teacher, whether that teacher evolves into a true mentor hinges on the student's ability to inspire their teacher to share their wisdom and the teacher's willingness to formally accept a disciple. Kakashi's interpersonal relationships, to some extent, were distorted and abnormal. Important figures in his childhood departed, leaving him without guidance on the proper path to growth. Save for his steadfast companion, Might Guy, who remained by his side. A lone individual who joined the Umbu and spent his days immersed in violence found it inherently challenging to become a guiding mentor. Kakashi pondered visiting Naruto. Realizing it had been quite some time since he had seen the young boy, he wondered how Naruto was faring. As he contemplated this, he made his way toward Naruto's residence. Halt. You cannot pass this way. An Umbu unit guarding Naruto's vicinity intercepted Kakashi. Observing their attire, Kakashi recognized them as Umbu, while he himself was dressed in the standard garb of a Konoha ninja, not in the Umbu uniform. Nevertheless, Hiruzen had not specified whether he was to protect Naruto as an Umbu ninja or as Kakashi Hatake, the student of Minato Namikaze. I am here by the orders of the third Hokage to safeguard Naruto Uzumaki and ensure his safety. You may verify my credentials, Kakashi asserted, invoking the authority of the Hokage. Suddenly, a new Umbu ninja appeared beside them, whispering something to the leading Umbu. The chief nodded and addressed Kakashi, saying, Kakashi-senpai, the Hokage has spoken. You are primarily responsible for Naruto Uzumaki's safety, and we will provide support. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to communicate with us. We shall remain hidden for now. Kakashi nodded, taking up a position atop a rooftop, watching over Naruto within the confines of his home. The Umbu dispersed, concealing themselves, vigilant for any potential threats. At that moment, Naruto had returned home, feeling satiated. He suddenly sensed a reduction in the number of eyes watching him. Yet he became aware of a more formidable gaze now fixed upon him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After Naruto had his fill, he prepared to retire for the night. However, rather than succumbing to slumber immediately, he feigned sleep to extract chakra. With little to occupy his time lately, compounded by the watchful eyes of the Umbu and the added presence of Kakashi-sensei, he found it increasingly difficult to engage in any covert activities. Thus, he resolved to quietly enhance his own strength. Upon returning home after dining, was Naruto destined to merely sleep? Kakashi, noticing Naruto's immediate inclination to rest, couldn't help but reflect on the treatment Naruto had endured within the village over the years. Although he had heard tales, witnessing it firsthand evoked a pang of sorrow within him. Kakashi recalled his own past. When not on missions, he would languish in the Umbu's quarters, idly passing the time. A flicker of sympathy crossed Kakashi's heart as he silently vowed to his teacher, I will ensure Naruto is well cared for. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto drifted into a deep sleep until 5 in the afternoon. Emerging from beneath the table, he retrieved a can of nutritious food and began to eat heartily, replenishing the energy expended while refining chakra throughout the afternoon. Witnessing Naruto confined to his home, consuming canned food, only deepened Kakashi's sorrow, prompting him to ponder what he might do to assist. In a flash, he vanished from his location, as Kakashi's presence seemingly dissipated. Naruto felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that he was summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen for a mission? After a brief moment, Naruto sensed a few knocks at his door, and it appeared that Kakashi had returned. Naruto approached the door and opened it, only to find an empty space outside. On the ground lay a package of food, renowned barbecue from Konoha. Accompanying it was a note that read, "Wishing you a healthy growth." Had this been the old Naruto, he would have been curious about the kind-hearted individual behind this gesture, grateful for nature's bounty. However, the current Naruto could sense Kakashi's presence and instinctively knew it was he who had provided this gift. As he brought the barbecue inside, Naruto mused, "Kakashi-sensei, you are far superior to them. This Konoha barbecue is not inexpensive. It is said that the reward for an elite shinobi completing an A-rank mission can only afford a few servings, and even then, it is merely a single portion. Yet, the high price is justified. It is offered by the Akimichi clan's barbecue establishment, known not only for its exquisite flavor but also for its rich nutritional value. Endorsed by the Hokage himself, with the third Hokage having praised it. Consequently, the establishment enjoys bustling business daily, filling their coffers to the brim. What a delight. Today, another hearty meal awaits. Naruto savored the barbecue paired with canned goods, turning this meal into a feast. The flavor of the barbecue was indeed delightful, and he silently expressed his gratitude to Kakashi for this sumptuous gift. Having satisfied his hunger, it was time for training, or rather, sleep. Observing Naruto's monotonous life of eating and sleeping, with little semblance of friendship, Kakashi imagined the hardships Naruto must have endured throughout the years. Though Naruto had lost his parents, he now had Kakashi by his side. "Sensei, from now on, leave it to me." Naruto resumed his training until around 10 o'clock, at which point he finally succumbed to slumber. At this moment, he possesses the complete physique of the Uzumaki clan, with vitality and chakra far surpassing that of an ordinary individual, further enhanced by the divine chakra extraction technique, rendering his efficiency astonishingly extraordinary. Naruto's chakra was rapidly increasing every day. His innate chakra had already reached the level of a standard chunin. After only a few days of training, his progress was akin to a rocket's ascent. In just a few months, Naruto's chakra would undoubtedly reach a level comparable to Kakashi's. After all, Kakashi was notoriously known for his lack of stamina. In optimal conditions, he could hold his own against anyone. However, when his chakra reserves were low, even a stray dog could match him. Among the characters, Kakashi's combat prowess was the most nebulous. One could always trust that he would manage a fair fight when his chakra was sufficient. Chapter 11. An encounter with Inuzuka Kiba. According to the words of the venerable Sarutobi Hiruzen, there remained a month until the commencement of the Ninja Academy. It was believed that once he entered the academy, the number of ninjas surveilling him would significantly diminish. Each prominent clan would undoubtedly arrange for their own ninjas to protect their heirs, thereby preventing any unforeseen incidents at the academy. The number of ninjas covertly guarding each individual should not be excessive, at most 1 or 2. Otherwise, with so many students in a class, throwing a shuriken into the bushes could potentially strike a dozen watching ninjas. 1 more month of patience would grant him relative freedom. Moreover, upon entering the Ninja Academy, he would meet the future elite of Konoha, particularly Hinata. Having inherited Naruto's memories, he vividly recalled the time when he defended young Hinata from bullies, despite being thoroughly beaten. The classic tale of a hero rescuing a damsel often resonates deeply, and he remembered the way Hinata had gazed at him back then, her eyes shimmering with admiration. It stirred a desire within him to see her again. What boy could remain indifferent to a girl like Hinata? Even in her childhood, she was adorable, and her beauty and grace had only blossomed with age. Hinata's gentle, kind, and resilient nature exuded an aura that invited protection, while her inner strength and bravery were undeniable. Her unwavering devotion to Naruto was evident. No matter the challenges or dangers faced, she was always the first to stand by his side, supporting him. From a timid individual prone to surrender, Hinata evolved into a strong, courageous ninja, inspired by Naruto's indomitable spirit. As the eldest daughter of the esteemed Hyuga clan, Hinata boasted a prestigious lineage. Her family was among the elite in Konoha. While they may not have produced the most formidable fighters, they were certainly a cornerstone of the village. In conclusion, to not marry Hinata would be a disservice to his younger self. For the following week, Naruto remained at home, indulging in a cycle of eating and sleeping. Kakashi occasionally delivered nutritious meals, clothing, and household items, providing much-needed support. It was a significant help for Naruto, who, despite his potential wealth, found it difficult to procure decent items outside. Kakashi had taken note of this and endeavored to assist Naruto as much as possible. As he discreetly looked after Naruto, the dark aura surrounding Kakashi began to dissipate, as he found joy in seeing Naruto thrive. In that week, Naruto's skills had improved remarkably. His chakra had reached the elite Chunin level and was on the verge of breaking into the Jonin tier. The ramen he had previously shared with the Kimchi Choza and his son had also been acknowledged by the system, allowing him to complete a repetitive task and earn a greater supply of nutritious food. The variety of food now surpassed the meager canned offerings of before. From time to time, Naruto indulges himself, leading a life of considerable satisfaction. After a period of recuperation, he has entirely replenished his previously depleted physique. Now, not only is his body brimming with energy, but his nutrition has also caught up. His rapid growth has resulted in the gradual fading of the stubble on his face. And combined with his radiant smile, he resembles a little son, a second version of the young Minato. Having spent a week in reflection, it is now high time for him to venture outdoors. This past week has been devoid of any missions, the last of which was assigned by Hiruzen Sarutobi. It seems that engaging more with the characters from the original story will provide greater opportunities for assignments. The rewards from these missions could enable him to grow stronger swiftly or yield unexpected delights. Seeing that Naruto is finally ready to leave the confines of his home, Kakashi-sensei feels a sense of relief. This child has finally abandoned his hermit lifestyle. Yet, a tinge of worry lingers in his heart. Can Naruto truly handle the murmurs of the villagers that will accompany his departure? As it turns out, with Naruto's escalating strength, he has developed an immunity to the villagers' malice. It is amusing. Have you ever encountered the Ninetales? I have. The malevolence emanating from the Ninetales far surpasses yours. With such triviality, you are hardly worth mentioning. As Naruto wandered aimlessly down the street, he felt a sense of security knowing that Kakashi was silently watching over him, instilling a fearless confidence within him. In the earlier days, Kakashi had few rivals in the realm of Hokage, naturally ensuring his own safety. Suddenly, a small white dog darted out from the roadside, pursued by a child with a spiky black hairstyle, clad in gray attire, and sporting a red inverted triangle face sticker. Could this be the childhood version of Kiba? If so, this must be Akamaru. As Naruto observed Kiba and Akamaru, a notification chimed. System task initiated. Please gain Akamaru's affection. Oh, is Akamaru the target this time? Naruto mused, feeling a sense of nostalgia for this long-awaited mission. Hey, Akamaru. Where do you think you're running off to? Kiba finally caught up to Akamaru, panting as he addressed his companion. Upon seeing Naruto blocking his path, Akamaru barked loudly. A small creature with a big attitude. Naruto also crouched down, emitting a peculiar sound. Suck, suck, suck. This was a mysterious command from the land of China, one that most dogs find irresistible. Indeed, upon hearing Naruto's command, Akamaru instantly fell silent, fixating his gaze on Naruto as he gradually approached him. Observing Akamaru's advance, Kiba feared that the creature might intend to harm Naruto and shouted, Hey, you there. Be cautious, Akamaru only really trusts me. He may attack others. To his surprise, Akamaru moved closer to Naruto, who seized Akamaru and pressed him to the ground just as he attempted to resist. Naruto's hands began to move deftly over Akira's body. Such remarkable technique. Where did you learn this? Akira gazed in amazement at Naruto's skill. Initially, Akira harbored thoughts of resistance, yet the sensations coursing through him were undeniably pleasurable. In an instant, the fierce barking transformed into a gentle whimper, and his little tail happily wagged like a propeller, seemingly ready to take flight. This was a masterful dog-enticing technique that Naruto had brought from the East, a veritable game-changer for the inhabitants of this world. After a delightful session with Akamaru, the canine reached the pinnacle of canine bliss. In the meantime, Kiba observed closely, learning from Naruto's method, and inquired, You really have some skills. What is your name? If you earn Akira's approval, you will be my friend as well. I am Kiba, Inuzuka Kiba. Hearing this, Naruto set Akira down and replied, I am Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, destined to become the Hokage. Ha. I wish to become Hokage too. It seems we are rivals now. From this day forward, you shall be my friend, Naruto, barked Akamaru, nuzzling Naruto's pant leg, eager to join in. It is a pleasure to meet you, Kiba. Naruto's words were not uttered carelessly. He was acutely aware that the Umbu were monitoring him, reporting every action and utterance to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Only by convincing him of his so-called will of fire could he gain the elder's trust and lower his guard, allowing for greater freedom in the future. Indeed, becoming Hokage was Naruto's aspiration. In the world of Naruto, one who does not aspire to be Hokage is akin to a pirate who does not wish to be the king of the pirates, a true failure of a shinobi. Attaining the title of Hokage would grant him the superficial authority of the Hidden Leaf Village, and if he possessed the requisite strength, it would enable him to navigate the village with confidence, better preparing him for future crises. Upon hearing Naruto's declaration, Kakashi's expression behind his mask transformed, tears streaming down his face as he thought, Sensei, perhaps Naruto truly has the potential to become Hokage. Congratulations, host, on completing the task and earning the recognition of Akamaru, which rewards you with animal affinity. Animal affinity, the rapport with all creatures will increase, and they shall not recklessly attack the host. It must be said, this reward from Akamaru is indeed commendable. However, for Naruto at present, this affinity holds little practical use. Yet, should he later acquire a summoning beast or venture into sage training, this passive ability may prove advantageous. After all, summoning beasts are animals too. Following the enhancement in animal affinity, Akamaru grew even more affectionate towards Naruto, as if he recognized Naruto as his true master. Hey, Akamaru, don't act this way. I am your master. Kiba, observing Akamaru's fondness for Naruto, felt a tinge of jealousy as the Inuzuka clan held their ninja dogs in high esteem. Haha. Don't dwell on it too much. Let us go, Kiba. To celebrate our newfound friendship, I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. It's absolutely delicious, Naruto proclaimed, cradling Akamaru while resting his right hand on Kiba's shoulder. Ichiraku ramen? I've heard much about it but have yet to visit. Since you say so, let us go. And I want to hold back, Naruto. I'm going to eat 2 bowls, Kiba exclaimed. Woof, woof, woof. Akamaru barked, eager not to be overlooked. Ha 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 ha, don't worry. Akamaru, I'll order you a bowl too. Akamaru's little tail wagged incessantly, indicating his joyful mood. Chapter 12, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke Naruto, accompanied by Inuzuka Kiba, skillfully arrived at the renowned Ichiraku ramen, where the esteemed handmade ramen chef awaited. Hey, uncle, I brought my friend along, so please prepare 3 servings of your signature ramen, Naruto exclaimed as he sauntered into the establishment. Ah, it's you, Naruto. Have you made a new friend? How wonderful. I shall prepare it for you right away. The chef responded with delight, pleased to see Naruto accompanied by a new companion. Hello, uncle. I am Naruto's new friend, Inuzuka Kiba, and this is Akamaru, Kiba introduced, gesturing to the small dog nestled in Naruto's arms. Upon hearing Kiba's name, the chef suddenly realized the Inuzuka clan was indeed a prominent family in Konoha, renowned for their training of ninja dogs. In a delightful interplay of transformations, humans becoming dogs, dogs becoming humans, and both species evolving together, 2 bowls of ramen, along with a special one for Akamaru, were soon served. Though Akamaru was still a pup, the unique training methods of the Inuzuka family allowed him to indulge in human food without difficulty. The trio, 2 humans and 1 dog, savored their meal with great enthusiasm. Charging the bill to the account of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the chef silently shed a tear for the old Hokage, honoring his commitments as best he could. After finishing their ramen, Kiba took Akamaru back into his arms and addressed Naruto. Naruto, it's time for us to head home. Let us play together again soon. And I'll introduce you to my other friends. Akamaru also bid farewell to Naruto, his little tail wagging incessantly. Alright, Kiba, Akamaru, see you next time. Naruto bid farewell to them and made his way along the path leading home. Today, he had gained yet another friend, which was quite delightful. Perhaps due to the merging of memories, Naruto found himself influenced by a fragment of the original Naruto's personality. It is also possible that the chakra of Ashura's reincarnation subtly inspired Naruto's optimistic demeanor. When it comes to forging friendships, he was most willing. Having more friends meant more avenues for support. If he were to become Hokage in the future, these friends would undoubtedly be his most reliable allies. As he walked home, Naruto passed by a seemingly ordinary confectionery shop, yet it unexpectedly captured his attention. A young man, accompanied by what appeared to be his younger brother, was purchasing sweets there. The older brother, with his short black hair and dark eyes, possessed long eyelashes at the corners of his eyes, and his exquisitely defined features bore the marks of his lineage. His gaze was as gentle as flowing water, radiating the image of a remarkably kind elder brother. The younger sibling, with fair skin, had hair that transitioned into tousled strands at the ends of his bangs. He wore a simple black collared long-sleeve shirt paired with black shorts, adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem on his back. He appeared to be a somewhat mischievous little boy. Naruto was astonished to discover that the 2 individuals before him were none other than the inseparable brothers from the Hokage series, Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha. As if sensing Naruto's gaze, Itachi turned to look in the direction from which the stare emanated. Upon locking eyes with Naruto, a fleeting expression of surprise crossed his face, which subsequently transformed into a gentle demeanor. Sasuke, noticing his brother's attention, also turned to see what had captured Itachi's interest. The moment he laid eyes on Naruto, a peculiar sensation stirred within him, as if something deep inside were gradually awakening. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this yellow-haired child, accompanied by a subtle urge to connect with him. Ding. A system task has been issued. Please persuade Itachi Uchiha to treat you to Dango. Indeed, encountering renowned figures from the original narrative made task activation significantly more likely. Brother, do we know him? I have this strange sense of recognition, Sasuke quietly inquired. Turning to Itachi, momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's words, recalled that he was familiar with Naruto from the secrets he had learned about the village from their parents. He was aware that Naruto was the son of the 4th Hokage and also the host of the Nine Tails. Yet, Sasuke had never met Naruto. How could he feel such familiarity? Perhaps you're mistaken, Sasuke. However, fate has brought us together, so let us invite him over. Suddenly, Kakashi, who had been covertly observing, felt a sense of unease. Given the current reputation of the Uchiha clan within the village, he sensed that the surrounding Umbu were on the brink of action. Do not act recklessly. I will keep watch. Should anything arise, I will intervene, and I will report to Lord Hokage. Remain calm, Kakashi urged, attempting to stabilize the hidden Umbu around them. At that very moment, Itachi also became aware of the concealed Umbu, his expression sharpening. However, Upon noticing the stillness, he reverted to his gentle demeanor. Would you like to join us for some dango, little one? Itachi warmly greeted Naruto. Upon hearing Itachi's invitation, Naruto beamed with delight. On the surface, he was thrilled about the dango, but in truth, he relished the fact that this task required no effort on his part. Itachi would assist him in accomplishing it. Yes, thank you, big brother. I wanted to buy dango earlier, but the vendors refused to sell to me, offering only some that were mixed with sand. Naruto feigned immense gratitude, only to suddenly appear despondent as if a thought had crossed his mind. Witnessing the villagers' treatment of Naruto, Itachi Uchiha's expression darkened. He gently patted Naruto's head and reassured him, it's all right. Today, big brother has come to treat you to dango, 3-colored dango. A delightful sweet. You should take several skewers home to enjoy. Itachi packed several portions and handed them to Naruto. Brother, you're being biased. I want some too, exclaimed Sasuke, feeling overlooked as he leaped up and called out to Itachi. I bought yours as well, Sasuke. We can eat it when we get home. Itachi then offered another portion of dango to Sasuke. Upon receiving the dango, Sasuke's countenance brightened instantly, and he smiled, saying, Thank you, brother. Thank you, big brother. Naruto echoed, accepting the dango from Itachi and emulating Sasuke's words. Well, we must be on our way now. Little one, do return home early, Itachi said, glancing toward the location of the umbu, as he took Sasuke's hand to leave. All right, big brother and little brother, be careful on your way. Thank you for the dango. Naruto pretended to be well-behaved, addressing the two. He is my brother, not yours. And I'm not a little brother. Sasuke tugged at Itachi's hand and made a face at Naruto. Yes, I understand. Farewell. Naruto bid goodbye to the two brothers, holding his 3-colored dango. Seeing that Naruto had not engaged much with Itachi and Sasuke, Kakashi felt relieved. He addressed the nearby umbu. I'm going to report to Lord Hokage now. Please take good care of Naruto. I will return shortly. Without waiting for a response from the umbu, Kakashi vanished in a flash. Naruto was also able to sense Kakashi's departure, which likely meant he was on his way to seek out Hiruzen Sarutobi. After all, his identity was quite unique. Being the host of the Nine Tails. During the previous turmoil caused by the Nine Tails, it was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan who manipulated the beast. And that pair of Sharingan could not be mistaken. For many years, the Uchiha clan has been embroiled in controversy. If Naruto were to lose control again during an encounter with the Uchiha, it would be impossible for the clan to cleanse themselves of the ensuing blame. Chapter 13. The bloodline of the Uchiha clan. On his way home, Sasuke found himself pondering. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with that blonde-haired child he had just encountered. There was an odd allure that he could not quite understand. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha was reflecting on his own thoughts. It was unexpected that a simple outing with Sasuke to buy dango would lead him to meet the Nine Tails host, Naruto Uzumaki. The surrounding umbu were certainly numerous, and there was a familiar figure among them. It seemed to be his senior, Kakashi Hatake. Itachi had recently joined the umbu. Although his time there had been brief, he had encountered Kakashi in private, thus he was somewhat acquainted with him. Meanwhile, Naruto had returned home and eagerly opened the packaged dango, devouring it heartily. The flavor was indeed delightful, though perhaps a touch too sweet. He sighed, contemplating how Itachi, who had a penchant for sweet treats, had endured a lifetime of hardship. If the opportunity arose, he wondered if he could somehow save Itachi. As Naruto savored his dango, he pondered aloud. The life of Uchiha Itachi is indeed difficult to evaluate. Some claim that he was brainwashed by the will of fire, which led him to commit the heinous act of slaughtering his entire clan. Others argue that all of this stemmed from his own volition, a heartfelt desire to protect his village and his beloved younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto found himself at a loss, unable to ascertain the correct judgment of Itachi's actions. Nevertheless, he was certain that Uchiha Itachi was undoubtedly a good brother. However, he felt that he had been overly indulgent towards Sasuke, fostering in him a sense of arrogance and a disregard for others. Yet, in this lifetime, Naruto resolved to seize the opportunity to effect some changes and see if he could alter the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan. As a reincarnator, the prospect of influencing and redirecting the course of the Naruto world towards his aspirations was immensely fulfilling. However, he first decided to examine the rewards from the system. Congratulations, host, for completing the repetitive task of having Hiruzen Sarutobi cover the ramen expenses. Congratulations, host, for acquiring B-rank ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of having Uchiha Itachi treat you to dango. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. What on earth is this? Even with Naruto's extensive experience, he found himself momentarily bewildered. The shadow clone technique was Naruto's signature ninjutsu, utilized from the beginning of the story to its conclusion. The latter reward was even more extraordinary, the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. This meant that Naruto could now, through diligence, awaken his own Sharingan. In the future, he could potentially summon Susanoo to encase the Nine Tails. To pilot a mech was the ultimate romance for a man. A new technique, the shadow clone technique, had taken residence in his mind. A creation of the system must surely be of exceptional quality. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto sensed a transformation occurring within his body. He already possessed the complete physique of the Uzumaki clan, and now, having acquired the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, he was on the verge of uniting with the Senju clan's bloodline. He was almost capable of merging into the essence of the Otsutsuki lineage. Of course, the Otsutsuki bloodline could not simply be attained through mere accumulation. Nevertheless, if this trend continued, Naruto's blood could very well evolve towards that of the Otsutsuki clan. Suddenly, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, realizing it was his body integrating with the Uchiha bloodline. Kakashi-sensei would likely return soon, so he decided to rest peacefully. With that thought in mind, he lay down on his bed, tucked himself in, and drifted off into a blissful slumber. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was engrossed in his duties, which seemed endless. However, he relished the sense of power that accompanied his responsibilities, working tirelessly. A knock resounded at the door. Enter. Hiruzen called out. The person who entered was none other than Kakashi Hitaki. Hokage-sama. Kakashi greeted with a bow. Oh, it's you, Kakashi. What brings you here? Is there a problem with Naruto? Hiruzen inquired, his attention shifting solely to Kakashi, concern etched on his face. Naruto is fine, but on his way home. He encountered Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha. Kakashi replied candidly. Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha? Hiruzen, a seasoned veteran, required no further clarification. He retrieved a large pipe from beneath his desk and began to smoke. What transpired? Be specific. It was merely a coincidence. He met those two. And Itachi invited Naruto for a dango before departing, Kakashi explained. Ah, it's fortunate to have you around, Kakashi. Had it been those Umbu, they might have intervened to prevent Itachi from approaching Naruto. Naruto could have sensed he was being watched, which would have been undesirable. The Uchiha clan's position in the village is rather precarious at present. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had established the Konoha Guard force, placing the Uchiha clan in prominent positions. This move temporarily alleviated the Uchiha clan's grievances against the Senju clan's dominance, while also facilitating better surveillance of them. However, the Uchiha's proud disposition gradually strained their relations with the villagers, particularly in the aftermath of the Ninetales incident. Originally, Hiruzen intended to mobilize the guard force during the Ninetales attack, but was halted by Danzo Shimura, who argued that only the Uchiha Sharingan could control the beast. The Uchiha were thus viewed with suspicion, leading to the perception that the Ninetales incident was a precursor to their rebellion. Consequently, the guard force was ultimately tasked with crowd control. Even after the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha remained under a lingering cloud of suspicion. Although Hiruzen believed they were not responsible, the distinctive characteristics of the Sharingan were all too apparent. The Uchiha clan, while denying any wrongdoing, could not produce evidence to clear their name. Thus, when Konoha was rebuilt, the Uchiha were relegated to the most remote areas, laying bare the discord between them and the village. Fortunately, it was Itachi they encountered. He possessed a profound understanding of the will of fire. After joining the Umbu, it was hoped that he would eventually grasp the complexities of the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. Hiruzen spoke as if to himself while addressing Kakashi. It's all right. Kakashi, return to protecting Naruto. There's a month until the Ninja Academy opens. After that, you can ease up a bit. It seems your recent circumstances have improved. Hiruzen rarely detected a smile on Kakashi's face, despite the mask obscuring it. Kakashi's demeanor had softened, indicating Naruto's positive influence. Understood, Hokage-sama. Naruto is indeed a good kid. I will take good care of him for the sake of the sensei. I must be off. After reporting, Kakashi hurried back to keep an eye on Naruto. Gazing at the photograph of Minato on his desk, Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe and murmured, Minato, Kakashi is slowly emerging from his shell. All thanks to your wonderful son. Naruto will undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja, an inheritor of the will of fire, in Konoha. Chapter 14, New Friends Upon Awakening. Naruto realized it was already the following morning. What time is it? Only 6 o'clock? He stirred from his dreams and glanced at the clock. My body? It feels significantly stronger. Naruto silently assessed his physique. With his keen perception, he was acutely aware of the changes within him. The Uchiha bloodline had seamlessly integrated with his body. Now, Naruto's physical prowess rivaled that of Rock Lee, who had undergone extensive training in the original narrative. Without even resorting to the 8 gates, this was purely a testament to Naruto's innate talent. Indeed, in the world of ninjas, bloodline was paramount. Those with powerful lineage could grow stronger even while at rest. Naruto thoroughly examined the transformations within himself. He felt a slight itch in his eyes. Could it be that my eyes are about to awaken? Quietly, he activated his Kagaya's hard eye, noting that Kakashi-sensei was not nearby, and given the early hour, only a few Umbu were around, seemingly slacking off. With that, he felt reassured. Rising, he approached the mirror, gazing at his reflection, lightly rubbing his itchy eyes. He observed that his once blue irises were gradually shifting to a crimson hue. Naruto washed his face and was suddenly astonished to discover his own reflection. His eyes had awakened. Within each eye, a tomo was swirling gently. His vision seemed to have improved significantly, and his observational skills had been greatly enhanced. However, If others were to uncover this secret, his identity would undoubtedly be called into question. He was the child of Minato, harboring the Nine Tails within him. Yet possessing the Sharingan, was that truly the case? Through his own exploration, Naruto finally mastered the technique to deactivate the Sharingan. Fortunately, as he had inherited the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, he could independently activate and deactivate the Sharingan at will. In contrast, his unfortunate teacher Kakashi, not being of Uchiha descent, found the Sharingan incompatible with his physique. Consequently, keeping the Sharingan activated for prolonged periods became a burden for him, hindering his growth and strength and leaving him perpetually low on chakra. Seeing his eyes revert to their natural blue hue, Naruto felt a sense of relief. Alas, the Umbu were still monitoring him. Could restricted freedom even be considered freedom? If only he could learn a transformation technique that would allow him to remain undetected. He could seize an opportune moment to utilize the shadow clone technique, leaving behind a clone to deal with the Umbu while he trained outside. Remaining cooped up at home would not grant him any ninjutsu. He needed to venture out. Currently, Naruto found himself in an awkward position. He possessed the B-rank ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique, yet had no suitable venue to employ it. If he were to execute it, the Umbu would immediately take notice. However, once he mastered the transformation technique, his situation would surely improve. As he wandered aimlessly through the streets, a voice called out to him from behind. "Hey, Naruto. Naruto." It was Kiba's voice. Woof woof. That was Akamaru's bark. Naruto turned to look at Kiba, and indeed it was Kiba along with Akamaru. "Naruto, as I mentioned before, I promised to take you to meet my friends. Let us go," Kiba said, casually draping his arm around Naruto's shoulder. Akamaru, too, leaped into Naruto's embrace without hesitation. Gently stroking Akamaru, Naruto expressed his concern, "But Kiba, you know my reputation in the village isn't exactly stellar. They might be reluctant to play with me." Kiba paused for a moment before reassuring him. "I doubt that will be the case. Don't worry, I'll guarantee it. Everyone will certainly play with you for my sake. Once they get to know you and truly understand who you are, their reluctance will fade." Well, all right then. In truth, Naruto was indifferent to others' opinions about him. His primary concern lay with his friends' feelings. He did not wish for his friends to endure the same treatment he had faced. "Hey everyone, I'm back," Kiba exclaimed as he led Naruto to a small park. There were familiar faces as well as some unfamiliar ones. "Hey, isn't that Naruto?" The first to greet him was Choji Akimichi, who had evidently known him for quite some time, explaining the camaraderie depicted in the original story. "I can't believe you know Naruto and are willing to share your chips with him. Have you lost your mind? You're usually so stingy with your precious chips, refusing to share even a crumb with us," Kiba remarked, equally astonished by Choji's generosity. "Of course, Naruto is a friend with whom I've competed, and he even treated me to ramen. I'm more than happy to share my chips with him," Choji declared, extending the bag of chips towards Naruto. Naruto was also curious about the flavor of the chips in the world of Hokage. He reached in and took one, placing it in his mouth to savor the taste. It was a remarkably authentic original flavor, devoid of any distinct taste. Aside from Choji, Naruto glanced toward the others, 3 individuals in total, 1 boy and 2 girls. The boy, sporting a pineapple-shaped ponytail and a countenance full of impatience, muttered about the troubles of having to make new friends. He appeared quite astute. Wasn't this the clever Shikamaru Nara, a member of the new generation of Ino Shikacho? In the original tale, he was renowned for his genius, boasting an IQ exceeding 200, and later became Naruto's trusted aide, assisting him with administrative duties after Naruto ascended to the position of Hokage. As for the 2 girls, one possessed beautiful golden hair tied in a ponytail, exuding an aura of charm and cuteness. Naruto naturally recognized her, the boar of the new generation of Ino Shikacho, Namanaka Ino, who excelled in the mind-body switch technique in the original narrative. The bond between the Ino Shikacho trio was long-standing. It was quite customary for them to encourage one another to play together from a young age, fostering their camaraderie. After all, they were essentially destined to become teammates in a ninja squad, and their synergy would undoubtedly surpass that of other teams. As for the last girl, Naruto felt a mixture of emotions. In the original story, the often criticized ninja, Haruno Sakura, was present. At this moment, Sakura's forehead was indeed slightly broader, but she wore a red ribbon in her hair, and her pink locks were undeniably beautiful. However, this world's Sakura was not akin to the one in the original tale. Had she mirrored her predecessor, Naruto would have certainly found her insufferable. Yet, if her personality were to be more agreeable, Naruto would not mind befriending her. After all, compared to other little strong ones, Sakura possessed superior potential and could contribute a modicum of effort during the Ninja World War. It was just that she lacked self-awareness. "Lady Tsunade, I think I have slightly caught up with them. Just an illusion, child. Hello everyone, I am Uzumaki Naruto, a man destined to become Hokage." Naruto greeted them politely. As the saying goes, one does not slap a smiling face. Even the seemingly impatient Shikamaru, upon witnessing Naruto's radiant smile, awkwardly replied, "Hello. I am Nara Shikamaru. I dislike trouble and prefer solitude, but for you, I might consider it." Another proud tsundere. Sakura and Ino gazed at Naruto's warm smile, feeling a flutter in their hearts. At this moment, Naruto's youthful exuberance had completely replaced any trace of facial hair. Having acquired the full physique of the Uzumaki clan and the bloodline of the Uchiha, Ashura's chakra had begun to awaken within him, bringing a sense of warmth that invited closeness. Hello, I am Yamanaka Ino. My family runs a flower shop. You are welcome to visit and buy flowers. Ino confidently addressed Naruto, maintaining her gaze on him. Hi, I am Haruno Sakura, Ino's friend, and this is my first time here. Sakura shyly introduced herself. A stark contrast to her later fierceness in the original tale. Was it due to her arrival, or perhaps the influence of the system that this world had undergone some changes? If this was the case, Naruto could look forward to a harmonious relationship with her in the future. Hello, what are you all playing here? Naruto asked openly, although he sensed a few individuals monitoring them, not the Umbu who had previously surveilled him. It seemed the heirs of these prominent clans had their own security as well. Nevertheless, Naruto feigned ignorance. We're here to play ninja games. Inuzuka Kiba enthusiastically proposed. Yes, everyone unanimously agreed. At this age, their favorite profession was undoubtedly that of a ninja, capable of utilizing a dazzling array of ninjutsu. Then I shall be Hokage, Kiba declared first. Ding. System task activated. Please have the host become Hokage in the ninja game. The system, even in a game, it issues tasks. Yet, I find it delightful. No way, I also want to be Hokage, Naruto retorted, unwilling to concede. With so many spectators, he felt compelled to put on a good show, demonstrating his ambition of becoming Hokage and coexisting harmoniously with the villagers. This would reassure the powers behind the scenes that their children could associate with Naruto. Simultaneously, it was for the sake of the system's rewards. Let us not argue, let us vote. Raise your left hand if you agree to let Kiba be Hokage, and your right hand if you want Naruto to take the role, Shikamaru interjected, proposing a fair solution. 3, 2, 1. Raise your hands. Except for Kiba. Everyone else raised their right hands, including Akamaru. Wah, even you, Akamaru. I am utterly heartbroken. Kiba lamented. Don't worry, Kiba. I appoint you as my chief general. How about being a jonin? Naruto quickly reassured Kiba. Really? Naruto, you are too kind. Kiba's sorrow vanished in an instant, replaced by joy. Then I shall be the Hokage's wife. Ino's blunt declaration caught even Naruto off guard. Ino, in our ninja game, the Hokage's wife doesn't seem to hold much value. Perhaps you should choose another role. Naruto felt a tinge of shyness, as no one had ever expressed their affection for him in such a manner. Fortunately, Ino was still quite young and did not fully comprehend the essence of genuine affection. He decided to regard it as mere childish playfulness. Then I shall be the Hokage's secretary. I've heard the adults say that a secretary handles matters when there are tasks at hand and has nothing to do when there are none. Although I don't fully grasp it, it seems rather sensible. Oh my, Yamanaka Ino, is this truly how you educate children? What sort of conversations do you engage in? The nearby observing ninjas wore expressions of bemusement, dismissing it as innocent naivety, a mere lack of understanding. Very well, you shall be the secretary of this Hokage. And Shikamaru. What about you? Naruto turned to Shikamaru with a curious gaze. Too troublesome. I would rather be a bystander, preferably one who meets an untimely end upon arrival, allowing me to lie down as a corpse and enjoy a nap. Shikamaru's aversion to trouble had evidently manifested from a young age. That won't do. It would be too unfair to you. Instead, you shall serve as my Hokage advisor. Although I am uncertain of its purpose, perhaps it means I shall consult you for guidance when necessary. In Naruto, I would prefer to be an ordinary villager. Sakura's voice wavered. Being a commoner herself, she felt a sense of inferiority, relying on her friendship with Ino to participate in their games. Absolutely not. You shall be an ordinary chunin. I already have a formidable ally like Kiba, so you must bear with it. Naruto endeavored to balance the roles, granting Sakura a more esteemed position while also elevating Kiba. Both were thoroughly satisfied with their roles. And what about me? Choji, noticing his exclusion, grew anxious. Choji, we require someone to portray the villain. It seems you are the most fitting for that role. Among the group, Choji was indeed the strongest and most suitable. Upon hearing he was to play the antagonist, Choji immediately expressed his discontent. I don't want to. Naruto, you are being biased. Choji was on the verge of causing a scene, but Naruto, fully aware of Choji's temperament, knew just how to placate him. Afterward, I will treat everyone to ramen. Eat until you are full. How does that sound, Choji? At the mention of Naruto's generous offer, especially the promise of limitless ramen, Choji's mood shifted dramatically. That sounds splendid. Naruto, you are truly a wonderful friend. If it's just playing the villain, I will do it. With the roles assigned, the group of children began their playful yet childish ninja games. After tiring of their antics, Naruto waved his hand and invited everyone to indulge in ramen together, although some had intended to return home for dinner. Naruto's exuberance compelled them to join him. Upon witnessing the throng of friends Naruto had brought along, the smile on the face of the ramen shop owner was simply uncontainable. Naruto, that child, is always considering me, truly a well-behaved boy, and even contributes to my accomplishments. Everyone enjoyed the meal immensely, particularly CHG, who devoured several bowls without pause. As the sun set, we bid each other farewell and returned home. Today was a day filled with joy, and we felt fortunate to have made a friend in Naruto. Naruto, too, was elated. Having not only fulfilled his task, but also forged friendships with the heirs of various clans. It was indeed a double blessing. Chapter 15, The Ultimate Freedom. Upon returning home, Naruto lay in bed, reflecting on the several bowls of ramen he had just consumed. He increasingly felt that Hiruzen Sarutobi might actually be a good person, as he had covered the cost of the ramen, providing an endless stream of rewards, while Hiruzen Sarutobi could be seen as a good soul. The notion of his goodness seemed slightly implausible. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of having Hiruzen Sarutobi pay for the ramen. Congratulations. The host has acquired the perfect transformation technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of becoming Hokage in the ninja game. Congratulations. The host has obtained A-rank ninjutsu, an improved version of the shadow clone technique. My goodness, is it possible to truly receive everything one desires? System. Are you actually monitoring my thoughts? Is this what they call big data? Please, I would appreciate even more. Naruto activated the system reward, the perfect transformation technique. As the name suggests, this technique allows for a flawless disguise, eliminating the inherent flaws of conventional transformation techniques and truly embodying the essence of perfection. The shadow clone technique. An A-rank ninjutsu invented by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, utilizes a vast amount of chakra to create thousands of shadow clones at once. However, due to its excessive chakra consumption, Tobirama deemed it a forbidden technique, acknowledging that those lacking immense chakra reserves could endanger themselves, even risking their lives, thus recording it in the Book of Seals. The traditional shadow clone technique equally distributes chakra among the clones, necessitating an enormous amount of chakra, with the potential for life-threatening consequences if mishandled. The system's enhanced version of the shadow clone technique retains the ability to produce thousands of clones while altering the chakra distribution characteristic. It allows the user to allocate minimal amounts of chakra to each clone according to their discretion, thereby reducing the impact on their body upon the clone's dissolution. This ninjutsu is exceedingly formidable. For instance, if one possesses a total of 1,000 chakra and employs the original shadow clone technique to create 1,000 clones, each clone would possess merely 1 unit of chakra. Although numerous, their strength would be significantly diminished. In contrast, the improved version alleviates such concerns, enabling the user to distribute chakra judiciously, thus allowing for the creation of 1,000 clones, each receiving as little as 0.5 chakra or even less, merely sufficient to sustain their existence. This approach not only serves to bewilder adversaries but also maximizes the retention of one's own strength while simultaneously instilling fear in opponents, truly a multifaceted advantage. While it was already late at night, Naruto, under normal circumstances, would have been fast asleep by now. Yet, having acquired the perfect transformation technique, freed from the scrutiny of the Umbu, and grasping the corresponding freedom, it was an opportunity too enticing for Naruto to resist. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto has returned to his original form. At last. He is free. For so many days, he has lived under the watchful eyes of the Umbu, with scarcely a moment to dedicate to his training. Now he is liberated, with ample time to devote to his cultivation. In this ninja world, strength is the ultimate truth. If he could directly become a perfect Jinchuriki and activate the QB mode, even Sarutobi Hiruzen would treat him with the utmost respect. Ultimately, it all boils down to insufficient power. Rules are designed to constrain the weak, while the strong are meant to force the rules. And he shall become one of the strong, truly mastering his own destiny. Summoning a shadow clone to maintain the Kagura Shingon, he begins to probe the nearby surroundings. Meanwhile, Naruto himself creates a multitude of shadow clones for training purposes. First, he decides to practice climbing trees. Given that Naruto has not yet acquired a vast array of ninjutsu, he can only rehearse the chakra control techniques that appeared in the original narrative. True strength often lies in the ability to allocate chakra with precision in combat. Through the harmonious combination of physical techniques and ninjutsu, one can engage the enemy in a fierce struggle lasting hundreds of rounds. Even though Naruto possesses an immense reservoir of chakra, the capability to control it efficiently and without waste would render him even more formidable. Thus, countless Narutos embark upon their tree-climbing training. Naruto was astonished to discover that the chakra flowing within him was remarkably stable, as the Nine Tails had ceased its disruptive antics. In the original narrative, Naruto is portrayed as a prodigy. However, the persistent interference of the Nine Tails had hindered the proper flow of his chakra, thus impeding his ability to unleash ninjutsu effectively. As the offspring of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, it is inconceivable that Naruto's innate talents would render him anything less than extraordinary. In the world of Naruto, lineage holds the highest regard. A child of a powerful individual is destined to inherit strength. Indeed, the world of Naruto is quite enchanting, with the Nine Tails no longer causing chaos. Naruto swiftly mastered the art of tree climbing. To his surprise, the skill was not difficult to acquire. He truly felt like a genius. Next, he resolved to practice walking on water. Naruto, now exhilarated by his newfound freedom, felt no fatigue whatsoever. Having successfully mastered the art of tree climbing, he resolved to seize the moment and practice water walking. However, walking on water proved to be significantly more challenging than climbing trees. The tree remained stationary, allowing Naruto to focus solely on the flow of chakra beneath his feet. In contrast, water is ever-changing and fluid. The chakra beneath Naruto's feet must adapt to the flowing water, which poses a significant challenge to his control over chakra. However, no challenge can deter Naruto for him. It is merely a matter of time. With his mastery of the shadow clone technique, the efficacy of his training is amplified exponentially. Of course, once the clones dissipate, the original will not only absorb their accumulated knowledge but will also inherit their fatigue. Nevertheless, Naruto's vitality is renowned even within the Hidden Leaf Village, rendering the dissolution of several thousand clones trivial. Furthermore, perhaps due to his rebirth or the influence of the Uchiha bloodline, Naruto's mental fortitude has significantly strengthened, enhancing his capacity for endurance. Thus, Naruto labored throughout the night, persistently striving amidst failure, continually pushing forward. As dawn approached, he finally achieved success. Even for Naruto, his chakra reserves were nearing depletion. He had been relying solely on his own chakra. Fortunately, with the enhanced version of the shadow clone technique, he could efficiently allocate the chakra within him. Had he employed the standard version, he could never have sustained such prolonged exertion. He left 2 clones to scout the surroundings, serving as a precautionary measure. After dismissing the other clones, a torrent of training memories surged into Naruto's mind, inevitably impacting his mental state. I'm so exhausted. I leave it to you, my clones. Please protect me. Naruto urged his clones. Rest easy, dear original. Should anything arise, we shall rouse you. The clones assured him, thumping their chests in confidence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. At this moment, Naruto found himself once again in the somewhat familiar sewer. Is it possible, my friend, that even in slumber one could arrive at such a place? Naruto's consciousness once again found itself in the space that imprisoned the Nine Tails, the sealing chamber. Naruto, come here. The voice of the Nine Tails echoed from afar, beckoning him closer. I'll come. Who's afraid? Naruto boldly replied, undeterred by the various seals restraining the beast, especially since he possessed the power of the Rinnegan and was well versed in the unfolding narrative. If I can't outwit the Nine Tails, then I am not Uzumaki Naruto. Following the flow of water through the sewer, Naruto arrived once more at the seal that contained the Nine Tails. At that moment, the Nine Tails lay sprawled on the ground, its eyes closed, displaying an air of disdain. However, the slight quivering of its 9 tails betrayed its inner turmoil. Sensing Naruto's arrival, the 9 tails spoke. You have come. Indeed. I have, Naruto retorted. But you should not be here. The 9 tails continued. Yet here I am. Naruto remained unyielding. After exchanging a few playful words, the 9 tails finally opened its eyes, its slitted pupils fixated intently on Naruto, as the aura of the tailed beast began to press down upon him. It seemed the 9 tails intended to assert its dominance first. Naruto smiled faintly, unperturbed by the formidable aura of the 9 tails. Oh, how intriguing. The 9 tails, noticing Naruto's lack of reaction, also smirked slightly, its presence intensifying to an overwhelming force, akin to a powerful gale pressing down upon Naruto. This strike could potentially paralyze even a seasoned nin with fear. Yet, Naruto was no mere nin. He was an eternal genin. Was he unaware of the standing of a genin within the ninja world? Wait, it seemed he had not even attended the Shinobi Academy yet, so perhaps that was irrelevant. Ding. A system task was issued. Please obtain the 9 tails acknowledgement, with the depth of recognition correlating to the quality of rewards. Upon hearing the system's activation, Naruto naturally could not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Faced with the 9 tails' overwhelming aura, Naruto felt as though he were a solitary leaf afloat on the vast ocean. Despite his insignificance, he would sway with the tides. No matter how tempestuous the waves, they could not capsize his little vessel. This was a testament to Naruto's indomitable will and the silent struggle of his lineage. Seeing Naruto remain unaffected, the 9 tails could not help but express its astonishment, exclaiming quietly that it was indeed interesting, before retracting its overwhelming presence and closing its eyes once more. Noting the 9 tails' lack of further action, Naruto felt a sense of frustration. Was this creature truly mute? Did he need to initiate conversation? What is the matter, Kurama? Aren't you going to continue probing? Naruto inquired with a smile. You insolent brat. I never imagined that my aura would have no effect on you at all. Curse that wretched seal. Otherwise, I could crush you with a single blow. Damn that 4th Hokage, you wretched little imp. The 9 tails roared in response to Naruto's words. Then, as if realizing something, it widened its eyes, abruptly sitting up from its previous position, its voice trembling slightly. Fixing a serious gaze upon Naruto, it asked, What did you just call me? Naruto earnestly locked eyes with the 9 tails and replied, Kai-bai, that is your name, is it not? It had been a long time since he had heard that name, and the recollection seemed to transport the 9 tails back to a time of unbridled freedom, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia for the days gone by. How do you know this name? After reminiscing, the shock on the 9 tails' face was unmistakable. Could it be that Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze had informed him? No. That couldn't be right. They had long since passed away, and he had never revealed his name either. It's quite simple, Kai-bai. I possess knowledge of all matters concerning the ninja world, be it past or future. It is my innate ability. Naruto activated his persuasive demeanor, with his innate charm serving as a catalyst to bolster his credibility. Impossible. Even that man would not dare claim to know everything about the ninja world. Do not attempt to deceive me. The Nine Tails erupted in fury, its chakra surging violently against the seal, creating a cacophony of violent clashes. That man, is he the Sage of Six Paths? Or perhaps, upon hearing Naruto utter the word Sage of Six Paths, the Nine Tails' expression shifted to one of disbelief. Could it be? Did he truly know? Naruto paused for a moment, locking his gaze onto the eyes of the Nine Tails, and spoke deliberately. Otsutsuki Kagaya? Upon hearing this name, the Nine Tails appeared to be drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground and trembling as it uttered, "You actually know." Realizing that the Nine Tails had begun to trust him, Naruto seized the moment and continued. "I know everything about you nine-tailed beasts. Originally, there was the Ten Tails, which Otsutsuki Kagaya divided into 9 portions of chakra, giving rise to you nine-tailed beasts. 1 tail, Shikaku. 2 tails, Matatabi. 3 tails, Isabu. 4 tails, Son Goku. 5 tails, Kokuo. 6 tails, Saiken. 7 tails, Chome. 8 tails, Gyuki. And you, 9 tails, Kurama. Am I correct?" As the familiar names flowed from Naruto's lips, Kurama was compelled to believe that Naruto indeed possessed some knowledge. "However, I have heard a rumor, though I am uncertain of its truth. Could you clarify it for me?" Naruto recalled a contentious issue from his previous life, and being in the world of Naruto, he felt it was an opportune moment to inquire. "What is it? Is there something you do not know?" Kurama inquired, following Naruto's lead. It is said that when Otsutsuki Kagaya divided the chakra, the distribution was not merely even. Rather, it was 1 portion for the 9 tails, 1 portion for the 1 tail, 1 portion for the 2 tails, and so forth, continuing until the end. This is what made you the strongest among the tailed beasts, is it not? Naruto questioned, perplexed. Haha. You, with your speculations, have indeed hit the mark partially. The old man did favor me just a tad more, which is why I received a slightly larger share of chakra. Kurama responded with laughter, elucidating Naruto's query. Just a tad? I fear it was more like 1,000,000,000 times. Naruto retorted instantly. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Naruto, what else do you know? Kurama's playful demeanor faded as he regarded Naruto earnestly. It is essential to note that the Nine Tails possesses a sense of malice perception, a capability to discern good from evil, an ability to sense the thoughts of the spirit. It is said that the Nine Tails has endured a millennium of war, hatred, and betrayal, embodying a conglomeration of animosity. Because of its deep emotional capacity, it can feel pain and hatred more intensely, possessing a keen sensitivity to malevolence that transcends the traditional ninja perception. Yet, for Naruto, Kurama sensed not an ounce of malice, which perplexed it greatly. Over the years, Naruto had faced numerous injustices, most of which stemmed from the fact that Kurama was sealed within him. Some experiences, even Kurama, upon witnessing Naruto's memories, would feel a surge of anger. Despite being human, there remained a significant degree of suspicion between them. However, given Naruto's apparent awareness of many things, including his own situation, the fact that he harbored no malice towards Kurama made it ponder whether he truly possessed the legendary pure heart. Recalling the words of Sage of Six Paths, the azure-eyed boy who joyfully calls upon the names of the 9 beasts shall reunite you all. This individual is also known as the Child of Prophecy, destined to transform the entire ninja world. Everything. Kurama, I know everything. Naruto declared with confidence. Heh. You may claim what you wish, Kurama replied, shifting from a seated position back to a lying posture. Noticing Kurama's skeptical demeanor, Naruto felt slightly troubled. This was a rare opportunity to earn the Nine Tails' trust, hoping to gain some reward, perhaps the Rinnegan. Kurama, are you aware of the Child of Prophecy? Naruto dropped another bombshell. What? Naruto, do you truly know? Could you really be? Kurama straightened, fixating on Naruto intently. Seeing Kurama's animated reactions, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. This was hardly the most dangerous tailed beast, but rather a lively little pet. Indeed, I am the Child of Prophecy, capable of foreseeing the future of the ninja world. Naruto was ready to share some revelations with Kurama. Do elaborate. What does the future of the ninja world hold? Kurama inquired with growing interest. For even the formidable Nine Tails could not predict such events. The future is truly captivating. Naruto settled down, intending to engage Kurama in a meaningful conversation. Chapter 17. Heart to heart with the Nine Tails. Perhaps Naruto's unique charm truly worked wonders, for the Nine Tails, once known for its ferocity, now sat attentively, ready to hear Naruto speak. Let us discuss topics that pique your interest. Soon, the 4th Great Ninja War will commence, initiated by one man, Uchiha Obito, the very one who controlled you and attacked Konoha. As soon as Naruto spoke, he struck the Nine Tails with a shocking revelation. What? That person is Uchiha Obito? Not Uchiha Madara? You must be joking. Isn't Obito your father's student? How could he possess such power? The Nine Tails expressed skepticism towards Naruto's initial statement, for reality often unfolds in the most bewildering ways. Indeed. That person is Obito. He obtained information from within the Hidden Leaf Village regarding my mother, Uzumaki Kushina's childbirth. Ultimately, he unleashed the Nine Tails with the intention of annihilating Konoha. And his motive? You may find it hard to believe, but as much as I dislike admitting it, it was for a woman, specifically Rin Noera, from my father's team. At this revelation, the Nine-Tails could hardly contain itself, incredulously responding to Naruto. Are you saying that Obito, with all these schemes and a vendetta against society, is driven by a woman? It was not that the Nine-Tails doubted the story, rather, such a rationale led it to suspect it was hearing some forgotten lore of Konoha. A blend of wild tales and history. Yes, but the true mastermind behind everything is Uchiha Madara. Naruto uttered the name that the Nine-Tails was most reluctant to recall. How could Madara still be relevant? Isn't he already dead? The Nine-Tails interjected. Don't rush. I will explain. Naruto shot a glance at the Nine-Tails, urging it to let him finish. All right, continue. Naruto. The Nine-Tails chuckled sheepishly, granting Naruto the floor, eager to hear more. Having lived for so long, it had never encountered such tantalizing gossip, feeling as though its existence until now had been in vain, resembling a mere spectator. Madara, it seems, is neither dead nor alive. During his previous battle with Hashirama Senju, he bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh and inadvertently awakened the Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto paused, knowing the Nine-Tails would be astonished. Sure enough, the Nine-Tails gasped. What? Madara was able to awaken the Sage's eyes? Indeed. Madara deciphered from the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan that the Sharingan could gradually evolve into the fabled Rinnegan, a process that requires the unique power of the Senju clan, particularly the strength inherent to Hashirama Senju himself. After Madara's Mangekyō Sharingan evolved into the Rinnegan, with the assistance of a peculiar entity known as Kagaya, he devised a plan to use the 10 tails to initiate the Infinite Tsukuyomi, casting the entire world into illusion and thereby achieving true peace. No, a nuclear peace. However, after his battle with Hashirama, he was grievously injured and knew his time was limited. He then prepared a contingency plan to select a promising descendant of the Uchiha clan to inherit his will and name. This individual was none other than Uchiha Obito. At this point, the Nine-Tails interjected once more. Wait, Naruto, but as far as I know, Obito was part of Minato's team, and he was the weakest among them. That Kakashi was far superior. How could he possibly be considered exceptional? The Sharingan, also known as the eye that reflects the soul, belongs to a clan both cursed and uniquely blessed. When members of the Uchiha clan experience love, gain it, and then lose it, intense emotional stimuli lead to the secretion of a special chakra that awakens the eyes. Emotional stimulus is a necessary condition for awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan. Yet those affected must also possess inherent qualities. In other words, some Uchiha members may awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan, but their physical constitution might not be able to withstand it. Obito was the prime candidate meticulously chosen by Madara. Obito, by nature, was a kind-hearted individual, but under Madara's deliberate orchestration, he witnessed Kakashi kill Rin, the one he loved. Consumed by rage at the sight of his beloved slain by his closest friend, Obito awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Under Madara's manipulation, he chose to tread the same path as the Uchiha, seeking to unleash the Infinite Tsukuyomi and create a world where Rin existed, allowing them to reunite within the realm of illusion. Oh, I see. So, what happened to Madara's Rinnegan? Did he pass it on to Obito after his death? But his eyes still seemed to be Sharingan. The Nine-Tails not only indulged in gossip, but also posed insightful questions. The Rinnegan possesses the outer path, samsara technique, which, when invoked, summons the King of Hell, allowing him to awaken the souls of the deceased and restore them to life. This technique can resurrect a number of dead individuals within a certain range. However, the more individuals revived, the greater the chakra consumption, potentially leading to exhaustion and death. If the subject is a reincarnated individual, their rebirth is automatically undone. Madara's plan was for Obito to utilize the impure world reincarnation to resurrect him, followed by employing the samsara technique to bring himself back to life, reclaiming his Rinnegan, gathering all the tailed beasts, and ultimately becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, thus initiating the Infinite Tsukuyomi to eradicate all conflict from the shinobi world. Wait, Naruto, how did Madara know he would definitely be resurrected? Did Obito truly inherit Madara's will? Was he genuinely committed to reviving Madara? The Nine-Tails seemed transformed into a fountain of inquiries, with questions flooding its mind. Nine-Tails, hold on to your questions for a moment. Some events have yet to unfold. Some matters, once known, would lose their intrigue, wouldn't they? Naruto smiled faintly, pausing his revelations. This was indeed a delicate balance. Not only with people but also with the tailed beasts. This is the allure of suspense. The less you reveal, the more one's curiosity is piqued, leading to an insatiable desire to know more. How infuriating, Naruto, to leave your words hanging midair. Kurama lay down once more, turning his head away, seemingly irritated. Allow me to offer you a glimpse of the future, Kurama. We shall fight side by side, and you and I will become inseparable comrades, as well as friends. Naruto gazed sincerely into the eyes of the Nine-Tails and remarked, Humph, who knows if what you say is true or false? The Nine-Tails, not meeting Naruto's gaze, swayed its tail joyfully, appearing in high spirits. You should leave. I'm rather tired today. Upon hearing these words, Naruto turned to depart. At that moment, the Nine-Tails opened its eyes and called out, Hey, Naruto, What is it, Ninetales? Naruto did not look back, leaving behind a striking silhouette. If you ever need anything, remember to seek my assistance. Given your pitiful situation, I might lend a hand, the Ninetales said with a hint of pride. Understood, consider it your rent, my friend. Naruto waved goodbye and vanished from sight. Humph, rent? Who's your friend? Though the Ninetales feigned indifference, a smile betrayed its true feelings. Uzumaki Naruto, what a remarkable man. I look forward to the day we become friends. Chapter 18, The Bloodline of the Shinju Clan. Ah, is it dawn already? No. It seems it was about to break before I fell asleep. Naruto returned from the realm of the Ninetales consciousness to the world of reality, his body awakening. You're awake. The surgery was a success. You are now a girl. One of his shadow clones joked. Since you're still here, it means nothing went wrong. That's reassuring. Naruto gradually emerged from his subconscious. Let me see what treasures the Ninetales has bestowed upon me. He felt a strong premonition that this time he would surely receive a remarkable reward. Although the Ninetales did not voice it, Naruto sensed that it had begun to acknowledge him, suggesting the reward would be substantial. Congratulations. Host, you have completed the task and earned the Ninetales' acknowledgement. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, the bloodline of the Shinju clan. Naruto exclaimed, oh my, system. Are you truly asking me to embody the essence of a bloodline sage? He couldn't help but jest. The reward was not merely good, it was extraordinarily so, leaving Naruto feeling somewhat incredulous. With this reward, he had accumulated several powerful bloodlines from the Naruto universe, the Uchiha, the Uzumaki, and now, the Shinju clan. If he were to receive more bloodlines in the future, would Gathering 7 allow him to summon a bloodline sage and fulfill a wish? Despite his musings, Naruto quickly accepted the reward. The characteristics of the Shinju clan's bloodline were closely aligned with those of the Uzumaki, yet still distinct. Members of the Shinju clan possessed a chakra affinity that enabled them to control chakra more adeptly and utilize it with greater finesse. In the original narrative, whether it was Tsunade's immense strength or Tobirama's genius in development, both were rooted in an exquisite control of chakra. Even Hashirama's would release stemmed from this mastery. The Shinju clan not only boasted a vast chakra reserve, but also possessed exceptional control, which granted them formidable combat capabilities. Conversely, the Uzumaki clan's focus lay entirely in vitality, adaptability of the body, and mastery of sealing techniques. Undoubtedly, the amalgamation of both would yield results greater than the sum of its parts. Having stayed up all night, fatigue began to weigh on Naruto. I'll return home for breakfast and then catch some sleep. He dispersed the 2 shadow clones that had been by his side, and the exhaustion intensified since they had been active for quite some time. Naruto felt as though he had pulled an all-nighter, somewhat alert, yet undeniably weary. Caught in a state of contradiction, utilizing the transformation technique, he returned home. Within his abode, his shadow clones slumbered comfortably, one sprawled on the bed, the other beneath it. Seizing an opportunity while the watching A and BU were distracted, Naruto swiftly dispelled the shadow clones, leaving them no time to react. After a restful break, Naruto found his spirits somewhat lifted. Wait, have I stumbled upon a flaw in the shadow clone technique? He wondered in astonishment. If I send some clones to train while others rest, wouldn't I become a perpetual motion machine? It must be said that Naruto's reasoning held merit. However, it would heavily tax his mental fortitude. Furthermore, his growth and strength was already accelerating rapidly. There was no need to rush to such extremes. He had time to spare. He could wait until the narrative formally commenced, at which point he could assess whether such an approach was necessary. Even if he were to retrace Naruto's path, he could ultimately seal Kagaya Otsutsuki. As for what lay ahead in Boruto's era, that could be addressed in due course. Through challenges we endure, we shall prevail. The journey must be taken step by step, and meals savored one bite at a time. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto reclined back onto his bed, snugly wrapping himself in the covers, and soon drifted into a deep slumber once more. What a character Naruto is, rising from his sleep merely to indulge in a meal, only to succumb to slumber again. Moreover, the quantity of food he consumed was several times greater than mine. To eat and then sleep. Ah, the joys of youth. Kakashi Hitaki, observing from nearby, couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. Yet, perhaps it is indeed beneficial for him to rest abundantly in his formative years to foster his growth. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, an Umbu operative materialized beside Kakashi, whispering softly, Kakashi Hitaki, the 3rd Hokage requests your presence in the Hokage's office. Oh, the Hokage seeks me? I shall attend to it at once. Entrusting the situation to the Umbu, Kakashi departed with a sense of relief. Naruto is currently slumbering at home, seemingly disinclined to awaken anytime soon. Kakashi decides to investigate what matters the 3rd Hokage may wish to discuss with him. With a swift body flicker, he departs from Naruto's vicinity and soon arrives at the Hokage's office. After politely knocking on the door, he enters to find not only the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also the leader of the Root, Shimura Danzo, and 2 Hokage advisors, Mito Gatiki and Nara Shikaku, present. The gathering's gravity immediately signals to Kakashi that this meeting is of considerable significance. Lord Hokage, you summon me? Kakashi addresses Sarutobi Hiruzen directly. Greetings, Lord Danzo, Lady Shikaku. Lord Mito, he respectfully acknowledges the other three individuals. Please, take a seat, Kakashi. The purpose of your summons is to inquire about your observations regarding Naruto's safety during this period. What are your thoughts on him as a child? Do not hesitate to speak candidly, Sarutobi encourages, implying an interest in Naruto's well-being. However, the presence of the other three suggests that the inquiry may not be that straightforward. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi suspects that Danzo aims to exert complete control over the Nine Tails sealed within Naruto, intending to mold him into a compliant host. Yet, he recognizes that Sarutobi stands firmly against such intentions, leading Danzo to enlist the support of the two advisors to probe into Naruto's character. Lord Hokage, based on my observations while ensuring Naruto's protection, I have discovered that he is indeed a child destined to become Hokage. He is not only friendly and eager to make friends, but those who befriend him genuinely cherish his company. He expresses gratitude and navigates social interactions with remarkable acumen, exhibiting a high emotional intelligence. Furthermore, Naruto has repeatedly declared his ambition of becoming Hokage in the future. I believe the will of fire has already taken root in his heart, and he will undoubtedly grow into an exceptional ninja dedicated to safeguarding Konoha. Kakashi articulates his thoughts sincerely. Danzo, dissatisfied, strikes his cane against the ground and retorts, Kakashi, do not embellish Naruto's character simply because he is the son of your mentor. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. We have all witnessed how the villagers treat him. Growing up in such an environment, how could Naruto possibly remain magnanimous? Your assertions are mere fabrications. Danzo, do not be so quick to judge Naruto. Moreover, what Kakashi has stated is factual. Your own root ninjas, whom you dispatched to surveil him, can attest to his character. You might even inquire what they have reported, Sarutobi interjects, interrupting Danzo's tirade. Very well. Summon the root ninja responsible for monitoring Naruto. Danzo commands, unconvinced by Kakashi's account. He believes that the villagers' disdain for Naruto is a consequence of his own machinations, and he cannot fathom how anyone could thrive in such an environment without succumbing to darkness. Should Naruto express any dissatisfaction towards the villagers, Danzo would seize the opportunity to take control of him, subsequently brainwashing him to become another weapon in his arsenal. At this point, Danzo cannot suppress a smirk as he contemplates the potential outcome. Danzo-sama, the root ninja has arrived promptly at the Hokage's office, a subordinate announces. Danzo turns to the ninja and demands, report on Naruto Uzumaki's recent behavior. Have there been any indications of rebellion or intentions to harm the villagers? You must speak truthfully. The implication is clear. Any hint of dissent must be disclosed for Danzo's strategic planning. Lord Danzo, after our surveillance of Naruto Uzumaki over the past few days, we have found no signs of treachery against Konoha. On the contrary, he displays remarkable generosity and is well liked by children from prominent clans, such as Nara Shikamu, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji, the root ninja reports. Danzo's eyes widen in disbelief. How is this possible? How could anyone achieve such a feat? Sarutobi narrows his eyes and retorts, Danzo, I have long maintained that Naruto is a good child who poses no threat to Konoha. Danzo's frustration boils over as he shouts at Sarutobi, Hiruzen, you are scheming against me. It is inconceivable that those clans would allow their children to associate with Naruto. You must have orchestrated this behind the scenes. Remaining unflustered, Sarutobi calmly replies, Indeed, I did advise the clan leaders to permit their offspring to interact with Naruto normally. However, the bonds of friendship formed are solely attributed to Naruto's inherent charisma. Surrender your ambitions, Danzo. I will not allow you to take Naruto. In this confrontation, it becomes evident that Danzo has been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Despite his belief in understanding human nature, he fails to recognize that Naruto is a reincarnated soul who possesses extraordinary talents. Having remained vigilant since his rebirth, he has guarded himself against the machinations of petty individuals like Danzo, who underestimate him. With the tide turning, Mito and Nara choose their allegiances. Danzo, since there is no indication of Naruto's rebellious tendencies, he will naturally be allowed to enroll in the Ninja Academy when it reopens. Mito declares, Indeed, Naruto's behavior has earned our approval, warranting his admission into the elite class, which will benefit his development. Nara concurs. At this juncture, Kakashi comprehends the entire situation. It is clear that Sarutobi has advocated for Naruto's enrollment in the academy, particularly in an elite class, while Danzo has opposed this, fearing Naruto's potential for rebellion. In reality, Danzo aims to recruit Naruto into the route, and if Naruto successfully joins the academy, Danzo's plans would be thwarted. Though reluctant to concede, Danzo must acknowledge that Sarutobi's strategy is indeed more astute. Furthermore, he is taken aback by the fact that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki appears unaffected by the taint of the Nine-Tails. Under normal circumstances, one would expect Naruto's darker impulses to be magnified in such an environment. Is it possible that the Nine-Tails has changed its nature? Or has Naruto's will grown strong enough to resist its influence? Could it be that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, left behind a safeguard? Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Danzo seethes, striking his cane against the floor before storming out in frustration. Sarutobi, victorious in this skirmish, beams with satisfaction and calls after Danzo's retreating figure. Remember, Danzo, I am the Hokage. With that proclamation, Sarutobi feels rejuvenated, as if years have been shed from his age. Well then, Hiruzen, we must take our leave as well. We have other matters to attend to, Mito and Nara announce, joining Sarutobi in departing the office. Mitarashi, Anko, and Tenten have also chosen to depart. Kakashi, please take good care of Naruto upon your return. Endure a little longer, and once the Ninja Academy commences, your daily supervision of Naruto will no longer be necessary. You shall merely need to check on him periodically. Sarutobi Hiruzen's spirits were elevated, and he spoke gently to Kakashi. Indeed, Hokage-sama, I shall take my leave now. Kakashi exited the Hokage's office, returning to the vicinity of Naruto's home to oversee him. Today's contest concluded with a resounding victory for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo faced a crushing defeat. Chapter 19. Sparring with Lee upon returning from the Hokage's office. Kakashi gazed out the window, observing Naruto in a deep slumber. Initially, he presumed Naruto was merely experiencing a spell of drowsiness. However, to his astonishment, Naruto slept soundly until well into the night. Indeed, during the span of a dozen hours, Naruto remained enveloped in sleep. Were it not for the rhythmic rise and fall of Naruto's breathing, Kakashi might have doubted the authenticity of Naruto's existence. Yet, what astonished Kakashi further was that Naruto seemed genuinely capable of such extended slumber. When Naruto finally awoke, it was past 10 o'clock in the evening. Huh, is it morning already? Wait, why does it feel like I've been asleep forever and it's still dark outside? What, it's only a little past 10? Have I truly slept myself into oblivion? When Naruto awoke, he realized that he had seemingly slumbered for quite a considerable duration. Even Kakashi, who was tasked with supervising him from outside, had succumbed to sleep while waiting. As he sensed the transformations within his body, Naruto became aware of the successful amalgamation of the bloodlines of the Uzumaki, Senju, and Uchiha clans coursing through his veins. Perhaps it was this fusion of bloodlines that had contributed to his prolonged slumber. Currently, Naruto, solely based on his innate talent, had ascended to the upper echelons of the shinobi world, excluding a few from the Otsutsuki clan, among all other ninjas. Naruto now possessed the potential to surpass all in the realm of ninjutsu. However, talent remains merely talent, and strength remains strength. A genius, before realizing their potential, is still just a genius. It is only through successful growth that one can truly be regarded as a formidable warrior. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted. Naruto carries within him the chakra of Ashura's reincarnation, which suggests the possibility that he possesses yang-based chakra as well. However, these remain mere conjectures. Should he acquire a chakra test paper in due course, it would serve to confirm whether there have been any alterations in Naruto's chakra attributes. Nevertheless, it is certain that as time progresses, Naruto will undoubtedly attain mastery over all chakra attributes. It is also believed that, in due course, the system tasks will yield opportunities to acquire additional chakra attributes. At present, the paramount concern is to assess the surrounding circumstances. Kagura's Byakugan activate. Upon observation, it appears that the number of Anbu near his home has diminished, and even Kakashi-sensei seems on the verge of slumber. Naruto contemplated that this was indeed a splendid opportunity for adventure. With a minimal amount of chakra, he conjured a shadow clone, while he himself employed a transformation technique, metamorphosing into a tiny insect to take flight. Once he had distanced himself from his home, he dispelled the transformation, reverting to the appearance of an ordinary adult. He then chose to venture towards the small grove where he had previously trained. This grove was quite remarkable, as it had been largely untouched by others, and given that it was now late at night, the presence of people was even more scarce. Under the cloak of darkness, it was a time ripe for mischief. No, rather, a time to strive earnestly amidst the competition. Naruto arrived at the familiar grove, only to be greeted by the sound of some commotion emanating from within the thicket. As Naruto approached, he discovered that a child, roughly his age, was training there. With a watermelon-shaped head, thick eyebrows, and clad in a striking green bodysuit, it was none other than Rock Lee, the so-called diligent genius among the 12 ninja. 221, 222, 223. Lee was currently engaged in an arduous set of squats, though he had yet to enroll in school. It indicated that young Lee would soon be entering the second grade. Had he already been taken under the wing of Might Guy for training? The distinctive features of Lee's bodysuit made it nearly impossible for Naruto not to recognize him. Lee was so engrossed in his exercise that he remained oblivious to Naruto's presence. Ultimately, it was Naruto who broke the tranquility of the night. Hello, young one. It's quite late. Are you still training here? Naruto, using a transformation technique to appear as an adult, naturally referred to Lee as a child. Oh, mister, yes, it is late. Are you still awake as well? I hope my training isn't disturbing you. I apologize. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Lee immediately stood up and bowed in apology. No, not at all. I merely couldn't sleep. So I came out for a stroll and noticed some movement in the grove, which piqued my curiosity. I didn't realize it was you training. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing these words, Naruto contemplated in his heart. Of course not, if one possesses a bloodline. Becoming a formidable warrior is hardly a trivial endeavor. Yet, Naruto would refrain from voicing such sentiments directly, reflecting on the myriad of powerful individuals within the world of Naruto. It is indeed a rare occurrence that Lee described. Even Might Guy, despite being a master of taijutsu, employs ninjutsu as well. His expertise lies in utilizing physical prowess to resolve conflicts. However, Lee's situation is somewhat exceptional. It is not that he lacks chakra or the ability to wield it, but rather that he does not possess the talent to manipulate it for ninjutsu. If one can attain excellence in any endeavor, that alone constitutes a form of success. Should one lack the aptitude for ninjutsu, then one must embrace taijutsu. If the aspiration is to become a ninja, this path is the only option available. Naruto responded earnestly. For Lee, there were few options available. He could either dedicate himself to the study of taijutsu, pursuing a singular path with unwavering determination to carve out a road uniquely his own, or he could abandon the ambition of becoming a ninja altogether. For Lee, the choice was virtually non-existent. Uncle, your words resonate with those of Teacher Guy. He is my mentor, and when he encountered me, he inquired about my dreams. I told him that even without ninjutsu or jinjutsu, I aspired to become a great ninja solely through taijutsu. As Lee spoke these words, his eyes sparkled with fervor. Upon hearing my response, Teacher Guy did not mock me. Instead, he explained, since there are geniuses in this world, there must also be those who are less gifted, serving to highlight the brilliance of the talented. Yet, I still have the opportunity to surpass the geniuses through a unique ability. Lee stood up and gazed at the moon, declaring, it is through hard work, is it not? In the absence of talent, one must choose to become a diligent genius. Naruto intuitively understood the essence of Lee's message. Indeed, Uncle, from that moment on, I realized I must become a diligent genius. If I invest the same amount of time as the geniuses but do not achieve similar results, then I shall exert tenfold the effort of others, and one day, I too shall experience my moment of glory. Lee's life, had he not encountered Might Guy, might have languished in mediocrity, subjected to the derision of those around him. It was through meeting Might Guy that Lee was afforded a genuine opportunity to choose, a chance to prove himself. After your training, remember to undergo a timely health check. Neglecting your health while solely focusing on training will inevitably lead to a reckoning from your body one day. Naruto kindly reminded Lee of his situation. Lee, being an ordinary civilian with no remarkable lineage, faced the risk of developing hidden physical ailments due to years of rigorous training. While he may not experience immediate repercussions, the accumulation of latent injuries could eventually manifest in dire consequences. I am aware that Teacher Guy has also cautioned me about this, and my training is meticulously arranged within the limits of my physical capabilities. By the way, Uncle, are you a ninja? Lee suddenly shifted the conversation, directing the question at Naruto. Well, sort of, but Naruto naturally refrained from admitting that he was still just a child who had yet to attend ninja school. Would you be willing to engage in a spar with me? Lee's intention became clear. Being still young, he sought validation from others. Merely honing his skills in isolation would make it difficult for him to persist. Witnessing a glimmer of hope would undoubtedly bolster his determination. Ding. System task initiated. Please achieve victory in the duel against Lee. With the system task now issued, Naruto had no reason to decline. Then let us begin. I wish to see whether your dedication can truly be deemed as the mark of a hardworking genius. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto's reflexes were remarkably swift. He discerned Lee's movements and met his incoming punch head-on. Upon feeling his fist caught by Naruto, Lee attempted to break free from Naruto's grip, only to discover that Naruto's strength was unexpectedly formidable. Is this the power of adulthood? Lee attributed this strength to the disparity in their ages. Realizing he could not escape, he resolved to devise another strategy, abandoning the idea of freeing his fist. Lee lunged forward, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Naruto's lower body. If Naruto chose not to evade, he would have to endure this blow to his groin. Such trivial tricks, however, would not be enough to overcome me. Naruto felt an untapped reservoir of strength within him, sensing his capabilities expanding beyond his expectations. With a sudden surge of power, he seized Lee's fist and, with sheer force, lifted him off the ground and slammed him down heavily. Lee was taken aback. He had not even touched Naruto yet found himself tossed aside with such ease. This demonstrated that Naruto's strength was far from that of an ordinary ninja. Lee pondered whether this man before him could indeed be the legendary Jonin, as formidable as his teacher, Guy. Noticing Lee's momentary distraction, Naruto wasted no time. Charging forward with a straight punch aimed directly at Lee's face. Regaining his focus just in time, Lee shouted, "Uncle, I surrender." Upon hearing Lee's exclamation, Naruto halted his punch. Even if Lee hadn't called for surrender, he would not have brought his fist down. Had he done so, Lee might have needed reconstructive surgery. "Uncle, you are incredible. Are you a ninja specializing in taijutsu? Are you a Jonin?" Lee inquired of Naruto. "No, I merely practice taijutsu occasionally. Most of my time is spent honing my ninjutsu skills," Naruto replied. Realizing that Naruto was not even a specialist in taijutsu yet could easily defeat him. Lee felt a sudden wave of despair wash over him, his head drooping in disappointment. Observing Lee's dejection, Naruto felt a pang of compassion and reassured him, however. "Your taijutsu is already superior to that of your peers. If you continue to persevere, you will undoubtedly become a ninja, even if it is through taijutsu alone." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto also chose to be dismissive in the past. As long as a name is thought of, there exists the risk of exposure. Thus, it would be best not to inform Lee at all. "Are you leaving, uncle?" Lee inferred from Naruto's words that he seemed intent on departing. "Indeed, it is getting late. And I too must return to rest. You should do the same, rest early. I advise you that while establishing a solid foundation is indeed crucial, it is equally important to ensure you rest well during this period of growth." Naruto ultimately offered a few words of encouragement to Lee before preparing to depart. "Farewell, my friend, may our paths cross again," Lee called out to Naruto. Naruto's figure swiftly vanished from Lee's line of sight. Subsequently, Lee ceased his training. Obediently heeding Naruto's advice and preparing to return to rest, he resolved to continue his training the following day, for strength is not cultivated overnight. Only through quantitative accumulation can one achieve qualitative transformation. As long as I persist in my efforts, I shall undoubtedly become a genius through hard work one day. Chapter 20, a chance encounter with a spy as Naruto walked back, he mused. Poor Lee. I hope in this lifetime he can realize his dreams. If he can unlock more than 6 gates of the 8 gates, he could become an exceptionally formidable ninja. However, having monopolized my training grounds, I shall settle this score with you in due time, but for now, I shall let you be, dear child. Let me see what delightful treasures Lee has brought me." Naruto accessed the system to review his rewards. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task and achieving victory in your battle against Lee. You have been awarded the comprehensive taijutsu manual of Konoha." "Hey, system, are you mistaken? With so much chakra and such physical prowess, I should be learning some ninjutsu. I barely know a handful of powerful techniques, and it's a waste of my vast chakra. The comprehensive taijutsu manual of Konoha is, at once, useful and not. Consisting of the following techniques. Konoha Whirlwind, a continuous technique that combines an upper and lower kick. Konoha Strong Whirlwind, a backspin kick executed with astonishing speed and power. Konoha Gale, a downward spinning kick. Konoha Great Whirlwind, a high-speed combination technique that starts with a downward kick, transitions to an upper kick during rapid rotation, and concludes with a heel strike. Konoha Rising Wind, which propels the opponent into the air followed by a spinning kick, akin to the Lion's Combo, and most importantly, the ultimate secret of Konoha Taijutsu, the 1,000 Years of Death. Fundamental taijutsu techniques flooded into Naruto's mind. Originally, Naruto relied solely on his physical strength in battle, possessing little to no knowledge of martial arts, yet he effortlessly dominated Lee. However, if Naruto were to learn martial arts now, Lee might struggle to even approach him. These martial techniques do hold some significance. They are better than nothing, indeed. Naruto had initially contemplated making his way to the opposite end of the small grove, seeking a secluded spot for his training, far removed from Lee. After all, his method of utilizing shadow clones for training was rather extraordinary. Should it come to the attention of the ninja from Konoha, he would undoubtedly attract unwanted scrutiny, and it might even be reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He certainly did not wish to be besieged by a throng of Konoha ninjas, for the exposure of his true identity would spell trouble. As he walked, Naruto suddenly discerned the sound of conversation emanating from the other side of the woods. At such a late hour, in such a secluded place, something certainly felt amiss. Naruto concealed himself within a small thicket, swiftly forming hand seals. Kagura's mind's eye, activate. Under the influence of this technique, he could distinctly perceive 2 middle-aged men engaged in conversation. The mind's eye also allowed him to observe the chakra levels within their bodies, judging by the quantity of chakra. It was evident that these 2 individuals possessed the strength of Chunin. What is going on? Why have you kept me waiting for so long? Why has the intelligence taken so long to be relayed? One of the middle-aged men inquired. You know as well as I do that the ninjas from Konoha often patrol the area. Gathering intelligence is inherently challenging, and successfully transmitting that information is even more troublesome. Konoha is teeming with ninjas. There are Umbu, root operatives, and many from prominent clans who patrol the streets. At night, the Uchiha clan's Konoha guard is on watch, and a careless mistake could reveal the presence of chakra. All right, I understand your difficulties. Just ensure you haven't attracted any unwanted attention, the other middle-aged man interrupted. His tone cautious. Rest assured, aside from my other abilities, my tracking evasion skills were top-notch back in the village. I have complete faith in your capabilities. That is good to hear. Now, quickly hand over this intelligence. The village has received word that Konoha's security has tightened recently. The next message will be due in a month at the same time. Remember, if you exceed the agreed time frame, I will wait another month. Should 2 months pass without any communication, the village will assume you have been captured. All right. I have all the information right here. Spare me your curses. I am already aware of the details. Take the intelligence and leave swiftly. Delay may lead to unforeseen consequences. One middle-aged man retrieved a scroll from his robe, preparing to hand it to the other. Naruto also overheard their entire conversation and naturally understood that these were spies sent by other ninja villages to gather intelligence on Konoha. However, he pondered whether he should take action. If he chose to turn a blind eye, it seemed that it would not have any significant consequences. The betrayal of Konoha's information would primarily affect Sarutobi Hiruzen. What business was it of Uzumaki Naruto? He would still receive his allowance, continue to enjoy his ramen. And Sarutobi Hiruzen would have no choice but to pay him. With this thought in mind, Naruto contemplated quietly slipping away, preferring to avoid unnecessary trouble. Suddenly, a notification shined. Announcing the system's task, please eliminate 2 spies and retrieve the intelligence scroll. As Naruto's feet were poised to take action, the system suddenly manifested itself, asserting its presence. It seemed at this time, he had no choice but to intervene. With the system issuing a task, Naruto, in pursuit of the reward, had to comply. This inaugural battle in this new world was to be executed with flair. He first employed the transformation technique. Assuming the guise of a passerby he had spotted by the roadside, silently, he conjured a shadow clone, instructing it to utilize the transformation technique and morph into a small rabbit, which then hopped into the nearby thicket, producing a faint sound. Who's there? The 2 individuals, on high alert, instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the noise. In unison, they drew a shuriken from their weapon pouches, exchanging a glance. One of them slowly hurled a shuriken into the shadows. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Under the enchantment of the transformation technique, Naruto's shadow clone morphed into a vividly animated little rabbit, moving with both grace and agility. This charming distraction successfully captured the attention of 2 spies, whose nerves relaxed momentarily, unaware that this was precisely part of Naruto's strategy. In that fleeting instant of their distraction, Naruto's true form surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, silently closing in on them. His body melded almost seamlessly with the surrounding darkness, and with the complete fusion of the bloodlines of the Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Senju clans, Naruto's speed was astonishing. Though the 2 spies had momentarily lowered their guard, Naruto's subsequent movements produced subtle sounds. Years of experience honed their instincts, and they reacted swiftly upon sensing the anomaly. They turned on their heels, kunai poised for throwing. However, Naruto was swifter still. In an instant, he unleashed tremendous force, executing a leaf hurricane kick aimed at one of them. The power contained within that kick was immense, its speed rendering it almost impossible to react in time. The spy barely managed to raise his arm in defense, only to be sent hurtling away by Naruto's strike, crashing heavily against a large tree. The other spy, witnessing this, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. There was no time to assess his comrade's condition. Self-preservation took precedence. If he could not vanquish Naruto, he would have to devise a means to escape with the scroll. Such is the life of a ninja, where the completion of a mission dictates one's actions. He retreated swiftly, drawing a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, readying himself for a counterattack. Yet, he faced Naruto, a formidable ninja endowed with potent chakra and exceptional combat prowess. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto stood between 2 incapacitated spies, meticulously examining their conditions. It appeared that his overwhelming strength had rendered them unconscious. He swiftly searched their belongings and discovered a scroll containing intelligence. He placed the scroll into his system, intending to review its contents upon his return. As for submitting it to Konoha, having seized it through his own prowess, why should he return it? It was, after all, his own intelligence. He was merely curious about its contents. Just as he prepared to depart, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of chakra. Could there be another formidable opponent? Chapter 21. Another expert. He immediately became alert, his keen senses fully engaged, perceiving everything around him. Are you a ninja from Konoha's Umbu? He pondered, noticing the absence of Umbu attire. Perhaps it was merely a passing ninja? I never anticipated that you could so swiftly eliminate our village's shinobi. A deep voice emerged from the shadows of the forest. Naruto turned around to see a figure clad in black, their face obscured, slowly emerging. This individual appeared to be far more formidable than the 2 previous ninjas, equipped with a far more comprehensive array of gear, truly a fitting attire for infiltrating a ninja village. It was evident that this was a dangerous character. Naruto discreetly employed his Kagai's eye to observe the newly appeared ninja, noting that their chakra was significantly stronger than that of the earlier adversaries. However, it had not yet reached the level of a jonin. Perhaps they were an elite Chunin? Which ninja village do you belong to? Naruto inquired. This was merely a tactic to lower his opponent's guard, for Naruto possessed the unique ability of the deceitful tongues, which could cause his adversaries to subconsciously trust his words. Simultaneously, he was secretly accumulating chakra, ready to respond to any potential attack. The identity of my village is of no consequence, the black-clad ninja replied coldly. What truly matters is the intelligence you possess. I must take it with me. Since you have encountered me, you cannot be allowed to live to disseminate the information. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto's reflexes were remarkably swift. He slightly shifted his body, narrowly evading a potentially fatal strike. Simultaneously, his fist was coiled and poised to launch an attack, while his feet were far from idle. Delivering a fierce leaf gale aimed squarely at the abdomen of the black-clad ninja. This was a feint. The black-clad ninja evidently did not anticipate Naruto's incredible reaction speed. And while evading the assault, he was also subjected to a deceptive counterattack. His body was propelled backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, he quickly regained his footing, the cold malice in his eyes intensifying. Your strength indeed exceeds my expectations. You are formidable. Are you perhaps a ninja specifically sent to capture us? The black-clad ninja inquired, his voice laced with a hint of uncertainty. Naruto remained silent, acutely aware that villains often fell victim to their own verbosity. He was certainly not an omniscient being obliged to answer every inquiry. Once more, his body surged with astonishing speed as he launched a fierce assault against the cloaked ninja. The two engaged in a fierce clash amidst the dense foliage of the forest. Although Naruto's physical prowess is formidable and his strength is remarkable, the black-clad ninja, despite lacking Naruto's physical attributes, possesses equally impressive skills and extensive combat experience. Each of his attacks is imbued with lethal intent, while his evasive maneuvers are executed with impeccable precision. The battle rages on for an extended period, and the black-clad ninja's stamina is rapidly depleting. In contrast, Naruto, owing to his powerful lineage, grows increasingly invigorated with each encounter, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. The black-clad ninja realizes that he must swiftly conclude this confrontation. He begins to search for Naruto's vulnerabilities, preparing to unleash a decisive strike. If physical techniques prove insufficient, it is time to resort to ninjutsu. At that moment, the black-clad ninja suddenly retreats, swiftly forming hand seals in his hands. Naruto sensed a powerful surge of chakra and immediately realized that his opponent, unable to match him in taijutsu, was preparing for a sneak attack using ninjutsu. Naruto did not hesitate. His body vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the cloaked ninja. The kunai in his hand was poised, aimed directly at his opponent's vital point. However, at that moment, the black-clad ninja's hand seals were completed with considerable speed. Wind release, great breakthrough, he exclaimed, unleashing a tempestuous gale to ensnare Naruto. Observing that the jutsu employed was merely a C-rank technique, Naruto dismissed it with ease. With remarkable agility, he evaded the wind assault. The commotion from their battle generated quite a ruckus, and through Naruto's keen perception, he sensed several other ninjas rapidly approaching. It seemed that a swift resolution was imperative. Since you have resorted to ninjutsu, I shall not hold back either. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals with his hands and shouted loudly, multiple shadow clone technique. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto also discerned the intentions of the cloaked ninja, chuckling to himself. Do you really think you can escape? The shadow clones of Naruto exhibited no hesitation. Their bodies erupted with astonishing speed as they pursued the cloaked ninja. Their velocity was remarkable, allowing them to close the distance in an instant. The black-clad shinobi was evidently taken aback by the swiftness of Naruto's clones, unable to anticipate their rapid approach. In a heartbeat, he was struck by the Konoha rising wind technique from the shadow clones, sending him soaring into the air. Seizing this opportunity, Naruto's original form swiftly rotated mid-air, delivering a series of powerful punches that struck the cloaked ninja's body with ferocity. The ninja was battered and flung through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, rendered immobile. Sensing that other ninjas were soon to arrive, Naruto prepared for the impending confrontation. Naruto scavenged several ninja scrolls from the dark-clad ninja and stored them within the system. Considering that Konohagakure has specialized interrogators, he realized that his identity must remain concealed at all costs. Naruto swiftly seized several kunai, driving them into the minds of the three individuals with remarkable speed, vigorously churning their brains. I refuse to believe that you can extract any intelligence from their lifeless forms. Naruto swiftly executed a transformation technique, adopting a different appearance. Although his body felt somewhat fatigued, his spirit was exuberant. He understood that while the battle had posed certain challenges, he ultimately emerged victorious. As this marked his inaugural foray into the world of Naruto, his performance had been commendable. Seizing the moment when the surrounding Umbu ninjas were distracted, Naruto returned to his abode. Through this confrontation, he became acutely aware of his numerous shortcomings. First and foremost, he possessed considerable talent. With a robust physical aptitude and ample strength, however, his techniques were lacking. At times, enhancing his combat skills would enable him to inflict substantial damage with ease. While the foundational taijutsu of Konoha was formidable, it was insufficient for delivering a decisive blow, often leading to protracted skirmishes. Moreover, he realized that he had been excessively tense during the battle, clearly lacking experience. He had even forgotten about his Sharingan, had he activated it earlier. Even a single-tomoe would have significantly bolstered his combat efficacy. Let me examine what intelligence this scroll contains, Naruto mused as he retrieved an intelligence scroll from the system. He meticulously perused its contents, and upon completion, felt that the demise of several ninjas had been rather wasteful. This intelligence was inconsequential to Konoha, merely trivial matters. However, certain information could prove challenging for other ninja villages to comprehend. He also acquired several ninja scrolls from the fallen, discovering therein a substantial sum of money, amounting to tens of thousands, rivaling the relief funds he had received over the past few months. From certain documents, it appeared these belonged to ninjas from Sunagakure. Additionally, he unearthed 2 ninjutsu techniques that he currently lacked, the C-rank technique, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, and another C-rank technique, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Although merely 2 C-rank techniques, they were better than none. As night deepened, Naruto lay in bed, his thoughts drifting far away. He reflected on Lee, their battles, and Lee's aspirations. He recognized that both he and Lee were dream chasers. Although their paths diverged, their goals aligned, to become exceptional ninjas. In comparison to Lee, Naruto considered himself fortunate, possessing both a powerful lineage and a system. He mused that Lee was rather close to that little growth. However, given the nature of Konoha ninjas, Lee would likely have no connection to this matter. A brief inquiry would suffice to absolve him. After all, he was now a student of Might Guy, which afforded him some standing in Konoha. Recalling today's battle, Naruto believed his strength should have easily secured victory against his opponent. Yet, practical experience could only be honed through repeated engagements. Indeed, the journey ahead was arduous and long. Chapter 22, The Aftermath of Events. Naruto, having endured a fierce battle the previous day, found himself utterly exhausted. However, his body had fully adapted to his bloodline, and with the enhancement of the 3 major bloodlines, his recovery abilities had reached astonishing levels. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, he felt invigorated, brimming with energy. The vigor of youth. A mere night's rest suffices to overcome any hardship. System, what reward have I received? He mused. It was no wonder that Naruto felt as though he had forgotten something. He had returned home and collapsed into sleep, too fatigued to remember that he had yet to claim his system reward. Congratulations, host, for defeating 2 enemy spies and reclaiming the intelligence scroll. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the perfect beautiful eyes. Perfect beautiful eyes, once acquired. The changes to the host's eyes will remain undetected by the outside world. Not bad, Naruto thought, considering the utility of this reward. He then recalled that during the battle yesterday, he had not completely forgotten about the Sharingan. Rather, he had hesitated to use it. Undoubtedly, the Sharingan was a formidable tool, providing significant assistance in combat. Now, with the perfect beautiful eyes, he could switch to the Sharingan at will during battles. If he were to acquire other ocular techniques in the future, might he also be able to switch between them freely? Imagining a scenario where his left eye bore the Rinnegan, his right the Tenseigan, and perhaps even an additional eye opening on his forehead. He chuckled at the thought of wielding any ocular power he desired. The scene shifted back to the previous night. Hurry, there has been considerable movement in the grove. It is highly likely that foreign ninja spies have infiltrated Konoha. The sounds of battle resonated from the thicket, prompting the nearby Umbu to swiftly issue a summons. Gathering their ranks for immediate action, the Umbu ninjas assembled quickly, their movements silent as shadows in the night. They navigated the streets of Konoha with speed and precision, heading towards the grove. Upon arrival, they dispersed, meticulously searching the surroundings to ensure no clues went unnoticed. Deep within the grove, the Umbu discovered 3 corpses, one of which wore the attire of Konoha, likely a spy hidden within the village. The other 2 bodies, one clad in ordinary garb and the other in black, bore evident signs of battle. Clearly, these were foreign ninja spies, yet their heads had suffered fatal blows, rendering their features unrecognizable. Despite their thorough examination, the Umbu found no further intelligence on the bodies. Captain, there is no information to be gleaned from these corpses. It appears they have been thoroughly stripped of any evidence. Moreover, it seems the enemy was aware of our interrogation techniques, as their brains have been utterly destroyed, making it impossible to extract any information. One Umbu reported to their commanding officer. This left them unable to acquire any intelligence through interrogation. Broaden the search radius, scour the vicinity for any trace or clue. We must uncover any suspicious items. Understood. At the command, the Umbu dispersed, expanding their search area, determined to find any semblance of evidence. A short distance from the bodies, in a nearby thicket, the Umbu encountered Rock Lee, who was panting and sporting several minor injuries, diligently training. Who are you? What are you doing here at this hour? One of the Umbu inquired of Lee. Nervously, Lee replied, I am Rock Lee, a second-year student at the Ninja Academy. I am here training my body, utilizing methods taught to me by my sensei, Guy Sensei. He is a formidable jonin of Konoha. After a brief inquiry, the Umbu deemed Lee merely a student, unlikely to be involved in the espionage incident, and allowed him to depart. They transported the 3 corpses back to Konoha's interrogation division, hoping to uncover clues from them. Even the captain of the interrogation division, the esteemed Jonin Marino Ibiki, took direct action. Due to the damage to the heads, they could extract no useful information from the bodies. Subsequently, the Umbu reported their findings to the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, a seasoned leader. He contemplated the report from his Umbu operatives. It soon dawned on him that this could very well be a premeditated infiltration by enemy village ninjas. These spies might have been discovered while executing some covert mission or during a transfer of intelligence, leading to their defeat in a fierce battle against Konoha ninjas. Among them, 2 possessed Chunin-level strength, likely the primary participants in this intelligence exchange, while another, an elite Chunin, was probably responsible for providing support. To have triumphed against 3 Chunin, the assailant must have possessed Jonin-level prowess, and based on the timing of the Umbu's arrival on the scene, it was clear that this Jonin was not weak. The lack of evidence left behind was quite unusual. Furrowing his brow, Hiruzen pondered, "Did you find anything particularly noteworthy on the bodies?" He asked Ibiki. "Report, Hokage-sama. From the corpses, we only observed injuries consistent with taijutsu attacks. The nature of the wounds suggests they were dealt by Konoha's basic taijutsu, indicating that the one who defeated them was likely a ninja skilled in our village's martial arts," Ibiki explained, sharing his observations and deductions. "Hokage-sama. There are also traces of wind release techniques at the scene. We suspect these were employed by the black-clad corpse. Beyond that, we have found little else," another Umbu added. "Skilled in Konoha's foundational taijutsu and possessing Jonin-level strength. Could it be him? Summon Might Guy for me." Hiruzen commanded one of the Umbu. Currently, the only individual who matched that description was Might Guy, known as Konoha's strongest taijutsu practitioner, aside from the late Master Chin. "Hokage-sama, you called for me?" Might Guy soon arrived at the Hokage's office, bowing respectfully to Hiruzen. "Guy, I trust you are aware of the situation at hand. Were you involved in this incident?" Hiruzen inquired directly. "No, it was not me, Hokage-sama. I was dining at a restaurant on the streets of Konoha at the time. The owner can vouch for my whereabouts. However, my student, Lee, was training nearby and mentioned encountering a Konoha ninja. It seems this individual was not particularly adept in taijutsu. After a friendly sparring session, Lee received some guidance from him, but the ninja did not disclose his name. It is highly likely that this unknown Konoha ninja is the one in question. I have instructed the Umbu to create a sketch based on Lee's description, and it should be ready shortly," Guy responded. "I see. Then we shall wait for further developments," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Soon, the ninjas from the Konoha interrogation department, tasked with profiling, had drawn a likeness of the suspect. Upon comparison, the image revealed that this individual was merely a snack vendor on the streets of Konoha, evidently not a ninja. It seemed that a ninja had used a transformation technique to assume the guise of this vendor to thwart a spy. At this juncture, the trail went cold. Sarutobi summoned Hatake Kakashi to inquire about Naruto's well-being. "Kakashi, the village has been rather unsettled lately. How fares Naruto?" Sarutobi asked kindly. Kakashi, who monitored Naruto daily, was well acquainted with his situation. "Lord Hokage, Naruto has been behaving normally. No unusual actions have been observed. The only notable change is that he seems to be growing. His appetite has dramatically increased, and he spends most of his time eating and sleeping." "I see. It appears young Naruto is indeed growing. His nutrition must be sufficient. I shall send him some money soon to ensure he can eat well," Sarutobi replied. Having frequently received ramen bills from the hand-pulled noodle uncle, he thought nothing of Naruto's consumption. Having inherited a substantial sum from Minato, it was of little consequence to support Naruto. Sarutobi nodded, satisfied with Kakashi's report. He understood that Naruto possessed a unique bloodline. The Uzumaki clan's constitution was notably special, endowed with formidable vitality. This might explain his recent voracious appetite, as the bloodline within him could be awakening. "Kakashi, you must intensify your supervision of Naruto to ensure he does not stray onto a misguided path. Simultaneously, we must remain vigilant to prevent similar incidents from recurring," Sarutobi said with gravity. Kakashi nodded, acknowledging the weight of his responsibilities. As a ninja, safeguarding the village's security was paramount, and protecting Naruto was also part of that duty. After sending Kakashi back to care for Naruto, Sarutobi remained troubled by the espionage incident, as it signified that Konoha might be facing an unknown threat. The covert presence of a formidable taijutsu master, whose ninjutsu abilities remained undisclosed, was a cause for concern. Ultimately, the spy incident faded without resolution. Nevertheless, Sarutobi promptly ordered an increase in patrols within Konoha to ensure that no similar events would transpire again. Chapter 23. Rapid growth of power in the morning mist of Konoha. Patrolling ninjas glided through the streets like phantoms, their footsteps light and swift, leaving no trace. As the espionage incident unfolded, every corner of the village was under tight surveillance, including those obscure alleys often overlooked, now scrutinized by the Umbu. "Captain, is it truly necessary to monitor these insignificant corners? Hardly anyone comes here," A rookie Umbu ninja could not help but grumble to his leader. Silence. The site of the prior incident was also deserted. The event has occurred, and we can only do what we can to minimize the likelihood of it happening again. The Umbu captain's gaze conveyed vigilance and resolve. No slightest movement escaped his notice. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan's guards were particularly busy following the incident. Their figures frequently emerged under the veil of night, as every clan member was mobilized for patrols and investigations. Due to the espionage incident, Sarutobi personally approached the current leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, expressing the need for the Uchiha to enhance their patrols to safeguard the village's security. Historically, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village had been strained, with dissenting voices emerging within the clan. As the Uchiha leader, Fugaku could not allow them to march towards their demise. This mission presented a perfect opportunity to mend the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the villagers of Konoha, and naturally, Fugaku readily agreed. However, this sudden task disrupted the daily lives of the Uchiha clan members within the Konoha guards, replacing their previously peaceful routines with tense patrols. Some Uchiha members began to voice complaints, feeling exhausted and dissatisfied with the abrupt changes, perceiving it as Konoha's unilateral exploitation of their labor for the sake of a fictitious espionage incident. Yet, many peace-loving Uchiha clan members silently shouldered their responsibilities, understanding that diligent patrolling could restore the clan's reputation among the villagers. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Naruto's companions were confined to their homes. The parents of the prominent clans were more acutely aware of the repercussions of this incident than other villagers. It was not merely the espionage affair. There was also an unrecognized elite taijutsu master lurking within Konoha, with nary a clue uncovered. Concerned for their children's safety, they forbade them from venturing outside until the storm had passed. "I want to go play with Naruto, don't you think so, Akamaru?" Inuzuka Kiba rolled on the floor at home, and even the usually obedient Akamaru barked in agreement. What is Naruto doing now? Ino pondered absently while helping to manage her family's flower shop, wondering what Naruto might be up to at that moment. Delicious, truly delicious. Has Naruto eaten yet? Next time, I must outdo him and eat even more. CHG, devouring grilled meat. Thought of Naruto. What a hassle, what a hassle. Staying indoors is so delightful, Shikamada remarked. Inherently reluctant to go outside, his mother often had to coax him to play with his friends. Though he enjoyed their company, he still preferred to avoid trouble. This espionage incident indeed brought joy to some while causing distress to others. Naruto found himself at home, devoid of any significant activities to engage in. The espionage incident had imposed restrictions on his movements, preventing him from meandering through the village as he once did. The Umbu responsible for monitoring him had increased in number, their vigilance now primarily aimed at safeguarding his well-being, for the security of the Jinchuriki had become paramount following such an event. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from stealthily venturing out every night to train in more secluded areas. For his safety, he was compelled to employ the shadow clone technique while simultaneously activating the Kagura mind's eye to keep watch, ensuring that his clandestine training remained undiscovered. During this period, free from the distractions of others, Naruto devoted himself entirely to his training. Naruto first dedicated a considerable period to honing his physical techniques, thereby solidifying his foundational skills. He understood that as a ninja, possessing formidable martial prowess was indispensable. While I may not require it in battle, I must not lack it. Through his rigorous training, his physique became increasingly robust, with every punch and kick imbued with strength. His movements grew swifter and more precise, and his reflexes sharpened. In his encounters with shadow clones, he continually pushed the boundaries of his capabilities, rising resolutely to his feet after each fall, determined to continue the fight. After a substantial duration of physical training, Naruto's martial skills reached a commendably advanced level. Thus, he commenced the study of ninjutsu. Naruto commenced his training in the two newly acquired ninjutsu techniques, the C-rank wind release, Great Breakthrough, and the C-rank fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. With Naruto's extraordinary talent and the assistance of the shadow clone technique, he effortlessly mastered both skills in a remarkably short span of time. He soon discovered that by infusing additional chakra into these techniques, their potency could be significantly amplified. Indeed, with sufficient chakra, the destructive capability of these C-rank ninjutsu could rival that of B-rank techniques. It is little wonder that in the original narrative, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Uchiha Madara unleashed a B-rank fire release technique, the Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, which expelled a vast expanse of flames akin to a deluge. The scale was immense, and its might approached that of S-rank ninjutsu. The ninja allied forces, consisting of over 20 mist ninja, could only withstand Madara's Great Fire Annihilation by employing a water barrier technique simultaneously. The sheer volume of chakra truly allows for unparalleled feats. This realization provided Naruto with a broader array of options and strategies in combat. He began to experiment with the fusion of these two ninjutsu, aspiring to create novel offensive maneuvers. As the saying goes, fire borrows the power of the wind. With judicious chakra allocation, the potency of his combined ninjutsu could be doubled, rendering his attacks increasingly varied and unpredictable. Upon completing his ninjutsu training, Naruto felt a notable absence of a powerful technique in his arsenal, one that could deliver a decisive blow. He recalled his signature skill from the original storyline, the Rasengan. This technique, crafted by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, drawing inspiration from the tailed beast bomb, is renowned for its formidable power and unique form. As Naruto contemplated his desire to master the Rasengan, a notification resonated within his mind. System task initiated. Please successfully learn the Rasengan. The Rasengan was inherently a jutsu that Naruto aspired to learn, and the prospect of an additional task reward brought him immense delight. The Rasengan, a technique that requires no hand seals, can be executed using one hand, two hands, or even three, though fundamentally, there is no significant difference. It merely reflects the caster's proficiency in chakra control. The fourth Hokage, Kakashi, and Jiraiya could unleash it with a single hand. In the original narrative, Naruto's control over chakra was initially lacking, necessitating assistance from others, particularly his shadow clones. It appeared that the more hands employed, the easier it was to gather chakra, thus amplifying the potency of the technique. For a novice, akin to Naruto at the outset of his training, the use of both hands was essential. One hand positioned to gather the chakra sphere, while the other incessantly pushed and compressed the chakra on the first hand. Chakra was released from both hands simultaneously until a chakra sphere was formed. Subsequently, should chakra control advance further, one could achieve the ability to release chakra using only one hand while maintaining proper control to master this technique. The process of mastering the Rasengan unfolds in 3 stages. The first stage involves releasing chakra from a specific part of the body, such as the foot or hand. Kakashi had previously instructed Naruto and his companions in this technique, which they successfully learned. The second stage entails a sustained release of a certain amount of chakra, building upon the first stage's practice. The third stage involves practicing with a water balloon, maintaining the released chakra while solidifying it until the balloon bursts. Upon completion of this stage, the Rasengan would be capable of causing damage, albeit limited to superficial harm. The final stage integrates all preceding elements, concentrating chakra in the hand, continuously releasing and maintaining it, ultimately solidifying into a miniature typhoon. This technique, when unleashed, becomes immensely powerful, capable not only of inflicting greater surface damage but also penetrating the enemy's body to wreak internal havoc. However, the Rasengan does possess a drawback. It can only strike in a straight line. Conversely, it boasts a significant advantage in that it requires a minimal amount of chakra. Moreover, the greater the chakra infused, the more formidable the resulting force becomes. Naruto, recalling the training methods from his memories, procured the necessary materials. He commenced the arduous task of mastering the Rasengan, a process demanding exceptional control and meticulous manipulation of chakra. Naruto's innate talent was exceptional, and with the absence of the Ninetales' interference, his training proved to be relatively fruitful. Through countless attempts, accompanied by his shadow clones, he faced repeated failures, yet persisted with unwavering determination. Their palms became red and swollen from the rapid rotation of chakra, but they refused to yield. After each setback, Naruto meticulously reflected on the reasons for his failure, adjusting his methods and trying again. After innumerable trials and tribulations, Naruto had lost count of how many shadow clones he had created. At long last, he sensed a breakthrough. The feeling surged within him. Yes, the sensation had arrived. His Rasengan was on the verge of perfection. Naruto was instantly filled with exhilaration. He felt the chakra coalescing in his hands, forming a stable rotation that quickened and tightened, ultimately taking on an almost flawless spiral shape. He successfully conjured a small Rasengan, although its power was not yet comparable to that of the fourth Hokage. It was simply due to Naruto still being in the experimental phase, having not infused it with a significant amount of chakra. After successfully executing the Rasengan, Naruto did not rush to rest. He understood that one must strike while the iron is hot. Thus, he continued his training, relentlessly enhancing both the power and stability of his Rasengan. His shadow clones were engaged in similar endeavors, as waves of multiple shadow clones continuously dissipated and were reborn. Naruto's experiences have become increasingly profound, allowing him to master this technique with remarkable finesse. As time progresses, his command over the Rasengan has grown ever more adept, enabling him to wield this formidable ninjutsu with ease. Unlike in the original narrative, he no longer requires the assistance of shadow clones to successfully execute the Rasengan. With a mere thought, chakra can swiftly coalesce in his hand, forming a sphere almost instantaneously. Furthermore, as Naruto continues to infuse it with chakra, the sphere enlarges significantly. Although classified as an A-rank ninjutsu, its destructive capability far exceeds that classification. With Naruto's ever-increasing strength, his confidence burgeons. In just a few years, he envisions himself traversing the ninja world with unparalleled prowess. Through this period of training, Naruto has also matured and grown more composed. As time gently flows by and the espionage incidents gradually subside, the Hidden Leaf Village once again embraces a semblance of tranquility. It seems as though nothing has changed, yet everything is subtly transforming. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and successfully mastering the Rasengan. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, the bloodline of the Hyuga clan. I had a feeling that with an additional bloodline, I could practically gather enough within me to play mahjong. Naruto is quite pleased with this reward. However, a sense of confusion lingers in his heart. System, I have a question. now that I possess both the Uchiha and Hyuga bloodlines. If I were to acquire both the Byakugan and the Sharingan, would they conflict, or would I merely be able to switch between them? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After Naruto acquired the bloodline of the Hyuga clan, he quietly returned home to indulge in some much-needed rest. Each time he assimilated a new bloodline, his body required a period of integration. He had grown accustomed to this. Time to sleep. Chapter 24. Journey to the Ninja Academy. Upon awakening from his slumber, Naruto Uzumaki lay serenely in bed, his breathing steady and profound. The night prior, the bloodline of the Hyuga clan had undergone a profound fusion with the bloodlines of the Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Senju clans coursing through his veins. Gradually, he opened his eyes, sensing the surging vitality within him. Upon rising from this rest, he felt his internal strength had amplified, as if a new force was flowing through his bloodstream. The morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Naruto's face. Standing before the mirror, he focused intently, attuning himself to the newly integrated bloodline within. In an instant, his pupils transformed, the Byakugan unfurled within his gaze. In the original narrative, ninjas of the Hyuga clan exhibit the Byakugan, which not only alters the color of their eyes to a bluish-white, but also causes the veins around their eyes to bulge. This phenomenon occurs as the eyes endure pressure while utilizing the Byakugan, resulting in the veins being forced to bear the strain. However, Naruto's lineage was remarkably flawless, and his body's endurance far surpassed that of the average Hyuga clan member. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Although Naruto is currently utilizing the Byakugan, its effect remains imperceptible to outsiders due to the concealment provided by the perfect Mangekyō Sharingan. When activated, the Byakugan grants the user the ability to perceive all things before them and glimpse into the future. However, it possesses an even more formidable capability, the ability to see through the chakra pathways flowing within the human body, as well as the chakra points from which chakra is released. Through the Byakugan, one can gain a profound understanding of the opponent's chakra. It reveals the intricacies of their meridians, points of energy, and the flow of chakra within their bodies, allowing for far-reaching insight akin to that of a keen observer. By harnessing chakra, the user amplifies the power of their vision, enabling them to perceive objects within a radius of 1 kilometer, with an acuity that surpasses that of the Sharingan. Is this the wondrous world seen through the Byakugan? Naruto muses in awe. Let us see what happens if I try this. Simultaneously, he activated his single-tomoe Sharingan. The Sharingan and Byakugan, typically seen as mutually exclusive bloodline limits, manifested concurrently within Naruto's eyes. His vision became extraordinarily clear, allowing even the tiniest speck of dust to be discerned. With the Byakugan enhancing the Sharingan, Naruto's observational prowess reached remarkable heights. Naruto approached the window, gently pushing it open to allow the morning breeze to caress his cheeks. He widened his eyes, taking a deep breath, savoring every subtle fluctuation in the air. There was no need for intricate hand signs. By awakening the Kagura hard eye, he could perceive everything surrounding his abode. He could discern the presence of numerous Umbu operatives and the chakra coursing through their bodies, all laid bare before him. The sensation of becoming stronger was truly exhilarating. As he felt the depletion of chakra within him, Naruto couldn't help but exclaim. The combination of the Sharingan and Byakugan was indeed formidable, yet the consumption of chakra was rather excessive. Even his current reserves were insufficient for prolonged activation. Who would have thought that Uzumaki Naruto would one day experience a shortage of chakra? Henceforth, he resolved to dedicate the remaining time to replenishing his chakra. Days passed, and Naruto devoted all his training time to this endeavor. Soon, it would be the day before the start of the new school term. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto's chakra has now reached the level of a standard Jonin, possibly even surpassing that of his usual mentor, Kakashi. It is indeed a challenge for Kakashi to bear the constant strain of keeping his Sharingan activated. Meanwhile, Naruto realizes that Kakashi is not in the vicinity of his home and murmurs to himself, could it be that he was summoned by Hiruzen Sarutobi? Naruto's intuition proved to be remarkably accurate. Within the confines of the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen engaged in a conversation with Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi, tomorrow marks the commencement of the Ninja Academy, and I require you to escort Naruto to the opening ceremony. Sarutobi's tone bore a hint of gravity. Kakashi nodded, his eyes reflecting a measure of respect. Understood, Hokage-sama. I will ensure Naruto's safe arrival. Kakashi was acutely aware of Sarutobi's implications. Naruto's unique status rendered him vulnerable, and should he venture to the academy alone, there was a considerable risk of encountering misguided villagers who might obstruct his passage, potentially inciting chaos once more. With Kakashi's protection, ordinary villagers would scarcely dare to act out in his presence, for he was one of Konoha's most renowned elite Jonin, celebrated not only for his early acclaim but also as a student of the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. and the son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, Hatake Tsukuyomi. In terms of credentials, Kakashi was undeniably impressive. The following morning, upon waking, Naruto was greeted by the sound of knocking at his door. Upon opening it, he found Kakashi standing outside. It was their first formal encounter, yet Naruto feigned ignorance. Politely, he inquired, "Hello, may I ask who you are? Have you perhaps come to the wrong place?" Observing Naruto's demeanor, Kakashi introduced himself with utmost seriousness. "Greetings, Uzumaki Naruto. I am the ninja assigned by the village, Hatake Kakashi, tasked with escorting you to the Ninja Academy for the opening ceremony. Thank you for your assistance, Kakashi-sensei." Naruto replied with a beaming smile, expressing his delight. Kakashi, however, corrected him gently, "I am not a teacher at the academy, so there's no need to call me sensei." Taken aback for a moment by Naruto's address, Kakashi found himself reminiscing about the day spent with his dear friends, Uchiha Obito and Rin, during their time in Minato-sensei's team. It was a time when they too had warmly referred to Minato as their teacher. A flicker of tenderness and nostalgia passed through Kakashi's gaze as he remarked, "Is that so? I had thought you were one of the teachers at the academy, but calling you Kakashi-sensei does roll off the tongue quite nicely." Naruto inadvertently let slip the name of his teacher, Kakashi, realizing his mistake. However, Kakashi had already rationalized the situation for himself, and thus, further explanation was deemed unnecessary. Under Kakashi's guidance, Naruto traversed the streets of Konoha, arriving at the Ninja Academy. Along the way, they encountered disparaging remarks from several villagers. Yet Naruto remained unfazed by the malice directed at him. He simply chose to ignore them. What do they understand? They are merely pitiful pawns being manipulated. Once he ascends to the position of Hokage, will they not tremble with regret for their current actions? He was acutely aware that their hostility stemmed from the incitements of despicable individuals. Grievances have their rightful owners. Sooner or later, I will deal with you, Danzo. Nevertheless, accompanied by Kakashi, even as the villagers muttered insults, they dared not take any action. They no longer encouraged their children to hurl stones at him, as before. After all, the individual beside this demon fox was none other than the renowned ninja, Kakashi Hatake. The common folk's attitude towards ninjas typically comprises equal parts curiosity, respect, and fear. At that moment, many parents had gathered with their children at the Ninja Academy, awaiting the commencement of the opening ceremony. Some parents, who had previously been jovial, suddenly changed their demeanor upon seeing Naruto, their expressions contorting as if they had tasted something vile. "Look at that person. Isn't he Naruto Uzumaki? What is he doing at the Ninja Academy? Isn't he the orphan demon fox? How can he even attend school? Could it be that Lord Third has taken pity on him and allowed him to enroll? No way. My child cannot attend school with such a demon fox. Who knows if he might transform and harm our children one day." Exactly. Once Lord Third emerges, we shall protest together. We refuse to allow Naruto Uzumaki into the Ninja Academy. We refuse to allow Naruto Uzumaki into the Ninja Academy. We refuse to allow Naruto Uzumaki into the Ninja Academy. With his keen hearing, Naruto absorbed their conversation, feeling neither anger nor frustration, but rather a hint of amusement. His admission to the Ninja Academy was a decision made by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. How dare these mere villagers question the judgment of Hiruzen Sarutobi? It is time for these villagers to witness the strength of the third Hokage. A single burst of fire, a swift cage, and they shall remain docile, content to stay put. Chapter 25. The opening ceremony concludes just as these villagers prepared to voice their protests. The heads of some prominent clans in Konoha arrived at the Ninja Academy with their children. "Hey Naruto." The first to reach the scene was Kiba Inuzuka, accompanied by Naruto's companion, Akamaru. Woof woof. Akamaru leapt from Kiba's arms, landing on the ground before bounding back into Naruto's embrace. "Hello, Kiba." "Hello, Akamaru." Naruto lifted CHG and greeted Kiba. At that moment, a girl who bore a striking resemblance to Kiba approached Naruto. "Hello, Naruto. I am Inuzuka Hana, Kiba's elder sister. I've long heard of your name, and it is a pleasure to meet you." It was no surprise that she resembled Kiba so closely. "Hello, Hananichan. I am equally delighted to make your acquaintance. Isn't that Naruto?" Suddenly, Akimichi Choza and his son Choji appeared beside Naruto seemingly out of nowhere. Choza greeted Naruto warmly. "Naruto. It's been a while." Choji chimed in. "Naruto, long time no see. Once today's events conclude, let's go out for some barbecue. It's absolutely delicious." "Hello, Uncle Choza. And you too, Choji. If we finish early, perhaps we can go. My appetite has certainly grown." Hearing that Naruto's appetite had increased once more, the Akimichi duo expressed their amazement, for their clan enjoyed befriending those with hearty appetites. "In that case, after school, we must go for barbecue together. This time, it's on me, so don't hesitate to let me treat you." "All right, thank you very much, Uncle." "Naruto." A lively voice called out, unmistakably belonging to Ino. She rushed from somewhere and affectionately embraced Naruto from behind. "Ino, what are you doing? Don't trouble Naruto," admonished Yumeka Inoichi, who was concerned about her actions. As the leader of the Konoha analysis team, he was skilled in mind control ninjutsu and had the ability to delve into others' thoughts for intelligence gathering. Despite his humble demeanor, he was an idol among many information ninjas in the ninja world. "Dad, Naruto and I are good friends. This one trouble him, right, Naruto? Ino's candid nature made it hard for Naruto to feel annoyed. We are friends, but perhaps we should maintain a bit of decorum, Ino. If word gets out, it might not reflect well on your reputation. Ha ha ha, how considerate of you, Naruto. I really like you, so do come visit our flower shop sometime, and Noichi extended an invitation. Sure, uncle. I will definitely drop by when I can. What a bother, and we still have to go to school. Can't we skip? Hearing his exasperation, Naruto turned to see Shikamaru. Hey, Shikamaru, you look the same as ever. Hello, Naruto. Shikamaru appeared as laid back as always. This is my father, Narashikaku. Unlike Shikamaru, Narashikaku exuded a mature and composed air, truly deserving of the title the genius strategist of Konoha. Hello, Uncle Shikaku. Naruto-kun. A soft, sweet voice floated through the air. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, and lo and behold, it was none other than his father-in-law, Hayashi Hyuga. It seemed he was not particularly pleased with him at the moment. However, Naruto thought to himself, it mattered not. In due time, he would demonstrate his prowess, and surely, he would compel Hayashi to be satisfied through sheer force of will. Hinata would eventually be my wife, and not even the Otsutsuki could thwart my intentions, he vowed. As he encountered numerous prominent families of Konoha, they greeted Naruto with warm enthusiasm, while the uninformed masses engaged in hushed speculation. They failed to comprehend why these esteemed families displayed such kindness toward Naruto, unaware that he was the Nine-Tails, a well-known fact in the village. In truth, this was also a signal from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hearing that Naruto had formed amicable relations with the younger generation of Konoha and appeared to be a unifying figure among them brought him great satisfaction. With these bonds, Hiruzen felt reassured of Naruto's loyalty to Konoha. All of this boded well for the village. The opening ceremony commenced shortly thereafter. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Hiruzen, donned in a white Hokage robe with a red ninja outfit beneath, and a Hokage hat upon his head, ascended the stage. Greetings to all the new students and esteemed parents. I am Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, he proclaimed with a robust voice. Oh, it's the old man. Naruto feigned surprise from the audience, aware that Hiruzen had concealed his identity for this very moment, intending for Naruto to hold him in greater esteem once he revealed himself. If he was to act, he would do so wholeheartedly. The old man is actually the third Hokage. How impressive. However, I too shall become Hokage. Catching sight of Naruto's expression and hearing his words, Hiruzen nodded in approval. He continued, today, we gather to witness a new beginning. The inception of a journey filled with hope and challenges. For each of you new students present, today marks a significant step on your path to becoming a ninja. I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, welcome you to the great family of Konoha Ninja Academy. Firstly, I wish to discuss the Will of Fire. This is the core spirit of our village. A cherished legacy forged by the blood and sweat of our ancestors. The Will of Fire encompasses not merely the inheritance of strength and skill, but also the values of courage, wisdom, and indomitable spirit. It teaches us that even in the darkest of times, we must uphold our beliefs and protect those we cherish in our homeland. The path of a ninja is fraught with trials and tribulations, yet it is equally rich with opportunities for growth and self-discovery. You will learn to control chakra, utilize ninjutsu, and train in taijutsu and jinjutsu. More importantly, you will learn how to become a true ninja, one with unwavering conviction, capable of fighting to protect others. I hope that each of you will find your own path here. Whether your dream is to become Hokage, to safeguard your family and friends, or to explore the wonders of this world, I urge you to pursue them with courage. Remember, every dream is precious, a driving force that propels us forward. As you embark on this journey, you may encounter obstacles and setbacks. However, remember that failure is not the end. It is merely another starting point on the road to success. Each fall presents an opportunity to learn and to grow stronger. Do not fear failure. Instead, learn from it and continue onward. I would also like to address the parents present. Your children are about to embark on a new journey. They may face injuries and confusion, but they require not only your protection but also your understanding and support. Trust them, encourage them, and let them know that you will stand by them, no matter the circumstances. In conclusion, let me leave you with the motto of our village, where the leaves dance. The fire burns eternal. This is not merely a saying. It embodies the spirit of our village and the faith of every ninja among us. I hope each of you will become that dancing leaf, that unquenchable flame, illuminating your own path and that of others. As Hiruzen concluded his address, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Some emotional villagers were moved to tears, while the speech resonated profoundly with the new students of the Ninja Academy, still forming their worldviews. I too shall inherit the Will of Fire. I will become Hokage when I grow up. Observing his peers' deep emotional responses to Hiruzen's speech, Naruto felt a surge of camaraderie, as if they were all willing to lay down their lives for Konoha. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Naruto shouted with the utmost fervor. And even the villagers who had previously held disdain for him found their perception slightly altered upon hearing his words. Naruto-kun, so handsome, was Hinata's heartfelt exclamation. Truly, he was the embodiment of a brave soul, one who dares to speak and one who inspires belief. The joy on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was unmistakable as he absorbed Naruto's words. The opening ceremony concluded swiftly, and once off the stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached Naruto's side. Naruto exclaimed with excitement, "Grandpa, why didn't you tell me that you were the third Hokage?" Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a gentle smile, "Haha Naruto, it's not too late for you to know now. I hear that you aspire to become Hokage in the future. Is it because you seek the recognition of others?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The individuals surrounding Naruto were astounded by his words. Could such profound thoughts truly emanate from a mere 6-year-old? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Could it be that Naruto is indeed destined to become Hokage? So, Naruto, based on your recent insights, what do you believe the Will of Fire entails? Sarutobi inquired with curiosity. Of course, it's about strength. The larger and more resilient one's fists are, the more one embodies the Will of Fire. Just look at Uchiha Madara and Shinja Hashirama. Together, they quelled chaos and swept through the shinobi world. That is the true essence of the Will of Fire. This was the thought that resided in Naruto's mind, though he would never express it so naively. The Will of Fire, where the leaves of Konoha sway, signifies an everlasting flame. This light will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding of new leaves. To me, the Will of Fire represents the following. First, it embodies a faith akin to a solemn vow to protect those dear to us, ensuring they remain unharmed and that no wars arise between villages. Second, it seeks the meaning of existence, embracing an indomitable spirit and the importance of teamwork. Life is not merely for oneself. Each individual possesses the power to alter their fate through relentless perseverance, proving that even those who lag behind can triumph over prodigies. Although life is fraught with uncertainties and disappointments, facing it with a positive and optimistic attitude can yield fruitful outcomes. Loneliness is not to be feared. Rather, what is truly daunting is confining oneself within solitude. It is precisely because of the Will of Fire that ninjas possess genuine strength. Thirdly, it should be viewed as a transmission of will, emphasizing the significance of camaraderie and the bonds shared among companions. Naruto's passive ability, the Tenketsu, was activated once again. The entire assembly was swayed by his words. Even the adults present, who had a limited understanding of the Will of Fire, could not grasp its essence as profoundly as Naruto did. All those in attendance found themselves secretly admiring him. The newly admitted students were also intrigued, pondering why his words, though seemingly incomprehensible, resonated with an undeniable truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with elation, addressed Naruto, saying, "Excellent, excellent. Remember what you have spoken today. If you strive according to your words, you shall undoubtedly have the opportunity to become Hokage." Hiruzen was indeed painting a bright future for Naruto. Yet he sincerely believed in Naruto's potential to ascend to the role of Hokage. With such unwavering determination, coupled with the prospect of inheriting the ninja talents of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, Naruto emerged as a formidable contender for the esteemed title of Hokage. Naruto harbors similar thoughts within himself. In Konoha, is sheer fighting prowess truly significant? What worth does it hold? To navigate the world, one must possess influence and a formidable background. Whom do you associate with? His father, Minato Namikaze, is the fourth Hokage. His father's mentor, Jiraiya, was a comrade of Tsunade, the fifth Hokage. Furthermore, Jiraiya's teacher was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. Tsunade's grandfather is Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, while Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, is Tsunade's great-uncle. His own teacher, Kakashi, is destined to become the sixth Hokage. Every Hokage can be linked to him, and if anyone is to surpass the legacy of his Hokage lineage, it would likely be his son, Boruto Uzumaki. Naruto's lineage is undoubtedly prestigious, and his ascent to the position of Hokage is entirely justifiable. Very well, third Hokage. I shall strive diligently to become Hokage myself, aspiring to surpass all predecessors and emerge as the most formidable Hokage. The crowd appeared to witness a new star of Konoha rising majestically. A collective thought blossomed in their minds. If it were Naruto, he might indeed have the potential to become Hokage. Chapter 26. Considerations of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans as Sarutobi Hiruzen descended from the stage. The opening ceremony of the Ninja Academy drew to a close. All right, children and parents, the ceremony has concluded. This afternoon, we will commence with the formal classes. Each child will be assigned to a different class, and the allocations will be posted on the bulletin board at the school entrance. At that time, everyone can find their designated class. Now, you are all dismissed. I wish the children great success at the Ninja Academy. The third Hokage's voice resonated throughout the venue as children and parents began to disperse in small groups. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto has undeniably become the most admired presence among the crowd. Naruto, let us dine together, exclaimed Choji excitedly, already clutching his favorite chips. Certainly, it shall be my treat. How about we indulge in some barbecue? Suggested his father, Akimichi Dings. With a smile, as he patted his son's shoulder, he addressed the heads of various clans and the parents of other children. That sounds delightful. It has been a while since we all gathered. The children share such a strong bond. We should nurture our connections as well, replied Yamashiro Kaichi, echoing Ding's sentiments to the others. Seeing the enthusiasm for the gathering, the group set off toward the most renowned barbecue restaurant in Konoha. Earlier, during the school opening ceremony, Naruto had noticed Sasuke Uchiha, who was accompanied by his brother, Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke and Itachi also observed Naruto, with Itachi offering a friendly nod. Sasuke, however, averted his gaze with a hint of pride after scrutinizing Naruto for a moment. Their interaction had been brief, and coupled with the Uchiha clan's reputation, their relations within the village were rather strained. Naruto found it rather challenging to directly invite Sasuke, considering they had scarcely exchanged a few words and perhaps did not even qualify as friends. In truth, Sasuke harbored a degree of envy towards Naruto's popularity. He was subtly concerned about him, a sentiment evidently influenced by the chakra of Indra's reincarnation. This convoluted brotherly bond between Naruto and Sasuke's generation is destined to reach a definitive conclusion. Sasuke currently holds a favorable impression of Naruto, yet his inherently aloof nature renders him reluctant to forge friendships. Only in the presence of his elder brother does he exhibit the demeanor of a dutiful younger sibling. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes as he pondered for quite some time whether to join Naruto's team, ultimately deciding against it. Perhaps, after some time and once a friendship with Naruto had been established, he could consider joining them then. In his childhood, Sasuke displayed a touch of pride. But he was not devoid of reason. At heart, he remained kind. Ultimately, he was led away by his brother, Itachi Uchiha, to return home for dinner. At home, their father, Fugaku Uchiha, and mother, Mikoto Uchiha, awaited their return. Upon arriving, as the family gathered for dinner, Itachi spoke first. Father, at today's opening ceremony, we encountered Naruto Uzumaki. The Hokage seems to hold him in high regard, believing he possesses the potential to become Hokage. Although I am not well acquainted with Naruto, listening to him sparked a sense of resonance within me. Naruto Uzumaki, the third Hokage, has mentioned this boy to me, describing him as a good child. If not for certain circumstances, alas. Fugaku Uchiha refrained from articulating too clearly in front of Itachi and Sasuke. It appears the villagers harbor a strong dislike for Naruto. They seem to prevent their children from playing with him. Yet today, Naruto was surrounded by many friends, Sasuke remarked as he continued to eat. Fugaku was aware of the villagers' disdain for Naruto, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Naruto had numerous friends. Turning to Itachi, he inquired, "Does Naruto truly have many friends? Who are they?" Itachi, familiar with the offspring of the prominent clans, responded, "Indeed, he has quite a few. From what I gathered today, there are Inuzuka Kiba, Akimichi Chg, Yamanaka Ino, Narashikamaru, and Hyuga Hinata. There also seems to be a girl with pink hair named Haruno Sakura. It appears even their parents hold a fondness for Naruto." "Oh, is it possible that their parents also admire Naruto?" Hyuga Hayashi interjected. "Not I, certainly not." These brief exchanges carried significant weight. Most of these families were closely allied with the Hokage. Without the third Hokage's consent, they would not approach Naruto. After all, Naruto's unique status was known to the clan heads, even if the general populace remained unaware. The open connection with Naruto suggested that the third Hokage had granted his approval. Was it possible that the third Hokage was grooming Naruto to be the next Hokage? Additionally, Itachi had mentioned that the third Hokage seemed to hold considerable faith in Naruto's potential to become Hokage. Thus, the Uchiha clan's current tensions with Konoha had become increasingly apparent. If Sasuke were to befriend Naruto, it might lead to friendships with the heirs of other clans, potentially signaling a gesture of goodwill from the Uchiha clan, easing the rift with Konoha's prominent families. Furthermore, if Sasuke grew up alongside Naruto, the latter, upon becoming Hokage, might extend some leniency towards the Uchiha clan, considering Sasuke's friendship. "What do you think, Mikoto?" Fugaku asked his wife, Uchiha Mikoto, seeking her perspective. The mention of Naruto prompted Mikoto to reminisce about the past. During her time at the Ninja Academy, she had attended classes with Naruto's parents and was close friends with his mother, Uzumaki Kushina. They had even made a pact regarding their unborn children. If both were boys, they would be brothers. If both were girls, they would be sisters. And if one of each, a betrothal would be arranged. Yet now, alas, those days were long gone. Mikoto remained, but both Kushina and Minato had perished, leaving Naruto to navigate the world alone. I believe that if Sasuke doesn't harbor any ill feelings towards Naruto, he might as well befriend him. Perhaps we could invite Naruto over to our home sometime. Mikoto held no ill intentions. She understood Naruto had endured considerable hardships. If given the chance, she would certainly look after him in honor of her dear friend, Kushina. "Sasuke, what about you? Would you like to be friends with Naruto?" Itachi asked with a smile. They were now giving Sasuke the opportunity to decide. If he disliked Naruto, they would not pressure him into friendship. "Humph, that guy seems a bit foolish and not particularly bright. However, I don't dislike him. I could consider being friends. but he must make the first move. True to his Sunderen nature, Sasuke had not always been so aloof. He simply struggled with social interactions. Yet Naruto appeared outgoing and did not seem to harbor any disdain for Sasuke due to his Uchiha lineage. That's good. I hope you both can become good friends. Fugaku and Mikoto were both pleased, each entertaining their own thoughts. Sasuke's willingness to befriend Naruto was indeed a positive development. Meanwhile, Hinata Hyuga, constrained by the strict upbringing of the Hyuga clan, wished to join Naruto and the others for a barbecue, primarily to spend time with him. However, her father, Hayashi Hyuga, would not permit her to go, preventing her from dining with Naruto and his friends. Hayashi had learned during Hinata's childhood that Naruto had once helped her, and he had felt grateful at the time. However, upon hearing from the household staff that Hinata seemed to have a persistent fondness for Naruto, he was incensed. After all, she was still so young. That insufferable Naruto had captivated his precious daughter's heart after only a brief encounter. Thus, to protect her, he forbade her from associating with Naruto, at least in his presence. Only when Naruto earned his recognition would he allow Hinata to play with him. Although Naruto's recent words had touched him somewhat, it was not enough. The ninja world was ultimately ruled by strength. No matter how eloquently one spoke, without the requisite power, one could not safeguard those dear to them. Hayashi was acutely aware of this, as his own lack of strength had cost him the ability to protect his beloved younger brother, Hyuga Hisashi. Therefore, he would not allow such a mistake to occur again. Chapter 27, Conversations at the Konoha Barbecue Restaurant. The scene shifted, revealing a group that had arrived at Konoha Village's most renowned barbecue establishment. Akimichi Choji had reserved 2 private rooms, one for the children and one for the adults. This arrangement ensured that the children could feel at ease without the presence of adults, and it allowed the adults to discuss matters that might not be suitable for young ears. The atmosphere in both rooms was lively, with the aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air. The children chatted animatedly while enjoying their barbecue. Naruto, here, I grilled some meat for you. Ino eagerly offered her creation to Naruto, leaving him puzzled about how such a young girl had learned the art of flirtation. And Naruto, I grilled some for you too. Sakura chimed in, presenting her own grilled meat. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, observing the 2 girls vying for Naruto's attention, quietly served himself a piece of grilled meat, munching thoughtfully while muttering, "Women are truly troublesome. And Naruto, hurry and eat. Today, we must compete to see who can eat more. I've made significant progress since our last outing." Choji was solely focused on food, now intent on challenging Naruto's eating prowess. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto tossed a piece of grilled meat to Akamaru, who expressed his appreciation. Noting that Naruto was indeed a true friend, while his owner, Kiba Inuzuka, was too engrossed in his own meal to remember Akamaru's presence. Observing Akamaru glaring fiercely at him, gnashing his teeth on the meat as if he intended to devour it whole, Kiba felt a bit bewildered and curiously inquired, "What's wrong, Akamaru? Don't you like the meat? I think it's delicious." Immediately after, he stuffed another piece into his mouth. Hearing Kiba's comment, Akamaru bit down even harder. Meanwhile, in a secluded room, the adults' conversations intertwined. "It has been quite some time since we gathered like this. You are Sakura's father, Haruno SH, correct?" Nara Shikaku addressed the slightly reserved Haruno SH, who sat in the corner. "Yes, I am Sakura's father. I never expected to have the opportunity to enjoy grilled meat with all of you. It is truly an honor." Haruno SH was somewhat anxious, as he and Sakura's mother were merely ordinary ninjas in the village, while the parents of the other children were prominent clan leaders, all elite J-nin. "Relax. We are not here for missions. You don't need to be so tense. Right now, we are simply parents. Here, let me pour you a drink." Nara Shikaku adeptly eased the atmosphere, pouring a drink for Haruno SH, who, taken aback by the attention, accepted and downed it in one go. After a few drinks, Haruno SH began to loosen up. "There are certain things that are not exactly secrets, but we will mention them in hopes that you keep them to yourself." Nara Shikaku said to Haruno SH, "Secrets? Rest assured, I am merely a father to a child. I know nothing else," Haruno SH promised, patting his chest. Seeing Haruno SH's assurance, the others felt at ease to continue their discussion. "What do you think of Naruto, this child?" Yamenka and Noichi asked. "My daughter Ino is quite fond of Naruto. She secretly told me she wants to marry him when she grows up, which puts me in a difficult position as a father," and Noichi lamented. "Naruto is a good kid, but unfortunately he has had a rough lot," Inuzuka Hana added. "Yes, given Naruto's background, he should not have to endure such treatment. Minato and Kushina's fate was tragic, and the third Hokage did not seem to care much for Naruto. A heroic orphan like him deserves better treatment. It is truly unjust." Akimichi Choza remarked while enjoying his grilled meat. Haruno SH, having consumed a few drinks, felt a sudden clarity from their conversation and timidly asked, "Are you saying that Naruto is the child of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki?" "Indeed, within the higher echelons of Konoha. This is not much of a secret," Nara Shikaku explained to the bewildered Haruno SH. "During the Nine Tails incident, Minato and Kushina fought valiantly against the beast. but were ultimately unable to overcome it. Minato had to use the dead demon-consuming seal to seal half of the Nine-Tails chakra within himself. And then he sealed Kushina's chakra along with the Nine-Tails chakra into Naruto, using the 8 trigram seal. This was done to completely seal the beast. But why would they seal a tailed beast within their own child? I find it hard to understand, Haruno SH questioned, struggling to comprehend why parents would inflict such a fate upon their offspring. However, sealing the Nine-Tails and making Naruto the Jinchuriki indirectly subjected him to years of suffering. As I understand it, the Nine-Tails is far too powerful to be destroyed. It can only be sealed. And the Uzumaki clan possesses the unique constitution required to be the Jinchuriki. Minato did this both to protect Konoha and because he believed in his child's potential to master this power. Narashikaku shared his insights. But Naruto is just a child. Why did the higher-ups of Konoha conceal his identity and subject him to such treatment? He is truly the son of a hero. Typically, Haruno SH would not voice such thoughts, but after a few drinks, he became more emotional, struggling to understand why Naruto faced such unfair treatment. After the death of Minato and Kushina, the third Hokage explained that it was to protect Naruto's identity, as Minato had made many enemies on the battlefield, and exposing Naruto's identity would put him in danger. However, it was clear to all that once the fourth died, his estate was divided among several high-ranking officials in Konoha, and the true reasons for their actions were well understood. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, and Haruno SH continued drinking. Fortunately, Naruto is a resilient child, managing to grow into such an obedient and considerate person despite the circumstances. It is truly remarkable. As if he was destined to become Hokage, Narashikaku broke the tension in the air. Indeed, Naruto is a wonderful child. This is why when the third Hokage approached us before, we were willing for our kids to associate with him. Naruto is inherently a good person. Even if he were not the son of the fourth, or a so-called Jinchuriki, we would still encourage our children to befriend him, Yamenka and Noichi added. From now on, I will protect Naruto from the shadows and ensure that the previous tragedies do not repeat. Kakashi Hitaki, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. As Minato's student, he had received care from the couple and was capable of safeguarding Naruto's growth, a fact tacitly approved by the third Hokage. Thank you, Kakashi. And Naruto. We truly see the hope for Konoha's future. Perhaps, under his leadership, Konoha will thrive even more, Narashikaku remarked. And laughter filled the room as they toasted to Konoha's prosperity. Chapter 28, Self-Introduction. After lunch, the bonds among everyone deepened further. At the children's table, following their meal of grilled meat, their relationships grew even closer. Except for Naruto and CHG, everyone else had a fairly normal appetite, with the others taking on the role of serving meat to Naruto and CHG. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. System task issued. Defeat Akimichi CHG in a food-eating contest. Naruto understood that he must secure victory in this challenge. Ino and Sakura continually served Naruto grilled meat, and he eagerly accepted every piece, clearing his bowl entirely. On the other side, CHG was eating at an impressive pace, flipping the meat, picking it up, dabbing it in sauce, and devouring it. His motions were fluid and graceful. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The bloodlines of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan within Naruto's being are no trivial matter. The notion of a limit is utterly non-existent. Ultimately, Akimichi Choji reached his threshold, unable to consume another morsel. Upon witnessing Choji raise the white flag of surrender, Naruto also ceased his feasting. Although the grilled meat was delectable, indulging continuously to such an extent would surely become tiresome. Naruto, you are truly remarkable. Once I master the secret techniques of my clan, we shall compete again. The heirs of the prominent clans had now reached the age for the ninja academy. The secret arts of each clan began to be imparted to the students one after another. Once Choji fully grasps the secret techniques of the Akimichi clan, his appetite is likely to expand severfold. At that juncture, even Naruto may require considerable time to overcome Choji. Let us agree to battle again next time. Naruto welcomed Choji's challenge without hesitation. Once Choji completes his learning of the techniques, it is possible that he might acquire additional bloodlines within him, consequently increasing his physical consumption. Ultimately, which of us will learn our techniques faster, yours or my reward acquisition? Naruto found himself filled with curiosity. The children's activities were drawing to a close. While the adults had succumbed to inebriation, typically preoccupied with their official duties, they seldom indulged in such revelry, and thus, their behavior was understandable. Only Kakashi-sensei remained relatively sober. Having consumed just a few drinks, mindful of his crucial role in secretly safeguarding Naruto, he promptly informed the various clans to come and escort the inebriated individuals home. Kakashi then led the children to the ninja academy. After lunch, the sun bathed the streets of Konohagakure in warmth, with the children's laughter and footsteps resonating with vitality. They strode towards the academy, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Upon discovering the class assignments posted publicly, they were thrilled to find themselves placed in the same class. A lively group made their way to their designated classroom. Upon entering, Naruto quickly noticed that Hinata and Sasuke were already present. Approaching Sasuke, he cheerfully exclaimed, "It's been a while. Do you remember me? I'm Uzumaki Naruto. What is your name?" Sasuke, pleased to receive Naruto-esque greeting, replied, "I am Uchiha Sasuke." Naruto, with his characteristic familiarity, exclaimed, "Excellent, Sasuke. From now on, we shall be friends. I look forward to your guidance." He extended his hand in friendship. Indeed, straightforwardness often disarms aloofness. Sasuke found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Naruto's exuberance. He reciprocated by shaking Naruto's hand, signaling his willingness to forge a friendship. Subsequently, Naruto made his way to the back of the classroom, drawn by the presence of Hinata. "Naruto-kun, he is approaching me," Hinata thought, her heart racing with excitement as she blushed profusely. "Hinata, is anyone sitting beside you? Would you mind if I take that seat?" Naruto seized the opportunity, determined to win over his future wife. "And no, Naruto-kun, please have a seat." Hinata was taken aback, realizing that Naruto had come specifically to sit next to her. "All right then. I shall sit here." "Hinata, are you all right? Your face is quite red," Naruto remarked, settling beside her. "I am fine, Naruto-kun. Thank you for your concern," Hinata shyly replied. "Very well, do take care of yourself," Naruto thought to himself, considering a playful gesture to check her temperature, aiming for some physical contact. However, seeing Hinata's bashful demeanor, he feared that any advance might overwhelm her. It was best to proceed gradually, allowing Hinata to acclimate to his presence. As Naruto took his seat beside Hinata, Sasuke felt an inexplicable discomfort, unease creeping into his heart at the sight of Naruto with someone else. Silently, he stood and positioned himself in front of Naruto. "Ah, this feels much better," Sasuke thought, nodding to himself, pleased that Naruto could now see him. "Sakura, look." Naruto has gone straight to Hinata. "I never expected her to be our greatest rival," Ino observed as Naruto entered the classroom and initially approached Sasuke, presuming he was merely greeting him before returning. To her surprise, Sasuke was merely incidental. Naruto's true target was the back row where Hinata sat. "Ino, it seems we must unite against Hinata. We cannot allow her to steal Naruto away," Sakura responded. "Let us hurry and secure our positions beside Naruto," Ino exclaimed, pulling Sakura along as they dashed towards Naruto. Undoubtedly the swiftest among them, the vacant spot beside Naruto was effortlessly seized by her, leaving Sakura to sit next to Ino. "Akamaru, let us move over there," Kiba exclaimed, cradling Akamaru as he headed towards Naruto. "Shikamaru, let us go too," CHG urged, pulling Shikamaru along. "What a hassle," Nara Shikamaru grumbled. Yet he did not refuse CHG. Soon, Naruto's side was brimming with people, and the classroom gradually filled with numerous figures. Most students cast a curious glance at Naruto's seat, only to opt for a position on the opposite side, distancing themselves from him. However, those eager to befriend Naruto gravitated towards him. Eventually, a familiar yet unfamiliar face appeared in Naruto's line of sight. Dressed in a high-necked garment and donning sunglasses, a figure approached him and spoke. "Hello, Naruto. I am Shino Aburame. May I be your friend? My bugs seem to take a liking to you." Indeed, it was the long-absent Shino Aburame. One could hardly deny that his presence had been rather subdued. Had he not approached Naruto, the latter might not have even noticed him. "Of course, Shino. From now on, we shall be friends." Naruto readily accepted, particularly since Shino was one of the renowned Konoha 12, a testament to his strength. Seeing that Naruto was surrounded by others, Shino chose a spot nearby to settle down. Lively conversations ensued among the group. Shortly thereafter, a teacher entered the room. It was Irika-sensei, his face adorned with a gentle smile and a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. "Irika-sensei, long time no see," Naruto exclaimed, leaping to his feet to greet him. "It's been a while, Naruto," Irika-sensei responded, beaming at Naruto's enthusiasm. "Hello everyone, I am your homeroom teacher, Umino Irika." His voice was calm yet resonant. "Today's lesson is quite simple. Let us get to know one another. I have a list here, and when I call your name, please come to the podium to introduce yourself, share your interests, dislikes, dreams, or anything you wish. The first one, Triple X. Hello everyone, I am Triple X. My hobbies include Triple X. I dislike Triple X, and my dream is Triple X. Please take care of me. Excellent, Triple X. Next, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke stood and walked to the front, prompting a flurry of whispers from the audience. "Wow, he is so handsome. I really like him. He is indeed striking, but isn't he from the Uchiha clan? I heard they can be quite difficult to get along with." "Really? He seems fine to me. I am Uchiha Sasuke. The person I admire is my brother, Itachi Uchiha. My favorite activities are those I do with my brother. What I despise are things that harm my brother. My dream is to restore the Uchiha clan's glory and make it the foremost clan in Konoha." Upon hearing this, Naruto could only shake his head in resignation. It was no surprise that the young Sasuke was preoccupied with his brother, the ultimate brother complex. Next, Haruno Sakura. Sakura approached the podium with a hint of shyness. "Hello everyone, I am Haruno Sakura. I enjoy flowers and caring for patients," she said gently. "I dislike insects and rude people." Her voice faltered slightly. "My dream is to become an excellent medical ninja and I hope to earn Naruto's recognition." A faint blush graced her cheeks. Next, Yamanaka Ino. Ino confidently stepped up to the podium, her eyes sparkling with vibrancy. I am Yamanaka Ino. I love flowers and fashion, and I despise lazy individuals. Her voice was loud and clear. My dream is to become a top-tier medical ninja and open my own flower shop. Her smile radiated anticipation for the future. Next, Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba energetically hopped onto the stage, Akamaru following closely. I am Inuzuka Kiba. I enjoy training with Akamaru and detest waiting. He proclaimed with vigor. My dream is to become the strongest ninja and the best pet trainer. He and Akamaru struck a pose of encouragement. Next, Aburame Shino. Shino walked quietly to the podium, his voice calm and low. I am Aburame Shino. I enjoy observing and studying insects, and I detest disorder. His gaze revealed a passion for insects. My dream is to become a ninja capable of utilizing insects for various tasks. His words exuded confidence in insect techniques. Next, Akimichi CHG. CHG ambled to the podium, munching on chips. I am Akimichi CHG. I love eating, especially chips and barbecue, and I dislike exercising. He chuckled good-naturedly. My dream is to taste all the delicious foods and become a powerful ninja to protect my friends. His eyes sparkled with a love for food and a cherished friendship. Next, Hajie Hinata. Hinata shyly approached the podium, her voice barely audible. I am Hajie Hinata. I enjoy reading and practicing gentle fist techniques, and I despise failure. Her face flushed a deep red. My dream is to grow stronger and not disappoint my family. Though her voice was soft, it was filled with determination. Next, Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru lazily sauntered to the podium, appearing somewhat reluctant. I am Nara Shikamaru. I enjoy playing shogi and napping, and I most despise troublesome matters. He sighed. My dream is to live a peaceful life. However, since I am now at ninja school, I shall strive to become a ninja capable of handling troubles. He chuckled resignedly. Next, Iruka-sensei paused momentarily before continuing. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto rose from his seat and strode toward the podium. Instantly, the attention of the entire class converged upon him. Their gazes fixed intently on Naruto. Naruto boldly approached the podium. Hello everyone, I am Naruto Uzumaki. My favorite food is ramen, especially from Ichiraku Ramen. He exclaimed with a smile. Ichiraku Ramen is indeed delicious. Yes, my father took me there, and it was so tasty. Really? I must try it after school today. What I detest is being underestimated. His voice became resolute. As for my dream, I believe you all are aware of it. I aspire to gain everyone's recognition and ultimately become the Hokage. He raised his small fist, determination gleaming in his eyes. Naruto's companions also showed him great respect, enthusiastically applauding. Thank you, everyone. Naruto gazed at them with heartfelt gratitude. Now that we have all made initial introductions, I hope that we can get along well during our time at the ninja school. For now, let's conclude today's session. Class dismissed. Chapter 29, Running Training Hooray. With Iruka-sensei's announcement of the class dismissal, all the students in the classroom erupted in joyful cheers. A few eager classmates in the front row could hardly contain their excitement as they rushed out of the classroom, their laughter and footsteps echoing down the corridor. Naruto and a few of his companions rose to their feet, preparing to depart. Ino turned her head and inquired, Naruto, what shall we do next? It is still quite early, isn't it? Indeed, echoed CHG, who was holding a packet of chips in his hand. It's still early. And I've just had my fill. I'm not even hungry. He blissfully munched on the chips. Your actions with your hands are in stark contrast to the words you speak. Naruto contemplated for a moment and proclaimed. Let us engage in training while it is still early. If we aspire to become formidable ninjas in the future, a robust physique is essential. His words resonated with unwavering determination. As heirs of esteemed clans, the others inherently understood the significance of physical training, hence they expressed unanimous agreement. Thus, Naruto led them to the training grounds of the Ninja Academy. Upon their arrival, Naruto addressed the group, saying, This time, let us first assess the limits of our bodies. If anyone finds it too strenuous, do not push yourselves too hard. Training requires a balanced approach to foster progress. The group nodded in affirmation, wholeheartedly endorsing Naruto's sentiments. Now, let us prepare and commence our run. Sasuke, the standout participant, surged ahead, sprinting the fastest. In close pursuit was Kiba Inuzuka, determined not to lag behind. Closely followed by Akamaru, who kept pace with Kiba. Naruto did not follow closely behind the two individuals ahead, instead maintaining his own pace as he ran. Hinata chose to accompany Naruto, quietly trailing behind him, gazing at his back and striving silently. Meanwhile, Sakura and Ino positioned themselves on either side of Naruto, running in tandem beside him. Shikamaru, while running, incessantly muttered, What a hassle, I don't want to run. However, seeing everyone else run, he felt reluctant to be left behind and opted for a token effort, running briefly before taking rests, as pushing his limits seemed utterly improbable. Shino, at the rear of the group, ran slowly, hindered by the insects within him, while the last in line was, of course, Choji. His weight proved an insurmountable challenge to speed. On the playground, sunlight bathed the green grass, and the air brimmed with the essence of youth. The exuberance of youth. Out of nowhere, two figures clad in green spandex emerged. It was Rock Lee and Mike Guy. Sensei, may we join in? Lee exclaimed to Guy. Absolutely, Lee. Let us fervently ignite our youth. Guy responded with an enthusiastic thumbs up. The enthusiasm surged as more joined the group, and they all ran with renewed vigor. Initially, the group was filled with energy, circling the playground repeatedly, but it soon became evident that not everyone possessed the same stamina. The first to stop was Choji, the heaviest among them, for whom running was indeed a formidable challenge. With every step, the ground trembled slightly under his weight. Despite his decent stamina, the exertion was considerable. Ultimately, he had no choice but to concede, panting as he collapsed onto the grass, watching the others continue. The sight of Choji stopping so soon elicited sympathetic expressions from the others, though they understood his predicament. Next was Shino, who, due to the insects he harbored, also struggled with the run. The Aburame clan relied on their insects for battle, so their physical conditioning was not emphasized. He leaned against a tree, wiping the sweat from his brow and taking a moment to recuperate, eventually joining Choji on the grass. Following him was Shikomu, who, noticing two had already stopped, felt justified in halting as well. What a hassle, he lamented, adding, I can't run anymore. I've reached my limit. Whether it was genuine fatigue or mere reluctance to exert himself was unclear. Under the doubtful gazes of his peers, he quietly lay down on the grass, gazing skyward, choosing to rest. Sakura and Ino, motivated by Naruto's ongoing effort, persisted in their run. Though neither possessed exceptional stamina, they gritted their teeth to accompany him longer. Wishing to convey their dedication, they endeavored to remain within Naruto's line of sight for as long as possible, exhausting all their strength. Unfortunately, their lack of regular exercise made it difficult to sustain their efforts to the end. Sakura gradually succumbed to fatigue, unable to resist the urge to stop, dragging herself to the grass. Ino, on the other hand, appeared to possess a slightly stronger resolve. Even as her body reached its limits, she pressed on, prompting Naruto to feel a pang of sympathy. Recognizing her labored breaths, he gently urged, That's enough, Ino. You can rest now, don't push yourself. This isn't what I want to see. All right, I'll wait for you on the grass, Naruto. Ino replied, acquiescing to his concern and choosing to rest after having endured longer than Sakura. As for Sasuke, he continued to push himself, secretly competing with Naruto. A spark of rivalry evident in his gaze. Kiba, due to his rigorous training from a young age, exhibited remarkable stamina, running alongside Naruto without a hint of fatigue. Hinata, having undergone similar training, kept pace with Kiba, showing no signs of slowing. Meanwhile, Guy and Lee appeared utterly at ease, clearly not yet challenged by this endeavor. Suddenly, a notification chimed, announcing a system task. Please endure until the end of this running competition. What had begun as a spontaneous desire to run now came with the obligation of a reward. With a wry smile, he accepted the challenge. Though he still had yet to collect the rewards from the previous eating contest, he would have to wait until this event concluded to claim them together. Among the remaining participants, Kiba was the first to falter. Akamaru continued to persevere, as the Inuzuka clan's stamina was superior to that of ordinary shinobi. Though Kiba had trained since childhood, the intensity had not been particularly high, and he too reached his limit. Following closely was Hinata, who, inspired by her admiration for Naruto, continued to push herself despite her body's protests. Naruto could sense that Hinata was nearing her physical limits. However, she was still striving to regulate her breathing, wishing to endure a little longer. Hinata, it's enough now, you've done remarkably well. You may take a rest. Observing Hinata's pained expression, Naruto felt a pang of compassion and urged her to cease her efforts. Naruto's words proved to be immensely effective for Hinata. Upon hearing Naruto speak, she ceased her insistence and encouraged him with a simple good luck before retreating to rest. Sitting on the ground, she panted heavily, yet her face remained resolute. Wow, Hinata. You are incredible. How could you endure for so long? Exclaimed Sakura and Ino as they offered their encouragement upon her return to the grass. Sasuke, however, paid no mind to the two peculiar individuals clad in green spandex. His focus was solely on Naruto. He remained locked in competition with Naruto, determined to persevere. Despite possessing the chakra of Indra's reincarnation, Sasuke had yet to awaken it, leaving him only marginally stronger than the average person. At home, Itachi trained with him, which accounted for Sasuke's impressive stamina compared to others. Nevertheless, Naruto's endurance was astonishing. While others had already collapsed from exhaustion, he appeared merely to be warming up. His steps were steady, and his breathing was even, as if this were merely a preliminary exercise. Observing Naruto's unwavering composure, Sasuke, though reluctant, chose to concede. He felt he could continue, but he did not wish to present a pitiful sight to his brother. Lying on the grass, he gasped for breath, his body weary. Yet his eyes radiated an indomitable spirit. This time, he had chosen to withdraw. Next time, he would train harder and challenge Naruto once more. Only two remained, Rock Lee and Might Guy. Although Lee had trained under Guy for some time, his foundation was still too weak, and thus, his recent training had yet to yield significant results. However, having grown stronger over the past year, he had managed to endure impressively long. Ultimately, only Naruto and Might Guy remained on the playground. Initially, Guy had merely aimed to train alongside Lee, but upon seeing Naruto, he was reminded of his dear friend. Kakashi Hitaki, who seemed to be watching over Naruto in spirit. Moreover, Naruto's breathing appeared entirely undisturbed, piquing Guy's curiosity about the extent of Naruto's capabilities. As seconds ticked by, even Might Guy began to feel the strain. The others on the grass had largely recovered, yet both Guy and Naruto continued to persist. Naruto felt a warmth gradually enveloping his body. If he continued to run, he might just achieve complete readiness. Observing Naruto's unwavering speed, Might Guy chose to concede. Ultimately returning to the grass to accompany Rock Lee. Teacher Guy, even you have lost? Inquired a perplexed Lee. Lee, there are heavens beyond heavens, and individuals beyond individuals. It is evident that Naruto is precisely that kind of person. Guy was not one to shy away from defeat. He was well aware of Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The immense regenerative abilities bestowed by the Nine-Tails made Naruto's remarkable stamina entirely understandable. As Naruto observed that everyone had come to a halt, he too slowed his pace, ultimately completing an additional lap and stopping beside them. With a smile, he remarked, "You all have worked hard. Let us continue tomorrow when we have more time." Despite their evident exhaustion, each face bore a satisfied grin. They recognized that such rigorous training would enhance both their stamina and endurance, a beneficial endeavor for all. Sakura exclaimed with admiration, "Naruto, you truly are impressive. How is it that you don't seem fatigued at all?" With a chuckle, Naruto replied, "I merely possess a natural gift. My physical prowess has always been exceptional. However, with consistent practice, you all can achieve the same." They settled on the grass, engaging in conversation. Sasuke and Lee exchanged glances, and the disparity between their abilities and Naruto's made Sasuke realize the necessity for further training. As for their teacher, Guy, he was clearly an adult, and Sasuke felt no need to compare himself to him. Thus, he set his sights on Lee, who had been the third from last to stop. "Once I surpass this proud fellow, I shall challenge you, Naruto." Lee, despite currently having bested the dark-haired youth, felt a sense of pressure emanating from him. Could this indeed be the fabled genius? Chapter 30. The history of Konoha Village. In the Ninja Academy of Konoha Village, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon the children who had just concluded their training. "Let us call it a day," one of the instructors announced. "Everyone may return to their homes." Naruto observed that everyone had nearly recovered on the grass and spoke to them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto's voice was imbued with a gentle warmth, expressing his satisfaction with everyone's performance. Even Choji had earnestly engaged in the training, though due to physical constraints, he could not endure until the end. Nevertheless, everyone had done remarkably well. Especially considering it was their inaugural training session, one cannot expect to become a master overnight. "Well then, everyone, it's time to bid farewell. Please exercise caution on your way home." Naruto addressed the group. "See you tomorrow, Naruto," came Ino's spirited voice. "Do take care," added the gentle Sakura. "Naruto, would you like to join me for a meal? How about some chips?" offered the ever-hungry Choji. "No, thank you, Choji. I have food at home. We mustn't waste it." Upon hearing this, Choji ceased his insistence. "And Naruto-kun, please be careful on your way," stammered Hinata, her fingers fidgeting as she averted her gaze. "You too, Hinata. Would you like me to escort you home?" Naruto teased, hoping to elicit a reaction from the bashful girl. "And no, that's not necessary. My father wouldn't allow it. I can manage on my own." Hinata's face flushed crimson at the thought of Naruto accompanying her. Even running, she had not anticipated sweating so profusely. Indeed, she was a true steam princess. "Naruto, Akamaru, and I are heading out now. Farewell," called Kiba, alongside his loyal companion. What a hassle, what a hassle. "We have school tomorrow. When do we get to rest?" "Goodbye, Naruto." Without a doubt, that was Shikamaru, ever the pragmatist. "I'm leaving too, Naruto. My insects have conveyed their desire to be your friends, and they asked me to relay that message," remarked the unassuming Shino. "Thank you. And please extend my gratitude to your insects," Naruto replied with a smile. Although Naruto felt a twinge of eeriness, he surmised that it was merely the result of his affinity for animals. Insects can be considered animals, after all. "Hello, are you Naruto?" asked Rock Lee, a second-grade student. With enthusiasm. "I'm glad to meet you. Next time we train, I will definitely surpass you." Having never encountered Naruto before, Lee was astounded to discover during this training session that Naruto was far superior in skill, and thus he resolved to regard Naruto as his target to chase after. "Hello, Lee. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I am delighted to befriend you. As for training, I want you back down. I eagerly await your challenge next time." Naruto replied with a smile. "Naruto, I am Might Guy, Lee's teacher. How do you possess such stamina? You seem to endure even longer than I do." Guy inquired, perplexed. "I'm not certain, Mr. Guy. Perhaps it's innate. I believe I have a naturally high endurance." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Guy experienced a moment of clarity. "Ah, I almost forgot. Naruto belongs to the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their abundant chakra and robust physique. Yet, is it truly so extraordinary?" It seems Guy had limited interaction with members of the Uzumaki clan, leaving him somewhat uninformed on the specifics. No more pondering. If he continued, he'd overthink. After dispersing from the group, Naruto returned home, secretly guarded by Kakashi-sensei. That evening, as the children from various clans returned home and recounted their experiences to their parents, the latter wore expressions of contentment. They understood that under Naruto's influence, their children had begun their journey towards becoming exceptional ninjas. Naruto possesses a unique charm that inspires those around him, instilling a sense of optimism and positivity. As a result, the leaders of various prominent clans have increasingly recognized his potential, seeing him not merely as a child of great promise but as a spiritual leader capable of guiding his peers toward mutual advancement. Following dinner and casual conversation, they began instructing the children in the clan's refined chakra extraction techniques, which are significantly more efficient than the basic methods taught in school. These techniques have been meticulously developed and enhanced over generations by the great clans of Konoha, yielding impressive results. The Inuzuka, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Aburame, and Hyuga clans are all esteemed families within Konoha, and they have long prepared for the education of their children. Even Sakura, a child of commoners, benefited from her parents' contributions through missions, allowing her to acquire a more advanced version of the chakra extraction technique. This ensured that she would not lag too far behind her peers right from the outset. That evening, after a family dinner, Naruto lay in bed and began to assess the rewards he had garnered that day. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and achieving victory in the match against Choji. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward. One opportunity to customize ninja tools. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of enduring until the end on the ninja school playground. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward. Supreme talent in space-time ninjutsu cultivation. The rewards from the system were satisfactory, though they seemed of little immediate benefit to Naruto. Upon receiving the supreme talent in space-time ninjutsu, Naruto felt his sensitivity to the surrounding space heighten significantly. Would this not aid him in mastering his father's signature technique? The Flying Thunder God? Puzzled, he inquired of the system, can the customized ninja tools relate to the Flying Thunder God or space-time ninjutsu? The system affirmed, yes, host. Would you like to customize the ninja tools? Let us proceed with the customization. Naruto replied eagerly. Congratulations, host, customization successful. You have received the Flying Thunder God, Infinite Kunai. The Infinite Kunai, as the host's strength increases, a corresponding quantity of special kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God symbol will be generated. These kunai not only match the strength of ordinary ninja tools but can also be summoned back instantaneously at the host's will. If damaged, new kunai will automatically materialize. Remarkable. This kunai set incorporates a retrieval feature. Once I master it, combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, I could truly unleash its potential. The Flying Thunder God, Infinite Kunai appeared as a typical ninja tool pouch, yet within, Naruto found 10 specially crafted kunai. This indicated that his current upper limit of power was 10 kunai. Placing the kunai in various locations around his home, Naruto lay back in his bed and concentrated. In an instant, the kunai vanished from their spots and returned to his ninja tool pouch. This was not mere rapid movement. It resembled instantaneous teleportation. The speed and convenience of this tool delighted Naruto, as it meant that, even before mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he could utilize this pouch as an infinite supply of kunai, throwing them out and summoning them back at will. While others' kunai were mere consumables, his could be produced endlessly. This would save him considerable expenses in his future as a ninja. The following day, as sunlight bathed Konoha village anew, the children had become familiar with the route to the ninja school and could make their way there independently. Irika-sensei had arrived early in the classroom, greeting each child as they entered. Good morning, Irika-sensei. Naruto's respect for Irika was sincere and heartfelt. Good morning, Naruto. You're here quite early. Irika reciprocated the sentiment, demonstrating that kindness begets kindness, and others can indeed feel the warmth of genuine goodwill. Naruto remained seated beside Hinata. Today, he was surrounded by the same group of friends as yesterday, seemingly having reached a silent consensus to claim this spot as their own. When the time for class arrived, everyone was present. It was the first day of school, and remarkably, no one was late. Seeing the students neatly arranged in their seats, Irika's eyes sparkled with a hint of satisfaction. Standing at the podium, he exuded an air of seriousness. As he surveyed the classroom filled with eager eyes, brimming with a thirst for knowledge, he felt a wave of sincerity wash over him. Clearing his throat, he prepared to impart wisdom to the children. Students, today we shall delve into the history of Konoha Village. Konoha is our home. It is not merely a ninja village, but the very roots we all share. Let us begin with its origins. In the distant past, the ninja world was engulfed in the Warring States period, where various ninja clans fought relentlessly for territory and power. During the time, ninjas lacked a fixed organization, battling for money and gain, devoid of faith or belonging. Then one day, two formidable ninjas, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, weary of the endless conflict, resolved to join forces to bring about an end to the strife. Their vision was to establish a ninja village, a sanctuary where all ninjas could coexist peacefully. Thus, Konoha Village was born. Hashirama and Madara, through their immense strength and wisdom, persuaded other ninja clans to unite with them in founding Konoha. It was a village established under the banner of the Senju and Uchiha clans. affiliated with the land of fire. The name Konoha symbolizes resilience and vitality, akin to leaves that thrive even in the harshest conditions. As time passed, Konoha village flourished and attracted not only more ninja clans but also numerous civilians. It evolved into a diverse community, where ninjas and common folk coexisted harmoniously, jointly safeguarding the village's peace and prosperity. The first leader of the village was none other than the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, succeeded by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Throughout Konoha's journey, we faced numerous challenges. The first Great Ninja War was a significant conflict between Konoha and other ninja villages. Despite the brutality of war, our predecessors, through their courage and ingenuity, safeguarded our homeland. Konoha has witnessed the emergence of many heroes, including our fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, an idol for our younger generation, and the legendary White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake. Dear students, the history of Konoha is one filled with trials and sacrifices. It is precisely these challenges and sacrifices that have shaped the Konoha we know today, a place not only for ninjas but also a haven of love and hope. Now, it is your turn. You are the future of Konoha, the new generation of ninjas. I hope you will inherit the spirit of your predecessors, protect our home, and ensure that the flame of Konoha continues to burn brightly. Irika's words resonated with passion and strength, echoing throughout the classroom and inspiring each student. It was evident that Irika was a natural successor of the Will of Fire, speaking from the depths of his heart. Consequently, the students listened intently, some with tears glistening in their eyes. This was not merely a history lesson but a profound transmission of the Will of Fire. Irika's words would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on these students as they embarked on their journeys as ninjas. During the break, Naruto, did you hear? Konoha was established by our Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is truly formidable. Madara Uchiha was indeed a great ninja. Growing up in the Uchiha environment, Sasuke was inherently influenced by the pride of his clan. However, he had heard whispers that Madara later departed from Konoha. Really? Naruto casually remarked. This response sparked disbelief in Sasuke. No way. I refuse to believe it. Just wait. I'll ask my family when I get home. If Madara is so powerful, why would he leave Konoha? Sasuke's expression reflected his skepticism, determined to uncover the truth. As the break concluded, Irika returned. Students, please return to your seats. Today, in addition to learning about Konoha's history, we will commence our studies on the fundamental chakra of ninjas. Upon hearing the term chakra, even the most mischievous children sat up straight, eager not to miss any detail. Chakra is the essence of a ninja's power, determining one's potential to become an exceptional and formidable ninja. Irika's voice reverberated in the classroom. First and foremost, we understand that chakra is the source of our ninja abilities. Only by mastering chakra can we perform various jutsu. So what exactly is chakra? The children listened attentively. Chakra is an energy produced by the perfect fusion of the body's various energy components. It serves as the energy source for performing ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, or binding and severing opponents with chakra-formed substances. Generally, it refers to a balanced mixture of spiritual and physical energy. After extracting chakra, ninjas can utilize techniques through hand signs. The blend of physical energy, generated by 130 trillion cells, and spiritual energy is known as stamina, which forms the foundation for taijutsu. This stamina is converted into chakra within the body, enabling ninjas to perform techniques once extracted through hand signs. In essence, regardless of whether one possesses chakra, everyone has spiritual and physical energy. The genesis of chakra is the harmonious blend of these two elements, not merely the presence of both. Irika elaborated on what chakra is, leaving most students bewildered. Even Naruto, who had previously extracted chakra, found himself momentarily confused. The plethora of specialized terms made it evident why many characters in the original narrative struggled to extract chakra. They were bogged down by the complexities of understanding these concepts. In contrast, Naruto's divine chakra extraction technique was distinctly simpler. It allowed his body to instinctively remember the sensation of extracting chakra, enabling him to do so at will without convoluted processes. Irika distributed the chakra extraction materials arranged by the village, stating, "This is the standardized method for chakra extraction provided by the village, merely an introductory technique. Some of you come from prominent families and may possess advanced chakra extraction methods. However, for the novice students of the Ninja Academy, this book suffices. In this elite class, most of the children have already mastered the unique chakra cultivation techniques of their families. Even Sakura, who hails from a commoner background, is no exception. Both of her parents are Nin, and they exchanged their contributions from missions for an enhanced chakra extraction technique. Last night, they entrusted this technique to Sakura, who now holds it close to her heart, her eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Now, let us all begin to attempt chakra extraction," interrupted Irika-sensei, breaking the children's concentration. Remember, only a rare genius can extract chakra in a remarkably short time. Students with average talent often require a week, while those with lesser aptitude may take a month to achieve the same. Irika-sensei reminded the students, should you fail to extract chakra, do not be disheartened. This is entirely normal. The children promptly closed their eyes, endeavoring to sense the chakra within them, guided by their family's secret techniques or the academy's curriculum. Naruto was no exception. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to extract the chakra within him using the divine chakra extraction technique that resided in his mind. He accomplished this effortlessly, remaining silent amidst the crowd. Apart from Naruto, the most gifted individual present was undoubtedly Sasuke Uchiha, the reincarnation of Indra. Within Sasuke's body, he meticulously sensed his inner self, employing the Uchiha clan's secret arts, attempting to gradually merge his spiritual and physical energies. After fusing them in a precise ratio, chakra was born. It flowed through his veins like slender streams, and Sasuke endeavored to feel and guide them out. Sweat beaded on his forehead, yet he persevered, priding himself on his genius. He possessed an overwhelming competitive spirit, determined to extract his chakra before Naruto. Gradually, the chakra within him responded to his summons, surging from his meridians to gather in his dantian. A warm power coursed through his body, confirming his success in extracting chakra. He opened his eyes to see the other children striving to extract their own chakra, their foreheads glistening with sweat, but their gazes resolute. Naruto appeared to be still in the midst of his efforts. Teacher Iruka paced the classroom, offering guidance to the children. He understood that each child represented the future of the Hidden Leaf Village, and their growth was vital for the village's well-being. Focus your minds and feel the chakra flowing within you. Iruka's voice echoed in the classroom. Do not rush, gently guide it. The children followed Iruka's instructions, gradually calming their minds and becoming more attuned to the presence of chakra. Sasuke, having successfully extracted his chakra, found himself less anxious and sought to try again. Continually exploring and experimenting, he discovered that when he fully relaxed, the flow of chakra became smoother. He began to consciously guide the chakra, allowing it to flow according to his will, thus hastening the extraction process. An afternoon passed, and nearly all the young ninjas of the Hidden Leaf had successfully extracted their chakra through the special technique. They stood on the shoulders of giants, achieving rapid success not only due to their innate talents but also thanks to the contributions of their ancestors. The order of chakra extraction was as follows: Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka, Shino Aburame, and Sakura Haruno. Upon extracting chakra, they were ecstatic, knowing they had taken the first significant step toward becoming ninjas. Iruka observed the children with a heart full of pride. As a teacher, nothing could be more gratifying than witnessing his students' successes, especially seeing Naruto's remarkable talent, only slightly behind Sasuke. Iruka held a special fondness for Naruto, recognizing him as an orphan, akin to himself in many ways. Yet, Naruto's attitude toward life earned Iruka's admiration, prompting him to quietly monitor Naruto's progress. He believed these children would one day become the pride of the Hidden Leaf Village. Regardless of whether their talents stemmed from the village's secret techniques, their potential was undeniably high. This remarkable cohort would undoubtedly become the pillars of the village in the future. Chapter 32. Continued training. The day's lessons at the Ninja Academy were drawing to a close. Teacher Iruka stood at the podium, his gentle gaze sweeping across each student in the classroom. He understood that for these newcomers to the academy, extracting chakra was the first and most challenging step in their ninja careers. He spoke softly. Class, I know some of you did not succeed in extracting chakra today, but please do not be disheartened. In the past, ninjas required much longer to master this skill. Although their initial attempts were lengthy, they ultimately became exceptional ninjas. Today, our chakra extraction techniques, refined over generations, are far superior to those of yore. I believe that in the near future, all of you will be able to extract chakra from within yourselves. His words brimmed with encouragement and confidence, each syllable like a warm spring breeze caressing the hearts of the students. Those who had struggled began to lift their heads, hope rekindling in their eyes. Iruka continued. To those who have successfully extracted chakra, I must commend your extraordinary talents. However, talent is merely the starting point. You must work diligently, making the most of every moment to strive for excellence as ninjas. Iruka approached the group centered around Naruto, offering individual guidance. You have taken an important step, but this is just the beginning. Your talents place you ahead of the starting line, yet the journey ahead remains long. I hope you cherish this gift and work tirelessly to become true ninjas. Do not squander your potential. Do not forsake the will of fire that burns within us. Harness this talent to gain greater strength, to protect our village, and safeguard those we hold dear. The students felt their spirits ignite with fervor. Under Iruka's encouragement, their resolve solidified, and their confidence soared. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, the students rushed out in a flurry. However, Naruto and his fellow young ninjas lingered behind. Naruto, are we training today? Asked Choji Akimichi. Of course. Everyone's feeling better, right? Is anyone still unwell? Naruto eagerly suggested they train together. With more participants, a sense of competition emerged, and beginning their training early would ensure they were far stronger by the time the story commenced. When the Great Ninja War arrived, Naruto wished for his comrades to contribute rather than merely spectate. They at least needed the capability to defend themselves. All right then, everyone should be ready. Kiba Inuzuka replied. The previous day's training had not been overly strenuous, and most were from prominent clans, benefiting from restorative medicinal baths post-training to enhance their physical strength without any detriment. Such upbringing would undoubtedly mold them into formidable ninjas in the future. What a hassle. Let us go and finish early so we can eat, Shikamaru grumbled. Though his body was honest in its eagerness to train. In group settings, personalities often meld, swayed by the collective. This dynamic has both advantages and disadvantages. But in terms of training, it fosters a competitive spirit among friends, encouraging more earnest efforts, an undeniably positive outcome. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto and his companions arrived at the playground, where they encountered Lee and Teacher Guy, who were also engaged in their exercises. Hey, Naruto. Hello, everyone. Are you all here to work out? Lee greeted them enthusiastically. Hello. Lee, we are just about to begin our training. Why not join us? Naruto invited him warmly. That sounds fantastic. From now on, let us train together. Exercising in a group is far less monotonous. Lee flashed a bright smile, giving Naruto a thumbs up. Oh, Lee, Teacher Guy is truly happy for you. You've quickly found a group of friends to grow with. Youth is indeed vibrant and boundless. In celebration of your new friendships, I propose we run 10 laps around the village today. If you can't manage that, then an additional 1,000 push-ups. Teacher Guy exclaimed. I will train diligently. And I won't disappoint your expectations, Teacher Guy. From a distance, one might mistake Lee and Guy's heartfelt embrace for that of a father and son, as they wept together. Let us go, Lee. I too must train, striving to make our youth blossom even more beautifully. Guy opted to train alone this time, while Lee joined Naruto's training brigade. Naruto, this time, I will definitely surpass you. I'll endure longer than you. If I fail, I'll go back and do an extra 200 push-ups. Lee was increasingly resembling Guy, even in his manner of speaking. Aiming to surpass Naruto? You must first contend with me. Sasuke stepped forward, positioning himself between Lee and Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke, I acknowledge your talent. But let us not forget you lost to me yesterday. Do you truly believe you can defeat me today? Lee retorted, feeling somewhat indignant at Sasuke's words. In his view, his rigorous training in taijutsu should afford him an advantage over Sasuke in terms of stamina. Brow furrowed. Today Esme is not yesterday Esme. Just watch, Sasuke declared. And thus, the rivalry was rekindled, easing Naruto's burden. Now, everyone, let us set off. Do remember not to overexert yourselves. Consistency in daily training is key. Naruto reminded them before they departed, emphasizing the importance of moderate exercise during their growth phase to avoid injury. This time, Naruto did not hold back, unleashing his full strength from the outset. He was willing to reveal a portion of his prowess, knowing he could always attribute any inquiries to the recovery capabilities of the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, yesterday he had merely warmed up. Today, he sought to break a sweat. Witnessing Naruto's swift movements, the group was taken aback. Sasuke and Lee, recognizing Naruto's formidable skills, realized that surpassing him would indeed be a significant challenge. They exchanged glances, mentally designating each other as rivals. If I cannot surpass Naruto, can I not even best Sasuke? If I cannot surpass Naruto, can I not even best Lee? They pondered simultaneously, thus commenced their contest. Lee exhibited remarkable speed, bolstered by his training and stamina. Sasuke, endowed with superior talent, had fully recovered his strength from yesterday's training, aided by the unique medicinal baths of the Uchiha clan, enhancing his physical capabilities. Was it innate talent that triumphed? Or could hard work and perseverance bridge the gap? Sakura and Ino, witnessing Naruto's speed, gasped in astonishment. With Naruto outpacing them, they resolved to train at their own pace, transforming their usual camaraderie into spirited competition. Hinata, observing Naruto's prowess, silently admired him, focusing her efforts in his direction. Though she may not possess the strongest physique, her determination was unwavering. In the face of adversity, she vowed never to surrender. This was Naruto's Nindo, and it had inspired Hinata's own indomitable spirit. Akamaru, intrigued by Naruto's speed, abandoned Kiba to chase after him, eager to keep pace. Hey, Akamaru, don't run off so fast. I can't keep up, Kiba shouted, sprinting behind him. Wait for me, everyone. Choji also hurried to join, though each step caused the ground to tremble slightly. And me, don't overlook me. I despise being ignored. Shino added, his presence often understated. Such a nuisance. You all tire yourselves out quickly, so I can finish my own leisurely pursuits. Shikamaru mused, already contemplating ways to avoid exertion. Chapter 33, Training concludes. Iruka treats everyone upon witnessing the group diligently exercising. Iruka was taken aback. He had never seen students remain at the Ninja Academy post-class for training, especially not such a large, organized group striving for progress. The apparent leader was Naruto, who seemed to have fostered strong relationships with his classmates, all eager to heed his guidance. Impressive, Naruto. Unbeknownst to me, you have amassed such a circle of friends. I always knew you were a good kid. Hiding in the shadows, Iruka observed the scene with tears streaming down his face. Naruto, you are truly inspiring. As time passed, the trio of Choji, Shino, and Shikamaru, known as the Slacker Trio, were the first to conclude their training. Choji struggled to sustain his pace due to his weight, finding each step arduous. Shino, afflicted by the presence of insects, felt discomfort while running. A rarity for a member of the Nara clan who typically excelled in ninjutsu rather than taijutsu. As for Shikamaru, it remains unclear whether he genuinely could not keep up or if he feigned exhaustion to avoid the effort. Next were the inseparable duo of Ino and Sakura. Ino, inherently resolute, had grown more vibrant under Naruto's influence, exhibiting greater determination than the lackluster boys. Additionally, her clan possessed specialized training methods, contributing to her rapid improvement. Sakura, despite her commoner status, had parents who invested considerable resources in her development upon learning she had befriended the elite of the village, ensuring she was well equipped with restorative materials for her training. No hardship would be spared for their child. The initial surge of power exhibited by the wolf-like creature, is indeed formidable. However, its subsequent explosive energy wanes considerably, and its endurance proves to be fleeting, rendering it incapable of sustaining its speed over time. In contrast, Akamaru, as a ninja dog, possesses far superior stamina, relentlessly pursuing Naruto. Yet, Naruto's physical prowess is so extraordinary that even the ninja dog can only gaze at his retreating figure, outpaced by a remarkable margin. This, of course, is also attributable to Akamaru's youthful immaturity. Hinata, being the object of Naruto's attentive care, is constantly on his mind as he runs, for he is acutely aware that she is a girl who appears delicate yet harbors immense inner strength. Though she may seem fragile on the surface, her spirit is undeniably resolute. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto approached Hinata, gently urging her to cease her efforts, assuring her that it was time to rest. He tenderly ruffled her hair and encouraged her, saying, "You have done remarkably well, Hinata," despite having run for an extended period. Her face bore no trace of exertion. However, upon receiving Naruto's affectionate gesture, her cheeks flushed an intense crimson, overwhelming her with shyness to the point of fainting. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Naruto, Sasuke. And Lee, I am aware that you have reached your limits. It would be wise to concede. No way, Sasuke, you are the one who should relent. There is no shame in yielding. Both Lee and Sasuke are nearing the brink of their physical endurance. Yet witnessing each other's determination compels them to grit their teeth and persevere. Sasuke, driven by the honor of the Uchiha clan, feels the weight of his inadequacy against Naruto. He has already faced significant setbacks, and the thought of being surpassed by Lee would bring him unbearable shame, tarnishing the illustrious name of the Uchiha. Lee, on the other hand, believes that his extensive efforts should yield results. Having commenced training earlier and being a year older, the notion of being eclipsed by Sasuke is intolerable. He has always held the conviction that diligence can surpass innate talent. In their class, Hinata Niji embodies that legendary talent, leaving Lee with no opportunity for comparison. Thus, he must measure himself against fellow prodigy, Sasuke. Observing their unwavering resolve, Naruto feels a sense of helplessness. However, this contest of wills is theirs alone, and he refrains from intervening. You too, if you cannot continue, you must stop. Nothing is more precious than your health. Be cautious to avoid injury. As Naruto passed by them, he spoke earnestly. Ultimately, it was Sasuke who conceded first. After all, he was at a disadvantage due to his age, and his Indra's chakra had yet to fully awaken, with the Uchiha clan's unique ability, the Sharingan, still dormant. It was only natural for Sasuke to be unable to persist any longer. Upon witnessing Sasuke's struggle, Lee took a few gasping breaths, managing to endure a little longer than Sasuke before choosing to take a break. At that moment, Lee felt an immense sense of satisfaction, having triumphed over talent through sheer effort. Motivation is born from having a goal. Noticing that everyone else had already stopped, Naruto symbolically ran a few more laps before finally halting. This time, he truly relished the run, although he hadn't exerted himself to the utmost. He had at least engaged with a measure of seriousness. He had sweated quite a bit, which felt delightful. Well then, let us call it a day. Please be cautious on your way home. Naruto addressed everyone resting on the grass. Thus, today's training concluded, and after exchanging goodbyes, they each returned to their respective homes. Naruto, the ever-watchful Irika-sensei emerged from the nearby thicket, having witnessed Naruto's remarkable stamina. Hello, Irika-sensei. With his keen perceptive abilities, Naruto was well aware that Irika-sensei had been observing him from the bushes for quite some time, having noted every action since they left the classroom together. Has the training just finished? Would you like to go for some ramen? Irika-sensei, knowing Naruto's fondness for Ichiraka ramen, inquired warmly. Sure thing, Irika-sensei, let us go. Naruto would never decline Irika-sensei's kindness. After all, he could always have Sarutobi Hiruzen foot the bill later. Naruto's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded in agreement. The two of them exited the school, heading towards Ichiraka ramen. 2 bowls of the signature ramen, please. Naruto was a regular at Ichiraku, the chef's favorite patron. Ah, Naruto, is that Irika-sensei with you? Have you already enrolled in the Ninja Academy? Yes. Irika-sensei is my homeroom teacher. Ha ha, how swiftly time flies. To celebrate your entrance into the Ninja Academy, I shall treat you to an extra serving. Thank you, chef. Inside the ramen shop, the steaming bowls of ramen exuded an enticing aroma. Naruto and Iruka sat at a table in the corner, with 2 steaming bowls of ramen placed before them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to devour his meal with great enthusiasm. Iruka, observing Naruto's voracious appetite, couldn't help but chuckle. During their ramen feast, the two engaged in a myriad of conversations. Naruto, your dream is to become Hokage, isn't it? Iruka inquired while savoring his noodles. Yes, Iruka-sensei. Do you believe I can achieve it? Naruto asked, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Oh, it's nothing serious. If someone else were to say such a thing, I might not take it to heart, but since it's you, I sense that perhaps you truly can. Iruka laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Iruka-sensei, you're mistaken. I will definitely succeed. Naruto declared with unshakable confidence. You certainly are a confident lad. I look forward to witnessing the day you become Hokage. Iruka encouraged, touched by the determination etched on Naruto's face. If you become Hokage, I, your uncle, will prepare a gift to celebrate. The ramen vendor chimed in, having overheard their conversation and similarly wishing to support Naruto. In advance, thank you for the gift, uncle. Iruka-sensei, just watch. I will become Hokage and an exceptional ninja, he proclaimed resolutely. Iruka felt a warm surge in his heart as he gazed into Naruto's steadfast eyes. He recognized the boy possessed innate talent, and if he continued to persevere, he believed Naruto would undoubtedly realize his aspirations. Meanwhile, Sasuke walked home, his mind brimming with curiosity regarding the mention of Uchiha Madara's departure from the village. He resolved to inquire with his father, hoping to uncover more about this historical event. Ah, Sasuke has returned. Hurry and sit down. Dinner is ready. Go call your brother and father to join us. Mikoto Uchiha exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Sasuke. Understood, mother. Sasuke replied, hastening to summon his father and brother for dinner. As the family enjoyed their meal in harmonious unity, Sasuke could no longer contain his curiosity. Father, I wish to learn about the history of our Uchiha clan. Oh, Sasuke, what has prompted this sudden interest? You were never particularly keen on such matters before. Fugaku Uchiha asked, intrigued. Today, we studied the history of Konoha in class, which mentioned that the village was founded by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Thus, I became intrigued by this history, Sasuke explained. Hearing about Sasuke's newfound interest in historical matters, Itachi Uchiha chimed in. Actually, I'm curious about this history as well. Would you be willing to share it with us, father? Seeing his two sons so eager to learn about their clan's past, Fugaku felt compelled to oblige and began recounting the tale. To understand the history of Konoha, we must first delve into events preceding the village's establishment, Fugaku began, drawing Sasuke and Itachi's full attention. Before the founding of the ninja villages, there existed an era known as the Warring States period. This tumultuous time persisted for many years, with each clan fighting for their own interests. Prominent clans such as the Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, Nara, and Hyuga were once adversaries, often shifting from alliances to betrayals in the blink of an eye. Ninja clans would accept contracts from anyone willing to pay a high price, executing assassination and extermination missions. During this harsh time, ninjas could not even disclose their surnames for fear of their lives. Even children were thrust into battle, leading to a drastic decline in average lifespans, with both ninjas and civilians living to only around 30 years. In such an environment, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were born. The Senju and Uchiha clans were the two most formidable ninja groups, often acting in opposition to one another whenever one clan was hired. The other would invariably be summoned to counter them. Under the leadership of Uchiha Taijima, the Uchiha clan confronted the Senju clan alongside the Aitsuki clan. The three great clans engaged in countless battles, resulting in the deaths of most of Madara's brothers, leaving only his younger sibling, Izuna. Madara silently vowed to protect his sole remaining brother. Years later, the Aitsuki clan was eliminated after failing to annihilate the Senju, leaving the Uchiha to face the Senju alone. However, fate is often unpredictable. Two families that were sworn enemies produced two outliers, Hashirama and Madara. To ease his troubled heart, Madara went to the riverbank to skip stones, where Hashirama coincidentally appeared, becoming his rival in the stone-skipping contest. Unable to reveal their identities, they only shared their given names. And Hashirama discerned that Madara was also a ninja from the way he threw stones. At that moment, Hashirama discovered the bodies of the Aitsuki clan in the river, prompting him to hasten home, for the area was about to become a battlefield. Upon returning, Hashirama faced reprimand from his father, the elder Senju, for questioning the circumstances surrounding his brother's death. When Hashirama believed this to be an absolute mistake, his father was about to chastise him further when his brother Tobirama intervened. Subsequently, Tobirama informed Hashirama that forming an alliance through a signed agreement was the only way to cease the unending conflict. Yet, reality proved harsh not long after. Tobirama's other brother, Hashirama's father, was slain by the Uchiha. Overcome with sorrow, Hashirama returned to the riverbank, where Madara had also come, allowing them to empathize with each other's pain. Madara believed that to halt the cycle of death, they must be open and sincere. yet felt it was impossible due to human nature. They concluded that in order to persuade the adults to heed their suggestions, they needed to grow stronger, thus beginning a daily regimen of practice together. The two climbed the mountain's peak, where Hashirama proposed establishing a village to protect children, creating a school for training, task completion, and rank designation, thereby shielding them from war. Madara agreed, recognizing this plan would better safeguard his brother. During this time, their daily outings raised suspicions among both their fathers. Thus, Hashirama's father ordered Tobirama to secretly monitor the meetings between Hashirama and Madara, and upon confirming their rendezvous, commanded Hashirama to eliminate Madara, to prevent unforeseen incidents. Both Hashirama and Tobirama followed Hashirama secretly, while Azuna's father, Uchiha Taijima, similarly plotted to take advantage of the situation to kill Hashirama. Both fathers led their respective sons in setting an ambush, preparing to eliminate the eldest sons of their adversaries. However, Hashirama and Madara were reluctant to resort to violence, opting instead to signal their retreat by tossing stones into the water. Then, Hashirama and Tobirama charged toward the opposing shore, while Azuna and his father followed suit. Thus, the four found themselves in a tense standoff. In the midst of the fierce battle between Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Azuna, Uchiha Taijima took the opportunity to leap into the air, brandishing a ninja blade and throwing kunai at both sides, intending to harm their children. Fortunately, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara swiftly defended against the assault with stones. Following this, Madara and Hashirama approached their respective younger brothers, each vowing to protect them from harm. Madara's desire to shield his brother, Uchiha Azuna, awakened his Sharingan for the first time. Subsequently, Madara declared his intention to sever the bond between himself and Hashirama. When their father, Uchiha Taijima, inquired whether Madara felt confident in prevailing in battle, Madara admitted that Hashirama was currently stronger than him, recognizing the unfavorable situation. Both fathers led their sons in retreat. Madara's actions left a profound impact on Hashirama. From that point onward, Madara and Hashirama became adversaries, embroiled in an unceasing cycle of conflict between their respective clans. As time passed, following Uchiha Taijima's demise, Madara assumed leadership of the Uchiha clan, with his brother Azuna as his loyal aide. During the tumultuous era of war, under Madara's command, the Uchiha clan engaged in numerous battles against the Senju clan, with Azuna standing as a formidable warrior on the front lines, earning accolades as an invincible foe. Despite countless skirmishes, both clans remained evenly matched until a fateful encounter, where Senju Tobirama seized an opportune moment to strike Azuna with the swift flying thunder god slash, grievously wounding him. Madara rushed to his injured brother, who had been careless and suffered a heavy blow from Tobirama. When Hashirama proposed collaboration between the clans, Azuna vehemently opposed the idea. Consequently, Madara rejected Hashirama's proposition, retreating with his brother while the Uchiha ninjas surrendered their weapons to Hashirama and Tobirama. In this confrontation, Tobirama shifted the balance of power, leading to a decisive victory for the Senju clan. Due to Azuna's severe injuries, he became irreparably damaged. Before his death, he bequeathed his eyes to Madara, enabling him to inherit his power and protect the Uchiha. This act culminated in Madara unlocking the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Initially, Sasuke and Itachi were captivated by the tale, but their expressions shifted to confusion upon encountering unfamiliar terms. Sasuke eventually posed a question. "Father, what is the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan? Why have I never heard of it?" Uchiha Fugaku seemed taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently disclosed sensitive information that most Uchiha clan members were unaware of. Only the clan leaders passed down such knowledge through generations. Nonetheless, he proceeded to explain. "You are all aware that our Uchiha clan possesses the Sharingan, which exists in single, double, and triple tomo forms, correct?" Both Sasuke and Itachi nodded in agreement. Beyond these forms lies the Mangekyō Sharingan, which can only be awakened after experiencing profound emotional turmoil. This ocular ability greatly enhances our clan's power beyond that of the triple tomo Sharingan. Furthermore, the Mangekyō Sharingan possesses various ocular techniques, but utilizing these techniques depletes ocular power. Excessive usage can lead to diminished eyesight and ultimately complete blindness. Later, clan members discovered that the activation of these ocular techniques required the transplantation of another's Mangekyō Sharingan, with success rates improving with closer blood relations. Upon evolving into the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, the consumption of ocular power during technique usage lessened, and the lost ocular power gradually replenished over time. It is worth noting that among our clan, achieving the triple tomo Sharingan is already considered a mark of genius, while the conditions for awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan are exceedingly stringent, requiring higher innate talent. The Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, built upon the Mangekyō, necessitates the fusion of a relative's Mangekyō. Such intricate prerequisites have led many clan members to lament their inability to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan, let alone the Eternal variant. As time passed, the knowledge of the Mangekyō Sharingan faded into legend among the clan, with only each generation's leader preserving the information to prevent its complete obscurity, ensuring that future gifted members would not be entirely ignorant should they awaken the Mangekyō. Following Fugaku's elucidation, Itachi and Sasuke grasped the significance of both the Mangekyō Sharingan and the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Chapter 35. The current state of the Uchiha clan. It seems you both have comprehended the matter, so I shall continue, Fugaku remarked. Observing the enlightened expressions on Sasuke and Itachi's faces, he proceeded to elaborate on the subsequent events. Although Madara experienced a substantial boost in power upon awakening the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, his character underwent a drastic transformation. The once benevolent and cheerful Madara morphed into a vengeful and reclusive individual, even as relations between the Senju and Uchiha clans improved. The loss of Izuna rendered Madara incapable of confronting the ensuing challenges, harboring resentment over his brother's repeated demise. While many clan members chose to capitulate, the embittered Madara remained steadfast in his resolve to fight to the end. To honor his promise to his brother, Madara single-handedly declared war against Hashirama. After a grueling day and night of combat, Madara faced his first defeat. When Hashirama again sought collaboration between their clans, Madara retorted that he would only surrender if Hashirama were to take his own life or slay his brother, Tobirama. Naturally, Hashirama could not bring himself to harm his sibling and believed in Madara's integrity, thus choosing the noble path of self-sacrifice. Moved by Hashirama's actions, Madara resolved to lead the Uchiha clan toward reconciliation with the Senju. Shortly thereafter, the two most powerful clans united to establish Konohagakure, inviting other formidable clans to join and strengthen their community. The remaining four nations followed suit, forming their own ninja organizations, thus heralding an era of unity among the ninja world. Ultimately, Hashirama and Madara fulfilled their childhood dream. From the turbulent times of two ninja clans clashing in hatred to the alliance of Uchiha and Senju, they forged a peaceful haven for ninjas in the village of Konohagakure. Konohagakure has finally been established. What an arduous journey it has been. But what of the future, father? What became of Madara and Hashirama in the end? Sasuke could not help but interject. A village organization naturally requires a leader. When selecting the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama initially intended for Uchiha Madara to assume the role, but was met with vehement opposition from Senju Tobirama. Apart from Hashirama, who supported Madara's leadership, the rest of the villagers from all clans in Konoha favored Hashirama as Hokage. Consequently, Madara found himself isolated by the entirety of Konoha's populace. Fugaku then remarked, how could this be? Wasn't Konoha founded by both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama? Why do the villagers harbor differing sentiments toward Madara and Hashirama? Uchiha Itachi also inquired, unable to comprehend why a village and its clan should not coexist harmoniously. Madara had devoted himself to the establishment of the village. Why then did he not earn the villagers' recognition? Fugaku explained that many clans within the village held an aversion toward Madara, whose proud demeanor alienated him from others, resulting in his poor reputation despite being a founding figure of Konoha. Very few remembered his contributions. What happened afterward? What were Madara's thoughts? Itachi asked, now eager to learn the continuation of the tale. Eventually, Madara recognized the villagers' discontent towards him and resolved to leave the village he had helped establish. As he prepared to depart, Hashirama implored Madara to stay, expressing that he had always regarded Madara as his right-hand man and brother, hoping he would assist him. Hashirama believed that one day, the villagers would recognize Madara's virtues, and at that time, he would become the second Hokage. However, Madara foresaw that upon Hashirama's death, Tobirama would undoubtedly inherit the Hokage position. Unlike the peace-seeking and unity-promoting Hashirama, Tobirama harbored a strong disdain for the Uchiha clan. Madara understood that if Tobirama succeeded as Hokage, the Uchiha clan would eventually face annihilation. Thus, he urged his clansmen to join him in leaving the village. Alas! At this point, Fugaku paused, unable to suppress a sigh. What troubles you, father? As the leader of the Uchiha clan and a founder of Konoha, Madara must have held significant prestige within the clan. Surely, he should have had followers? The astute Itachi posed his question, perplexed by his father's despondency. A hint of helplessness flickered in Fugaku's eyes as he replied in a mournful tone, if only it were so. The Uchiha, accustomed to warfare, became enamored with peace, but were unwilling to follow Madara. He felt immense shame for failing to protect even his own brother, Uchiha Izuna, and for not being able to fulfill his promise to safeguard the Uchiha clan. Madara realized that apart from Hashirama, no one could engage with him sincerely. Subsequently, he asked Hashirama whether he would choose to part with Tobirama or Madara for the sake of the village. Hashirama hesitated, as Madara understood this was Hashirama's line in the sand. Thus, Madara resolved to leave Konoha in search of the true peace he desired. Following that, Madara seemingly vanished from existence, and no one heard from him again. At this juncture, Fugaku, in his capacity as the leader of the Uchiha clan, recounted the events preceding the founding of Konoha and the subsequent changes within the Uchiha clan. He intended to conclude his narrative here, as Sasuke and Itachi were primarily interested in the story of Konoha's establishment. Yet, he inadvertently conveyed much about the Uchiha clan's developments. His aim was to help Sasuke and Itachi understand that the Uchiha clan had once basked in glory, which, regrettably, had now faded. Seeing Fugaku fall silent, Sasuke felt satisfied having learned about the founding of Konoha and Madara's departure. However, Itachi, being slightly older, found himself in a different position. After entering Konoha's Umbu, he had been indoctrinated by the village's higher-ups, believing that sacrificing the Uchiha clan's interests for the village's development was acceptable, as Konoha was their home. Yet, after hearing Fugaku's words today, his thoughts began to awaken. Why was it that the Uchiha clan, the architects of Konoha, now bore a tarnished reputation and strained relations with the village? What had transpired during this time? Father, I wish to know what happened next. How did the Uchiha clan come to be in its current state? Itachi posed this question after deep contemplation. Fugaku felt a sense of pride at Itachi's curiosity, believing he was the most suitable successor to the clan leadership. If Itachi sought to learn from past events, he might avoid repeating the same mistakes. Although Sasuke already knew what he wished to learn, he too was curious about the subsequent developments and awaited his father's continuation. After Madara's departure, the first Hokage was Hashirama, and the second Hokage, upon his passing, was Tobirama. The Senju and Uchiha clans were once bitter enemies, and with the Senju clan firmly in power, the Uchiha clan naturally became discontent. The long-standing animosity between the two clans had fostered resentment within the Uchiha. In response, Tobirama devised a relatively reasonable solution by establishing the Konoha police force, primarily composed of Uchiha members, with the clan leader holding a status just below that of the Hokage. The police force played a crucial role in maintaining order within the village. Consequently, the Uchiha clan began to flourish, and the clamor for the Hokage position within the clan intensified, leading to greater discontent with the village's commands. Eventually, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, succeeded the second Hokage, inheriting Tobirama's distrust of the Uchiha clan. The village's upper echelons, including the two advisors, Mito Kamen and Tsunade, were all former students of Tobirama, as well as Danzo, the leader of the root, who had once served under Tobirama. Later, during the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha clan suffered significant losses. Yet Konoha offered no compensation. This was part of the higher-up strategy to weaken the Uchiha clan and target us. Shortly thereafter, certain events occurred, and the village leaders began to suspect the Uchiha clan's involvement. Though they lacked evidence, we could not prove our innocence, which was exceedingly frustrating. Moreover, the unwritten rules surrounding the Hokage's position had entirely dismissed the Uchiha. Following that incident, the reputation of the police force plummeted. After Hiruzen ascended to the Hokage position, he often ignored the police force, allowing Danzo to manage its personnel as he saw fit. Thus, in essence, apart from the first Hokage, Hashirama, it was due to Madara's actions that our Uchiha clan had once received genuine acknowledgement. Subsequently, the newly appointed Hokage, Senju Tobirama, harbored a deep-seated animosity towards our Uchiha clan, perceiving us as inherently malevolent. He imparted this ideology to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, which consequently led to the relentless oppression of our Uchiha clan within the village for many years. The villagers, too, showed us a lack of respect. Chapter 36. Itachi and Sasuke comprehend everything. Uchiha Fugaku, as the father of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, as well as the clan leader, was certainly not an ignorant novice. He was acutely aware of many matters but could not express them openly. In public, his role was that of the Uchiha clan leader, and all his actions were tied to the honor of the Uchiha clan, thus he had to restrain his words. Even within the Uchiha clan, there existed divisions into two factions. One was the radical faction, which had suffered enough under the oppressive rule of the Konoha elite led by the third Hokage and sought to rebel against Konoha. They aspired to either replace the Konoha leadership or at least defect from the village to gain the respect they believed they deserved. The Uchiha clan, known for its formidable combat strength, would undoubtedly be welcomed by the rulers of other shinobi villages. Where they are not welcomed, they shall find refuge elsewhere. On the other hand, there was the conservative faction. While they too harbored grievances against the Konoha leadership, their long-standing residence in the village had fostered a sense of attachment. And despite enduring various injustices, they were not inclined to leave but rather to endure in silence. The internal strife between the two factions intensified. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku occupied a rare middle ground. He did not see either the radical or conservative factions as wholly correct. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he bore the responsibility to advocate for the best interests of all his clansmen. From the current perspective, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha was not irreconcilable. At least from the third Hokage's endorsement of Naruto Uzumaki, it was evident that Naruto genuinely had the potential to become Hokage. Moreover, the third Hokage had not sought to distance himself from Naruto. Given the third Hokage's inherently suspicious nature, if he had not taken the initiative or provided various hints, it indicated tacit approval of the friendship between his own child, Uchiha Sasuke, and Naruto. By the time Naruto truly matured, the third Hokage would likely be nearing retirement, and advisors like Mito Kazama and Kohara Udatain might also be stepping down. Even Danzo Shimura, who had been particularly antagonistic towards the Uchiha clan, might retreat into the shadows. At that time, Konoha's leadership would undergo a significant transformation. From Sasuke, Fugaku learned of Naruto's character, mature, composed, and adept at interpersonal relationships. Naruto would not neglect his friends, thus, if Naruto were to ascend to the position of Hokage, and Sasuke was his close friend, it was conceivable that the Uchiha clan might indeed have the opportunity to return to the epicenter of Konoha's power. While not necessarily regaining substantial power, they could at least reclaim the respect they rightfully deserved. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku was inclined to place his hopes in Naruto Uzumaki, wagering on this potential future. Today was fortuitously a family gathering devoid of outsiders, allowing Fugaku to share his innermost thoughts with his cherished sons, Itachi and Sasuke. Father, does this mean the conflict between our Uchiha clan and the village has reached an irreconcilable point? Itachi asked urgently. At this moment, Itachi remained deeply concerned about the Uchiha clan and the safety of Konoha, although Sasuke was still young and did not grasp the full complexity of the situation. He furrowed his brow upon hearing of the Uchiha clan's plight in Konoha, also looking at Fugaku with curious eyes, hoping to hear that there was still hope for the Uchiha clan. In response to their hopeful gazes, Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said, "No, Itachi and Sasuke. There is still a chance for our Uchiha clan." Fugaku's tone, however, bore a hint of uncertainty. He was unsure whether relying on a child like Naruto could truly yield hope or feasibility. Yet, this was the best outcome Fugaku could envision. The fate of the radical faction was undoubtedly grim, likely leading to an order from the third Hokage for the Uchiha clan to abandon Konoha, where they would be relentlessly pursued and potentially face annihilation before they could escape. Conversely, the conservative faction would gradually diminish under the prolonged suppression by Sarutobi Hiruzen until they disappeared from Konoha's history altogether. Father, please reveal to us this path forward, Itachi implored, eager to find a way to save both the village and the Uchiha clan. This may all hinge on you two brothers, Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly, gazing intently at the two siblings. We? Fugaku's words startled Itachi, who then asked in confusion, "Please clarify, father. Especially you, Sasuke. You must have realized this at the opening ceremony." Fugaku redirected the conversation to the ceremony. Both Itachi and Sasuke nodded, though they did not comprehend the relevance of the opening ceremony. After the ceremony, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had publicly acknowledged Naruto's qualifications to become Hokage, and the leaders of Konoha's prominent clans had also recognized Naruto's potential, allowing their children to associate closely with him. This was tacitly sanctioned by the third Hokage himself, as the children of many notable families, such as Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamu, Akimichi Choji, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Hyuga Hinata, were all among those. Sasuke now understood that his class was filled with talented individuals, all of whom had substantial backgrounds within Konoha. But, father, what does this have to do with Naruto? If he becomes Hokage, does that mean our Uchiha clan will be saved? Sasuke questioned, perplexed. Yes, Sasuke, the reason lies within you. If you and Naruto become good friends, even sworn brothers, Naruto's character will surely ensure you are not overlooked. When he becomes Hokage, you could very well ascend to a leadership position within the village, and at that time, our Uchiha clan would regain the respect we deserve. Itachi instantly grasped Uchiha Fugaku's intent. If the third Hokage suppressed the Uchiha clan, they could simply replace him with a Hokage who would not do so. Once Konoha's leadership underwent a significant reshuffling, the Uchiha clan status would also be reevaluated, presenting a most prudent solution. But, father, how can we be certain that Naruto will indeed become Hokage? Itachi still found himself puzzled. Uchiha Fugaku regarded Uchiha Makoto, who had remained silent and visibly troubled, likely recalling past friends and experiences. With the gentlest tone, Fugaku addressed her, "Makoto, you should be well aware of this. Please share with the children." Still caught in her feelings, Makoto, upon hearing Fugaku's call, resolved to no longer conceal the truth from her children. She began. "That is because Naruto's identity is far more extraordinary than you can imagine." Extraordinary identity? But isn't Naruto an orphan? Are the children of the village not often calling him the Ninetales? They wondered. Surely, he cannot truly be the Ninetales, can he? Or could he possibly be the illegitimate child of the higher-ups in Konoha, or perhaps the son of the Hokage? Sasuke pondered the series of thoughts, subsequently dismissing each notion as implausible. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto gazed intently at Sasuke. Observing this scene, Itachi felt a tremor of realization, his voice quivering as he speculated the truth that stretched beyond his comprehension. Could it be that Sasuke was indeed correct? Naruto, is he the son of the fourth Hokage? How could that be? Brother, Naruto is an orphan. How could he possibly be the child of the fourth Hokage? Right? Father? Mother? Sasuke disregarded Itachi's reasoning. But Fugaku and Makoto silently nodded in acknowledgement. Is it true? Could Naruto genuinely be the son of the fourth Hokage? How did you come to this conclusion, brother? Sasuke, initially shaken to his core, turned to Itachi with a question. The words of father and mother have already indicated to us that Naruto's identity is special, with a chance to become Hokage. Generally speaking, this implies a very close relationship with the Hokage, suggesting he might be a relative. Furthermore, Naruto's blonde hair and his surname, Uzumaki, remind me that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, also had blonde hair. His wife's name was Kushina Uzumaki, sharing the same surname. Hence, I speculate that Naruto must be their child. Itachi elucidated his reasoning to Sasuke. Makoto nodded in agreement. Completing Itachi's explanation, I was in the same class as Minato and Kushina, so I am well aware of their circumstances. Indeed, Naruto is their child. Fugaku added, a few years ago, on an otherwise tranquil night, Kushina Uzumaki went into labor. As the host of the Ninetales, she was attacked by an intruder possessing the unique Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, who unleashed the beast, wreaking havoc on Konoha. Because of this suspicion, The Uchiha clan was ordered to remain inactive, merely protecting the villagers. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sacrificed his life to seal half of the Nine Tails within himself, while Kushina sealed the remaining half within Naruto before her death. Thus, Naruto officially became the new host. However, in an unforeseen twist, Naruto, who should have been regarded as the hero's legacy, was ordered by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to conceal his identity, rendering him an orphan in the eyes of the village. Consequently, the Uchiha clan faced continuous scrutiny, while Naruto endured the villagers' disdain, gradually growing up under such circumstances. At this moment, Itachi and Sasuke finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Konoha held many secrets unknown to them. I understand now, father. For the harmonious coexistence of the Uchiha clan and Konoha, I shall, when the opportunity arises, protect Naruto Uzumaki. Itachi spoke first, having entered the Umbu. It was likely he would be assigned a mission to protect Naruto. He vowed to safeguard Naruto, as he represented the Uchiha clan's hope for the future. I too, father. From this day forth, shall endeavor to foster a good relationship with Naruto. He will become my dearest friend. Sasuke also comprehended Naruto's significance to the Uchiha clan. He had never truly disliked Naruto, instead harboring a subtle desire to connect with him. Now, enlightened by these revelations, he resolved to set aside his somewhat proud demeanor and reach out to Naruto in friendship. Witnessing Itachi and Sasuke's newfound understanding and dedication to the Uchiha clan's future, Fugaku and Makoto felt immense relief. Our Uchiha clan shall surely thrive. Chapter 37, The Tale of the Nine Tails. The following day at school, Naruto was astonished to find the previously aloof Sasuke approaching him to initiate conversation. Despite the awkwardness of the moment, it was evident that Sasuke sought to befriend him. Although Naruto felt a twinge of confusion regarding this transformation, he was nonetheless eager to embrace it. They each possessed the chakra of Ashura and Indra. Ashura and Indra were the two sons of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Indra, the elder, inherited the sage's eye and mental prowess, demonstrating prodigious talent from a young age. Ashura, the younger, inherited the sage's body, boasting extraordinary physical strength. Due to their differing ideologies, Indra revered power while Ashura championed love and equality. The brothers engaged in a relentless rivalry, culminating in Ashura receiving the sage's teachings before his passing. Driven by jealousy, Indra continued to battle against Ashura's descendants. In a previous life, Indra's chakra manifested in Uchiha Madara, while Ashura's chakra manifested in Shinja Hashirama. Influenced by their respective chakras, the two ultimately clashed in a fierce battle at the Valley of the End. After their deaths, the new incarnation of Ashura's chakra aligned with Naruto, while Indra's chakra found its vessel in Sasuke. If all unfolded as expected, a confrontation between the two was inevitable, leading Sasuke to ultimately acknowledge Naruto, thereby resolving the cyclical conflict of Ashura and Indra's reincarnation. Other classmates were equally astonished by Sasuke's change towards Naruto. It was not merely an alteration in his demeanor towards Naruto. Sasuke, who had previously exhibited a proud disposition and struggled with interpersonal relationships, was now willing to greet them. While not necessarily akin to brothers, they had at least forged a bond of friendship. From that moment onward, Naruto embarked on his formal journey at the Ninja Academy. Initially, he was enthusiastic about attending classes, yet soon realized that the academy offered little in terms of meaningful training, wasting precious time he could otherwise spend honing his skills. In response, Naruto decided to create shadow clones to attend the academy on his behalf, while he secluded himself in a distant grove, diligently practicing. During his free time, he wandered the village, hoping to encounter characters from the original narrative and undertake missions. He would complete any tasks presented or enjoy leisurely strolls before returning home to rest. On several occasions, after rigorous training, he inadvertently entered the consciousness space of the Nine Tails. The beast appeared notably more amiable, pestering Naruto with inquiries about the unfolding storyline. Naturally, Naruto refrained from divulging any information, promising to share details with Kurama when the time was right. This left Kurama feeling somewhat brushed off. However, through their ongoing dialogues, Kurama gradually began to acknowledge Naruto. One day, while idling in the sewers, Naruto and Kurama engaged in light-hearted conversation. Naruto, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt a twinge of sympathy for the Nine Tails. Despite having done nothing wrong, deep within, there resided a good-hearted fox that had been quietly hiding away in obscurity. One fateful day, he encountered the enigmatic Uchiha Madara. Caught off guard, he was swiftly ensnared by Madara's Sharingan, unable to resist. From the perspective of the Nine Tails, let us delve into the events that unfolded. Come, deceive, ambush. I, the ancient beast of tales, have been caught unaware. How absurd. I declare, this is intolerable. Upon awakening, I discovered an unfamiliar chakra armor enveloping me, confronting a diminutive figure before me. Initially, I presumed it to be an easy target. However, the little man clapped his hands, summoning thousands of wooden hands without the need for hand seals, and I was soundly beaten into unconsciousness. When I regained consciousness, I beheld the same little figure, known as Shinju Hashirama, who warned me, Nine Tails, you pose a grave danger. If left unchecked, you could wreak havoc upon others. To prevent such calamity, I shall seal you away. Inexplicably, Hashirama utilized his formidable wood release to subdue me, while a woman named Uzumaki Naruto employed a wretched sealing technique. demonstrating an astonishing resilience. Thus, I found myself sealed within this Uzumaki Mido. Within her, I learned that Hashirama had ultimately perished. I realized that if I could outlast Mido, my freedom would be within reach. Yet, to my dismay, Mido had cunningly secured a backup plan, having taken in a young girl named Uzumaki Kushina, a member of her clan, who possessed formidable vitality and sealing prowess. Just as I thought I had escaped one peril, I found myself ensnared in another. I had hoped that with the passage of time, I might gain my freedom. These insufferable humans gave no thought to my feelings. I had no desire for conflict, merely wishing to exist in the wild, yet I was captured and treated as a mere pet, sealed within whoever they pleased, without any regard for my consent. After Mido's demise, I was once more sealed within Kushina. Fortunately, Kushina did not seek out additional members of her clan. Perhaps if I endured long enough, I could truly attain freedom. Then, an enigmatic masked man emerged during Kushina's labor, liberating me from my confinement. After being imprisoned for so long, is it so wrong to relish the fresh air? I had done nothing, yet I was soon controlled by the masked man's Sharingan, wreaking havoc upon Konoha. That wretched Minato Namikaze employed an unknown sealing technique to imprison half of my chakra within himself and subsequently perished, leaving no chance for revival. The other half of my chakra was sealed within the newborn Naruto Uzumaki by Kushina in her final moments. These humans are truly relentless, even to their newborn children. Unlike our tailed beast family, which is characterized by love and harmony, we merely engage in playful antics, occasionally tossing around a few tailed beast balls, which hardly constitutes a significant offense. At most, we might flatten a few mountains. What is so grave about that? Residing within Naruto Uzumaki, I began to grasp the depths of human misery. He was scorned by villagers and manipulated by an unknown elder. Though I could not discern the elder's intentions, I sensed a malevolent aura emanating from him, a blend of good and evil. Humanity, indeed, is unfathomably complex. Having inhabited Naruto's body for an extended period, I sometimes found myself reflecting on his memories, and I could not help but feel that these humans were exceedingly unreasonable. Naruto, much like myself, finds himself unjustly burdened with unwarranted accusations despite having done nothing wrong. Consequently, he faces disdain, contempt, and loathing from others. It is not we who are at fault, but rather this world. Thus, I began to gradually infiltrate Naruto's being, lending him a fragment of my chakra. Once I shatter Kushina's seal, I shall be liberated, able to escape his corporeal form. As for whether Naruto would perish in my absence, I cannot say. It scarcely concerns me. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon Naruto's mother, who heartlessly confined me within her child. As time elapsed, the chakra I left within Naruto burgeoned, loosening the seal, and I finally glimpsed the possibility of escape. Then, unexpectedly, one day, Naruto's inner power surged, rendering him increasingly akin to that insufferable woman, his mother, and the infamous Minato. The seal, which I had painstakingly weakened, was fortified once more. I was exasperated. Then he approached me, uttering a series of bewildering statements. Initially, I dismissed Naruto's claims as fanciful nonsense until he began to divulge prophecies to me. He spoke of a masked figure named Obito, once a disciple of the fourth Hokage, and of a war ignited for the sake of a woman, aiming to forge a world solely for Rin. He mentioned that although Madara Uchiha had perished, he had not truly died and awaited resurrection. He even knew the names of the tailed beasts and the old man's name, along with the secrets of the old man's eyes. All of this was extraordinary, and I found myself inescapably inclined to believe him. I soon realized that Naruto was unlike those who preceded him. Madara sought only my chakra to vanquish Hashirama Senju. Kushina, in her efforts to assist Hashirama, sealed herself and, by extension me. Likewise, Uzumaki Kushina, following in her mother's footsteps, took on the task of sealing me away. Yet, Naruto was different. He was thrust into this situation without choice. He was born alongside me, and perhaps, in a certain sense, we are akin to half-siblings. Moreover, I sensed no malice within him. Despite the injustice he endured because of my presence, despite the hunger he suffered and the scorn he faced, he bore no resentment. He may indeed possess a pure heart, or perhaps he is the prophesied child destined to alter the fate of the ninja world. Eventually, he expressed a desire for us to become inseparable allies and friends, even after I had driven him away. I could not help but believe that when he spoke those words, the sincerity reflected in his eyes was genuine. He truly regarded me as a friend. I had never before experienced the bond of friendship with a human, and it was a novel sensation. Gradually, I observed him growing stronger, becoming more inscrutable. He could now enter my consciousness at will. It seemed, perhaps to alleviate my solitude, he would visit me periodically to converse. I must confess, it felt as if we had indeed forged a genuine friendship. This is my tale, the story of Kurama, the Nine Tails, up to this point. Chapter 38. The intention to unseal. Hey, Kurama, may I pose a question? Naruto leaned against the ceiling pillar, turning his back to Kurama, demonstrating his trust. Kurama, despite Naruto's position, refrained from any covert actions. The seal had been reinforced, rendering it increasingly difficult for Kurama's power to permeate through and affect Naruto's body significantly. Moreover, through their days together, Kurama had silently begun to regard Naruto as a friend. After all, he had long been sealed within others. And both Kushina and Minato were rather dull individuals, driven by their own objectives. They were decent enough, but could hardly be deemed friends of Kurama. Only Naruto would come to engage in conversation without ulterior motives, and it was this sincerity that truly resonated. Kurama, lying on the ground, listened to Naruto's words, keeping his eyes closed. Ask away, Naruto. If, and I emphasize if, I could break your seal, what would you do? Naruto had unknowingly turned to face Kurama. Sitting cross-legged and gazing earnestly, Kurama was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's question, abruptly opening his eyes to fixate on him. Naruto, would you grant me my freedom? But leaving me might put your life at risk. Kurama's immediate concern was not what he would do with his newfound freedom, but rather Naruto's safety. Upon hearing Kurama's words, Naruto felt a warmth in his heart and smiled as he replied, not at all. What I meant was to release your seal. I never said I would set you free. I merely wish to grant you a bit more freedom than you currently possess. Naruto was probing Kurama's disposition. After days of effort, he understood that Kurama's nature was not inherently malevolent, nor was it merely a beast of destruction. It simply had not encountered the right individual to guide it. Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, Kurama fell into profound contemplation. What did unsealing mean? It was all too clear to it. It meant that whenever it wished, it could infuse Naruto's chakra with feelings of hatred, thereby causing Naruto to lose control. Once Naruto was in a state of chaos, Kurama could entirely seize his body. The most dire scenario would be that Kurama could kill Naruto without its host. Naruto would inevitably perish, yet as a tailed beast, Kurama's chakra would not dissipate upon Naruto's death. After a time, it could reform its body and regain its freedom. In this precarious situation, the initiative lay firmly in Kurama's hands. Was Naruto truly willing to undertake such immense risk to unseal it? Kurama, what is your response? Naruto inquired earnestly of Kurama. The response from Kurama would undoubtedly influence Naruto's subsequent attitude towards him. Should he continue to persuade Kurama, empathizing with him? Or perhaps temporarily distance himself, allowing Kurama to contemplate his thoughts more thoroughly? Kurama's mind raced. He had never felt so intellectually challenged before. He was perplexed as to why Naruto posed such a question. All he knew was that he did not wish to harm Naruto, yet after being confined for so long, the sensation of freedom was something he had not experienced in ages. Perhaps you might allow me to venture outside for a while? You are aware that once the seal is lifted, I can transform into my tailed beast form, which would give me a chance to breathe in fresh air. Once I have roamed a bit, I might very well return obediently, Kurama expressed with a hint of resignation. Oh, you would come back? I had thought you might seize control of my body and flee. Naruto jested, a smile gracing his face, pleased by Kurama's response. Enough of that, Naruto. Deep down, you know that while I yearn for freedom, if I were to attain it, I might find myself at a loss, lacking purpose. You are my friend, and without me, you would surely perish. For your sake, I must remain steadfastly within you. Kurama initially responded playfully to Naruto's jest, but his tone soon turned profoundly serious. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After Naruto's inner thoughts were exposed, he exhibited no embarrassment and said, we are friends now. It's merely a trivial matter, so don't overthink it. Kurama. Indeed, if the adverse effects brought by Kurama could be eliminated, what remained would be a tremendous enhancement. Once the seal was lifted, Naruto's chakra would experience a significant increase, allowing him to enjoy a replenishment of chakra from Kurama during battles, making it easy to unleash dozens of S-rank jutsu. With Kurama's assistance, Naruto's speed and strength would be greatly amplified. Merely donning the tailed beast cloak would confer substantial benefits upon him. Furthermore, Kurama's chakra would significantly enhance Naruto's recuperative abilities. With his own lineage combined with Kurama's chakra, he would transform from possessing innate healing to becoming a veritable mobile spring of vitality. Beyond these advantages, the most crucial aspect is that once the seal is undone, Naruto would be able to fully connect with Kurama and attempt to enter the Kurama mode. At that point, Naruto's strength would be sufficient to overturn the entire Hidden Leaf village with ease. Of course, all of this hinges on Kurama's willingness to assist Naruto. So, are you ready? Kurama? Naruto inquired. Ready for what? Naruto, are you serious? You intend to lift the seal today? Kurama initially froze, then asked incredulously. It had assumed Naruto was merely testing the waters, gauging its attitude, and had spoken sincerely. Having Naruto as a friend had brought it immense joy. Remaining in this manner was no longer as painful as before. To its surprise, upon hearing Kurama's response, Naruto was indeed determined to lift the seal today. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto placed his hand upon the seal, preparing to unravel its constraints. However, one could anticipate an unforeseen twist. For it is well known that Minato Namikaze had left behind a contingency plan. At that moment, an extraordinary light emanated from the seal. And Naruto realized that it must be the chakra left by his father, Minato. He was on the verge of encountering one of his all-time favorite ninjas, the fourth Hokage. Not so fast, my friend. Is the water still murky? In the original narrative, he is hailed as the swiftest, most stylish, and most skilled ninja, Naruto. Now is not the time to release the seal, a voice cautioned, as Minato's chakra gradually materialized into a human form, addressing Naruto, with golden hair resembling Naruto's. The figure was strikingly handsome, perhaps a notch more so than Naruto himself, yet slightly less appealing than the audience might expect. Dressed in the resplendent Hokage cloak, the bold characters of the fourth Hokage adorned his back, captivating the observer's gaze. Minato grasped Naruto's hand, halting his actions. The Nine Tails acknowledged only Naruto, regarding Minato Namikaze as the very architect of its imprisonment, and thus would not bestow him a favorable glance. Curse you, fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. I shall have my vengeance. As the saying goes, enemies meet with palpable animosity. Upon witnessing the Nine Tails' demeanor, Minato felt a mixture of resignation and concern. Noting that Naruto appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, far younger than he had anticipated. Observing Naruto's tender age and the Nine Tails' malevolent expression, Minato surmised that the beast had lured Naruto here, intending to deceive him into releasing the seal while his will was wavering. Truly a vile creature. Nine Tails. As long as I am here, do not even think of targeting my son, Minato declared, positioning himself protectively in front of Naruto, shielding him from the malevolent entity. Naruto finally realized that his father seemed to be unaware of the situation. This was merely a misunderstanding. Dad, this is actually a misunderstanding, Naruto said to Minato Namikaze. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Minato turned around in surprise and exclaimed, Naruto, you actually know me? Could it be that the third Hokage has informed you of everything? He must have taken good care of you. It is not in vain that Kushina and I fought so hard to protect Konoha. Minato had rehearsed countless scenarios in his mind for the moment he would reunite with his son. For instance, if asked who he was, he could respond with flair. I am Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, and also your biological father. Or, if questioned about the reason for sealing the Nine Tails within him, he would explain, because you are the child of me, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki. We believe you can tame the Nine Tails and harness its power. However, the reality was that Minato's chakra felt as though it had awakened to a world transformed. Of course I know you. You are the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. And my father. As for the third Hokage, he is not what you think. That old man is not so benevolent. I discovered all of this on my own. And Kurama has also assisted me to some extent. Naruto was certainly not in a position to claim he was well versed in the entirety of the ninja world's history. He could only choose to gloss over the past, and, incidentally, summon Kurama as a shield. Kurama? Whose name is that? It feels both familiar and strange. Have I encountered it before? Minato pondered aloud. Of course, fourth Hokage, that's my name, but I shall not permit you to use it. Only Naruto may call me that. Kurama retorted with irritation, directed at the chakra of Minato Namikaze. What? This is indeed your name, Kurama. Nonetheless, regardless of how you attempt to sway Naruto, he is my son, and as long as I am here, you shall not breach your seal and cause chaos in Konoha. Upon hearing Kurama's words, Minato shielded Naruto behind him, adopting a defensive stance. Chapter 39, Explanation and Lamentation of. I have no desire to engage in battle with you, Naruto. It is you who should explain. I have no wish to converse with him excessively, especially since my current state is a result of his actions. Kurama refrained from hurling insults at Minato, recognizing that mere curses would not alleviate his own tragic plight. However, being friends with Naruto, he felt restrained from disparaging Minato, Naruto's father, whom he could not afford to provoke. Yes, Dad, Kurama and I are friends. It was my choice to unseal him, and in truth, Kurama did not anticipate that I would take the initiative to do so, Naruto explained to Minato, also understanding Kurama's slight temper. This little proud spirit was quite remarkable for being open-hearted with him. As for showing kindness to others, that would not be in line with the infamous reputation of the Nine Tails. Minato was momentarily taken aback. Forming a bond with the Nine Tails was something even Kushina had struggled to achieve. His son, appearing to be merely 6 or 7 years of age, had seemingly accomplished this feat. Could it be that the village had discovered some means to control tailed beasts? Although he was unaware of the specifics, the atmosphere of Naruto and Kurama's conversation suggested a truly unique relationship between them. Regardless of the journey that had led them here, the outcome was undeniably positive. Contemplating Naruto's earlier words, Minato suddenly recalled that Naruto had expressed dissatisfaction with the third Hokage. Naruto, please elaborate on why you came to understand that I am your father, and what role Kurama played in this. Does it imply that the third Hokage did not disclose your true identity to you? Upon hearing Minato's inquiry, Naruto paused to reflect momentarily. Recalling past events, he couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Dad, I am 6 years old. After your passing, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, did not publicly reveal my identity as the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Instead, he renamed me Uzumaki Naruto, ostensibly to ensure my safety. He claimed it was due to the numerous enemies you and Mom had made in the ninja world, coupled with my status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, using that as justification that everything was for my own good. However, after your deaths, All your assets were appropriated by Konoha, leaving me an orphan. The third Hokage did not provide proper care for me. Rather, he tacitly allowed Danzo Shimura to spread rumors that I was the embodiment of the fox demon. Throughout my childhood, the villagers harbored resentment towards me, inciting their children to ostracize and bully me. I endured a lifetime of disdain, insults. Branded as an unwanted child without parents, deserving of banishment from the village. I often went hungry and cold, at times. The third Hokage would grant me a meager amount of relief funds. When I attempted to use that money to purchase food, villagers would intentionally sell me expired milk, causing me to suffer from persistent diarrhea. Some even refused to sell to me at all. At times I could only find instant noodles, and on other occasions, I would return empty-handed, feeling as if I might starve to death. Naruto's words became increasingly impassioned. Although he had previously come to terms with his situation, it remained buried deep within his heart. Now, with this opportunity at hand, he could finally express to his loved ones the injustices he had endured over the years. Naruto, unable to contain his feelings any longer, resolved to voice his grievances against the injustices he had endured at the hands of Konoha. He intended to reveal to his father, Minato Namikaze, the true nature of the village he had sworn to protect. At that moment, Kurama, who had been observing the scenes, could not suppress his indignation and turned to Minato with a sardonic smile, saying, "Isn't it laughable, fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze? In my eyes, you're merely a jest. The very village of Konoha that you sacrificed your life to safeguard, and the villagers you endeavored to protect, have treated the son of their hero in such a despicable manner. Let it be known, I have watched Naruto grow, and the trials he has faced have been far more harrowing than he has ever articulated. Such suffering is a result of the corruption and ignorance perpetuated by the elite of Konoha. Were it not for my clandestine guardianship, Naruto may very well have perished at the hands of his own people." Naruto's words left Minato with a sense of doubt. However, as they were uttered by his own flesh and blood, he felt it unjust to question them. Furthermore, the words of the Nine Tails, confined within its seal, carried a weight of truth that could not be dismissed, for the creature's nature dictated that it had no need for deceit. It merely spoke the truth, as reality often inflicts the deepest wounds. Although Minato harbored some skepticism towards the third Hokage, he inwardly believed that even if Naruto could not ascend to the status of a hero's son, he deserved to enjoy the privileges afforded to the orphan of a hero. He resolved to treat him as a normal orphan, ensuring that he found a family and was raised properly. Yet, to his astonishment, the very third Hokage he had once revered turned out to be such a scoundrel. He and his wife, Kushina, had sacrificed their lives to protect Konoha, and yet their own son was denied even the basic dignity afforded to a typical orphan. The third Hokage has truly gone too far. Naruto's identity, if the third Hokage had truly wished to conceal it, would never have been divulged. The number of individuals privy to Naruto's true nature was minimal, predominantly limited to the upper echelons of Konoha. The only one capable of revealing Naruto's identity, with a motive to do so, was none other than Danzo Shimura, the leader of Root. In this light, Naruto's assertions can be deemed verifiable and authentic. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Minato felt as though the very heavens were collapsing upon him. For so many years, his steadfast belief in the will of fire, his faith in Konoha, and his trust in its leadership crumbled in that singular moment. Once, he believed that being a commendable Hokage was of greater importance than being a good father, fighting to protect the villagers. However, if given the chance to start anew, he would choose to be a devoted father, ensuring his child's healthy growth and well-being. Having come to this realization, Minato gazed at Naruto with a look of remorse and said, "I am truly sorry, Naruto. It was my and Kushina's failure to see through the true nature of the third Hokage that led to your descent into an endless abyss. If we could begin again, your mother and I would undoubtedly choose to stand by your side, watching you flourish." Subsequently, his feelings towards the third Hokage gradually morphed into disdain and hatred, realizing that his trust had been misplaced. "Third Hokage, once you depart this world, I shall ensure you do not find peace." "It's all right, Dad," Naruto replied. "I am doing quite well now. I have made many friends in the village, who do not isolate me because of my so-called identity as the vessel of the Nine Tails. On the contrary, they rely on me and believe in me. Even in the darkest of times, there will always be a beacon of light, a sanctuary where I can belong." Naruto also smiled faintly, a smile that made Minato feel even more heartbroken. "By the way, Dad, do you still intend to stop me? I have already promised Kurama that I would release its seal and grant it freedom." When Naruto spoke these words, his eyes were filled with earnestness. Minato Namikaze sighed and said, "Naruto, although your mother and I have missed so many moments of your life, we are still your parents. We do not wish to see you come to harm. Unsealing the seal is indeed a grave matter. If the Nine Tails is merely deceiving you, the consequences could be dire, and you may truly risk your life. Even the measures your mother and I put in place cannot guarantee your safety. Now, do you still wish to proceed with unsealing it?" Minato did not seek to impede Naruto, but he felt it imperative to elucidate the potential severe ramifications of unsealing the seal, ultimately leaving the decision in Naruto's hands. Naruto nodded confidently, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. "Of course, Dad. This is a promise between me and Kurama. I trust that Kurama would not deceive me, and besides, Kurama is, in many ways, a pitiable beast. Since my birth, you and Mom have sealed him within me using a sealing technique, keeping him imprisoned. And have I not also been confined within this cage known as Konoha? Thus, Kurama and I share a common plight. We are both unfortunate souls deprived of our freedom. Upon hearing these words, even Kurama could not help but feel a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Good brother. The bond of brotherhood is profound, unspoken yet deeply felt. Henceforth, anyone who dares to lay a finger on Naruto must first contend with me, Kurama. Minato, realizing that further persuasion would be futile, awkwardly addressed Naruto. Naruto, you may not be aware, but as your father, I have always been under your mother's strict governance. Such a crucial matter as lifting the seal cannot be decided unilaterally. If your mother were to discover this, I might face her wrath. So perhaps we should consult her opinion. Minato's thoughts drifted to his long-lost wife, the sweet yet fiery woman with flowing crimson hair, who could be both boisterous and astutely attentive, Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Dad, are you suggesting we visit Mom? Naruto, quick-witted as ever, discerned the underlying meaning in Minato's words. Indeed. You must be curious about what your mother is like, Minato replied with a warm smile. If there exists anyone capable of filling the emotional void that Naruto has endured for years, aside from the inarticulate Minato, it would undoubtedly be Kushina Uzumaki. Then let us go? Minato closed his eyes, channeling his chakra, as the surrounding space began to shift and transform. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto curiously surveyed this extraordinary realm. In contrast to the dim, oppressive sewer that contained the Ninetales, this space was imbued with the warmth of sunlight, evoking a profound sense of maternal love. Chapter 40. Meeting Kushina, lifting the seal. Guess who I am? Little Naruto? A playful and endearing voice floated from behind him. For reasons unknown, upon hearing this voice, Naruto's eyes welled with tears cascading down his cheeks. Is it really you? Mom. He turned around and finally beheld the mother he had longed for. Before him stood a beautiful woman with striking red hair, radiating a vibrant vitality akin to the sun. A small hairpin adorned her bangs as she smiled warmly at Naruto, her eyes glistening with emotion. How clever of you to guess correctly. You truly are the child of Uzumaki Kushina. At this moment, Naruto could no longer contain himself. He rushed forward and embraced Kushina tightly. Mom, I missed you so much, truly. In that instant, words eluded him, unable to convey the depth of his feelings. I missed you too, Naruto, my dear child. Kushina gently held him, dispelling the rumors of her notorious temper. She was filled with nostalgia, recalling the last time she saw Naruto, just after his birth, and how they were now facing a poignant separation, despite the brief time they had together. Her memory of him was etched deeply in her mind. Years had passed, yet Naruto appeared scarcely older, likely around 6 or 7. Let me have a good look at you, my child. How old are you now? Kushina inquired, scrutinizing her son with affection. I'm 6, just started at the ninja academy. Naruto wiped away his tears as he replied. Only 6, and already so handsome, just like your father in his youth. At this rate, you will surely become an exceptional ninja, at least as formidable as your father. Were you calling me? Kushina. Minato, standing nearby, refrained from interrupting this touching reunion until Kushina mentioned him, prompting him to speak up. Oh, Minato, I missed you too. Kushina instantly released Naruto and dashed toward Minato, leaping into his arms. Minato carefully caught her and twirled her around before gently setting her down. I missed you too, my Kushina. The family of 3 was finally reunited. Though Naruto felt like an observer, as if he should be beneath the vehicle, watching their sweetness, he was overwhelmed by the love they shared, feeling as though he had just consumed a hearty portion of dog food, the affectionate term for parental love. Naruto seems smaller than I expected. I imagined he would be much older when he arrived here. Has something happened? Kushina pondered aloud. Naruto then explained the reason for their presence. He had befriended the Ninetales and sought to lift its seal, while Minato wished to consult Kushina about the matter. He recounted his experiences over the years in the village, sharing everything in detail. Upon hearing his story, Kushina's anger flared, her chakra surging violently, her fiery hair billowing around her. How outrageous. That old fool, the 3rd Hokage, has subjected my little Naruto to such hardship for so long. And that old dog, Danzo, still as detestable as ever. He was never a good person when I was in the village. Indeed, one cannot change their nature. I long to return and teach them a lesson using my sealing techniques. Kushina's ire turned toward the Ninetales, now appearing more agreeable in comparison. Minato, cautious, asked, So, Kushina, does this mean you support Naruto's intentions? Do you agree to lift the seal? Kushina smiled radiantly. Of course. Our child has his own aspirations, and as parents, we must support him wholeheartedly. She turned to Naruto. I believe in you, Naruto. It is because you understand the Ninetales' suffering that you can truly connect with it. Tailed beasts have emotions too. I trust that your friendship will enable you to become the perfect Jinchuriki, achieving what I could never accomplish. Minato added. Since your mother has said so, I too will support your endeavor. Go, Naruto, lift the seal and rescue your friend from confinement. your father, and I will always be here to support you. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. I promise I won't let your trust in me go to waste. Naruto nodded earnestly, pledging his resolve. As the surrounding space began to fade, the family of three returned to the familiar sewer. Naruto, you're back? Wait, is that Kushina? You haven't changed a bit. The Ninetales, seeing Kushina after so long, expressed a tinge of nostalgia. Indeed, Ninetales. I never imagined that my son would achieve what I could not. He is truly remarkable. Kushina replied. Indeed, Kushina, your son surpasses you in prowess. He is truly deserving of my friendship. The Ninetales did not contradict her statement. Observing the Ninetales' demeanor, Kushina realized that this was a transformation she had never experienced before. It seemed the Ninetales was indeed undergoing a change. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Once again, Naruto's body ascended into the air, this time arriving before the seal, unhindered by the presence of Minato. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto placed his hand upon the seal and with a forceful tug, tore it apart with a resounding rip. Minato and Kushina exchanged knowing smiles. Minato. It is our turn to perform. Let our son witness the strength of his parents. Together, they stood beside Naruto, blue chakra flames erupting from their hands. With swift hand seals, they completed the technique in no time. Aiming at Naruto's navel, they called in unison, 8 trigram seal, release. The 8 trigram seal on Naruto's navel began to unravel like swirling layers, gradually dissipating. As the seal unwound in circles, the colossal red pillars slowly faded away. They had succeeded. The shackles within Kurama's consciousness vanished entirely, granting the Ninetales true freedom at last. Haha, I, Kurama, am finally free again. Kurama reveled in the sensation of his sealed power steadily restoring, a feeling utterly exquisite. The once stagnant sewer now emitted ripples under Kurama's formidable chakra, symbolizing the turbulent emotions within Minato and Kushina. Witnessing the unrestrained aura of the Ninetales, which surpassed the vitality of the Uzumaki clan, made Kushina feel a tinge of embarrassment. Both she and Minato braced themselves for battle, ready to protect Naruto if the Ninetales decided to turn against them. Yet, the Ninetales, revered as the mightiest tailed beast, was indeed a formidable presence. Even in a diminished state, its strength was staggering, and the thought of its full form was almost unimaginable. Observing the Ninetales unleash its power without restraint, Kushina and Minato exchanged glances, feeling that the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. The essence of the Ninetales remained that of a beast, potentially cunning enough to deceive their son. Prepare yourself, Kushina, we may have to fight for our lives. Minato warned. Indeed, had we known, we should not have hastily agreed with Naruto. It's the Ninetales' cunning that has led us astray. They harbored doubts about whether Naruto could truly master such overwhelming power, concerned for their child's ability to withstand it. Looking at Kurama, Naruto felt a sense of helplessness and said, Kurama, just put on a show. Don't really frighten my mom and dad. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kurama instantly transformed, quieting down and retracting its overwhelming presence. You truly understand me, kid. I thought my performance of newfound freedom was so convincing that I had you all fooled. After being sealed for so long, what is wrong with a little ruse? Kushina and Minato breathed a sigh of relief, having feared that Kurama would go on a rampage. They were prepared to sacrifice all their chakra to protect Naruto. Dad, Mom, I've told you, Kurama and I are truly friends. So you needn't worry about him harming me, Naruto reassured them. At that moment, he extended his fist towards Kurama, who instinctively reciprocated, gently bumping fists with Naruto. Thus, their bond was officially forged. Kushina looked at the Ninetales with gratitude and said, Kurama, we owe you an apology for our past actions. Our time is short, and we hope you will take good care of Naruto. From now on, you two will be steadfast companions. We trust you with his safety. Chapter 41. Farewell. We shall reunite once liberated. Kurama could move freely, stretching comfortably and addressing Kushina, though I despise the fourth Hokage and you're merely passable. Naruto and I get along splendidly. Besides, I've watched him grow up. You needn't worry, I will protect him. I, Kurama, am no ungrateful beast. Upon hearing Kurama's words, Minato and Kushina shared a smile. With Kurama's protection, they could finally feel at ease. With the Ninetales' strength, there would be few in the ninja world capable of endangering Naruto's safety. They could now depart with peace of mind. True, there are not many, but we will encounter them sooner or later, Minato replied. We entrust you, Kurama. We have faith in you. Together. Minato and Kushina turned to face Naruto for one last embrace, their eyes filled with sorrow. Kushina gently caressed Naruto's golden hair, reminiscent of Minato's, and said, Naruto, Mom and Dad's chakra will soon be depleted. Let me share a few last words. Always eat well, get plenty of sleep, and consume your vegetables to grow strong. The ramen is delicious, it lacks nutrition, so indulge sparingly. Remember the 3 ninja prohibitions, never touch them. Avoid alcohol until you're of age. And if you encounter a lecherous old man with white hair, make sure to teach him a lesson. Cultivate many friendships in the village and forge your own connections. As for girlfriends, I trust your judgment. You'll surely find a beautiful and virtuous one. Alas, I cannot be by your side to watch you grow, to cook for you, or to welcome you home from school. I want to be there to see you marry and have children. There is so much I wish to say, yet time slips away too swiftly. I truly hope for another chance to meet. As Kushina spoke, her emotions overflowed, tears streaming down her face, while their bodies gradually became transparent, a sign of their chakra nearing depletion. Oh, I almost forgot about you, Minato. You should say a few words to Naruto too. Kushina noticed Minato had not found an opportunity to speak. Naruto, Minato began, as your father. I wish to say what your mother has expressed. Grow well. I hope you become a free ninja. We devoted our lives to the development of Konoha, never expecting to receive such a fate. If you seek freedom, do not hesitate because you are our child. Leave Konoha without fear. With Kurama's power, there is surely a place for you in this vast ninja world. I've missed so many of your birthdays. This is the only gift I can leave you. A belated happy birthday for all the times I've missed. Minato imparted the last remnants of his chakra into Naruto's mind, flooding it with a wealth of memories, insights into the Flying Thunder God technique. Use it wisely. This is our bond as father and son. Inheriting the family legacy was a pursuit long cherished by Minato. Soon, the chakra of Minato and Kushina began to wane, rendering their forms nearly transparent. I understand now. Mom and Dad, I have remembered every word you spoke. Thank you for bringing me into this world. You are truly exceptional parents, and as your child, I feel an immense sense of pride. In the midst of Naruto's heartfelt tears, both Minato and Kushina wore expressions of contentment, their faces reflecting a sense of release before they completely vanished. In the vast expanse of the sewer, only Naruto and Kurama remained, with the seal fully lifted. Kurama now wielded complete control over this realm of consciousness. Observing Naruto's profound sorrow, he transformed the surrounding space into a warm embrace reminiscent of the sun, instilling a flicker of warmth within Naruto's heart. Naruto, burdened by the absence of his parents, found himself engulfed in sorrow, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. The Nine Tails, embodying the essence of a great fox, addressed him with gentle reassurance. Fear not, Naruto. Though you have lost your parents, you still have me by your side. I shall accompany you from now on. We are the best of friends. As he spoke, he enveloped Naruto within his 9 majestic tails, imparting a soothing warmth that allowed Naruto to feel a semblance of relaxation. Thank you, Nine Tails, Naruto replied, but today has been overwhelming. I think I need some time alone. I will come to see you later. Naruto, valiantly suppressing his sorrow, cast a gentle smile towards the Nine Tails before departing from its consciousness space. Once he left, the Nine Tails appeared akin to a lonesome elder, instantly enveloped by a profound sense of solitude, lying on the ground and unable to restrain a sigh. Alas, Naruto, I hope you can regain your spirit. Returning from the realm of consciousness to his modest and simplistic room, Naruto couldn't shake off the lingering feeling that something essential was missing, an essence of home. Initially, he believed that as someone reborn, he would not be as deeply affected by the loss of loved ones. Yet, he underestimated the profound impact of his fusion with the original Naruto. Or perhaps it was simply his inherently sentimental nature. In his perception, the characters within the world of Naruto transcended mere figures from a comic or animated series. Upon his rebirth into this realm, the inhabitants felt vividly alive, warranting far more than the treatment of mere fictional personas. Particularly, the bond between Minato and Kushina was so genuine that it stirred something within him. Rationality occasionally tempered his emotions, guiding him towards sensible thoughts. However, his body betrayed him with visceral reactions. Though they had only just departed, Naruto found himself yearning for them already. The final smiles they shared lingered indelibly in his mind, revealing a deep-seated regret hidden within their joyful expressions. Since he had entered this world, he vowed that such regrets would not come to pass. Naruto secretly resolved to resurrect his beloved parents, yearning to reunite their family and allow them to witness his journey into marriage and fatherhood, living a blissful life together. However, the resurrection techniques available in the original narrative come with significant limitations, necessitating his own ascension to greater strength in order to achieve the flawless revival of his father and mother. Contemplating this, Naruto could not help but reflect on the resurrection techniques that appeared in the original storyline. First and foremost is the most familiar technique, the reanimation jutsu, also known as the impure world reincarnation. This technique, pioneered by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was further developed by Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. It allows the summoning of deceased ninja souls back to the mortal realm, granting them a physical form. The resurrected individuals possess boundless chakra and an immortal body, yet they are under the control of the caster. Even among the forbidden techniques invented by the second Hokage, this jutsu stands out remarkably. The resurrected individuals, while lacking the sensation of bodily warmth, are otherwise nearly perfect. However, for Naruto, this technique could be utilized but would never serve as a means to revive his parents. If resurrection is to occur, it must be complete. Next is the technique of transmigration of the living. This jutsu, secretly developed in the Land of Wind, utilizes the caster's entire chakra as a medium to transfer life force to the recipient. When used on the deceased, the caster's chakra converts the soul of the departed until the caster meets their demise. In the original narrative, Gaara lost his tailed beast to the Akatsuki and ultimately fell in battle, yet Chio utilized this technique to bring him back to life. Then, Naruto considered the most perfect avenue for revival, the outer path, samsara of heavenly life. This forbidden technique of the six paths is exclusive to those who possess the Rinnegan. Upon activation, a radiant light envelopes the deceased, resurrecting them with full consciousness and physicality, without requiring a living sacrifice. This technique is indeed formidable, being a unique ability of the Rinnegan. Yet, the original narrative contains numerous inconsistencies. Nagato once utilized this ability to resurrect many fallen Leaf Village ninjas during battle. Additionally, Obito, under the influence of Black Zetsu, revived Uchiha Madara using this technique. However, the conditions and costs associated with these resurrections varied, leaving Naruto uncertain about its true mechanics. If he were to awaken the Rinnegan, he could explore its mysteries further. In the movie, there exists the Paradise Box. This artifact appears in the Blood Prison film and grants the user a singular wish, including the revival of the deceased, albeit with alterations to their essence. This option is easily dismissed as inconsequential. Next is the Earth Release, Rebirth technique, which emerges from the original animated storyline. It employs the corpse of the deceased as a medium, reconstructing their body from Earth to revive them as a puppet under the caster's control. The resurrected individuals retain their prior appearance, physical capabilities, and chakra levels. However, this technique is merely a diminished version of the impure world reincarnation, as the revived are mere puppets and lack true life. The Earth Release, Ultimate Creation technique, soil of the deceased, is reputedly the pinnacle of resurrection techniques. This method requires the preparation of soil infused with the essence of corpses, from which the dead can be revived as puppets of the caster. This technique has three notable drawbacks. First, preparing such soil is time-consuming, though it can be mitigated with space-time ninjutsu. Second, the movement patterns of the resurrected are monotonous and easily discernible, and their bodies are composed of soil particles, making them vulnerable to destruction with a single blow. Lastly, the quantity of corpses previously present in the soil limits the number of resurrections, and each corpse can only be revived once. While it may sound formidable in practice, it pales in comparison to the impure world reincarnation. The final technique, possibly the most challenging, is Yin-Yang Release. Those who have obtained the power of the six paths can wield Yin-Yang Release, which is capable of creating all things. After opening the 8 gates, Might Guy was destined for death, yet Naruto utilized Yang Release to save him. If Yin-Yang Release were developed to its utmost potential, it could feasibly enable the revival of individuals. Among these myriad methods, Naruto believes that the most viable and reliable option remains the outer path, samsara of heavenly life. However, this technique necessitates the Rinnegan. Yet, with Naruto's lineage, cultivating his own Rinnegan is not beyond the realm of possibility. Father, mother, await me. I shall ensure your complete revival. And then our family shall be reunited. We shall ultimately meet again. Naruto lay on his bed, lost in thought for a considerable time, before finally succumbing to a deep slumber beneath the covers. Chapter 42, The Training of the Flying Thunder God Technique. Upon awakening, Naruto found his sorrow somewhat alleviated. After all, one cannot remain perpetually engulfed in anguish. Why must life succumb to slumber? Because we must ultimately awaken from our dreams. Lingering in sadness will not revive his parents. Thus it is imperative to transform grief into motivation, compelling oneself to strive even harder for strength. Naruto lay upon his bed, unhurried to rise. As his thoughts shifted, a spark of energy stirred within him, and the surrounding space transformed. He found himself once again in the realm of Kurama's consciousness. During yesterday's comforting encounter, the liberated Kurama had taken full command of this space, which had ceased to resemble the cold, desolate sewer, and instead radiated a warmth and tranquility reminiscent of the moment Naruto met Kushina. "Ah, Kurama, I've come to see you," Naruto exclaimed. Feeling the profound change in the atmosphere lift his spirits. "Naruto, you've arrived. How are you feeling?" Kurama instantly morphed into a heartening figure, expressing concern for Naruto's mental state. "Thanks to you, I'm feeling much better. I appreciate your concern," Naruto replied warmly, his heart lightened by Kurama's words. "That's wonderful to hear. I'm relieved. Now that you have unsealed the bond between us, you can call upon my strength whenever you need it. You may also experiment with my chakra on your own. However, while you may freely utilize my chakra, there is a limit to how much you can draw at once. Even under voluntary circumstances, you must not take too much at a time, as it could adversely affect your body. As your physical strength grows, you will be able to endure greater amounts of chakra, ultimately achieving a state of unity with me, founded on mutual trust. This way, you will become the perfect Jinchuriki, unlocking the most exquisite tailed beast transformation." Kurama elaborated on the powers now accessible to Naruto. Naruto, being well-versed in the original text, possesses an innate understanding of his own limitations. He has significantly surpassed his peers in terms of progress, which naturally diminishes his urgency to harness the power of Kurama. This reluctance stems not only from his tender age and the immaturity of his physique, which could be adversely affected by an overload of power, but also from the inherent strength of his bloodline and Kurama's regenerative abilities. Although he could recover swiftly from any damage incurred, it remains an unwise course of action. Unless absolutely necessary, Naruto refrains from overexerting himself with Kurama's power. While he harbors a desire to experiment with Kurama's strength and ascertain his own limits, Wondering if he could attain a level comparable to that of a Hokage, he remains acutely aware of his surroundings within the village. The release of Kurama's power in Konoha could easily attract the attention of the village's ninja, potentially inciting unnecessary panic. Moreover, he is no longer alone. He is surrounded by numerous friends and, in the future, a family, particularly Hinata. Thus, it is prudent for him to exercise restraint. The opportunity to cultivate and test Kurama's power will have to await a time when he can venture beyond the village's confines. I understand now, Kurama. Thank you. If the need arises, I will certainly seek your assistance. For today, I shall take my leave. Until next time, remember to call for me. I can sense your thoughts. As Naruto bid farewell to Kurama, he departed with newfound freedom following the complete dissolution of the seal. Now, entering and exiting Kurama's consciousness space was a matter of ease. Kurama, too, could effortlessly convey his thoughts to Naruto, as long as Naruto maintained the connection with him. There would be no secrets between them. Of course, there were certain exceptional moments when Naruto would not allow Kurama to see everything. Those in the know would understand. Since Kurama's powers were not yet available for use, Naruto resolved to begin training with another asset nestled within his mind, the insights on the Flying Thunder God technique left by his father, Minato Namikaze. Previously, Naruto had acquired the pinnacle of space-time ninjutsu mastery and custom ninja tools, the Flying Thunder God, infinite sword control, through various missions. The Flying Thunder God technique, being one of the space-time ninjutsu, was something he could master swiftly. After stealthily slipping out of his home using shadow clones, Naruto arrived at his familiar training grounds. This secluded area saw few passers-by, and with several shadow clones stationed to keep watch, his safety was thoroughly ensured. Now, let me test just how challenging it is to master the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto proclaimed confidently. Indeed, in the original narrative, only a scant few had learned the Flying Thunder God technique. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had developed it, while the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had wielded it with remarkable finesse. Additionally, Minato had imparted the Flying Thunder Array technique to Team Minato, a collaborative space-time ninjutsu that, like the Flying Thunder God technique, allowed for instantaneous transport but required 3 individuals to enact, forming a formation that could shift objects or people within its bounds to other locations. This, too, fell under the category of space-time ninjutsu, albeit with greater limitations. Thus, it became evident that not everyone possessed the innate ability to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Only those with exceptional spatial awareness could grasp it. The definition of space-time ninjutsu encompasses a broad spectrum, allowing the practitioner to traverse freely between the real world and alternate dimensions. Known space-time ninjutsu includes summoning techniques, the Flying Thunder God technique, Kimui, intangibility, heavenly hand power, the heavenly realm, Yomi's path, the heavenly transfer technique, and spatial portals, among others. Notably, the heavenly realm ranks as the highest tier of space-time ninjutsu and is the most potent ocular technique in the Naruto universe, belonging to the bloodline limit. Some speculate that Obito also possessed the potential to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, a notion that Naruto found plausible. However, given that Obito's Kamui was already formidable, the narrative would hardly allow for such an enhancement. The might of Kamui is indeed difficult to conceal. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto stood at the center of the training ground, surrounded by countless shadow clones, each diligently practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto closed his eyes, attuning himself to the gentle flow of air surrounding him, perceiving every subtle shift in the atmosphere. He could sense each molecule in the air, tracing their trajectories and feeling the intricate interplay between them. As time unfolded, Naruto's awareness of space became increasingly acute. He could perceive every detail within the environment, detecting the slightest fluctuations in the air. He even became aware of every minuscule change in the space around him. Though seemingly insignificant, these nuances were paramount to mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Subsequently, Naruto embarked on the journey of manipulating space itself. He endeavored to influence the flow of air with his chakra, attempting to alter the very structure of his environment. Initially, he could only induce faint ripples in the air. But as time progressed, the range of space he could control expanded, and the complexity of the spatial transformations he could achieve grew ever more intricate. Naruto tirelessly practiced, persistently attempted, and continually faced failures, yet he also made remarkable progress. He utilized his chakra to inscribe intricate symbols in the air, each representing the structure and transformation of space. By activating these symbols with his chakra, he instigated changes within the spatial realm. However, this journey was not devoid of obstacles. He encountered numerous challenges along the way. At times, he struggled to accurately perceive the shifts in space. At other moments, he found it difficult to manipulate the spatial dimensions with precision. There were instances when his chakra failed to interact sufficiently with the spatial elements. Nevertheless, Naruto refused to surrender, recognizing that his current limitations necessitated relentless practice to overcome these hurdles. Throughout his training, he frequently revisited the insights left by his father, Minato Namikaze, Regarding the Flying Thunder God technique, he meticulously examined every detail and analyzed each step with utmost seriousness. In his reflections, he felt as though his father were present, guiding him through the intricacies of his training. As time passed, the multiple shadow clones gradually began to dissipate, one after another. Naruto's training has become increasingly fruitful. He can perceive the changes in space more distinctly, and the structure of space has grown clearer to him. The scope of his spatial manipulation has expanded considerably, and the complexities of the spatial alterations he can orchestrate have also intensified. He is even capable of conjuring simple structures within the space, such as a basic cube or a sphere. Of course, Naruto understands that the essence of the Flying Thunder God technique lies in instantaneous movement. He has begun to experiment with using chakra to alter the spatial structure, aiming to create a spatial conduit that enables him to teleport instantaneously. With chakra, he sketches a sophisticated symbol in the air, representing the architecture and dynamics of the spatial channel. He activates this symbol with his chakra, allowing the spatial conduit to exert its influence and affect changes within the space. Initially, Naruto could only generate a rudimentary spatial channel, which was highly unstable and fleeting. He could not traverse through this conduit for teleportation, merely sensing its presence. However, as time progressed, he was able to craft increasingly intricate, stable, and elongated spatial channels. He even managed to create a functional spatial conduit for instantaneous movement, albeit imperfect, yet he could already experience the sensation of teleportation. In the ensuing hours, Naruto diligently practiced the Flying Thunder God technique. Unbeknownst to him, from dawn to dusk, he was completely absorbed in his pursuit of progress, oblivious to the passage of time. He relentlessly attempted to forge more complex and stable spatial conduits, striving to teleport through them. He faced numerous failures, but also made continuous advancements. As his multiple shadow clones consumed his chakra, he gradually found his reserves dwindling. He was unaware that a warm surge of chakra had suddenly filled him. It was Kurama, the Ninetales, voluntarily contributing its power. Upon sensing Naruto's chakra depletion, Kurama proactively offered its chakra, proving to be a considerate ally. Utilizing Kurama's chakra, Naruto summoned new shadow clones for further training. His spatial awareness sharpened, and his spatial manipulation grew increasingly precise. Chapter 43, Growth of Strength. Finally, as dawn approached, Naruto successfully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Yes, I did it, he exclaimed, standing at the center of the training ground, closing his eyes to attune himself to the transformations within the space. With chakra, he inscribed a complex symbol in the air, denoting the spatial channel of the Flying Thunder God technique. He activated this symbol with his chakra, allowing the spatial conduit to function and alter the space around him. In an instant, Naruto experienced a remarkable sensation. He felt the fluctuations of space, the currents flowing through it, and the leaps within it. He sensed an unprecedented fusion with space, a profound connection to it. A newfound sense of freedom and power enveloped him, igniting a thrill within him. Naruto opened his eyes, realizing that he had already positioned himself at the opposite end of the training ground. He had successfully executed the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting from the center of the training area to its far side. Observing his new location, he understood that he had mastered this formidable space-time ninjutsu. Having thoroughly honed his skills in the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto stood at the far side of the training ground, reflecting on the recent experience of instantaneous movement. He perceived the transformation of space, the flow and leap within it. He felt a profound integration with the surrounding environment, a deep connection to the very fabric of space. An unprecedented sense of freedom and power coursed through him. Naruto understood that his training in the Flying Thunder God technique was far from over. He must continually practice and enhance his abilities. His approach to mastering the technique diverged from the traditional methods. As one endowed with exceptional talent for space-time ninjutsu and standing on the shoulders of giants, the conventional Flying Thunder God technique no longer sufficed for him. The standard technique involved marking a target with a seal, allowing the practitioner or any object connected to their chakra to be transported instantaneously. Once marked, the seal could not be erased. The practitioner could transfer large targets multiple times while feeling invigorated. This technique served various purposes, including offense, shortening the distance of long-range ninjutsu, disrupting opponents, executing surprise attacks, and evading danger. However, Naruto had advanced the technique. He could now perceive spatial changes and inscribe the Flying Thunder God seal directly into the air, achieving an imperceptible form of instantaneous movement. Though such navigation consumed more chakra, the effectiveness was markedly evident, as the existence of the seal became exceedingly difficult to detect. Unlike the ordinary Flying Thunder God, which left a distinctive mark, Naruto's enhanced version eluded detection, making it significantly harder to counter. Of course, possessing the ability to refine the technique implied that he had mastered the original as well. Not only had he dramatically increased the speed of marking the seal, but his movement speed had also become swifter. Furthermore, with the aid of his custom ninja tool, Flying Thunder God, Infinite Sword Control, he could simultaneously manifest in numerous locations. He had truly realized the adage, a flash, and you cannot grasp it. Yet, he aspired to perfect his Flying Thunder God technique, to render it more formidable and stable. He aimed to sharpen his spatial perception, enhance his spatial manipulation, and amplify his chakra. He sought to transform his version of the Flying Thunder God into his ultimate trump card, a powerful weapon in battle. Thus, in the days that followed, Naruto diligently honed the technique, persistently striving to create more complex and stable spatial pathways for instantaneous movement. With each passing moment, his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique grew stronger, more refined, and increasingly stable. His spatial awareness sharpened, his spatial control became more precise, and his chakra surged in potency. Ultimately, Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique reached a pinnacle of mastery. Even with his exceptional talent and the augmentation provided by the Shadow Clone technique, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto is capable of inscribing the Flying Thunder God technique upon the Infinite Sword system, allowing him to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique repeatedly. He can also expend a greater amount of chakra to inscribe a unique Flying Thunder God formula within the surrounding space, enabling him to strike from increasingly distant locations as he consumes more chakra. This implies that as long as Naruto possesses an ample reserve of chakra, he can effortlessly eliminate any adversary within his line of sight. However, it is important to note that the chakra consumption escalates exponentially with distance. At the farthest range, even the Nine-Tails chakra may struggle to sustain such an endeavor. Currently, Naruto can eliminate foes from a maximum distance of 500 meters using his own chakra. If he taps into the chakra of the Nine-Tails, this range can be extended to 3,000 meters. While this distance may not seem extensive, it embodies a true mastery of instantaneous movement and rapid execution, a divine technique. The moment one perceives an enemy, they may find themselves right at Naruto's side, rendering any defense utterly futile. Furthermore, as Naruto's chakra continues to amplify and his physical prowess grows, his capacity to wield chakra will also expand, suggesting potential for further distance enhancement. Nevertheless, Naruto typically reserves this technique as a trump card. Employing it against lesser foes would be beneath him. Only the truly formidable adversaries merit the use of such an ability. With the acquisition of the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto has gained a formidable asset within the ninja world. If faced with insurmountable odds, retreat is a viable option. For few would anticipate someone wielding the fourth Hokage as Flying Thunder God technique. In the ensuing months, Naruto diligently fortified his ninjutsu and consistently drew upon his chakra. After approximately 3 months, his chakra reached the caliber of an elite jonin, teetering on the brink of the shadow-level chakra. Unbeknownst to him, his Sharingan had also ascended to the two-tomoe state. Typically, the evolution of the Sharingan requires intense emotional stimuli. However, Naruto's innate bloodline power is extraordinarily potent. As his body evolves, so too does his capacity to harness greater power. One day, during his training, Naruto felt the tomoe of his Sharingan spinning increasingly rapidly, leading to the transformation of his single-tomoe into a double-tomoe. Naruto's physical strength continues to grow, and with sheer bodily prowess, he possesses the capability to contend evenly with Might Guy, even without the 8 gates released formation. It is noteworthy that Naruto is merely 6 years old, and his body has yet to reach its full potential. Achieving such formidable power at this age is quite remarkable. Moreover, this assessment does not account for the other forces residing within him. With the acquisition of the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto confidently began to inscribe his unique formula across various locations. However, his version of the technique is distinctly his own creation, diverging from the original Flying Thunder God technique. Thus, even if Minato Namikaze and Tobirama Senju were to be resurrected, they would be unable to directly utilize Naruto's formula. After successfully marking numerous spots throughout Konoha with the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto's gaze extended beyond the village. With the Flying Thunder God formula in his possession, he can return to Konoha at any moment. Utilizing the technique multiple times would suffice. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto's chakra surged instantaneously from that of an elite shinobi to a level comparable to that of a normal Hokage, albeit his body had yet to reach its full maturity. While Naruto's bloodline power is formidable, it cannot expedite his natural growth and development. According to Kurama's speculation, Naruto's rate of growth would far exceed that of an ordinary child, likely completing his physical development by the age of 12 or 13, at which point he could endure greater training intensities and wield more formidable strength. In other words, it is only after reaching the age of 12 or 13 that Naruto would be able to engage in rigorous training. For now, he could only refine his skills within limits. Upon understanding Kurama's insights, Naruto realized that even Kagaya Otsutsuki, at the age of 6, could not easily overpower the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Everything in existence follows its inherent laws, unless the system intervenes. He knew he needed to devote himself to training for an extended period. However, with ample time before the plot unfolded, he felt no urgency to rush. Thus, Naruto clandestinely trained for 3 months. Why 3 months? Because that is the duration of the ninja school's term before the winter break. Even at the Ninja Academy, there are moments of respite. Chapter 44, the status after 3 months. During these 3 months, Naruto led his peers in daily exercises, resulting in significant improvements in their physical fitness and the cultivation of a commendable habit of self-training. Even after enduring strenuous days, they refrained from laziness, diligently studying their family's secret techniques at home. Inuzuka Kiba had begun to learn his family's secret arts, mastering transformations between human and dog, and even engaging in shared transformations. It was truly a profound discipline. Yamanaka Ino was among the first to delve into her family's secret techniques. The Yamanaka clan is destined to engage with insects from birth, entering contracts that involve using their own bodies as nests for parasitic creatures to manipulate in battle. Thus, upon their initial meeting, many insects were already present on Naruto. Yamanaka Ino not only trained with Naruto, but also devoted time at home to mastering the mind-body switch technique, which allows her to control the minds of enemies and access the memories of the deceased, coupled with a unique ability to communicate with allies. This technique is a treasured legacy of her clan. Additionally, due to her fondness for Naruto, and at her mother's suggestion, she allocated time to learn flower arranging, hoping to impress Naruto with her skills, though she was still in the training phase and had yet to show any remarkable talent. Akimichi Choji. As the heir of the Akimichi clan had already begun studying their clan's techniques, possessing the unique ability to convert body fat into substantial chakra. This meant that Choji's appetite had grown considerably. Even Naruto, without utilizing any special abilities, could not match Choji's voracious consumption. However, Naruto could accelerate the digestion of food, transforming it into energy as his body was quite robust and capable of storing significant amounts of energy. Thus, in a direct comparison, Naruto could still prevail if he chose to, although he would never openly admit it. After all, Choji's greatest passion lay in food, and it was his aspiration to improve. So Naruto decided to let him have this victory. As for Nara Shikamaru, he was the most relaxed among them. While he trained with Naruto daily, he was also the most adept at slacking off. When Choji and Ino struggled to continue, he would always dutifully feign exhaustion at the right moments. What a master of strategic rest. However, Naruto said nothing, accepting Shikamaru's laid-back nature, as his clan was not renowned for combat, but rather for their exceptional intellect. Being a strategist, it was quite normal for him not to engage directly in battles. Nonetheless, under the gentle pressure from his father, Nara Shikaku, Shikamaru diligently learned the shadow binding technique, ensuring the continuation of his family's legacy. Returning home each day, he would engage in chess matches with his father, leading a life of great contentment. Sakura, the most ordinary among them, was fortunate that her parents supported her aspirations to become a ninja. After training with Naruto, she would return home to practice further. Her dream of becoming a medical ninja necessitated exceptional control over chakra. Sakura's parents had prepared a plethora of books on chakra control for her to study, and her talent was apparent. However, in the original narrative, she was often overshadowed by Naruto and Sasuke, two extraordinarily gifted individuals, which rendered her abilities somewhat ordinary. Yet during the Great Ninja War, Sakura's prowess ranked among the elite of Konoha's legendary three, demonstrating that her talent was indeed commendable. She did not disappoint her parents' hopes, working diligently at home, and her chakra control had become second only to Naruto's. Rock Lee remained as he always had, training with Naruto and then under Gai-sensei. Gai-sensei treated Lee exceptionally well, as this was before graduation and he had yet to become Lee's official instructor. Lee's encounter with Gai was serendipitous. Gai saw within Lee a reflection of his own past and chose to take him under his wing, guiding him in the art of taijutsu with utmost sincerity, caring for him as if he were his own child, despite still being single himself. As for Sasuke, his evolution was noteworthy. As time passed and he spent more time with Naruto, the Indra's chakra within him began to manifest. His ability to extract chakra accelerated significantly, and his innate talents in ninjutsu and taijutsu gradually surfaced. Uchiha Fugaku, witnessing Sasuke's potential, exclaimed that the Uchiha clan's revival was within reach, proclaiming that his sons, Sasuke and Itachi, possessed the qualities of future Hokages. Under Fugaku's guidance, both Itachi and Sasuke made rapid strides in their development. Itachi's progress was particularly remarkable. At the tender age of 4, Itachi Uchiha was thrust into the brutal realities of the ninja world, having to take the life of an assailant and bearing the heavy burden of existence. By 5, he had already protected his infant brother, Sasuke, during the tumultuous Nine Tails incident. At 6, he entered the Ninja Academy, and by 7, he graduated with astonishing rapidity. Tragedy struck at 8, catalyzing the awakening of his legendary Sharingan. On a mission to safeguard a hostage, he encountered Obito, who had already mastered the Mangekyō Sharingan. Itachi's team was no match for Obito, who ultimately killed Itachi's comrade. In a desperate act of sacrifice, the comrade charged at Obito, imploring Itachi to flee, and in witnessing the demise of his beloved friend, the 8-year-old Itachi activated his Sharingan. By the age of 10, he became the first prodigy in Konoha's history to pass the Nin exam solo. At this time, Sasuke was merely 6, and Itachi, now 11, successfully joined the Umbu, gaining a modicum of renown as a genius among geniuses. Under the tutelage of both Uchiha Fugaku and Itachi, Sasuke mastered the Uchiha clan's most renowned technique, the Great Fireball Jutsu. Beyond this, Fugaku encouraged Sasuke to refine his physical techniques, understanding that true strength lies not solely in the might of jutsu but in the ability to wield even the simplest techniques with devastating effect. akin to the legendary Uchiha Madara. Despite only mastering a single jutsu and accumulating considerable physical prowess, Sasuke stood as a top contender among Konoha's elite youths. Though whether he ranked second, third, or fourth remained uncertain. The only other notable figure was Hinata Hyuga, the esteemed eldest daughter of the prominent Hyuga clan, a potential heir to its legacy. Consequently, Heihachi Hyuga imposed rigorous training on Hinata, mandating daily practice of the gentle fist. Though she had yet to unlock her Byakugan, the training was deemed essential. Heihachi's intent was not to torment Hinata, but to ensure she possessed the strength befitting her noble lineage. Providing her with restorative herbal baths post-training to alleviate any strain. Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi, had recently been born, 5 years her junior. A contingency plan in case Hinata could not inherit the Hyuga legacy. However, Hinata's progress proved promising. Under Naruto's influence, her formerly timid demeanor began to transform. Her essence was not that of a fragile girl, but rather one who understood the true meaning of perseverance. As a result of her efforts, Hinata's advancement was remarkably swift. Although she still paled in comparison to the true geniuses of the Hyuga clan, such as her father's brother's son, Neji Hyuga, often referred to as the caged bird of Konoha. From a young age, Neji exhibited astounding talent and shared a close bond with Hinata. However, when Hinata turned 3, the main house placed a cursed seal on his forehead, restricting his powers and marking him as a caged bird. This event distanced him from Hinata. Later, when Hinata was 3, ninjas from the Cloud Village attempted to abduct her to obtain the Byakugan. In response, Heihachi Hyuga utilized his Byakugan to thwart the attackers and rescue Hinata, which soured relations between Konoha and the Cloud Village, ultimately precipitating a conflict. To avert war, Konoha was coerced into a deal with the Cloud Village, agreeing to surrender the remains of Hinata's father, Heihachi. The elders proposed offering the body of the branch family member, Hisashi, as a substitute. In his final moments, Hisashi implored Heihachi to convey that his sacrifice was not for the sake of the main house, but to protect his brother and the village. Thus, Hisashi was slain in Heihachi's stead. The death of his father instilled a pessimistic fatalism in Neji, who became fixated on the concept of destiny. He harbored resentment towards both Heihachi and Hinata, outwardly respecting them, but it was apparent to discerning eyes that he felt trapped. A truly gifted individual, Neji was burdened by the limitations of being a branch family member, while Hinata, deemed less talented in her youth, was forced to sacrifice her father to safeguard Hisashi. Neji frequently came to escort Hinata home, providing Naruto with numerous opportunities to encounter him. Although Naruto earnestly sought to engage Neji in conversation, hoping to persuade him to join their training sessions and perhaps alter their fates in the future, Neji's dismissive demeanor left Naruto at a loss. It was the first time he encountered someone impervious to his words. However, he resolved that one failed attempt would not deter him. Perseverance was key. Though Neji may be obstinate, Naruto's determination was equally formidable. He was eager to ascertain who would ultimately emerge victorious. In the meantime, Naruto himself had made significant strides. Not only had he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, but he had also innovated upon it, developing a version that allowed him to teleport without the need for a physical seal. Additionally, he had unsealed the Nine-Tails chakra, enabling him to wield it with proficiency. In his normal state, with the activation of the Two-Tomoe Sharingan and the Byakugan, combined with his unique bloodline abilities, Naruto had already reached a level comparable to Elite Jonin, not to mention his troublesome Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan, which had become second nature to him. The combat prowess he could exhibit rivaled that of 10, or even 9, ordinary Jonin. Furthermore, with the utilization of the Nine-Tails chakra, even if he could not yet achieve Tailed Beast transformation, he was more than capable of holding his own against formidable opponents like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 45, A Holiday and Hinata's invitation today marked the final day of lessons at the Ninja Academy. As the students eagerly anticipated the onset of a month-long winter vacation, the air was filled with jubilant cheers from the mischievous students, who relished the thought of a reprieve from their studies, finally liberated from the confines of the Ninja Academy. They pondered over the myriad of adventures that awaited them during this forthcoming month. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto's words served as a cold splash of water for his peers, rendering the joyous moments of vacation rather mundane. How vexing it is that even during the winter break, the pressure to excel persists. Although they would rather not train during their time off, under Naruto's guidance over the past 3 months, they have cultivated a commendable habit of daily exercise. More alarming than addiction to substances is the fact that some have become addicted to working out. Thus, even if Naruto were to remain silent, they would still feel restless and compelled to engage in physical activity. With the absence of class time, they perceive time as dragging on, often pondering whether others are also succumbing to the pressures of competition. You see, this atmosphere has indeed taken root. Iruka-sensei gazed upon his students with a look of profound satisfaction, his heart a swirl of emotions. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months had flown by. This group of students had transitioned from initial confusion and unfamiliarity to a complete adaptation to the rhythm of the ninja school, though they still grumbled about attending classes daily. Their persistence was unwavering. The progress these students made was remarkable, particularly Naruto. Observing Naruto, surrounded by a circle of friends, Iruka felt a broader smile spread across his face. Initially, he had harbored concerns about whether Naruto would face isolation or bullying within the ninja school, contemplating how he might privately offer support to ensure Naruto could focus on his studies. However, he was taken aback to discover that Naruto himself possessed a certain social anxiety, akin to that of a social phobic. The number of individuals orbiting around him had increased significantly, including some from the prestigious clans of Konoha, who, despite their often lofty pride, exhibited little attitude in Naruto's presence, adopting a demeanor of congeniality that brought a smile to Iruka's lips. Indeed, Naruto is a truly admirable child. Those who find themselves in his orbit are unwittingly touched by his words, growing in politeness and consideration, influenced by his bright, sunny disposition that seems to ignite a newfound warmth within them. Naruto truly resembles a small sun, illuminating those around him and instilling a sense of warmth. It is precisely because of Naruto that even in his classroom, when there are students who deliberately cause disruptions, he takes the initiative to stand up and remind them that such behavior is unacceptable, emphasizing the importance of respecting their teachers. The other students comprehend this lesson and are unlikely to repeat their mistakes in the future. Consequently, although Iruka's class is widely recognized as an elite group, it is notable that there are very few troublemakers among the students. Instead, they exhibit a demeanor of compliance that evokes admiration from teachers of other classes. In truth, the most significant transformation has been within Naruto himself. When Naruto first reincarnated, he was acutely aware of the palpable malice emanating from the surrounding villagers. In a situation where even basic sustenance was unattainable, it was only natural for him to harbor resentment towards them. However, following the emergence of the system, Naruto's strength began to gradually increase. With the newfound ability to effortlessly crush these oblivious villagers, his perspective began to shift. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto is well aware that his adversaries consist solely of a select few individuals, namely the higher-ups of Konoha led by Hiruzen Sarutobi, as well as Danzo Shimura, Koharu Yutane, and Hamura Mitokado, among others. At the outset, Naruto's attitude towards the Hidden Leaf Village was rather ambiguous. Initially, he believed he could maintain a neutral stance, but after experiencing the villagers' animosity, he inadvertently harbored resentment towards the village as well. However, as time progressed, he found himself surrounded by friends, Inuzuka Kiba, Akimichi CHG, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Hinata, Rock Lee, and Uchiha Sasuke. Regardless of whether their initial interactions were influenced by family, Naruto eventually discerned their genuine friendship. Indeed, the principle of reciprocity held true. Upon fully unsealing the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto became acutely aware of those around him who harbored true malice. Had he, upon his rebirth in this world, possessed the power to annihilate the village, he might have chosen that path, for at that time, he had nothing, and the village had only brought him endless suffering. Yet, after several months, Naruto established bonds within the Hidden Leaf, and it was precisely these connections that made it difficult to sever ties. Humans often grow weak due to emotional attachments. However, as his grandmother once said, loving others can render one vulnerable, yet this is not a shameful state. True weakness lies in ignorance of one's own frailty. Thus, Naruto did not perceive his compassion as weakness. Through his interactions with friends, he found it impossible to betray the Hidden Leaf, even though he had acquired formidable strength. Despite possessing power rivaling that of the Sage of Six Paths, rendering him unmatched in the entire Hokage world, he could easily eliminate all those he deemed wicked. But then what? To exist alone, unburdened yet hollow, akin to a mere shell of a person, this was not the life Naruto envisioned. Therefore, since leaving was no longer an option, he resolved to remain in the Hidden Leaf, aspiring to transform the once despised village into one that he could call his own. Such a pursuit was far more intriguing, was it not? The bell signaling the end of class jolted Naruto from his reverie. Today marked the final day of training. He urged his comrades not to push themselves, but to practice privately if they wished, ensuring that their efforts remained clandestine. The competitive spirit of winter break commenced today. Naruto. Just wait, declared the proud Sasuke, now more honest and capable of expressing his feelings. When winter break is over, I will show you my progress. Take care, Naruto. Called the somewhat introverted Sakura. Make sure to invite me out for meals sometime. Chimed in the food-loving CHG. Come visit my flower shop when you have time. Exclaimed the cheerful Ino. Naruto, Akamaru, and I will miss you. Added Kiba, alongside his faithful canine companion. Can we go now? It's such a hassle, grumbled Shikamaru. Wishing you a smooth winter break, murmured the quiet Shino. One by one, the others made their way out of the classroom and onto the path homeward. Naruto sensed that Hinata had been gazing at him intently, which was quite an unusual occurrence. What is the matter, Hinata? Aren't you heading home yet? Naruto inquired with curiosity, gently placing his large hand on Hinata's adorable little head and stroking it softly. And Naruto, my father, please visit him today. Hinata's shyness had improved significantly, especially with others, yet she still felt a hint of nervousness around Naruto, who was, after all, her guiding star. Oh, your father is looking for me? Then let us go together. We shouldn't keep him waiting, Naruto declared, leading Hinata out of the classroom. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Niji Hyuga was already waiting. Approaching Hinata, he spoke coldly, "Lady Hinata, it's time for us to return." Without waiting for her response, Niji began to walk away, with Hinata quickly following suit, and Naruto trailing closely behind. Upon noticing Naruto's presence, Niji abruptly halted and assumed a combative stance, questioning, "Naruto Uzumaki, what is your intention in following us?" The atmosphere grew tense, prompting Hinata to interject. "No, Niji and I. Today my father invited Naruto-kun to our home. He is not following us with ill intent." Upon hearing Hinata's explanation, Niji relaxed his posture, remarking, "Since it is the head of the Hyuga clan who has invited you, I suppose I must allow you to accompany us." Niji's demeanor left Naruto feeling somewhat overwhelmed. In their childhood, Niji had indeed been like this. After certain incidents, his attitude toward the Branch family had soured, and he held a rather pessimistic view of destiny, believing himself to be a caged bird with no hope of escape. In the original narrative, it was only after being defeated by Naruto during the Chunin exams that Niji's perspective began to shift. Thus, Naruto realized he would need to employ his unique charm several times to potentially alter Niji's attitude. The three of them walked together until they ultimately arrived at the gates of the prestigious Hyuga clan estate. Upon seeing Niji and Hinata return, the guards greeted Hinata respectfully while disregarding Niji. However, their gazes were fixed on Naruto, and unless he clarified his purpose, they would treat him as an intruder in the Hyuga clan. After another round of explanations from Hinata, they learned that Naruto had been invited by Hisashi Hyuga, which elicited a respectful demeanor from the guards, permitting Naruto to enter. Niji observed this change in expression with a hint of disdain on his face. Once inside the Hyuga estate, Niji coldly addressed Hinata, saying, "Lady Hinata, I shall take my leave now." Niji and I. Before Hinata could finish her sentence, Niji had vanished from sight. "Do not worry, Hinata. Niji will change one day," Naruto reassured, noticing the disappointment in her eyes. "All right, I believe in you, Naruto-kun," Hinata said, leading Naruto toward the Hyuga clan's reception room. Upon arriving at the reception room, Hinata called out, "Father, Naruto-kun has arrived." A robust voice responded from within, "I know, Hinata. Please go tend to Hanabi. She has been missing you. Let me speak with Naruto privately." "Come in, Naruto." After hearing Hisashi's words, Hinata slightly nodded and turned to Naruto, saying, "Well then, Naruto-kun, I will go take care of my sister Hanabi. You and my father will have a good discussion. He may seem stern, but he is quite kind at heart." Naruto smiled reassuringly at Hinata, saying, "Do not worry, Hinata. I shall get along well with your father." After Hinata departed, Naruto gently pushed open the door. Inside the reception room sat a robust middle-aged man, with the table already laden with an array of delicacies and beverages. Upon Naruto's entrance, Hyuga Hayashi surveyed him from head to toe, then gestured toward the seat opposite him, saying, "Please, take a seat, Naruto." Naruto seated himself at the spot indicated by Hinata's father, pondering to himself, "Old dang, I have arrived. Can my Ninetales rest at your doorstep? Greetings, head of the Hyuga clan. I am Uzumaki Naruto." With courteous demeanor, Naruto addressed Hinata's father, setting aside all else, for his identity as Hinata's father held great significance. Hinata's father observed Naruto with a smile, and after his earlier scrutiny, he could not help but acknowledge that Naruto's appearance was indeed quite remarkable. Despite being merely 6 years old, it was evident that he would grow into a handsome young man. Not only was he aesthetically pleasing, but he also seemed impressive in various other aspects. The family ninjas previously tasked with protecting Hinata frequently reported on Naruto's progress. Thus, he was already well informed about Naruto's various accomplishments at the Ninja Academy. Based on his daily conduct, Hinata's father felt a sense of satisfaction towards Naruto. Simultaneously, he recognized that Hinata's recent transformation was significantly influenced by Naruto. Over the past 3 months of training alongside him, Hinata's mindset and determination had markedly improved. Even the demanding Hinata's father acknowledged the efforts Hinata had dedicated to her training. All of this could be attributed to Naruto's subtle yet profound influence. "Naruto, I have heard of your attentiveness towards Hinata at school, and I am truly grateful. Hinata's progress brings me joy. She has become more resilient. She no longer embodies the weakness she once did. She now possesses the essence of a true ninja," Hinata's father expressed sincerely. "If this continues, I am confident that Hinata will become a worthy heir of the main branch, leading our Hyuga clan towards greatness." It was clear that Hinata's transformation under Naruto's influence was indeed substantial, earning her father's recognition. One must remember that in the original narrative, Hinata was ultimately relinquished by her father due to her lack of formidable talent, leading him to cultivate her younger sister, Hanabi. This was a truly significant shift, essentially replacing one with another. Thus, it is evident that Hinata has genuinely progressed. Naruto smiled gently and remarked, "Hyuga clan leader, there seems to be a misunderstanding in your words. Hinata has always been a diligent individual. She is not weak, merely excessively gentle towards everyone. I have done little more than stand by her side, guiding her towards the right path, even if I were absent. I firmly believe she would emerge as an exceptional ninja, for you understand her essence far better than I do." Hisashi nodded, acknowledging Naruto's sentiments. The conversation then shifted as Hisashi's expression grew nostalgic, reminiscing about past events. He continued, "Naruto, I have heard that in your childhood, You once protected Hinata when she was mocked by other children. You stepped in to shield her. This incident has remained etched in my memory, and I am profoundly grateful to you." His words were sincere. It had indeed been a mere coincidence that Hinata, unaccompanied by a ninja guardian, had ventured outside and found herself surrounded and ridiculed by a group of children. They taunted her, demanding to see her Byakugan, questioning if she was truly a member of the Hyuga clan since she could not activate it. These ignorant children were unaware that the Byakugan, within the Hyuga clan, is not something one can simply activate at will. Much like the Sharingan of the Uchiha, it symbolizes the strength of one's innate talent. The stronger the talent, the earlier one can awaken it. Even Niji, who is now regarded as a genius, had not yet activated his Byakugan at that time. The earliest recorded awakening of the Byakugan in the Hyuga clan dates back to a ninja during the Warring States period, who activated it at the age of 10. A remarkable feat that established him as one of the clan's strongest members. At that moment, Hinata, lacking the protection of a ninja and being inherently shy, was too anxious to speak, which only emboldened the children to torment her further, perceiving her as an easy target, a member of a prominent family. Just as Hinata was being bullied, Naruto, who was idly at home, witnessed the scene, overflowing with a sense of justice. He could not remain a bystander and boldly confronted the group, demanding to know what they were doing. At that time, Naruto had not yet been reborn. He acted purely on the instincts of his original self. However, had he already been reincarnated, he would have made the same decision as before, despite his lack of strength. Having endured years of hunger and neglect, young Naruto was in poor physical condition. Although he bore the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, he could not overpower the children, and their numerical advantage led to his retreat. Nevertheless, he managed to protect Hinata from any harm. Once the Hyuga clan's ninjas noticed that Hinata was missing, they hastily set out to search for her, ultimately finding her safe and sound alongside a battered Naruto. From that moment, Hinata began to grow stronger, determined to bring Naruto back for treatment. The Hyuga clan's ninjas recognized Naruto as the rumored vessel of the Nine Tails. Consequently, there were some inquiries, and it was the first time Hinata, in her capacity as a branch family member, insisted that the two Hyuga ninjas must escort Naruto back for treatment. Thus, when Hisashi realized that his daughter had gone missing, he was initially anxious but was taken aback to see her return with Naruto. "My daughter, what a significant predicament you have brought back." Upon learning of Naruto's valiant act to protect his daughter, Hisashi's gaze softened, and he instructed that Naruto's injuries must be treated. Hisashi was no ignorant villager. As the head of a prominent clan in Konoha, he understood Naruto's true identity. It was precisely for this reason that Hisashi recognized the complexity of the situation. Activating his Byakugan, he surveyed the surroundings and detected several Umbu ninjas lurking in the shadows. Hisashi was aware that these ninjas were covertly protecting Naruto. While they could overlook children's quarrels, they would not hesitate to intervene if Naruto's life were genuinely at risk. Hisashi gestured towards the concealed Umbu, knowing that their disguises were ineffective against his Byakugan. One of the leading Umbu emerged from the shadows. Hisashi addressed the Umbu. "I am aware that Naruto has been under your surveillance, and you must have reported our contact with him to Lord Hokage. I hope you will convey that our engagement with Naruto was not intentional. He merely protected the daughter of our clan, and under her strong insistence, we had no choice but to bring him back for treatment. I trust you will report this accurately." The leading Umbu nodded, while the others continued to monitor the Hyuga clan. After the Umbu departed, Hisashi instructed his clan members to ensure that Naruto's injuries were well cared for, emphasizing that nothing should happen to him on Hyuga territory. The leading Umbu made their way to the Hokage's office to report Hisashi's message. At this moment, as the Umbu approached the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon seeing him, inquired about the situation. "Lord Hokage, we have discovered that the Hyuga clan is in contact with Uzumaki Naruto, so we rushed to report this. What are your instructions?" Sarutobi slammed his hand onto the desk, exclaiming, "What? The Hyuga clan dares to engage with Naruto? Do they not realize he is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? If they provoke him, can they bear the consequences?" Hiruzen continued, "I have heard that the Hyuga clan is interacting with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. It seems they harbor rebellious intentions, daring to engage with a host. This is an absolute taboo." At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office burst open forcefully, revealing Hiruzen's close ally, Shimura Danzo. "You've arrived, Danzo. Your information travels fast. It seems the Root Ninjas have been secretly monitoring Naruto." Upon Danzo's arrival, Hiruzen settled back into his seat. Danzo took a seat opposite him and stated, "Hiruzen, I suspect that following the oppression of the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan has been secretly amassing their power, hoping to profit in silence. I believe this interaction with the Jinchuriki is part of their covert schemes to manipulate him." Danzo's adeptness at spinning narratives was evident, as he projected his own intentions onto the Hyuga clan, conveniently placing the blame on them. How fitting that the Hyuga clan serves as your scapegoat, Danzo, Hiruzen thought, awakening to the realization that it was indeed Danzo who had always sought to manipulate Naruto. The Hyuga clan lacked the audacity and strength for such endeavors. "Danzo, I sense there may be more to this story." When Sarutobi Hiruzen encounters Shimura Danzo, he triggers a moment of clarity. Whatever Danzo desires is invariably sinister. "Hiruzen, what are you still hiding at this juncture?" I suggest we surround the Hyuga clan with my root operatives, compelling them to surrender the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. My root will take good care of Naruto, I assure you. In Chapter 47, The Past, Danzo, despite his serious demeanor, is well known among those who understand his true nature as a nefarious figure. Should Naruto fall into Danzo's clutches, Konoha would face dire consequences. If Naruto were to be corrupted by Danzo, the risk of the Nine-Tails being unleashed looms ominously. Ah yes, it's Uzumaki Naruto and a Nine-Tails rampage. And our fourth Hokage sacrificed himself to seal the beast. We are left with the frail third Hokage and the remnants of the village. There is no hope left for us. Such a disaster is well within Danzo's capabilities. Let us await news from the Umbu ninjas, Hiruzen suggested. No sooner had he spoken than another Umbu ninja entered the Hokage's office, the same one who had previously communicated with Hyuga Hayashi. What brings you here? Aren't you responsible for Naruto's safety? Has something happened? Has the Nine-Tails been released? Hiruzen inquired urgently, fearing for Naruto's safety. Knowing Konoha's ninjas would struggle to contain him if he lost control, could he truly rely on his elderly self to utilize the dead demon-consuming seal? Such a burden should fall upon Danzo instead. Honorable Hokage, I come bearing a message from Hyuga Hayashi. The events unfolded as follows. Hyuga Hinata, the heiress of the clan, inadvertently ventured outside and was bullied by the village children. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto bravely intervened to protect Hinata, suffering considerable injuries himself. Following Hinata's insistence, the Hyuga clan took Naruto back for treatment as a gesture of gratitude for his protection. As soon as Hayashi learned of the situation, he used his Byakugan to locate us, hoping we could clarify to you that the Hyuga clan did not intend to engage with Naruto. After his treatment, they shall ensure he departs, severing any further ties with the Uzumaki. Upon hearing this from the Umbu, Hiruzen realized he had overreacted and frightened himself unnecessarily. Danzo, witnessing the situation slip from his grasp, sought to assert his presence. Hiruzen, do not let your guard down. This could very well be a ploy by the Hyuga clan to lower your defenses. They aim to better control the Nine-Tails. Everything is designed for the Hyuga clan to become the foremost clan in Konoha. Trust me on this. Hiruzen chuckled softly, responding. I am more familiar with the Hyuga clan than you, Danzo. The intentions you conceal are clear to the higher-ups of Konoha. As long as I occupy the Hokage position, Naruto will not be entrusted to you. Abandon that hope. Seeing his opportunity vanish, Danzo arose, indignantly remarking, Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. With that, he strode toward the exit. Accustomed to Danzo's threats, Hiruzen instinctively retorted, Danzo, I am the Hokage. With a resounding slam of the door, their conversation came to an abrupt end. Hiruzen turned to the Umbu ninja who had reported. Please convey to Hayashi that we have always placed our utmost trust in the Hyuga clan and believe they will not tread the same path as the Uchiha. We have faith that this was merely an unfortunate incident. Extend my condolences to Hinata and ensure that the children who bullied her receive appropriate reprimands. Their parents must be made aware of the necessity to discipline their offspring. Otherwise, others will step in. The Umbu swiftly departed to relay Hiruzen's message. Meanwhile, within the Hyuga compound, Naruto was receiving diligent care and soon began to recover. This was not solely due to the Hyuga's medical prowess. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto possessed a remarkable vitality, further augmented by the sealed power of the Nine-Tails within him, enabling a swift recovery, especially under the full attention of the Hyuga clan. Upon awakening in an unfamiliar environment, Naruto found that his injuries had nearly healed. Before Hinata could express her gratitude, he stood and hastily made his way toward the exit, the surrounding Hyuga ninjas unable to intervene, fearing any adverse reaction from him that might unleash the Nine-Tails, leading to catastrophic consequences for their clan. Thank you for your treatment. I must take my leave now. Farewell. In his youth, Naruto was indeed kind-hearted, helping others without expectation of reward. Growing up in a complex environment, he lacked the understanding of social cues, yet could sense the fear others harbored toward him. To avoid burdening others, young Naruto chose to depart on his own. This child, so adept at eliciting sympathy. Shortly after Naruto's departure, members of the Umbu returned to the Hyuga clan's territory to meet with Hayashi Hyuga privately. They conveyed, the Hokage has placed his trust in your esteemed clan, believing that this recent incident was merely an unfortunate accident. The Hokage has entrusted me to express his concern for Lady Hinata and to assure you that we will personally visit the parents of the children who previously bullied her, encouraging them to instill better discipline in their offspring. We hope that the Hyuga clan will continue to dedicate its efforts towards the development of Konohagakure. Indeed, we will certainly strive to support Konoha whenever it is in need, Hayashi replied with a chuckle. From that moment on, Naruto became a focal point of Hinata's admiration. In her heart, he transformed into a figure she aspired to emulate, someone who perseveres and never gives up. Similarly, Hayashi began to discreetly observe Naruto's growth. Years passed unnoticed, and Naruto evolved from an impulsive child into a composed 6-year-old. Hayashi couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly Naruto had changed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto expressed that although he had not yet been reborn at that time, if given the chance to relive it, even he would choose to unwaveringly protect Hinata. The age-old trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, though cliché, remains profoundly effective. It now appears that from that moment on, Hinata had been quietly watching over Naruto, truly a remarkable girl. Nichirita smiled faintly and continued. Are you certain that your feelings for Hinata are merely those of friendship? I am aware that she harbors feelings for you, and I would like to ascertain your sentiments towards her. Nichiriya's words astonished Naruto. Goodness, is this the reality of the world of Hokage? Not only are the children maturing quickly, but even the parents possess such open-mindedness. Reflecting on what Ino had previously mentioned about the profound sayings regarding secret techniques she heard from her father, Naruto realized that the depths of the Hokage world are indeed intricate and difficult for others to navigate. It seems that it is up to him to take the helm. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto earnestly stated that it was not solely for his own sake, if he did not marry Hinata. Would there even be a continuation of Boruto? Surely, the story of Shippuden cannot persist indefinitely, though, perhaps such an outcome would not be entirely unwelcome. Is there truly such a fortunate prospect? Upon hearing Naruto's earnest words, even though he was merely 6 years old at that moment, Hayashi Hyuga discerned the unwavering confidence within Naruto's declaration and felt a profound satisfaction with his response. Hayashi nodded and remarked, I sense the depth of your feelings for Hinata. However, our Hyuga clan has always refrained from marrying outside our lineage. If you wish to wed Hinata, you must join our Hyuga family. Naruto chuckled and said, Uncle Hyuga. The idea of marrying into a family sounds rather humiliating, as if my situation is quite dismal. Is there any way for me to avoid such a fate? Naruto declared that he aspires to become the Hokage in the future, and it would be unthinkable for him to become a member of the Hyuga clan. The name Hyuga Naruto sounds rather awkward and unappealing. Furthermore, he is one of the last surviving members of the Uzumaki clan, and it is imperative that his lineage does not perish with him. Additionally, having traversed from the modern era, he acknowledges that while the concept of a son-in-law may seem intriguing, especially with tales of a returning Dragon King, enduring years of humiliation is not a price he is willing to pay. Thus, he would rather forego the position of a son-in-law altogether. Hyuga Hisashi quickly realized that Naruto would not easily acquiesce, and thus suggested, there is indeed a way for you to avoid becoming a member of the Hyuga family, while still marrying Hinata, and simultaneously ensuring that the Hyuga clan becomes your most formidable ally. Although Naruto had already contemplated this notion, he feigned ignorance and inquired, what method? Hinata Hisashi fixed his gaze upon Naruto's eyes and earnestly replied, you shall become Hokage. Chapter 48. Revealing some information me? Hokage? Is that for real? Naruto exclaimed, embodying a facade of innocence. He was genuinely curious as to why Hinata Hisashi would broach the subject of his potential Hokage status at such an early stage. Indeed, Naruto. This is a conclusion I have drawn after thorough consideration from various perspectives. Would you like me to share my analysis? Hinata Hisashi suddenly adopted the demeanor of a sage. Naruto's smile was more difficult to suppress than that of AK, yet he still granted a modicum of respect to Hayashi Hyuga, saying, very well, Uncle Hayashi. Do enlighten us with your reasoning. In an instant, Hayashi rose to his feet, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he was poised to impress. Turning his back to Naruto, he declared, listen well. Firstly, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, holds you in high regard, as evidenced from the opening ceremony of the previous ninja academy. As Hayashi turned to face Naruto, his demeanor radiated a sense of strategic brilliance. Could it be that you are the Zhuge Liang of the Hyuga clan? Naruto was eager to hear Hinata Hisashi's insights. Oh, on what grounds do you say that? He instantly adopted a supportive demeanor, echoing Hisashi's sentiments. You know, I was present at the opening ceremony. From the moment the third Hokage took the stage, I observed that he frequently glanced in your direction, indicating his considerable concern for you. That is point 1. Point 2. After the ceremony, despite his busy schedule, the third Hokage did not immediately return to the Hokage office to attend to his duties. Instead, he lingered to engage in conversation with you, demonstrating his curiosity regarding your reactions. Subsequently, he inquired about your understanding of the will of fire. Normally, given his character, the third Hokage would not ask such questions without reason. It is highly probable that he was assessing your capabilities. Your interpretation of the will of fire was truly remarkable, to the extent that it left even the older generation of ninjas feeling somewhat inadequate. Not only did you grasp it thoroughly, but your assertion that one must earn recognition to become Hokage, rather than simply attaining the title, is still vivid in my memory. As the person involved, you may not have realized, but from my vantage point, the third Hokage's gaze appeared to be that of a miner who had found a successor, which leads me to believe that your chances of becoming Hokage are quite substantial. Hisashi articulated his analysis, while Naruto, taken aback, queried, is it really as simple as understanding the will of fire to become Hokage? Isn't that rather naive? Uncle Hisashi, my comprehension of the will of fire alone cannot secure me the position of Hokage. That would be too trivial. Naruto continued, curious to know if Hisashi had any further thoughts, seizing this rare opportunity for insight. Of course, there is more, Naruto. In light of our potential future as family, allow me to share a few confidential tidbits. Hisashi spoke with an air of mystery, activating his Byakugan to survey the surroundings. Byakugan, activate. He scanned the vicinity, ensuring that no ninja lurked within 100 meters, while Umbu operatives maintained a discreet watch from several hundred meters away, rendering them unable to overhear the exchange between Hisashi and Naruto. Uncle, why the secrecy? What is this confidential information? Naruto inquired. Hisashi replied, from what I understand, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sought out the leaders of several clans closely affiliated with the Hokage lineage on a particular day. I am unaware of the specifics of their discussions, but the general gist was to encourage more interaction with you. When the third Hokage approached me, he succinctly stated that I should engage with you, provided I remain within appropriate boundaries. I speculate that those clans likely include the Yamanaka, Nara, Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Aburame clans. I later noticed your camaraderie with the younger members of these families, leading me to believe my conjecture is indeed correct. Naruto was taken aback, as Hinata Hisashi's conjecture proved to be remarkably accurate. Naruto had previously sensed that the members of several clans had undoubtedly received instructions from Sarutobi Hiruzen, which emboldened them to allow their younger generation to engage with him freely. Otherwise, considering the strong rapport with the third Hokage, they would never have risked approaching the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails without authorization. However, Naruto, do not overthink this. Initially, they likely permitted their children to play with you. But for you to truly become friends later on, it will depend on your own charismatic personality. I hope you do not judge the clan leaders too harshly. Although Hyuga Hisashi did not mention himself, his assurance that the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata, could befriend Naruto indirectly implies that he, too, had received explicit or implicit encouragement from Sarutobi Hiruzen. The selective omission of his own name while mentioning others demonstrates Hisashi's adeptness in conversation. Yet, upon reflection, it is understandable. Given Naruto's reputation in the village, everyone is aware of his connection with the demon fox, and many might even suspect that he is its incarnation. It is perplexing how they dared to continuously mock him behind his back, while openly confronting him. They should truly fear his wrath. Should he unleash the seal, they would surely find themselves in a world of trouble. The willingness of the younger generation from prominent families to approach Naruto without disdain or rejection suggests that they have received guidance from someone wise. Nevertheless, Naruto ultimately transformed them into his genuine friends through his charm. Do they understand the true value of being the Leaf's enchanting figure? His passive reputation is far from unearned. However, dear uncle, what significance does this hold? Does possessing these friends make me formidable? Have they conveyed any particular sentiments? Naruto feigned ignorance, as though seeking clarity. Once one chooses to play a role, one must commit fully to it. Indeed, Naruto, the clan leaders initially allowed their children to interact with you, but they would never force them to cling to you, demanding friendship. Even as leaders of their clans, they would not resort to such tactics. The subsequent friendships formed by their children and the changes that followed are well documented. Thus, within the upper echelons of the Hokage's faction, their attitudes towards you have gradually shifted from initially heeding the third Hokage's advice to actively desiring to be acquainted with you. This indicates a profound appreciation from the higher-ups in Konoha, Hisashi mused, a satisfied expression adorning his face. It seems that this line of reasoning has invigorated him somewhat. Uncle Hisashi, while your points are indeed valid, I cannot solely rely on these connections to become Hokage, can I? Naruto remarked. You are quite astute, Naruto, undoubtedly. There is more to it than this. To become Hokage, one must not only possess strength, but also have a solid background. However, due to certain reasons, I cannot disclose more at this moment, Hisashi sighed, seemingly recalling something, and chose not to elaborate further. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto pondered for a moment, realizing that he possessed the chakra of an elite J-Nin, along with the Rasengan and an improved version of the Flying Thunder God technique. Furthermore, should he find himself at a disadvantage, he could rely on Kurama to take over his body and fight on his behalf. His future appeared exceedingly bright. At this juncture, if he did not put on a show, when would he? No longer wishing to disguise his intentions, Naruto decided to lay his cards on the table. It is due to my unique background, is it not, Uncle Hyuga? He mused, picking up on Hyuga Hayashi's earlier words. Indeed. Naruto, do you truly understand your background? Hyuga Hayashi instinctively echoed Naruto's statement, only to soon realize the gravity of his words. Could it be that Naruto actually comprehended the truth? Naruto, how much do you know about yourself? Hyuga Hayashi inquired cautiously, uncertain of the extent of Naruto's knowledge. He recalled that the third Hokage had once emphasized the importance of keeping Naruto's identity a secret during a high-level meeting in Konoha, warning that Naruto must not learn of his true lineage. If Naruto were to discover the inequities he had endured over the years, his resentment towards Konoha would surely reach its zenith, and at that point, neither the aging third Hokage nor the scapegoat dance could withstand the consequences. This was a source of considerable frustration for Naruto. While they were willing to speak ill of him, should he actually become enraged, they would be far from pleased. Where did such rogue thinking stem from? Especially from Dans, who spread rumors indiscriminately. If Naruto were to truly lose control, What resources would Dan's have to thwart him? At this moment, Shisui was still alive, and Naruto had not acquired Shisui's Mangekyō Sharingan, let alone mastered the Kodo Amatsuki. The exact number of Uchiha Sharingan in his possession remained uncertain. Over the years, whenever Uchiha clan members ventured out, some would encounter seemingly accidental mishaps, which were likely orchestrated by Dan's to collect Uchiha Sharingan. However, during this period, Dan's had not yet undergone the large-scale massacre of the Uchiha clan. So there were not many Sharingan to be had. All of it. Uncle Hyuga, whether I am the embodiment of the Nine Tails or my true identity, I am fully aware. Naruto intended to leverage his unique insight to draw Hyuga Hayashi completely onto his proverbial ship. Naruto, how did you come by this information? Hyuga Hayashi was instantly taken aback. One must admit that the third Hokage had maintained secrecy remarkably well. Although the entire village was aware of Naruto's connection to the Nine Tails, likely believing him to be its incarnation, the fact that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage remained tightly guarded. Known only to a select few in the upper echelons of Konoha. Was this the essence of SCHR Dinger's secrecy? Chapter 49. The Revelation. Naruto smiled faintly and said, Uncle Hinata, I have already met my parents. I encountered them within the seal in my abdomen, and I have also seen the Nine Tails, learning the entire truth. Naruto, do you truly understand? Hinata Hizashi, somewhat skeptical, pondered the possibility that Naruto, in his cleverness, might be deceiving him. He was concerned that if he inadvertently revealed Naruto's identity, it could lead to catastrophic consequences, potentially jeopardizing the Hyuga clan, who might find themselves in dire straits under the clandestine machinations of the third Hokage. Noticing Hizashi's lingering doubts and skepticism, Naruto resolved to embellish the facts and disclose everything. Uncle Hinata, please do not fear that I am deceiving you. I genuinely know everything. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My father was the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure, Minato Namikaze, and my mother was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina Uzumaki. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am the true son of a hero and the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Am I not correct, Uncle Hinata? Upon hearing Naruto articulate his identity with such clarity, Hizashi slowly turned to face him directly and inquired, Naruto, since you are aware of your identity, what are your thoughts on Konoha? This was a question that warranted careful consideration. Should Naruto harbor vengeful tendencies, Hizashi would promptly report to the third Hokage, as they could not afford to harbor a ticking time bomb within the village. Uncle Hinata, I do not wish to deceive you. Some individuals in the village deserve their fate, do they not? My tragic childhood was wrought by their actions, and one day, I shall ensure they experience the pain they have inflicted. As for the other villagers, ignorance is bliss. The greatest torment for them is to leave them untroubled, allowing them to languish in a daze. Would that not be preferable? Naruto spoke candidly, expressing that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and the two advisors of the Hokage would only hinder the development of Konoha and must eventually be eliminated. Upon realizing that Naruto did not possess a typical black and white perspective, Hayashi Hyuga felt a sense of relief. This indicated that there was room for discussion. We support your decision. Now that you are aware of your lineage as the son of the fourth Hokage, we believe you have a significant chance of becoming Hokage, as your background is impeccable. The only thing that somewhat diminishes your competitiveness is your identity as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. After all, no one wishes to be led by someone who cannot even control their own power and is prone to losing control. Rest assured, Uncle Hayashi, I have come to an understanding with the Nine Tails within me. Once my body fully matures, I will be able to master its power and become a true Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Naruto revealed a hint of confidence. What? You mean to say you can already control the Nine Tails? Is this a plan left behind by the fourth Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki? This is truly astonishing, Hayashi Hyuga exclaimed, unable to contain his disbelief. The Nine Tails was the strongest of all tailed beasts. Even a fraction of its power could easily overpower all but the eight tails. It's not about control, Uncle Hayashi, it's about friendship. Naruto smiled, exuding self-assurance. Hearing this, Hayashi felt somewhat convinced. After all, anyone who learned the truth would initially harbor resentment towards the Nine Tails for the troubles it had caused, as its existence had brought years of suffering. Yet, Naruto's words conveyed trust and the notion of friendship, suggesting that they had indeed forged a bond. Then Naruto, tell me, what is your current strength? Hayashi inquired with curiosity. From Naruto's confident remarks, it was evident that he possessed considerable power. Could he possibly be stronger than Neji, who was regarded as a genius? The anticipation was palpable. If Naruto were to learn that he was being compared to Neji, he would surely find it amusing, as he now stood as an opponent that Neji could not surpass even at full strength. Uncle, you have Byakugan. You can see for yourself. Naruto could not help but tease, noting Hayashi's reluctance to utilize his Byakugan. Now is the perfect time to use it. Oh, right? Let me take a look. Hayashi chuckled awkwardly, having been distracted by the strength of the surrounding Umbu and momentarily overlooking Naruto. Byakugan, activate. As Hayashi activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulged as he focused on Naruto, only to be taken aback by the sheer amount of chakra radiating from him. Naruto, how can someone your age possess such an abundance of chakra? You have already reached the level of an elite jounin, even with the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. It shouldn't confer such an advantage. Hayashi asked, his curiosity piqued. Uncle Hayashi, I can only attribute this to natural talent. It is all predestined. Furthermore, let me share a little more. I typically operate around the level of an elite jounin, Naruto declared, leaving Hayashi utterly astonished. Konoha was renowned for producing geniuses, but among them, there were exceptional prodigies. Take Kakashi Hitaki, for instance, who graduated early at the age of 5 due to the suicide of his father, the White Fang of Konoha, and became a jounin by 12, showcasing his immense talent. Then there was Itachi Uchiha, who entered the Ninja Academy at 6, graduated at 7, awakened his Sharingan at 8, and became the first to pass the Chunin exams independently at 10. Yet, even these two prodigies could not compare to Naruto, who had already attained elite jounin strength at the tender age of 6. Is this truly surprising, Uncle Hayashi? I haven't even revealed my hidden strength yet. Naruto observed Hayashi's astonishment, eager to capitalize on the moment. The stark contrast between Hayashi's previous strategic demeanor and his current state was striking. What? Naruto? You possess hidden strength as well? Please, tell me what else you have concealed. Hayashi's disbelief was palpable. Possessing elite jounin strength at 6 was already extraordinary. Yet it was unfathomable that Naruto was still holding back. What other abilities could he possibly possess? Could it be the power of the Nine Tails? Indeed, Uncle Hayashi. I can fully harness the power of the Nine Tails. In battle, the Nine Tails continuously supplies me with chakra, which is a significant advantage. Moreover, I have previously mentioned that within my seal, I encountered my parents. With their assistance, I successfully unraveled the seal of the Nine Tails, and before departing, my father bestowed upon me a final gift. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto's words left Hinata Hayashi in a state of profound shock. He could scarcely recall how many times he had been astounded that day. Naruto, are you saying that the fourth Hokage bequeathed to you the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan? Have you mastered them? Hayashi inquired. I have only mastered the Rasengan, a technique without any hand signs. The Flying Thunder God technique is quite challenging, and I have yet to learn it, Naruto replied, refraining from elaborating further. Hayashi was utterly taken aback, his jaw dropping in disbelief. The Rasengan was the fourth Hokage's most renowned offensive technique, while the Flying Thunder God technique was a space-time ninjutsu, notoriously difficult to master. Although he could accept that Naruto had not yet learned the latter, the fact that he had mastered the Rasengan, a ranking ninjutsu, was somewhat outrageous. Naruto, your current strength has already reached the level of an elite Genin. With the aid of the Nine Tails, you could even surpass the power of the Kage. What are your thoughts on this? You aren't planning to take action against certain individuals in the village, are you? Such actions would not bode well for you. Hayashi questioned anxiously. If Naruto were to target anyone in the village, it would likely be Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo, both of whom held significant positions in Konoha. Should Naruto succeed in assassinating them, he would have to sever his ties with the village and seek refuge elsewhere. Of course not, Uncle Hayashi. If I intended to assassinate someone, I would have acted much sooner. There would have been no need to wait until today, Naruto responded succinctly. Then, Naruto, what do you wish for me to do with the information you have disclosed today? Should I report it to the third Hokage? Hayashi asked, his fear palpable. He worried about the potential devastation Naruto could unleash, remembering the previous destruction wrought by the Nine Tails. What if the Hyuga clan faced annihilation? If possible, I hope you can keep this confidential until I have the means to secure my freedom in the ninja world before reporting it to the third Hokage, Naruto replied. Hayashi's inquiry indicated that he wished to shield Sarutobi from too much knowledge, as he believed the third Hokage's time was nearing its end due to his advanced age. Meanwhile, Naruto was a rising star, and it was essential to secure a strong alliance with him. I understand, Naruto. Given your potential and strength, coupled with your identity as the hero's son, it seems likely you will become Hokage with relative ease, Hayashi said, regaining his confidence. As long as Naruto was aware of everything, he need not worry about the village's response to Naruto's revelations. Therefore, Uncle Hayashi, I hope the Hyuga clan will support me. If I succeed in becoming Hokage, the clan will surely reap the rewards, Naruto asserted. Since you say so, I will certainly support you. Just remember us when you achieve the position of Hokage. Hayashi responded. Uncle Hayashi, I assure you that I will not forget. I have vowed that while I will not marry into the Hyuga clan, I will definitely marry Hinata, Naruto declared. Having shared so much, their destinies were now intricately intertwined. Hayashi smiled. Then it is a promise. Indeed, a promise. Chapter 50, The System of the Hyuga Clan. Naruto, since the Hyuga clan has chosen to support you. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance at any time. We will exert every effort to aid you. In meetings among the higher-ups of Konoha, the Hyuga clan will also stand by your side, Hayashi earnestly told Naruto. This statement signified that the Hyuga clan was not merely covertly supportive, they would publicly uphold Naruto's reputation within Konoha, truly binding themselves to him. Thank you, Uncle Hayashi. Trust me, I will bring considerable rewards to the Hyuga clan in the future, Naruto acknowledged. He understood that the clan's willingness to invest in him at this juncture was primarily due to Hayashi's foresight. If Naruto ultimately failed, Hayashi's reputation would also suffer, potentially leading to his impeachment, jeopardizing his position as the clan head. No need for such formality, we are all kin. By the way, Naruto, the invitation to you was not originally for this purpose. I seem to have strayed from my initial goal, Hayashi suddenly recalled. Realizing that he had been captivated by Naruto's charisma, leading to the strong alliance between him and the Hyuga clan. With such a formidable presence, the prospects of Naruto becoming Hokage appeared even more promising. Oh, Uncle Hayashi, what was it you wished to discuss? Naruto asked, intrigued. It seemed Hayashi had ulterior motives, and he suspected that it wasn't entirely altruistic. It's a minor issue, really, concerning Neji. Are you familiar with the situation regarding him? Hayashi inquired, his expression shifting to one of nostalgia, recalling his deceased brother, Hisashi. I'm not very informed, Uncle Hayashi. Please elaborate. It may help me assist you with what you wish me to do, Naruto replied earnestly, though a hint of confusion lingered in his expression. Although he was well aware of the circumstances, he could not divulge them. Doing so would raise unnecessary suspicion, as these events had transpired long before the departure of Minato and Kushina, and he had no means to explain the source of his knowledge. Upon hearing Naruto's response, Hayashi sighed heavily, seemingly lost in the memories of the past. Naruto patiently waited for him to collect his thoughts before continuing. This matter must begin with the system of the Hyuga clan. Naruto, you know that our clan was one of the earliest founding families of Konoha. Possessing a remarkably long history, Hayashi began to explain. Naruto contemplated. I possess a deeper understanding of the Hyuga clan's history than you might imagine. I am even aware that your ancestor was Otsutsuki Yunira. I could easily unveil secrets about your lineage if I wished. Nevertheless, I decided to attentively listen as Hyuga Hayashi began to recount the tale. The Hyuga clan, since the Warring States period, has been a family of remarkable prowess, primarily due to our ability to awaken the formidable Byakugan. The Byakugan serves numerous purposes, such as detecting hidden enemies in our vicinity, observing the chakra fluctuations within adversaries, and identifying their chakra points. When combined with our gentle fist technique, it enables us to seal an opponent's chakra effectively. Thus, during the Warring States period, our clan was frequently employed by other families, earning us a reputation on the battlefield second only to the Uchiha and Senju clans. Upon our integration into Konohagakure, we naturally enjoyed even more substantial benefits, allowing the Hyuga clan to flourish rapidly. However, after the establishment of the ninja villages, ninjas from various nations became acutely aware of the Byakugan's prowess, leading them to seek opportunities to eliminate Hyuga clan members on the battlefield to acquire the Byakugan for themselves. Naruto expressed his understanding that in the world of Naruto, one is defined by either their bloodline or their eyes. The eyes within this realm are a remarkable phenomenon. Essentially plug and play, despite some side effects, they're at least functional. Even those with impure bloodlines can utilize them, while those with pure bloodlines wield them with greater potency. Medical ninjutsu merely serves to better address rejection reactions. If used in the short term, one can entirely disregard these side effects. Moreover, Naruto occasionally provides feedback, granting Hinata a sense of satisfaction. To protect the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan from falling into enemy hands, and to prevent our secrets from being revealed, our ancestors established the concepts of the main house and branch house, even creating the caged bird seal. Oh, what exactly is the caged bird? Naruto inquired next. Before discussing the caged bird seal, it is essential to clarify the concepts of the main house and branch house. There can only be one heir in the main house. If there are multiple descendants in the same generation, only one will be chosen to inherit the main house, while the others become part of the branch house. This means that only one individual can exist as the main house representative in any given generation. Hence, despite the Hyuga clan spanning millennia, there can only ever be one main house. The branch house serves as the eternal guardians of the main house, representing the most efficient protective system within the family structure. The main house comprises the true inheritors of the Hyuga clan, tasked with the duty of safeguarding and promoting its legacy. Conversely, the branch house bears the responsibility of protecting the main house. To become a member of the branch house, one must have the caged bird seal inscribed on their forehead when the eldest son of the main house turns 3 years old. The main house can control and damage the neural pathways of branch house members through this seal, thereby exerting control over them. The seal remains until death, capable of sealing the Byakugan's abilities and irrevocably damaging the recipient's eyeballs and brain upon the removal of their eyes or their demise. However, this also serves as a source of internal conflict within the Hyuga clan. I understand. This is your clan's tradition, and I shall refrain from further commentary. I comprehend and respect it. But what does this have to do with Neji? Naruto continued to inquire. In my generation, I was chosen as the heir of the main family because I was born slightly earlier than my brother, Hisashi, who was thus relegated to the branch family, destined to protect our lineage. However, my brother and I shared an unbreakable bond. Our identities as main and branch family members could never alter the fact that we are brothers. Alas, Hisashi seemed to touch upon the most sorrowful aspect of our tale. Later, Hisashi had a child a year before me, who is now Neji, and a year after that, Hinata graced this world. You cannot fathom in our childhood. The camaraderie between Hinata and Neji was profound. Neji genuinely regarded Hinata as a sister, and she cherished him as an elder brother. Yet, as Hisashi's child, Niji was fated to the branch family's destiny. At that time, although I had just ascended to the position of clan leader, my influence was negligible. And I had yet to gain full authority over the Hyuga clan's traditions, rendering me powerless to alter the inherited system, despite Niji beginning to display some talent. His fate was already sealed by his birth. As Hinata gradually matured, her third birthday approached with alarming swiftness. Both Hisashi and I wished to avert such a fate. Yet we could not elude it. On Hinata's third birthday, Niji was marked with the cursed seal of the caged bird, unaware of its implications at that tender age. However, as he grew older, he began to comprehend the significance of being in the main and branch families. And it was from that moment that he began to distance himself from Hinata. Initially, this was tolerable. At least they still shared some affection. Then, two pivotal events transpired that irrevocably altered Niji's perspective. The first incident occurred during a training session with Hinata. In her youth, Hinata exhibited a certain frailty and, feeling reluctant to strike, Niji still viewed him as her brother. Yet, even if she had unleashed her full strength, she would not have been his match. Under the oppressive weight of the main family system, Niji harbored resentment towards Hinata, and during their training, he did not hold back, pouring all his strength into their session. Hisashi, witnessing such a vulnerable Hinata, lamented the injustice of the treatment between the main and branch families, realizing that despite Niji's superior talent, he was coerced into the branch family, even harboring murderous intent towards Hinata. Fortuitously, I happened upon this scene and, compelled by circumstance, employed the caged bird seal, leaving Hisashi in anguish. Hisashi could not comprehend why the more gifted Niji was condemned to the branch family, tasked with protecting such a fragile Hinata. He felt it was an injustice against Niji as well. Due to Hisashi's murderous intent towards Hinata, I was forced to resort to the caged bird seal, though afterward, Hisashi's demeanor returned to some semblance of normalcy. Nevertheless, after witnessing Hisashi's suffering, Niji's attitude towards Hinata grew increasingly hostile, culminating in the events that would follow. Naruto savored the gossip with great relish. Although he was already aware of these events, hearing them recounted by Hinata's cousin, Hayashi, lent a different weight to the narrative, evoking a profound sense of immersion. So what was the story? Naruto urged Hayashi not to stop, to continue his tale. It was when Hinata was merely 3 years old that the ninjas from the hidden cloud village infiltrated Konoha, intent on abducting her to seize the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. I quickly discovered that Hinata had been taken and retaliated against the cloud ninjas using my Byakugan. After a fierce struggle, I successfully rescued her. However, the bodies of the cloud ninjas were later discovered within Konoha. Despite the cloud's initial aggression, it was the weakness of the third Hokage that deteriorated the relations between our villages, indirectly sparking a war. To avert conflict, Konoha entered into a bargain with the cloud, which demanded the surrender of my lifeless body. To my astonishment, Konoha accepted the cloud's terms, sacrificing me despite our village's superior strength. Following the revelation, an elder of the Hyuga clan proposed offering the body of Hinata's cousin, Niji, as a substitute for mine. I vehemently opposed this, unwilling to let Niji die in my stead. However, Niji, aware of his fate as a branch family member, felt compelled to acquiesce to this grim arrangement and ultimately met his end with remarkable bravery. Before he passed, Niji implored me to convey to Hinata that he did not die to protect the main family, but rather to safeguard his brother and the village. Thus, Niji was slain in my place, and the matter with the Cloud Village was left unresolved. Chapter 51. Attempt to persuade Niji, physically, despite having known this narrative beforehand. Hearing Hayashi recount it firsthand left Naruto feeling incredulous. It was absurd. How many generations of Konoha's leadership had come and gone under the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Yet nothing had changed. The same issues persisted with no resolution in sight. The likes of Hashirama Senju could rightfully boast of the formidable allies he led, such as Uchiha Madara and Tobirama Senju. What of the current leadership? Konoha's strength had waned, with heroes like the White Fang, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru no longer in the village. Minato Namikaze had perished sealing the Nine Tails. Now, all that remained was Danzo, who aspired to the position of Hokage, but lacked the capability to assume such a role. If this continued, the village would surely fall to the cloud, followed by the rock, mist, and sand villages, until there was no one left to lose. Hey, Hayashi, did the cloud ever discover that Niji was merely a substitute for me? Naruto could not help but inquire. Hayashi sighed heavily, responding, having spent so much time in Konoha, they surely gleaned the truth. Then, Niji did not die in vain? Naruto pressed. It was Konoha that had the moral high ground, yet out of fear of war, allowed the brother of a prominent clan leader to perish for the sake of peace. Truly, what a third Hokage, sacrificing the small family for the greater good, though it was not even his own family he sacrificed. Naruto's tone grew severe, convinced that Niji's death was utterly meaningless. Why should the weakness of Sarutobi Hiruzen burden the Hyuga clan? If the roles were reversed, would he dare sacrifice his own children? Yet, given Hiruzen's character, he might indeed have done so. Once ambitious in his youth, he had become increasingly timid, fearful of conflict. The only time he displayed any resolve was in his confrontation with Danzo. Naruto, be cautious. There may be ears lurking nearby, Hayashi cautioned. Yet Naruto had already utilized his Byakugan to ascertain that the Umbu surrounding them could not overhear their conversation. In truth, you speak wisely, Naruto. However, the Hyuga clan, under the pressure from the Hokage's upper echelons, felt compelled to devise such a solution. Moreover, Niji accepted the proposal with remarkable swiftness. He was my brother, and I understood his mindset all too well. As a branch family member, he had always lived in my shadow, yet aside from the matter with Niji, he did not harbor great resentment towards his status. In his heart, he believed that the branch family was still a part of the Hyuga clan. His actions were a testament to his dedication to both the Hyuga clan and Konoha. Thus, when the elder suggested this course of action, Niji readily agreed. For him, it represented the first time he had the right to make a choice, even if it was to sacrifice himself for me. Nonetheless, he ultimately died for my sake. I had intended to speak with Niji about this matter multiple times. Yet he has always believed that the elder members of the Hyuga clan coerced him into making this sacrifice. Consequently, he harbors deep resentment towards me, which he even projects onto Hinata. This is why I initially sought you out. Your companions seem to trust you deeply, and you possess a unique charm that inspires belief in others. I hope to have you speak with Niji, if only to reveal the truth about his father. He should not remain in the dark for a lifetime. Hiashi implored Naruto earnestly. Upon hearing this, Naruto finally comprehended that Hinata's father had placed his hopes on his persuasive abilities concerning Niji. Although his words were eloquently articulated, the underlying intent was to enlist Naruto's aid in this matter. This task was not insurmountable, it merely required a bit of verbal effort. A challenge he was certainly capable of confronting. With newfound clarity, Naruto addressed Hinata's father, perceiving the pent-up resentment that had lingered for quite some time. He expressed his desire for a promise. I will strive to convince Niji on your behalf. Naruto's expression was earnest as he gazed at Hinata's father. Hinata's father, recognizing the sincerity in Naruto's tone, urged, if you have any requests, please articulate them. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Naruto then articulated his hope that, should he ascend to the position of Hokage in the future, the Hyuga clan would abolish the caged bird seal and dismantle the distinctions between the main and branch families. While the Byakugan is indeed a treasured asset, the freedom of the Hyuga clan members is equally invaluable. Freedom is often something that must be fought for, rather than merely granted by others. Only when one battles for oneself does life attain its true, irreplaceable worth. Naruto is motivated by a select few individuals. Primarily, there is Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi Hyuga. Although she is still quite young, Naruto does not wish for her to be subjected to the curse of the caged bird. Furthermore, there is his future daughter, Himawari Uzumaki. Even though she will bear the Uzumaki surname, if the caged bird curse persists, it is inevitable that the elder members of the Hyuga clan, relying on their age and authority, will invoke ancestral traditions that resist change. It is unacceptable for anyone to impose such restrictions on themselves. Naruto, if you truly become Hokage, I will wholeheartedly support your declaration to abolish the caged bird curse and dismantle the distinctions between the main and branch families. Many clan members are beginning to express dissatisfaction with the system, and I do not believe that the freedoms it offers, gained at the expense of certain liberties, can genuinely be called freedom. The members of the Hyuga clan should possess the strength to protect themselves. Let us make this a binding agreement. A binding agreement indeed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto rose to his feet, determined to seek out Niji. Alright, then I entrust this task to you, Naruto. Niji typically prefers to remain alone in the nearby training room. If you head out and take a left, you should be able to find him. Since Hinata had chosen to place her faith in Naruto, she believed wholeheartedly that he would succeed. She hoped that Niji would truly come to understand the reasons behind Hisashi's death. Naruto followed Hinata's, turning left, and upon entering a certain room, he was greeted by the rhythmic sound of wooden stakes being struck repeatedly. As Naruto pushed open the door, he found Niji diligently practicing his martial arts. At that moment, beads of sweat adorned Niji's forehead, yet his movements showed no sign of waning. Rather, they grew more vigorous, as if he sought to release all his pent-up frustration and anger upon the wooden post. Upon hearing the door creak open, Niji turned his gaze, and upon recognizing Naruto, he simply resumed his rigorous practice. Have you finished your conversation with the Hyuga clan leader? Are you leaving? Or do you wish for me to escort you? Niji spoke without directly addressing Naruto, his tone laced with a hint of disdain. Indeed, in this phase of his life, Niji's aspirations soared high. As if the entire world owed him something, often ruminating on fate and the idea of its immutability, it appeared he was beginning to form a resolute perspective. Never mind. Even if your worldview is fully formed, my persuasive tongue can turn black into white. No, I've come to have a word with you. At someone else's behest. Naruto replied, unperturbed by Niji's demeanor, and he settled himself onto the floor, observing Niji's practice. A word? There is nothing to discuss with a mere fox spirit like you. Niji seemed to have often heard Naruto referred to as a fox spirit, seizing this opportunity to mock him, looking down upon him in his heart. Huh, a fox spirit? That is certainly more admirable than you, who holds yourself in such high esteem while achieving nothing of worth and lacking any ambition. Since Niji was so brusque in his remarks, Naruto naturally responded with equal fervor. How dare you? Waste of space. Who are you calling a waste of space? Niji abruptly ceased his movements, glaring at Naruto in anger. I'm speaking of you, waste of space. You harbor countless grievances in your heart. Yet you dare not act upon them, content to merely strike at this wooden post, all the while venting your wrath upon my dear Hinata. Useless scoundrel. Bah. Naruto spat towards Neji, clearly conveying his disdain. Damn you, you cursed fox. Even Hinata Hayashi cannot save you today. Enraged, Neji dashed towards Naruto, his fist clenched, exuding an intent to kill. I will end you, Uzumaki Naruto. Neji appeared as though someone had struck a nerve, becoming sensitive and irritable, launching a relentless assault on Naruto. However, to Naruto, Neji's movements seemed painfully slow. Neji's attacks came like a tempest as he charged at Naruto with blinding speed, fists and feet colliding. Each strike imbued with formidable force. Every punch represented Neji's utmost effort. Yet, in Naruto's eyes, these actions appeared sluggish. As if time itself had come to a halt before him. Naruto deftly evaded all of Neji's assaults, even managing to jest lightly amidst his dodges, which only fueled Neji's fury further. Are you merely a talkative fool, venting your frustrations through taijutsu? How pitiable! Naruto taunted while evading. Neji's rage ignited like a spark on gunpowder, compelling him to unleash more ferocious techniques in an attempt to overpower Naruto with greater force. Yet, Naruto's form danced like a specter, effortlessly weaving through Neji's strikes as if he were a mere illusion. You scoundrel! Who do you think you are? Neji, consumed by anger, began hurling insults, even denigrating Naruto's parents. You parentless orphan, what right do you have to flaunt your prowess here? At the mention of those words, Naruto's previously carefree demeanor darkened instantly, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. In that moment, he transformed from a playful youth into a ruthless ninja. Silence! How dare you speak of my parents? Naruto roared, an immense chakra erupting from him, enveloping Neji in an aura of lethal intent. Neji felt an invisible force binding him tightly, rendering him utterly immobile. Suddenly, Naruto's figure materialized before him, his cold gaze instilling unparalleled dread within Neji. Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto silently declared, his body morphing into a bolt of lightning, surging towards Neji with blinding speed. Neji barely had time to emit a cry before Naruto forcefully pinned him to the ground, his body restrained by an overwhelming power, leaving him utterly unable to resist. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto's overwhelming power rendered Neji immobile, and under the weight of reality, Neji's consciousness gradually returned. In other words, his mind was regaining clarity. Faced with the futility of resistance, Neji succumbed, relinquishing his struggles. He began to ponder why Naruto possessed such formidable strength, which had subdued him in an instant. His speed akin to teleportation. Was it the body flicker technique? The sheer magnitude of his power was terrifying. Could this be the reason he was dubbed the Nine Tails? Now, did he still dare to mention my parents? Naruto had originally intended to have a meaningful conversation with Neji, but the mention of Kushina and Minato changed the tone. Even if Neji was unaware of the backstory, it was still inappropriate for him to broach such subjects. TCH, if you want to mention it, then don't. Acting as if your background is so grand. What exactly are you here for? With such immense power, why have I never heard of you? Did you conceal your strength merely to humiliate me? Neji swiftly regained his composure and began to voice his questions. Upon seeing Neji return to normalcy, Naruto released his grip and remarked, "You have too many queries. I shall address each one in turn, but first, I hope you are prepared to confront the truth." With a serious expression, Naruto spoke earnestly. Neji initially exhibited a hint of disdain, yet as he absorbed Naruto's words, he found himself subtly influenced by Naruto's unique perspective. "All right," Neji conceded, "your enigmatic demeanor piques my curiosity. What, pray tell, is the truth you speak of?" Observing Neji's shift towards a more receptive disposition, Naruto settled himself on the floor beside him, gesturing for Neji to join him. Though reluctant to engage in what he deemed a waste of time, Neji ultimately acquiesced to Naruto's insistence and took a seat. Pleased by Neji's compliance, Naruto nodded approvingly. "Firstly, you are correct. My background is indeed substantial, otherwise the head of the Hyuga clan would not have invited me to forge an alliance with the esteemed Hyuga family." Naruto's revelation left Neji utterly astonished. Naruto is merely a 6-year-old student who has just enrolled in the Ninja Academy. What qualifications does he possess to warrant Hinata Hyuga representing the Hyuga clan in an alliance with him? Although he harbors hidden strength, is that truly sufficient? Neji swiftly connected the dots regarding Naruto's background. Could it be that Naruto is the illegitimate child of the Hokage? Is your lineage perhaps that of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi's illegitimate offspring? Neji inquired curiously, recalling that Naruto had garnered the third Hokage's attention during the opening ceremony, a fact he was well aware of. No wonder the third Hokage treated him with such distinction. So it is as such? Get lost. I am the son of the Hokage, but not that old fool Sarutobi. Can you guess whose son I am by looking at my hair? Naruto did not directly respond to Neji's inquiry. Instead, he gradually guided him towards the correct conclusion. With his golden hair and the surname Uzumaki, could it be that you are the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's? It seems that the fourth Hokage's wife also bore the surname Uzumaki, which aligns perfectly. Niji deduced the truth, but could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension regarding such a revelation. The fourth Hokage sacrificed himself to protect the village. A lesson learned in the Ninja Academy. Yet, it was not mentioned that his son, Naruto Uzumaki, was treated by the villagers as the embodiment of a demon fox. It appeared that Naruto was indeed a pitiable individual. As Niji contemplated Naruto's tragic fate, he drew parallels to his own misfortunes, realizing that both were equally sorrowful. His gaze towards Naruto softened. After all, they were both unfortunate souls adrift in the world. What does that look in your eyes? Niji inquired. Indeed. I am the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. My mother is the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina Izumaki. Hence, you understand why the villagers refer to me as a demon fox. Although instigated by certain individuals, it is true that the Nine Tails is sealed within me. Naruto replied to Niji. But why is your strength so formidable? And what is your ultimate goal? Niji could no longer contain his curiosity and pressed for answers. My strength? You say? Haha, you have yet to witness my full power. You are aware that after my parents' sacrifice, the third Hokage not only failed to care for me but also allowed certain individuals to spread rumors about me in the village, subjecting me to numerous injustices. I require strength to seize control of my own destiny, yet until I truly attain formidable power, I must remain concealed from them to prevent being snuffed out in my infancy. This is why I have been hiding my true abilities. I have been secretly growing stronger. All for the day when I can personally exact vengeance upon those wretched individuals. A trace of murderous intent inevitably flickered in Naruto's gaze. Fate? The mere mention of this word seemed to trigger something within Niji, rendering him momentarily melancholic. Yet he could not entirely dismiss Naruto's perspective. To him, Naruto embodied the essence of a fighter against destiny, one who refused to accept his predetermined path and sought to carve his own way. My fate is mine to shape, not dictated by the heavens. I trust you share this sentiment, Niji. Naruto began to articulate Niji's thoughts, playfully asserting that, under the influence of external words, he would eventually redirect Niji's mindset. Futile. Fate is fate precisely because it is immutable. No amount of effort can alter it. Niji felt the cracks forming in his defenses, still deluding himself. So, Niji, what is the purpose of your relentless training? If you truly believe that destiny cannot be changed, then as a branch family member, you should resign yourself to dying for the sake of the main family, such as your fate. Yet, your tireless efforts to become a genius in the Hyuga clan suggest a desire to prove that through your own endeavors, you can indeed alter your fate and seize control of your destiny. Naruto's words struck like a sharp arrow, deeply piercing Niji's heart. You speak so much. What do you truly know, Naruto? Although Niji felt a reluctant agreement with Naruto's assertions, he could not bring himself to fully accept them. Niji, I am more aware than you might imagine. Do you wish to know how your father met his end? Naruto's inquiry seemed to provoke Niji's sensitive core. Silence, Naruto. I will not allow you to speak of my father. If you dare mention it again, even if I cannot defeat you, I will bite a piece of flesh from you. Niji erupted in fury. Do not let your embarrassment fuel your anger, Niji. I am not here to extol Hyuga Hisashi. I am here to unveil the truth you have long evaded. Whether you believe it or not, you at least have the right to know. Naruto proclaimed earnestly. The sincerity of language often reflects the depth of emotion conveyed. Genuine feelings can indeed be palpable at times. Then speak, Naruto. I shall listen. And I will judge for myself. Niji, no longer resistant to Naruto's words, allowed him to continue, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him, hoping for an alternative truth. You may not recall the details of your childhood vividly, but do you know how your father, Hyuga Hayashi, met his demise? Naruto sought to understand Niji's perspective before delving into the explanation. After a moment of contemplation, Niji replied, I am not entirely clear on the specifics. I only remember that as a child, there was a great deal of pressure from the village. The elders of the Hyuga clan exerted immense pressure on my father, compelling him to sacrifice himself for the clan. Since then, it has been forbidden to speak of my father, as if he had never existed. Those wretched elders. Upon hearing Niji's words, Naruto came to comprehend Niji's thoughts accumulated over the years. To Niji, the death of his father was undoubtedly a result of persecution by the Hyuga clan, and he assumed that the main house had coerced Hyuga Hisashi into a fatal sacrifice. He showed no interest in the intricacies of the situation, deeming them inconsequential. All he needed to know was that the elders of the Hyuga clan were responsible. His resentment towards the Hyuga family was palpable. Niji, let me elucidate what truly transpired, Naruto began. The day marked the establishment of an alliance between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Leaf Village. Although the Hidden Cloud Village appeared to seek camaraderie, their true intention was to acquire the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. That day, a small team from the Hidden Cloud infiltrated the Hyuga compound and kidnapped Hinata. Ultimately, they were discovered and slain by Hyuga Hayashi. However, with no witnesses to corroborate the events, the emissary from the Hidden Cloud insisted that the Hyuga clan had instigated the attack to sabotage the alliance. They threatened that if the Hidden Leaf did not provide a satisfactory explanation, war would ensue. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was weak and indecisive, reluctant to provoke war. After negotiations with the Hidden Cloud's envoy, it was demanded that the culprit, Hyuga Hayashi, be handed over. To avert conflict, the third Hokage personally approached the Hyuga clan, hoping to exchange the body of Hyuga Hayashi for peace. After much deliberation, the elders of the Hyuga devised a plan. They would offer the body of Hyuga Niji's twin, Hyuga Hizashi, who belonged to the branch family. After all, branch family members bore the duty of protecting their main family counterparts. At this juncture, Niji interjected. These despicable Hyuga elders, do they consider the lives of the main family to hold more value than ours? Are we, the branch family, not human? My father must have been coerced into this agreement. I shall exact my revenge on those wretched elders. Chapter 53. Niji's enlightenment. Seeing Niji engulfed in rage, Naruto interrupted him. No, Niji, what follows is the truth I wish for you to grasp. Naruto's words restored Niji's composure. The reality was far from his assumptions. Was it possible that his father willingly accepted death? How could anyone sacrifice themselves for the sake of others? Especially when the one sacrificing was a member of the branch family, who should inherently harbor resentment towards the main family. What you do not know is that despite Hyuga Hayashi being of the main house and Hyuga Hizashi of the branch, the brothers had grown up together, sharing a profound bond. When the elders proposed their plan, Hyuga Hayashi vehemently opposed it. Hyuga Hizashi, however, expressed his willingness to consider their suggestion. Once the elders departed, Hyuga Hayashi, feeling guilty for being born just minutes earlier and thereby assuming the role of the main family member, had long believed he owed Hizashi. Given the circumstances, he felt that Niji could not endure the loss of his father. He even implored Hizashi to care for Hinata in his absence. Yet Hizashi firmly rejected his brother's notion, stating, "Brother, I was born into the branch family, marked by the caged bird seal, and have lived without choice for so long. But this time, I wish to act upon my own will. I refuse to die as Hyuga Hizashi for the sake of Hyuga Hayashi. However, if it is to protect my brother, Hyuga Hayashi, my son, Hyuga Niji, and our family, or even to safeguard the Hidden Leaf Village, then I willingly offer my life for their safety." Upon hearing Hizashi's declaration, even Hyuga Hayashi found it difficult to voice any objections. Ultimately, Hizashi was slain as a substitute for his brother. Because of the caged bird seal, the Byakugan did not fall into the hands of the Hidden Cloud, and thus, the war between the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Cloud was averted, all thanks to Hizashi's selfless sacrifice. This is the truth I speak of, Niji. Do you understand? Naruto's words struck Niji profoundly. For so many years, he had believed that his father had succumbed to the coercion of Hyuga Hizashi, forced into death. Little did he realize that his father had perished to safeguard his brothers, protect his family, and defend the village of Konoha. His father was a true hero, a member of the branch family who ultimately achieved genuine freedom. Had he been misdirecting his resentment all these years? Niji murmured to himself. Indeed, Niji, Uncle Hyuga is innocent. And Hinata should not have been the target of your ire. Every grievance has its origin, and debts have rightful claimants. The ones you ought to resent are the elders of the Hyuga clan and the age-old system of main and branch families that endures to this day. Moreover, the detestable third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a man you may not be familiar with, Shimura Danzo, should also be noted. Whenever misfortune befalls Konoha, his involvement is invariably present, and harboring ill will towards him is certainly justified. In just a few words, Naruto revealed to Niji the true objects of his resentment. It appeared that Niji absorbed this insight, nodding as he spoke. Thank you, Naruto. If it weren't for you, I would have continued to harbor resentment towards the wrong individuals all these years. No wonder the leader of the Hyuga clan has persistently sought to speak with me. It was because I remained oblivious to the truth. Yet, I chose to evade it. Perhaps I had some suspicions buried within, but I lacked the courage to confirm them. As for Lady Hinata, despite my increasingly hostile demeanor over the years, her attitude toward me has remained unchanged. In comparison, I truly sigh. Niji found himself engulfed in regret, a testament to the persuasive prowess of the Byakugan. Naruto spoke nothing but the truth, devoid of any falsehood. Therefore, Niji, it would be wise to adopt a more amicable attitude towards them. Do you not desire vengeance? Naruto addressed Niji earnestly. Vengeance? Yet my adversaries are the elders of the Hyuga clan, the very institution of the main and branch families, the feeble third Hokage, and that treacherous Shimura Danzo. There are so many, some of whom are hardly even human. With my current abilities, can I truly exact revenge? Niji, though he recognized the identity of his enemies, felt a sense of helplessness under the weight of reality. None of these individuals were foes he could confront. Did he truly have a chance at retribution? Indeed, you see. Do you know why Uncle Hyuga is willing to ally with me? Naruto continued, attempting to persuade Niji. What is the reason? Is it due to your background? Niji was yet to grasp the deeper meaning. Uncle Hyuga believes I have the potential to become Hokage, to unseat the ignorant and incompetent third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once I ascend to the position of Hokage, I will initiate a complete overhaul of the upper echelons of Konoha. At that juncture, I will advocate for the abolishment of the branch and main family system of the Hyuga clan, as well as the removal of the cursed seal of the caged bird. Henceforth, the Hyuga clan will no longer be confined by the caged bird, nor will there be a division between the branch and main families, but rather a unified Hyuga clan in its entirety. Naruto's words instantly illuminated Niji's perception. Is it true? Naruto, can you truly achieve this? Neji felt a rekindling of hope within himself. Indeed, to speak candidly, Neji, the third Hokage, and Danzo Shimura are no longer my adversaries. The prominent clans in Konoha maintain a favorable rapport with me. Once the opportune moment arises, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, will meet an untimely demise. And amidst the ensuing chaos, I shall eliminate Danzo Shimura. Subsequently, I will invest a few years in fortifying my connections with the influential families of Konoha. The position of Hokage is not devoid of possibility. Even if I cannot attain the title of the fifth Hokage, there will always be the sixth and seventh. One day, the title of Hokage will undoubtedly be within my grasp. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto embarked on a grand endeavor, seeking to inspire Neji with a new aspiration. Are you suggesting that I should become your right-hand man? Neji inquired, skepticism lacing his voice, unable to fathom that Naruto held him in such high regard. Not just you, Neji. I trust you are aware that I have forged numerous friendships at the Ninja Academy, predominantly with members of prominent clans, many of whom may very well become the heirs of their families in the future. When the time comes, I shall ascend to the position of Hokage, and they will take on their roles as successors, ensuring that the upper echelons of Konoha are comprised of our allies. At that point, Konoha will truly be united in purpose, free from any suspicion. Naruto is not entirely mistaken. In due time, everyone will be swayed by his persuasive tongue and charismatic personality. After all, there are individuals in the Hidden Leaf Village who harbor ulterior motives. As for you, Neji, I hold great faith in your potential. I am convinced that you will undoubtedly evolve into a formidable ninja, far surpassing even the esteemed Hinata Hyuga. This assertion from Naruto is made with utmost seriousness. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Neji's talent is nothing short of astonishing. During the Chunin exams, he was already capable of self-learning the heavenly spin technique, along with the gentle fist style that is exclusive to the Hyuga clan, specifically the gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. At that time, Hinata had yet to master this technique. To speak candidly, while Hinata is indeed my comrade and the heir of the clan, and despite the affirmation from Otsutsuki Kinshiki regarding the purity of her bloodline in subsequent films, it does not necessarily imply that her talent is exceptionally high. Although the anime depicts Hinata consuming a staggering 46 bowls of ramen in one sitting, leading some fans to speculate that her prolonged state of hunger from childhood hindered her growth, I believe Hinata's innate abilities are quite formidable. However, Naruto contends that such plotlines in the anime should be taken lightly. For instance, if Choji, who possesses a similar appetite, were to limit himself to merely one bowl of rice each time, he would have perished long ago, rather than surviving to this day. While Naruto remains uncertain about the veracity of Hinata's purported appetite, setting that aside, the portrayal of her lineage in the manga indicates that her bloodline is indeed remarkably pure, a fact acknowledged by Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Nonetheless, it is crucial to recognize that lineage does not always equate to talent. P.S. This is a personal viewpoint, and I welcome open discussions. However, I kindly ask that we refrain from disparaging one another. Naruto is inherently a subject of much debate. Much like when I previously asserted that Kagura's hard eyes is a form of ninjutsu. A reader, upon encountering this, hastily rated my work with 2 stars after merely half an hour, despite my prior research. At the very least, my findings suggested that Kagura's technique is exclusive to the Uzumaki clan. I hope we can find common ground while embracing our differences. Those who hold contrasting opinions are encouraged to share their thoughts. I understand and respect that everyone has their own perspective. Thank you. Naruto holds a greater admiration for Neji. If Neji were provided with ample resources for growth, surpassing Hinata Hyuga should be well within his capabilities. While it may appear that Hinata has faded into the background later on, as the head of the Hyuga clan, her fundamental strength remains considerable. Certainly not to the point of being inadequate. Neji is one of the individuals Naruto has great faith in, while Hinata is destined to be his future wife. Both are dear to him. Thus, Naruto sees no need to pit them against each other in terms of prowess. Even if Hinata's talent may not be exceptional, Naruto would undoubtedly find ways to enhance her abilities, ensuring that by the time of the divine battles in the later stages, she possesses at least a strength on par with that of a Kage to protect herself. In that moment, Neji felt a profound sense of recognition from Naruto, markedly different from the acknowledgement he received as a genius from those within the Hyuga clan. Naruto truly recognized Neji as an individual, distinct from his identity as a branch member of the Hyuga clan. From now on, I will stand by you, Neji. Anyone who seeks to harm you must first contend with me. Seeing the deeply moved expression on Neji's face, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Another entry in the Konoha 12 had been illuminated. It seemed only Hinata remained. Not to worry, they would eventually all be lit up. Chapter 54, A Perfect Resolution. Excellent. Neji, since you have grasped the truth and are prepared for this realization, we welcome you to join us. Although your public identity remains that of a branch member, I will propose to Uncle Hyuga that you train alongside Hinata from now on. The techniques taught to Hinata by Uncle Hyuga are reserved for the main family, but you can secretly learn them from the sidelines. I will also inform Uncle Hyuga to give you some special attention. This way, your progress will accelerate, as you will outwardly be a branch member while secretly enjoying the privileges of the main family. When I become Hokage, I will abolish your caged bird seal, granting you true freedom. Naruto began to outline future plans for Neji. Hearing this, Neji was profoundly touched. Naruto would now be his sworn brother. No one would dare to touch Naruto. Thank you so much, Naruto, Neji said, his eyes glistening with emotion. It's nothing, we're brothers. Come on, let me take you to Uncle Hyuga. Naruto casually placed his hand on Neji's shoulder, leading him to find Hayashi Hyuga. Neji felt a bit awkward, but did not outright refuse. It was that he disliked Naruto's gesture, but rather that he was unaccustomed to such camaraderie, having always been solitary. However, there is always a first time for everything, and he would surely grow accustomed to it. Naruto led Neji directly to the previous reception room, where Hayashi Hyuga was meditating, exuding an aura of a recluse. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto was the first to break the silence. Hinata's uncle, I have already revealed the truth to Neji, and he now comprehends everything. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hayashi Hyuga opened his eyes wide and fixed his gaze upon Neji, asking, Neji, do you now understand everything? Do you still harbor hatred towards us? Feeling the seriousness in Hayashi's expression, Neji felt a twinge of embarrassment. He shook his head and replied, Naruto has informed me that my father sacrificed himself to protect the Hyuga clan, to safeguard me, and to defend our village of Konoha. He was a noble ninja, and I take great pride in having such a father. Pausing for a moment, Neji continued, As for you, uncle, you have sought to reveal the truth to me for many years, yet I chose to evade and ignore it. This is my own fault, and you bear no responsibility. Lady Hinata, too, has endured my anger over the years, treating me with unwavering kindness, never regarding me as a member of the branch family. You are all my kin, and I can no longer harbor hatred towards you. My resentment is directed solely at the elders of the Hyuga clan, the system of main and branch families, and the third Hokage, who sacrificed my father in the name of compromise. Every grievance has its origin, and every debt has its owner. It is not that vengeance is absent, simply that the time has yet to arrive. Hayashi looked at Naruto in astonishment, as if to say, Why did you reveal that to him? Naruto stepped forward and spoke, Uncle Hayashi, I believe Neji possesses remarkable talent. Had it not been for the constraints imposed by his branch family status, he would undoubtedly have become a formidable ninja, and he might even surpass you in the future. Therefore, I sincerely hope that you could provide Neji with some additional guidance in private. For instance, when Hinata is training, allow Neji to join her. When you are imparting the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan to Hinata, let Neji observe as well. As long as you are not personally instructing Neji, but rather offering him suggestions to facilitate his self-study. I trust this would not contravene the clan's regulations regarding the transmission of knowledge to the branch family, would it? Naruto's words enlightened Hinata Hisashi, revealing the significant place Neji held in Naruto's heart. Such a request was, after all, not unreasonable. Moreover, Neji was indeed his own brother, the son of Hisashi. For many years, Hisashi had felt a sense of indebtedness towards him, so taking such actions was only natural. I understand, Naruto. Since you have said so, I shall discreetly provide Neji with some special care. However, I hope that from this day forth, he can coexist harmoniously with Hinata, for she is innocent, Hisashi spoke earnestly. Hinata Neji nodded in agreement, stating, Thank you, uncle. Rest assured, I shall dedicate my life to ensuring Lady Hinata's safety, and I will no longer speak harshly to her. I will treat her with kindness. Witnessing Neji's transformation into a more amiable demeanor, Hisashi couldn't help but marvel at Naruto's influence. Even Neji, known for his stubbornness, had been swayed. That is wonderful. Well, Uncle Hisashi, since your family matters seem to be nearly resolved, I believe it is time for me to return home, as the hour is growing late. Having resolved the matters at hand, Naruto eagerly desired to return home for a meal, for in the grand scheme of life, nothing surpasses the importance of dining. Very well, Naruto, we eagerly await your next visit, Hinata's father kindly acknowledged, gesturing for Neji to see Naruto off. Understood, uncle. Neji replied as he prepared to escort Naruto. However, Naruto suddenly recalled something and turned to address Hinata's father. Uncle Hinata, I have heard that Hinata has always had a considerable appetite and often feels unsatisfied after meals, which may hinder her physical development. She might feel too shy to discuss these matters with you, so I hope you can show her a bit more kindness, ensuring she has enough to eat. Only then can she possess the strength to be a true ninja. Naruto also reminded Hinata Hayashi, had he not spoken up, Hayashi might have remained oblivious to the fact that Hinata had scarcely ever enjoyed a proper meal. Very well, I understand. Regarding Hinata's situation, I shall rely on you to pay more attention, Naruto. Neji escorted Naruto to the entrance of the Hyuga clan's estate. Return home, Neji. We shall meet often in the future. I eagerly anticipate the day we fight side by side. Before departing, Naruto took a moment to encourage Neji. Rest assured, Naruto. I shall devote myself to training diligently and will undoubtedly assist you in the future. Neji, too, silently resolved to clear obstacles for Naruto henceforth. After Naruto's departure, Hayashi Hyuga sought out Hinata, who was currently tending to Hanabi. Upon hearing her father's call, she hurried over. Father, did you summon me? Hinata inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Has Naruto already left? Before Hayashi could respond to her initial question, she posed another, indicating how significant Naruto remained in her thoughts. Naruto possesses numerous commendable qualities, yet the mere thought of his cherished little cabbage ultimately being devoted to him stirs a tinge of discomfort within Hinata Hyuga. Indeed, Naruto has returned, and I wish to inquire about something. Hinata. Hyuga Hisashi strives to maintain a benevolent smile. Hinata, rarely privy to such amiable demeanor from Hisashi, is taken aback, for he typically presents a stern visage. Please, speak, father. She prompts. I have heard that you have not been eating sufficiently for quite some time. Is this true? Naruto informed me. Upon realizing her concealed secret has been unveiled by her father, Hinata initially panics, fearing her father might impose frugality upon her. However, the mention of Naruto's name warms her heart. It was he who spoke of her situation. Did he, perhaps, observe her dining habits all along? How embarrassing. Yes, father. I have been too shy to mention it. Hearing Hinata's words, Hisashi exhales deeply, feeling like a rather inadequate father for being unaware of his daughter's hunger. Today, I shall instruct the servants to prepare an ample feast, and from now on, you shall have as much sustenance as you desire. Fear not, Hinata. The Hyuga clan shall not suffer from scarcity. This evening, we shall host a family banquet, where your brother Neji shall dine with us from now on. Upon hearing Neji's name, Hinata recalls Naruto's words about restoring Neji to his former self. Could it be that Naruto truly accomplished this? Dinner time swiftly arrives, and the table is adorned with a lavish array of dishes. Hinata and Neji enter the dining room in succession. Lady Hinata, please, you first. Neji's tone has softened, imbued with warmth and respect. Touched by his words, Hinata responds, Brother Neji, you have finally returned to your true self. Let us enter together. She nods earnestly at Neji before they both proceed into the dining chamber. At the head of the table, Hisashi observes the bountiful spread and thinks it to be in honor of Neji. Uncle, you need not go to such lengths. We are family, and it is unnecessary to prepare so many dishes. We shall waste what we cannot finish. Hisashi quickly realizes Neji's misunderstanding. Neji, have you forgotten what Naruto said before he left? All of this is prepared for Hinata. Naruto? Oh, I recall now. I thought he was jesting. Does Lady Hinata truly possess such a hearty appetite? Neji and Hinata take their respective seats and begin to eat. Hisashi and Neji soon finish their meals but notice Hinata still nibbling delicately. Hisashi, puzzled, wonders if Naruto's information was inaccurate. Hinata, we have finished. Do not hesitate to eat your fill. Hisashi begins to reassure her. All right, father, then I shall eat freely. Upon hearing Hisashi's words, the bashful Hinata finally lowers her guard and begins to eat more heartily, her pace quickening as she alternates between bites of rice and dishes. Seemingly liberated by her innate nature, Hinata's speed increases, and the food on the table vanishes at an astonishing rate, while the pot of rice diminishes gradually. Amidst the astonished gazes of Hisashi and Neji, Hinata finishes an entire table of food along with a pot of rice. Hisashi, for the first time, perceives a stranger in the daughter he has lived with for so long. Retrieving his dropped jaw, he inquires, Hinata, are you full? Would you like to eat a bit more? Aware that her previous actions were somewhat startling, Hinata shyly replies, No, father, I am already 8 parts full. This is quite sufficient for today. Her words evoke a sense of shame in Hisashi. How much food had Hinata saved him over the years? Cursing himself for not recognizing it sooner, he states, Then, I shall make do for today, but starting tomorrow, we will increase the quantity of food. You must eat enough to have strength for your training. Hisashi then realizes that it may not be Hinata's lack of talent, but rather her persistent hunger that has hindered her. From tomorrow, your brother Neji will train alongside you. I hope you both can grow together and become formidable, exceptional ninjas. Yes, father. Hinata replies, a hint of shyness in her voice. I understand, uncle, Neji asserts with determination. Having long been prepared. Chapter 55, Kakashi exposed. As the scene shifts, Naruto departs from the Hyuga clan's grounds, noticing a significant reduction in the number of Umbu ninjas surveilling him. Could it be that something has transpired? Upon further scrutiny, he realizes it is no mere illusion. It appears that only Kakashi-sensei remains. Having chosen to confront Hisashi today and ardently pursue his aspirations to become Hokage, Kakashi-sensei now stands as a target for Naruto's ambitions. Thus, an idea forms in Naruto's mind. With the Umbu absent and only Kakashi-sensei present, it presents a perfect opportunity. Naruto did not make his way directly from the Hyuga clan's residence towards home. Rather, he headed towards a small grove, away from the houses. Kakashi couldn't help but feel puzzled. Had Naruto lost his way? Why was he still out so late, neglecting his dinner? Kakashi observed Naruto as he entered the Hyuga compound. Given that the Hyuga clan was a prominent family in Konoha, even Kakashi could not approach Naruto closely, having to watch from several hundred meters away. His gaze fixed on Naruto's movements. However, once Naruto entered the reception room, his view became increasingly obscured. If he were to hear any sounds of a fierce argument or a fight, Kakashi would not hesitate to barge into the Hyuga compound to rescue Naruto. Fortunately, upon entering the reception room, Naruto seemed to be met with a relatively amiable attitude from Hyuga Hayashi. Yet, the nature of their conversation remained a mystery. Hyuga Hayashi's demeanor appeared to shift from calm to astonishment, then to delight, and finally to relief, all within a mere span of minutes. Such a dramatic transformation in attitude in such a short time was perplexing. Then, Naruto exited the reception room and made his way to an adjacent training area, where Neji presumably was. Kakashi initially thought that nothing significant would occur. However, he soon heard the sounds of an argument emanating from within. Children squabbling was fairly typical, was it not? Yet, it seemed the commotion escalated to something more physical. Kakashi felt an unsettling premonition and swiftly activated his Sharingan, concealed beneath his forehead protector. The 3-tomoe within the Sharingan began to spin slowly, sharpening Kakashi's vision momentarily, allowing him to glimpse what transpired inside. However, the Sharingan could only enhance clarity. It lacked the penetrating insight of the Byakugan. But as Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, the sounds within appeared to quiet down. Surely, Neji hadn't knocked Naruto unconscious? Although Neji was deemed a genius, he could not possibly be that formidable. Moreover, Kakashi had been observing Naruto's training over the past few months and was well aware that Naruto's displayed prowess, particularly in taijutsu, was no trivial matter. His physical strength was remarkably robust. Indeed, he was a member of the Uzumaki clan, endowed with exceptional recovery abilities. Likely influenced by the Ninetales, being a Jinchuriki did have its advantages. Moments later, Naruto emerged with Neji, their arms draped over each other's shoulders, suggesting they had forged a friendship. The intricacies of their journey to this point were unclear to Kakashi, yet it was not uncommon for boys to develop camaraderie through sparring. They then proceeded to seek out Hyuga Hayashi in the reception room, exchanging a few words before preparing to leave. Just before exiting, Naruto shouted something loudly. Kakashi, being somewhat distant and not fully focused on the sound, caught snippets of words, Hinata, dinner, full, perhaps expressing concern for Hinata's meal. Naruto certainly demonstrated a thoughtful side, a testament to his teacher's influence. As Kakashi followed Naruto, he noticed their path growing increasingly secluded, with fewer people around until they were nearly alone. Kakashi began to realize that he might have been detected. That couldn't be right. His disguises were among the best in the Umbu. How could he have been seen through? Moreover, he had been discreetly watching over Naruto for quite some time. It was unlikely he would be discovered now. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of bad luck. If worst came to worst, he could cast a Genjutsu on Naruto to lull him to sleep and escort him home safely. Upon noticing that Kakashi had followed him into the small grove, Naruto realized he had accomplished his objective, stealthily employing his Kagura Shingon. He surveyed the surrounding area and confirmed that, apart from himself and Kakashi, no one else was present. Naruto shouted towards Kakashi, "Come out, Kakashi-sensei. I can see you." Kakashi, who had believed he was well hidden, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he stepped into view after being directly called out. Had Naruto merely called out randomly, Kakashi might have remained concealed. However, the direction of Naruto's voice precisely aligned with Kakashi's hiding place, rendering it improbable that it was mere chance. Emerging from the foliage, Kakashi approached Naruto and remarked with a hint of exasperation, "I must commend you, Naruto. When did you realize I was here?" Kakashi had initially suspected that a misstep on his part had led to his exposure. "Since a few months ago, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto replied earnestly. However, Naruto's admission shattered Kakashi's perception, prompting him to question, "Wait, Naruto? Are you saying you've known I was following you for months? You were aware of my presence all this time?" Kakashi found it hard to believe that he had been like a fool, thinking he was shrouded in secrecy while Naruto had already seen through him, choosing simply to ignore it. "Yes, Kakashi-sensei. From the day you suddenly appeared beside me and began to quietly protect me, I sensed your presence," Naruto confessed candidly. Kakashi, intrigued, inquired, "If you could detect me, then you must also be able to notice others around you, correct?" He wondered whether Naruto possessed an extraordinary ability for observation or if it was merely a stroke of luck. Naruto discerned Kakashi-sensei's probing and responded, "I am fully aware of everything, including the Umbu ninjas and a portion of the root ninjas." Kakashi, somewhat perplexed, questioned, "Then, Naruto, why have you brought me here today?" He could not comprehend how Naruto, at such a young age, possessed knowledge about the Umbu and the root ninjas. Was it perhaps Hinata Hyuga who had informed him? "Kakashi-sensei, I have long desired to have a conversation with you," Naruto admitted. "However, I have been unable to find the opportunity, as there have always been other ninjas surveilling me, making it unwise to reveal my intentions. Today, by fortunate coincidence, all other ninjas are absent except for you, which is why I wanted to bring you here for a discussion." Naruto appeared composed and self-assured, as if he had everything under control. "Oh, care to chat? Naruto, what topics pique your interest? I am merely following Hokage-sama's orders to protect you from the shadows. Beyond that, I cannot divulge anything." Kakashi, intrigued, was eager to learn what Naruto wished to discuss. "Kakashi-sensei, are you not curious about what Uncle Hyuga came to discuss with me today?" Instead of directly addressing the topic, Naruto sparked Kakashi's interest first. I am indeed curious. Would you be willing to share that with me? Kakashi, opting not to feign ignorance, expressed his genuine curiosity. Quite simply. Uncle Hyuga, as the head of the Hyuga clan, believes in my potential to become Hokage, hence his visit to invest in me. In the future, the Hyuga clan will provide me with significant advantages and serve to protect me from the shadows, Naruto replied leisurely. Kakashi had initially assumed that Uncle Hyuga's invitation was merely for a meal with Naruto, due to Hinata's influence. He was astonished to discover the magnitude of the revelation. So, Naruto, did you agree to this? What requests does Hyuga Hayashi have? This mutually beneficial alliance must yield advantages for both parties. What do you stand to gain? Kakashi inquired, eager to uncover the details. Certainly, the Hyuga clan will become my staunchest supporters, and upon my ascension to Hokage, I shall abolish the separation between the main and branch families, as well as the caged bird seal. Kakashi was taken aback by Naruto's declaration. He had presumed that Hayashi merely sought to curry favor with Naruto through inconsequential remarks. It was surprising to learn that Hayashi had confided so much to Naruto, especially regarding the abolition of a long-standing tradition within the Hyuga clan. Without the intervention of the Hokage, dismantling such a deeply entrenched system from within the clan seemed nearly impossible. Kakashi found himself convinced by Naruto's words, which were coherent and credible. Naruto, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Your tone suggests you have long desired to converse, yet if memory serves, our only encounter was when we accompanied you to the Ninja Academy. You should not have seen me otherwise, Kakashi remarked, still puzzled by Naruto's early awareness of him and his intention to draw him out today. Kakashi-sensei, there is nothing particularly special. I merely wish to align you with my endeavors, so that you might provide me with support before the third Hokage, Naruto stated persuasively. Align me with your endeavors? I am not quite grasping your meaning, Naruto, Kakashi replied, a look of confusion upon his face. Kakashi-sensei, I shall elucidate, but first, to earn your trust, I would like you to see this. Naruto produced his specialized ninja tool, the Flying Thunder God, Infinite Sword Control, from within. He retrieved a kunai resembling the trident of the fourth Hokage, though it bore no inscription of the Sword of Shinobi Love. Naruto, you? Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Naruto would undoubtedly refrain from harming his teacher, Kakashi. Furthermore, when he unleashed the Flying Thunder God, Infinite Sword Crisis, he exerted little force, resulting in the kunai's flight speed being rather moderate. Kakashi, sensing that Naruto likely did not intend to cause him harm, nonetheless activated his Sharingan as a precaution. In the event that Naruto lost control, this would spare him from suffering. Moreover, the enhanced dynamic vision afforded by the Sharingan would enable Kakashi to observe Naruto's movements with greater clarity. Gazing at Naruto's specially crafted kunai, Kakashi was reminded of his own mentor, the man renowned as the Yellow Flash, celebrated as the fastest in the Hidden Leaf Village, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It is indeed a remarkable coincidence that Naruto happens to be the son of Minato. Kakashi, keep your eyes wide open. Do not blink. Naruto spoke to Kakashi-sensei. The tomo in Kakashi's Sharingan began to spin rapidly, almost on the verge of transforming into the Mangekyō Sharingan. At this moment, however, Kakashi was still oblivious to the potential of awakening the Mangekyō in his eyes. In Kakashi's field of vision, he merely observed the kunai slowly approaching him. Everything appearing so normal, except for now. Suddenly, a flash of yellow light surged in front of Kakashi, an occurrence that transcended mere speed, resembling more of a teleportation. Naruto employed the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly arriving before his teacher, Kakashi. This time, he utilized a specially crafted kunai marked for the technique, feeling that it was insufficient. After materializing before Kakashi, Naruto produced 3 additional specially crafted kunai and hurled them in 3 distinct directions. In an instant, Kakashi felt as though his eyes might be blinded by the dazzling display, only able to perceive a fleeting yellow figure darting between the kunai with such velocity that even the rapidly spinning Sharingan could not discern its movements. Gazing at the radiant yellow blur before him, Kakashi could not help but exclaim, "Teacher!" Upon hearing Kakashi's voice, Naruto's figure swiftly traversed back to the position of the first kunai, while the other kunai returned to him seamlessly during his movement. Naruto retrieved the final kunai back into the Flying Thunder God, Infinite Sword style. Kakashi-sensei remained frozen in place, his gaze filled with a profound sense of nostalgia. Upon encountering Kakashi-sensei, Naruto appeared momentarily stunned, interrupting his teacher's reverie. "Are you familiar with this ninjutsu, Kakashi-sensei?" he inquired. "This ninjutsu? Could it be the Flying Thunder God technique?" Kakashi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Indeed, this is my father's Flying Thunder God technique." Naruto's declaration left Kakashi utterly incredulous. "Naruto, how did you acquire this ninjutsu? And have you come to understand your own identity?" Naruto was once again preparing to engage in a verbal duel with his teacher, Kakashi. Even in the later stages of his journey, Kakashi remained a figure of considerable significance. The name Kakashi Hatake, renowned for his prowess, is not to be taken lightly. After unlocking the dual Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Kakashi could hold his own even against the formidable Kagaya Tsutsuki, though that was merely jest. Nevertheless, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kakashi played a crucial role. Ding. The system task has been issued. Please acquire Kakashi Hataki's Sharingan. Reward, unknown. After a lengthy absence, the system had finally reactivated, presenting a task of considerable difficulty right from the outset. Obtaining Kakashi's Sharingan was no simple feat. This precious eye was a keepsake bestowed upon him by his dear friend, Obito Uchiha, just before his demise. Although Obito had not truly perished, Kakashi remained oblivious to that fact, regarding the eye as an heirloom of his departed friend. This posed a significant challenge. Indeed, Kakashi-sensei, this tale must begin from an earlier time. Approximately 2 or 3 months ago, I lost consciousness amidst the villagers' scornful shouts. Upon regaining awareness, I found myself in a sewer, accompanied by a colossal fox. Naruto began to recount his tale. A fox? Could it be the Nine Tails? Kakashi inquired, puzzled. Indeed, it identified itself as the Nine Tails and offered to grant me all the power I desired, enabling me to effortlessly vanquish those villagers, provided I would assist in breaking its seal. Naruto did not intend to reveal the entire truth to Kakashi-sensei. After all, some matters, even if disclosed, lack evidence and could easily provoke Kakashi's disdain. So, Naruto, have you broken the seal? Judging by your current demeanor, you appear emotionally stable, which suggests you haven't. Could it be that Minato-sensei left behind a contingency plan? Or perhaps it was Kushina-sensei's intervention? Kakashi's mind raced with various hypotheses, demonstrating his profound understanding of Minato Namake's and Kushina Uzumaki. Indeed, my parents left behind safeguards, embedding part of their chakra within the seal to prevent me from being swayed by the Nine Tails and inadvertently releasing it, which would result in catastrophic consequences. At that time, I was influenced by the Nine Tails chakra, my mind clouded, teetering on the brink of breaking the seal and unleashing chaos upon Konoha. Just then, a warm figure appeared before me, my father, Minato Namake's, the fourth Hokage. He halted my attempt to break the seal and inquired about my experiences over the years. At this point, Naruto fell silent. Kakashi was already aware of Naruto's troubled childhood, but he had been consumed by his own grief over the loss of numerous loved ones, friends, and mentors. Subsequently, he immersed himself in a series of assassination missions within the Umbu, attempting to numb his heart. Thus, he had not paid much attention to Naruto until a few months ago when the third Hokage summoned him, prompting Kakashi to step back from the Umbu and covertly protect Naruto. It was then that he truly comprehended the myriad trials Naruto had faced over the years. Consequently, Kakashi had repeatedly shielded Naruto in secret, providing various supplies to ameliorate his plight. What did Minato-sensei say? Kakashi's voice trembled slightly. He could likely envision the expression of disappointment on Minato's face. My father expressed that he had misjudged the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. My parents sacrificed themselves to protect Konoha, yet their child, me, endured such treatment within the village. My father's respect for the third Hokage has transformed into profound resentment. Minato-sensei, I can empathize with that sentiment. Many actions of the third Hokage were indeed excessive. Sometimes, I only realize these things belatedly, but as an ordinary jonin of Konoha, I feel powerless to alter these circumstances. Kakashi was enveloped in deep remorse, pondering how if he had observed Naruto's life earlier, he could have spared him from such suffering. After my father intervened, he brought me to meet my mother. Upon learning of the third Hokage's deeds, she exclaimed that she would rush to the Hokage's office and physically confront him. Naruto continued. Mother's words certainly held the potential for such actions. Kakashi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Understanding Kushina's temperament and character, such behavior was not surprising. Then my parents assisted me in reinforcing the Nine-Tail seal, their chakra beginning to dissipate. My mother imparted the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, while my father shared his insights and methods regarding the Flying Thunder God technique. Thus, for the past few months, I have secretly practiced the Flying Thunder God technique he left behind. Through relentless effort, I ultimately succeeded in mastering it. Naruto took the lead, casually asserting that anything he said would surely be believed, as long as it was coherent. Indeed, Kakashi-sensei nodded in agreement, seemingly convinced. Thus, Naruto, it is no wonder that when we first met, you addressed me as Kakashi-sensei. Was it your teachers and their spouses who informed you of my past? Naruto is indeed aware that the pivotal moment is approaching. Yes, my father and mother have shared numerous tales with me, among which is your story, Kakashi-sensei. From their descriptions, I recognized you at first glance. Aside from you, there is no one else in the Hidden Leaf Village with white hair and an eye concealed by a forehead protector. So, in this light, what did my sensei and his wife convey about me to you, Naruto? Kakashi-sensei is also curious how his own teacher and wife would describe him to Naruto. Naruto continued, stating that his father once had a trio comprised of Konoha's prodigy, Kakashi Hatake, the passionate fool, Obito Uchiha, and the gentle and attentive Rin Noara. However, a series of unfortunate events led to Obito's demise during a mission, ultimately gifting his eye to Kakashi-sensei. Subsequently, Kakashi-sensei, for various reasons, took the life of another member of their team, Rin Noara. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi became increasingly convinced that these revelations were imparted to Naruto by his father, Minato Namake's for it was unlikely that Naruto could possess such intricate details on his own. Chapter 57. Persuading Kakashi-sensei. As Naruto spoke, he pondered how to cleverly persuade Kakashi-sensei to part with his Sharingan. And then, Kakashi-sensei inquired with curiosity. My father once said, Kakashi-sensei, you possess tremendous potential. Your ascent to Jonin rank at the tender age of 12 is a testament to that. However, alas, as Naruto spoke, he hesitated, leaving his words unspoken. This made Kakashi-sensei a bit anxious, prompting him to urge, but what? Please, Naruto, continue. My father remarked that your talent is exceptional. However, it seems that the influence of your father has led you to place an excessive emphasis on emotions, particularly in your relationships with your comrades. While this inclination to protect your friends is commendable and serves as a motivation for your growth, Kakashi-sensei, you are too rigid and lack flexibility in your thinking. My father explained that your desire for the Sharingan is not truly for its power, but rather because it was a cherished gift from your dear friend, Obito Uchiha, before his demise, which is why you hold it in such high regard. Had it belonged to another ninja, you would likely not have the same attachment. Although the Sharingan possesses formidable capabilities, it is undeniably a burden for someone like you, who is not of the Uchiha clan. Your possession of the Sharingan does not grant you mastery over it, resulting in its perpetual activation, which incessantly drains your chakra. This has led to frequent instances of insufficient chakra during battles. While the Sharingan is an object of aspiration for the Uchiha clan, it is ill-suited for someone outside of that lineage, ultimately constraining your growth. Naruto gradually steered the conversation towards Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan. I understand all these principles, but this is a gift from Obito before his passing. How could I possibly refuse to use it? Kakashi-sensei couldn't help but retort, though his tone had softened, revealing a hint of uncertainty. Deep down, he recognized that his own abilities were likely constrained by the Sharingan, which had hindered his significant advancement for so long. Otherwise, with his innate talent, he could have potentially risen to the level of a Kage, forging a unique path of his own. Indeed, my father instructed me to tell you that if you can relinquish the use of the Sharingan, it would signify that you have truly connected with the essence of life, emerging from the sorrows of the past to confront the harsh realities of existence, thus paving the way for a brighter future. To relinquish, to use, the Sharingan. Kakashi-sensei mused to himself. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, this is precisely why I brought you here today, away from the other Umbu. Uncle Hayashi believes in my potential to become Hokage. And I too have faith that once I successfully master the Flying Thunder God technique, along with this, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted as Naruto's hand gradually revealed the pulsating waves of chakra. A rapidly spinning sphere began to form. Rasengan, Kakashi exclaimed, astonished that Naruto had mastered the technique. It was no surprise, considering it was developed by his mentor, Minato. Indeed, Naruto was a genius, the son of Minato. Kakashi sensed that time flew by as he witnessed the Rasengan, realizing that Naruto had truly inherited Minato's legacy. If it were you, I would believe you could become Hokage, not only due to your talent, but also because of your tenacity and your understanding of the will of fire. Kakashi remarked earnestly. Having discreetly protected Naruto for so long, Kakashi was aware of Naruto's attitude towards the ignorant villagers, indifference, dismissiveness, and a desire to avoid conflict. There was also a mysterious charisma about Naruto that drew the descendants of the prominent clans in Konoha to him. Even Sasuke Uchiha, known for his pride, expressed a sense of camaraderie with Naruto. It seemed that Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, had been contemplating inviting Naruto to their compound. However, this situation was closely monitored by the Umbu, and should Naruto dare to visit the Uchiha, Danzo would undoubtedly report to Hiruzen Sarutobi, raising suspicions that the Uchiha clan sought to regain control of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and incite rebellion. The Uchiha could easily find themselves branded as traitors, facing potential annihilation. Depending on Hiruzen's stance towards them, maintaining the status quo was, perhaps, the best outcome for the Uchiha. Kakashi-sensei, I believe that every grievance has its source. The villagers are merely ignorant. I can overlook that. But those who feign ignorance while knowing the truth, I shall not let them go unpunished. I hope you understand. Naruto stated with a serious expression. Kakashi paused, then nodded in agreement, saying, it is human nature, Naruto. Your decision to remain in Konoha is a blessing for the village. As for those individuals, I suspect they are the third Hokage and Danzo. However, you have not yet fully matured, and I hope you will not act impulsively. A ninja must learn to endure. When the time is right, opportunity will present itself. Kakashi's unexpected stance surprised Naruto. He had assumed Kakashi would be firmly aligned with the Hokage's ideals. Yet, it made sense. Over the years, Kakashi must have learned of the past, including the events surrounding Naruto's father, the Konoha White Fang, and the villagers' sentiments that led to his tragic demise. There were threads to uncover if one sought to investigate. Thus, Kakashi and Naruto shared common adversaries. Since the death of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had regained control, seemingly driven by a greater desire for power than ever before. Yet, he lacked the decisiveness of his youth, becoming increasingly timid and making many incomprehensible decisions. The dissatisfaction among Konoha's elite shinobi towards Hiruzen had been building for some time. In realization, Naruto understood that during the original timeline, when Orochimaru initiated the Konoha Crush plan, few shinobi came to Hiruzen's aid during his confrontation with Orochimaru. This could indicate that Hiruzen had lost the people's support, and his demise in battle might have been perceived as a more fitting end for him. The absence of Konoha's top-tier ninjas during that critical moment spoke volumes, especially since there were not many formidable enemies present, with Gaara adequately restrained by Naruto. As for the remaining foes, Might Guy could easily dispatch them with the 8th Gate of Death technique. Hiruzen had been awaiting his own demise, having committed numerous wrongs. I understand now, Kakashi-sensei. So, you support my ambition to become Hokage? Naruto inferred from Kakashi's words. Indeed, Naruto. You are the son of my teacher and undoubtedly well-suited to become Hokage. You have inherited not only the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan, but also the power of the Nine Tails from your mother. If you can master the Nine Tails strength, you will surely surpass the 3rd Hokage. With this clarity, Kakashi's sentiments towards Hiruzen were laid bare, skillfully balancing his support and critique. Thank you for your support, Kakashi-sensei. However, I hope that you will continue to assist me in the future, as your current strength may not suffice, Naruto replied earnestly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto's words plunged Kakashi into deep contemplation. For many years, Kakashi had believed that his strength, while not unrivaled in the ninja world, certainly positioned him among the elite of the Genin. Even when faced with formidable opponents of Kaga-level prowess, he felt capable of exchanging a few blows, though, at most, only 2, as his chakra reserves were indeed insufficient. However, given Naruto's assertion and considering the assistance he might need to provide to Naruto in the future, Kakashi recognized that such power would no longer suffice. Kakashi-sensei, I will find a way to help you with your eye problem, but you must refrain from using the Sharingan. Naruto's stance was resolute. Not merely for the sake of the mission, but also for Kakashi's latent potential. Moreover, it was also for Obito. The might of Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan had already wreaked havoc in the ninja world, and the thought of him acquiring dual Kamui was too outrageous to contemplate. Additionally, in the official novel Kakashi's Secret, Ice Thunder, after losing his Sharingan, Kakashi developed a new type of lightning jutsu, Purple Lightning, which did not rely on the Sharingan and could be executed without hand seals. This technique could be activated in 2 ways. One involves concentrating purple lightning in his hand to strike a target with tremendous force, while the other entails releasing a wide area of purple currents to incapacitate opponents, qualifying it as an all-encompassing attack. This was showcased in the sequel anime Boruto. Thus, for the sake of Kakashi-sensei, Naruto felt compelled to persuade him to relinquish the Sharingan. As a side note, in my recent mobile game of Naruto, I managed to draw Kakashi's Susanoo 100 times and still hit the pity draw. How infuriating. I carry the burden for you all. Chapter 58. The Attainment of the Sharingan in Naruto. Kakashi-sensei's demeanor appeared somewhat hesitant. Kakashi-sensei, I only meant for you to refrain from using Obito's Sharingan. I am not suggesting that you abandon your own. I believe that Obito gifted you the Sharingan to celebrate your promotion to Genin, intending it to assist you rather than become a burden. Do you not agree with my reasoning? Naruto continued to gently coax, fortunate that the task merely required him to obtain Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan, without stipulating that it must remain with him indefinitely. This could be considered a small loophole within the system. If the Sharingan were to hinder your progress rather than enhance it, it might lead to stagnation in your abilities. If Obito were to know this, he might have chosen not to bestow this Sharingan upon you, Kakashi-sensei. Observing Kakashi-sensei's hesitation, Naruto felt compelled to reveal more details. Understanding that merely assisting him in becoming Hokage was insufficient to instill a sense of urgency, he needed to contemplate alternative strategies. Kakashi-sensei, are you familiar with Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto decided to approach the matter from a different angle. Of course I know him, Kakashi-sensei replied. He is one of the legendary 3 of Konoha and also your father, Minato's mentor. He is a well-known figure in the village. Why do you bring him up? Kakashi-sensei's attention momentarily shifted from the matter of the Sharingan upon hearing Naruto mention Jiraiya. My father once spoke of his mentor, Jiraiya-sensei, who left Konoha to seek the prophesied child of destiny, a prophecy that foretells of a blue-eyed boy who calls upon the name of the nine-tailed beast with laughter. It is said that this prophesied child has the potential to alter the very fabric of the ninja world. Naruto's words caused Kakashi-sensei to tremble slightly, for he had not truly comprehended these matters. Naruto, now that you mention it, do you mean to say you have already discerned who the child of prophecy is? Kakashi-sensei inquired further. Indeed, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto replied. As I learned of this prophecy from my father, it felt as if I awakened a unique ability within me. In that fleeting moment, my mind was flooded with a plethora of both familiar and unfamiliar visions. Curiously, Kakashi-sensei asked, what kind of visions did you witness? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Every word uttered by Naruto is comprehensible to Kakashi-sensei, yet when articulated collectively, it overwhelms him to the point where he feels as though his CPU might overheat. Wait a moment, Naruto, let us take this one at a time. Isn't Orochimaru one of the legendary 3 ninjas? He has already defected from Konoha. Could it be that one day he will return to the village and personally slay the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi? That would indeed be quite remarkable. It would be a tragic misfortune for Konoha. To think that such a vast village could be reduced to rubble by a single ninjutsu. Just how powerful must that technique be? Ordinary S-rank ninjutsu could not achieve such devastation. Kakashi-sensei himself possesses an S-rank technique, Raikiri. However, even if he were endowed with limitless chakra, methodically wielding it would take an eternity to level Konoha to the ground. That technique is truly terrifying. As for the organization clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds, I must admit I have not encountered them before. Their aura seems shrouded in mystery, suggesting they may be a formidable group. Regarding the last prophecy you mentioned, Naruto, the idea that the 5 great nations could unite against a common foe is indeed fanciful. It is beyond my imagination to conceive how, after all the conflicts and animosities that have transpired between them, they might set aside their grudges to fight side by side. I cannot fathom the nature of the adversary that would compel such an alliance against it. Naruto chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself. You might be surprised to learn that this person is someone you know well, someone with whom you share a close bond, your dear friend, Obito Uchiha. Thus, he continued. Kakashi-sensei, after witnessing so many glimpses of the future, I have gradually come to understand certain truths. The future is malleable, however. It requires our proactive efforts starting from this moment, particularly your Sharingan. This I will play an exceedingly vital role in the times to come. And I hope you will entrust it to my care. Finally, Naruto expressed his desire to possess Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan. Naruto, since you have articulated it so clearly, I am inclined to believe in your prophecy. I shall entrust the Sharingan to you for safekeeping, Kakashi-sensei ultimately conceded. In a bold move, he extended his hand to his own eye socket and deftly extracted the Sharingan, presenting it to Naruto. Wow, this is truly audacious. Even in the world of Hokage, where eyes are often treated as plug-and-play, this seems excessive. Surely, you don't need to forego a visit to the Konoha hospital or utilize some healing ninjutsu. What if bacteria were to invade, leading to an infection? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Kakashi-sensei, your resolve commands my utmost respect. As Naruto received the Sharingan from Kakashi, he voiced his concerns. Kakashi-sensei, are you certain this is the right course of action? Won't there be any repercussions? Kakashi sensed that his swift decision was a means to compel himself. He acknowledged the validity of Naruto's words and swiftly proceeded. He thought to himself that if he hesitated, he might find it difficult to part with Obito's eye. Yet, the pain was indeed palpable, as he had grown accustomed to its presence over the years. However, once the Sharingan was extracted, Kakashi felt the persistent drain of chakra within him dissipate, replaced by a gradual increase in his chakra levels. He realized that, given a little time, he could overcome the limitations of his chakra reserves, enabling him to wield advanced ninjutsu like any elite shinobi, without the fear of exhausting his chakra after just a few techniques. Do not worry, Naruto, I can simply have a new eye transplanted at the hospital later. Medical ninjutsu has advanced significantly, and there will undoubtedly be methods to address any rejection issues. Kakashi-sensei remarked with a tone of relief. Naruto obtained the Sharingan and placed it within the confines of the system's space. A chime echoed, "Congratulations, host, on completing the task and acquiring Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan. Additionally, congratulations on receiving the reward of the most potent young attribute." The system's reward arrived most promptly, and Naruto eagerly claimed it. With the bloodlines of the Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans coursing through his veins, Naruto speculated that he should possess a young attribute. Furthermore, having awakened the Sharingan, it was quite plausible that he harbored an innate attribute as well. Notably, the young attribute provided by the system was no ordinary one. It was proclaimed to be the most formidable young attribute. Naruto sensed that a certain energy within him had undergone a remarkable enhancement, likely due to the recently acquired young attribute. Furthermore, he felt that another attribute within him seemed to be drawn towards the young attribute, beginning a gradual fusion. Based on Naruto's conjecture, this attribute was likely the In attribute. With the acquisition of these attributes, he would have the opportunity to develop the transformations of their natures. The Yin and Yang attributes refer to a unique transformation of chakra properties, which, while alongside the 5 fundamental elements, wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning, are distinctly special. Just like the 5 basic attributes, one must possess the corresponding chakra transformation to utilize the associated techniques. Those with the Yang attribute can wield Yang release, while those with the Yin attribute can employ Yin release. The transformations of the Yin and Yang attributes manifest as Yin release and Yang release. Only by simultaneously acquiring both Yin and Yang releases can one perform techniques that necessitate both. There exist many misconceptions in this realm. Even though Naruto was well-versed in the Naruto series, he still needed to invest additional time to comprehend its deeper meanings. Yin release symbolizes the power of the spirit, capable of manifesting form from the void. Yang release represents the power of the body, imbuing life into forms. The amalgamation of the two is known as yin-yang release. The concepts of yin and yang attributes, yin-yang power, and yin-yang release are distinct definitions and should not be conflated. The yin-yang power refers to the ultimate sealing technique bestowed upon Naruto and Sasuke by the Sage of Six Paths, heavenly obsession. The yin power, rooted in the mental energy that governs imagination, creates forms from nothing, whereas the yang power, derived from the life energy of the body, bestows life upon forms. In ancient times, the second son of the Sage of Six Paths, Ashura, inherited his father's yang release power, body energy, self-healing, etc., which was subsequently passed down to the Senju clan. The Uzumaki clan, also descendants of Ashura, inherited a formidable life force and considerable chakra. Yet their abilities did not reach the heights of the Senju clan. The eldest son, Indra, inherited the yin release power, which later passed down to the Uchiha clan, thus endowing them with immense spiritual energy. Over time and through intermarriage with other clans, both yin and yang attribute chakra dispersed among various groups, leading to the development of diverse yin-yang secret techniques among their descendants. Many secret techniques rely fundamentally on yin-yang release. Generally, techniques related to the body are predominantly yang attribute, such as the Akimichi clan's expansion technique, the Senju clan's healing abilities, and medical ninjutsu. Conversely, those associated with the mind are mostly yin attribute, such as illusions. The secret arts of the Yamaika clan, and the Nara clan's techniques, which utilize yin release to manipulate shadows. The yin-yang power corresponds to the ultimate sealing technique bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths, known as Six Paths, heavenly obsession. Both Naruto and Sasuke showcase patterns of the sun and moon on their palms. They must simultaneously touch their target with both yin and yang powers to activate it. After sealing Kagaya, both the yin and yang powers return to the Sage of Six Paths, rendering the use of Six Paths, heavenly obsession, impossible again. Note, this is merely a sealing technique, not the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths. Yin-yang release techniques refer to secret arts that create forms from the intangible and infuse them with life, representing the union of yin release and yang release. Although the true seeking balls possess the powers of yin, yang, and the five elements, they do not fall under the category of yin-yang release techniques. In Chapter 59, with the acquisition of the most potent yang attribute, Naruto perceived an extraordinary strength within him. Concurrently, he sensed that a part of the yin attribute lay dormant within. Under the influence of the yang attribute, the yin attribute began to awaken gradually, eventually merging slowly into the yang attribute, resulting in a harmonious fusion of yin and yang. The yang attribute underwent subtle changes influenced by the yin attribute, while the yin attribute grew increasingly robust through the nurturing of the yang attribute. Given sufficient time, Naruto could cultivate an exceptionally strong yin attribute, nourished by the might of his yang attribute. Moreover, due to Naruto's unique bloodline, certain abilities within him seemed to awaken upon obtaining the most powerful yang attribute. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto resolved to test his own abilities first. Kakashi-sensei, please don't rush to the hospital just yet. Perhaps I have a solution to your predicament. Naruto reassured his teacher, urging patience. Naruto, what do you propose? Have you perhaps mastered medical ninjutsu? Even if you did, you cannot simply conjure an eye out of thin air, Kakashi-sensei inquired, puzzled. I'm not sure. Let me give it a try. Naruto declared as he retrieved a kunai from the flying thunder god, infinite sword pool, and plunged it into his palm, feeling a sharp chill course through him. Naruto, what are you doing? Kakashi-sensei exclaimed, rushing to his side to check if he was all right, wondering if he had lost his mind by harming himself. I'm fine, Kakashi-sensei. Although, I must admit, this does sting a bit. Naruto sought to ascertain the validity of his thoughts. Moreover, his lineage had transcended that of the mere Uzumaki clan. Coupled with the regenerative abilities bestowed by Kurama within him, it was quite conceivable that, should he not inflict a sufficiently substantial wound, he might find that the injury had healed before he had even devised a plan of action. Naruto utilized his uninjured hand to point at the injured one, channeling the properties of yang chakra within his body, infusing it with an abundance of chakra. Guided by the techniques that materialized in his mind, he envisioned healing, restoration, and regeneration. Under the potent influence of the yang chakra, his hand appeared to experience relief. The pain he had felt moments ago was replaced by a tingling sensation, as if the cells were regenerating, flesh and blood reconstituting. Subsequently, under the nurturing power of the yang chakra, the wound that had once marred the palm of his hand began to visibly mend, new flesh emerging at an astonishing rate. In a short span, Naruto's injury vanished entirely. It was effective, truly effective. Naruto felt that his method was remarkably effective. It far surpassed the efficacy of traditional medical ninjutsu. This was the most potent yang attribute chakra, whereas medical ninjutsu required arduous study and relentless practice to even begin mastering. In contrast, he merely needed to extensively consume chakra and convert it into yang attribute to significantly accelerate the regeneration of flesh and blood. However, this only addressed wound healing, and Naruto was uncertain whether it would aid Kakashi-sensei's eyes. Kakashi-sensei, I am experimenting with my newly awakened ability. It seems that the yang attribute within me is extraordinarily powerful. As long as I continuously output chakra, I can achieve a healing effect, Naruto explained to Kakashi-sensei. Upon witnessing Naruto's palm healing at a visibly rapid pace from a wound, Kakashi initially attributed it to the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra and the Uzumaki clan's constitution. After Naruto's clarification, Kakashi realized the true magnitude of the yang attribute within Naruto. Naruto, the surprises you possess are truly overwhelming. If other ninjas had such a unique ability, they would have already made a name for themselves in the ninja world. Moreover, your array of exceptional abilities, including the Flying Thunder God technique, Rasengan, being a Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, and the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, now augmented by this formidable yang attribute, truly showcases your remarkable talent. Kakashi-sensei could not help but express how extraordinary Naruto's gifts were. Kakashi-sensei, let us set that aside for now. Allow me to test whether my yang attribute can have a beneficial effect on your wound, Naruto urged. Naruto is acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of his talents, further enhanced by the myriad of extraordinary effects attributed to the system. With this system, Naruto is endowed with limitless possibilities. The immediate priority is to experiment and ascertain whether the most potent yang attribute can conjure organs that have long since vanished. Very well. Naruto, proceed without hesitation. There is no need for psychological burdens. In the worst-case scenario, I shall simply undergo an eye transplant at the ninja hospital to address any issues of rejection. Teacher Kakashi reassures Naruto that he will impose no pressure upon him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto's consciousness suddenly arrived in the warm realm of Kurama's awareness. Kurama was lying on the ground, basking in the sun he had created. Upon noticing Naruto's arrival, he grumbled, "Isn't this our Uzumaki Naruto? Have you grown lazy in just a few days? Is your chakra running low?" Hearing Kurama's remarks, Naruto realized he had somewhat neglected Kurama during this time and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Kurama. I've been incredibly busy lately, but I promise to visit you next time I have the chance. Please, lend me your chakra." Upon hearing Naruto's heartfelt apology, Kurama's mood lightened somewhat, and his nine tails began to sway with amusement. He replied, "What a nuisance. It seems you still depend on me. Forget about borrowing. It's not like you'll repay me. Just take it, take it. Visit me again when you can." With that, Kurama expelled Naruto from the realm of awareness. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Naruto pondered that perhaps it was due to his father, Minato Namikaze, sealing the Nine-Tailsine chakra within himself while the Yang chakra was sealed within Naruto. It might also be that the chakra of the Nine-Tails proved more effective than Naruto's own cultivated chakra. Regardless, after utilizing the chakra of the Nine-Tails, a small tissue in Kakashi-sensei's eye socket began to grow continuously. As Naruto steadily infused chakra, a brand new eyeball emerged within Kakashi-sensei's eye. "Kakashi-sensei, do you feel anything unusual?" After expending a considerable amount of chakra, it was only through the potent yang attribute that he managed to regenerate the organ. Kakashi-sensei examined the new eyeball, finding it to function seamlessly without any peculiar sensations. "No, it feels just like my original eye, completely normal. Truly a remarkable restoration, Naruto." Kakashi-sensei gave Naruto a significant thumbs up, evoking the image of the youthful spirit of Konoha. It seemed Kakashi-sensei had been subtly influenced by Gai-sensei. "That's a relief, Kakashi-sensei. I hope that with your new eye, you can retrain your original abilities. I foresee a future where you walk a path independent of the Sharingan, focusing particularly on your lightning techniques." Naruto kindly reminded Kakashi-sensei. Having experienced the convenience of the Sharingan, Kakashi-sensei had replicated numerous ninjutsu of various attributes, and Naruto was concerned about him veering off course by learning too much and too diversely. Only by reaching the pinnacle in a specific area can one achieve true success and effectiveness. Lightning techniques, indeed. I understand now, and I will concentrate on that. Thank you for enlightening me. I will grow stronger and protect your path as Hokage. Kakashi-sensei promised Naruto. "I believe in you, Kakashi-sensei. However, since we've been out for quite a while, we should consider why the Umbu have been absent for so long. It might be prudent for you to remain in the shadows and observe. If the Umbu see us conversing, it could raise suspicions with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. While we will inevitably clash with him in the future, now is not the optimal time." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi-sensei nodded and instantaneously vanished, beginning his reconnaissance. Chapter 60. A terrifying reflection. After Kakashi-sensei departed, Naruto made his way home. Today had been unusually eventful. He had first received a message from Hinata, informing him that Hayashi Hyuga had invited him to visit the Hyuga clan. During his conversation with Hayashi at their clan's estate, they discussed Naruto's future as Hokage, solidifying the Hyuga clan's support for him. not only for their sake, but for Naruto's as well. Furthermore, he had persuaded the formerly obstinate Neji to reconsider past events, helping him to truly understand whom he should harbor resentment toward. This led Neji to join his cause, providing Naruto with an additional ally on his path to becoming Hokage. He even discreetly encouraged Hayashi to offer Neji special training, confident that Neji's talent would flourish. Additionally, Naruto informed Hayashi that Hinata had not been eating sufficiently, believing that if she could consistently have enough to eat, her pure bloodline would manifest its potential, which would prove to be more gifted, the so-called genius Neji, or the well-nourished Hinata capable of unlocking her pure lineage. This was indeed a matter of great anticipation. Then, he noticed the surrounding Umbu had vanished, leaving only Kakashi-sensei. After traversing this world for so long, he finally had the opportunity for a private conversation with Kakashi-sensei. Under the influence of Naruto's unique abilities, Kakashi-sensei expressed his willingness to contribute to Naruto's journey as Hokage. Coincidentally, at that moment, the system issued a new task to acquire Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan. Naruto contemplated that if Obito were to lose one of his Kamui Sharingan in the future, it would undoubtedly not bode well for him. Thus, it was best for the Sharingan to remain firmly in his possession, concealed within the system. It was the safest course of action, free from the worry of being seized by Obito. After persistent persuasion from Naruto, Kakashi-sensei ultimately acquiesced and relinquished the Sharingan. The mission concerning the Sharingan was accomplished, and the reward was unexpectedly the most potent Yang Chakra. This elevation pushed Naruto's existing Yang Chakra to its utmost limits, even awakening the dormant Yin Chakra within him, gradually leading to a harmonious convergence of Yin and Yang, continuously nurturing both energies. Each was steadily growing stronger. With the most formidable Yang Chakra at his disposal, Naruto subconsciously believed he might be capable of extraordinary feats, given that Kakashi-sensei was missing an eye. Naruto decided to conduct an experiment on himself to demonstrate that Yang Chakra indeed possessed healing properties. He then began to heal Kakashi-sensei's eye. However, the reality was that Naruto overestimated the efficacy of Yang Chakra. Perhaps it was simply that his approach to utilizing Yang Chakra was overly simplistic and crude. One could not merely force Yang Chakra into someone else. This was akin to how other ninjas, when executing ninjutsu, first required chakra, followed by a series of hand seals to properly channel that chakra before successfully performing the technique. Naruto has bypassed the intricate sequence of hand seals, executing his ninjutsu not through its traditional means, but rather relying solely on the sheer volume of his chakra to forcibly conjure the ultimate outcome. This remarkable feat is attributed to his possession of the most potent Yang attribute. In the original narrative, it was only after Naruto received the powers bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths that Kakashi-sensei's eye was temporarily imbued with the complete essence of Yin-Yang release, ultimately saving the life of Gai-sensei, who had opened the eighth gate, and granting Kakashi a brand new eye. Thus, the fact that Naruto is now capable of creating a new eye is indeed an extraordinary accomplishment, although this endeavor demands a considerable amount of chakra. It is believed that once Naruto acquires the corresponding Yin attribute and hones it to perfection, mastering the Yin-Yang release and the creation of organs should become a remarkably effortless task. Nevertheless, this endeavor remains a distant goal, and it is essential to proceed step by step. As Naruto pondered, he returned home and reclined on his bed, just before drifting off to sleep. A thought flickered in his mind, leading him to the consciousness space of Kurama. Hey, Kurama, I sincerely appreciate your assistance today. Thanks to you, Kakashi-sensei has regained an eye. Naruto declared earnestly to Kurama. As long as I can help you, that's what matters. Do come by more often. I find myself quite bored here. Kurama, unusually less haughty, indirectly conveyed a sense of solitude in Naruto's absence. All right, Kurama. I shall devise a way to bring more tailed beasts here to keep you company. Upon hearing Kurama's words, Naruto instantly recalled that tailed beasts are, in essence, manifestations of chakra. Very well, let us see if you can truly accomplish that, Naruto. With that, he departed from Kurama's consciousness space. Naruto pondered the possibility of this matter, albeit casually. Yet, if he could acquire a portion of the tailed beast chakra and employ special methods, he could potentially enable the chakra of the tailed beast to form its own consciousness. It is not merely about sealing multiple tailed beasts within himself. Naruto was uncertain whether he could withstand such a burden. Instead, akin to the original narrative, he contemplated allowing a fraction of the chakra from other tailed beasts to remain within him, seeking a way to maintain its consumption. Perhaps this could lead to the regeneration of new tailed beasts within him. However, Naruto was unsure of the nature of the new tailed beasts created by this method. Would they share memories with the original beasts, merely existing in two distinct forms? Or would they be entirely new entities? Furthermore, did each tailed beast possess its own consciousness, existing as an independent individual, rendering this endeavor utterly unattainable? The ninja world was so wondrous, and given that Kishimoto had not explored every facet, Naruto often found himself experimenting with the imaginative concepts he encountered in reality within the realm of Naruto. This was precisely what made traversing into the Naruto universe fascinating. If everything adhered rigidly to established norms, following the original path, what would be the point? One could not afford to bring disgrace upon fellow travelers. Speaking of experiments, Naruto was reminded of a particular individual, the early minor antagonist, later a key figure, who even in Boruto was portrayed as straddling the line between good and evil. One of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, and a legendary scientist in the Naruto world, Orochimaru. In the original series, Orochimaru, alongside Jiraiya and Tsunade, was a disciple of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He possessed immense power and an almost immortal regenerative ability. Driven by great ambition, he excelled in the study of ninjutsu and yearned for the Sharingan. Having witnessed the deaths of numerous individuals, he recognized the fragility of life and, having strayed from his path, believed that the human body contained untapped potential that could never be utilized in a lifetime. Thus, he sought immortality to master all ninjutsu and uncover the truths of the world. His ambitions were repeatedly thwarted, culminating in his sealing by Itachi's Totsuka blade during the battle between Sasuke and Itachi. Later, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, upon observing the failure of Kabuto Yakushi through the lens of Akatsuki's actions, he yearned to witness a life entirely different from his own, leading to a profound awakening. Subsequently, he was resurrected by Sasuke and was among the four Hokages reanimated through the impure world reincarnation technique.